Chapter 2201. Levi received information regarding the location of the hexagram from Hell. A powerful dragon clan once roamed here, named Black Prison King. This puzzled Levi. He maintained no connection with that dragon clan. He even visited the 8th layer of Hell. He found no trace of the dragon clan there. They had departed. He had no idea where they went. Inside the residence of the witch family, guests gathered for a dinner party to thank Levi. The cat witch approached, carrying a glass of wine. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, and a flush tinted her cheeks. She smiled, offering the glass. "Thank you, Dusk Palace Master, for saving us. We are extremely grateful." Levi accepted the toast. "You are welcome. I was once an external wizard for the witch family, and here I met a distinguished person like Madame Triss." The old witch sighed, remembering the day they first met. "You were extraordinary at the time, but due to the ancestor mandate from the first witch, we dared not set a precedent by recruiting a wizard. Otherwise, with your talent, Sir Levi, we would certainly have extended an olive branch." Levi laughed, dismissing the comment. "I understand." He never intended to join top wizard organizations. Being an external wizard sufficed, as he only felt close to Triss. A beautiful girl in a floral dress approached Levi. It was the immortal banyan dragon lady, Yggdrasila. "Little Levi, no, now I should not call you that. Sir Levi, long time no see." Levi smiled at her. "Long time no see, madam." The memory of his first meeting with the pure-blooded dragon clan, the immortal banyan dragon, surfaced. He had been shocked back then. Now he interacted as an equal. After all, he had killed level 8 demons. In terms of power, he stood on par with the immortal banyan dragon. The immortal banyan dragon appeared larger than before. She had been a little girl, but now she was a maiden who had developed. The immortal banyan dragon possessed the power to transform, but she rarely took human form. "Is that 100 Flowers girl still busy?" the immortal banyan dragon asked. Levi nodded. Yes. Thoughts of 100 Flowers surfaced, and he took the opportunity to chat with the immortal banyan dragon. They spoke for a long time. Throughout the banquet, charming primordial soul witches approached Levi to offer toasts. Some were bold, speaking with daring intent. "I am the fox witch," one said. "Does Sir Levi lack a companion?" The old witch cleared away these vibrant and charming primordial soul witches, leaving only the immortal banyan dragon and Levi. The old witch beckoned him. "Levi, you mentioned wanting to trade with us. Feel free to propose. You have done us a favor, and as long as it is within our means, we will try our best to satisfy." Levi looked at the immortal banyan dragon. "I wish to trade some bloodline essence with Yggdrasila, provided it does not affect her health and growth. I will offer appropriate compensation." This matter involved the witch family. He did not discuss it privately with the immortal banyan dragon to avoid misunderstandings. The old witch offered a wry smile. "Regarding this matter, I cannot be the decision maker. You should discuss it with Yggdrasila directly. Our witch family will not interfere." She retreated from the immediate area, leaving them alone. "Is this for Elena's night breathing technique cultivation?" Yggdrasila asked. Levi nodded. "Yes, I have some dragon scale fruit here, all of good quality. They not only compensate for your deficit, but also promote improvement." Yggdrasila paused. "You actually have such good things. It seems quite a few dragon clan members are being raised on the ancient dragon continent." Levi offered a slight smile. Yggdrasila leaned in. "I do not know much about knights. A doubt has always lingered in my mind. If a knight continues to grow stronger and eventually approaches the realm of the bloodline source, for example, reaches level 8, does he then need to kill the bloodline source to advance to level 9? Surprise registered on Levi's face. He had not expected the immortal banyan dragon to ask this question. "Does the madam need me to speak the truth?" Levi asked. The immortal banyan dragon nodded with serious intent. Levi paused. "I do not know because we are all pioneering this path. I can only see the road ahead and the blurry path in the future. Everything is in flux. With my current realm, I dare not draw conclusions. But from the information I possess, it does not seem necessary. Although the knight follows the bloodline path, it does not require a complete return to the ancestor. We merely use the power within the bloodline to break through human physical limits and step by step pursue higher paths." Levi had reason to believe this. The White Wolf girl had long since reached the realm where her blood tribulation master, the Silverfrost Wolf, exists. She did not kill the Silverfrost Wolf. Instead, she utilized the bloodline of the Frost Moon Saber Wolf to fuse and evolve toward a more advanced Silver Moon Grey Wolf. In fact, whether evolution, advancement, or normal promotion potion, none require dependence on the bloodline of the Blood Tribulation Master itself. You only need to use a similar type of bloodline that approximates the original. If one uses the Blood Tribulation Master bloodline, the cultivation effect improves. But this does not mean that, at the end of the knight's path, one must kill the Blood Tribulation Master to advance, warranting a life or death struggle. It is entirely possible to find a similar path with a close existence, kill it, and advance. If there is no similar existence, Levi indeed does not know what to do. The path of knights is one he feels his way through. How can he see so far ahead? He is just a cheater, not Sauron, the ancestor of wizards. Chapter 2202. There is always a way through when the cart reaches the mountain. If there truly is no road, it is destiny, and one cannot complain about the path chosen. Levi remained unconcerned, relying on his path as a wizard. The 18 Twilight Cavalry and the other knights needed to prepare themselves mentally for such possibilities. Until the bloodline shackles shattered completely, the bloodline path would always face restrictions from higher bloodline levels. Levi asked the dragon, his voice steady. Are you worried that after we grow stronger, we might harm you? The immortal banyan dragon spoke with frank directness. Yes, I cannot raise a tiger only for it to become a calamity. If Elena needs the immortal banyan dragon bloodline crystal in the future upon her advancement, would you kill me? Levi replied without a moment of hesitation. No. Levi's attitude rang with sincere honesty. The dragon laughed, a sound like rustling leaves. Compared to other dragons you have encountered, am I somewhat more suspicious? Levi leaned back, considering the question. This is common among living beings. Instead, I feel that the lady is a very wise dragon, more alert than any dragon I have met. He thought of the group of brainless sub-dragons at the Dragon Palace. Dragons like the immortal banyan dragon were indeed rare. The immortal banyan dragon nodded. I agree to make a deal with you. However, I have one condition that you must agree to. Levi bowed his head slightly. Please, lady, tell me. The immortal banyan dragon shifted its weight. My contract with the guardian of the witch's family will expire in 500 years. Once it does, I wish to sign a contract with you, to become your guardian. At the same time, you must promise not to harm me in the future. Our immortal banyan dragon clan is very rare. If I am gone, you might never find another immortal banyan dragon in the vast universe. The young lady fiddled with her hands. As an antique having lived almost 10,000 years, she felt a flicker of nervousness. She spoke this way firstly to protect herself, and secondly because she recognized the potential of the Dusk Palace Master. Being a guardian is an art form. She observed that the witch's family was unlikely to prosper and flourish in the future. This ancestral rule which only accepts witches is a self-imposed restriction, bound to fail sooner or later. There is no future in this organization. But the Dusk Palace Master is different. His ancient dragon continent showed promising signs of prosperity and development. In less than 1,000 years since its founding, the continent already has dozens of level 6 and several level 7 wizards, deeply favored by the Congress leaders. The Dusk Palace Master is a rare, unparalleled genius, reviving the declining path of the night. Using his level 7 body, he fought back against level 8 entities. The dragon had observed his various achievements. So, the immortal banyan dragon, planning to remain in the wizard world for the long term, needed to find a new suitable organization. After spending thousands of years in the witch's family, she excluded other top wizard organizations. Seeking out other grand wizards or legendary wizards seemed premature. Neither would necessarily provide much attention. After considering the options, the ancient dragon continent appeared quite suitable. Levi felt a pulse of joy upon hearing this. Is there such a good thing? He continued. If at that time, lady, you choose to join me, would the witch's family hold any grudges? Enticing one's guardian away could be seen as a form of betrayal. Before this, he had already recruited Elena, 24 Flowers, Anya, and Triss. He even wondered if, after some time, the entire witch's family might be absorbed into the ancient dragon continent. The immortal banyan dragon smiled. Once my contract ends, I will be free, and willingly join you. The old witch would not say anything about this. Levi nodded. All right, I will wait for the lady for 500 years. The immortal banyan dragon extended her slender fingers. No need for any curses, let us pinky swear. Levi smiled mildly. All right, pinky swear. Levi left the witch's family with enough bloodline essence for 100 flowers to practice for a while. The godforsaken continent hosted the Deep Blue Army's station. Lucy reviewed the battle reports from the front lines. She learned of Demon Fish Venerable's demise at Levi's hands, and could not help but smile. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 years in the Endless Sea, he achieved such war merits. He alone acts like a highly mobile ace battle group that can provide support anywhere, easing a lot of our pressure. Meanwhile, in a cave, Levi and 100 Flowers engaged in secret cultivation for more than 10 days. The two battled fiercely until reaching the peak. Even the yin-yang path seemed obliterated. Finally, 100 Flowers looked at the bottle of bloodline essence, her cheeks flushing. Thank you. With these level 8 immortal banyan dragon bloodline essences, continuing night practice will be much easier. But next time, do not risk hunting level 8 demons. You have such a lengthy lifespan, why rush it? Levi smoothed her hair. I know. Do you not know me? Without absolute certainty, I would never take the risk. Rather, you should be careful here. After parting with 100 Flowers, Levi went demon hunting alone. He remained on the godforsaken continent, intending to return after the Endless Sea turmoil calmed down. He shifted locations repeatedly, adopting a strategic randomness. 6 months later, Levi had rescued the Black Cat battle group. His gallant deeds appeared in the daily news, receiving widespread praise in the wizard world. Some observers, based on Levi's points increase, speculated that he independently killed a level 8 demon. For a time, the news of the Dusk Palace Master hunting level 8 demons alone spread quickly. Prior to this, only the top 3 on the leaderboard had cases of single-handedly fighting against level 8 demons. Other 7-circle wizards mostly relied on battle group arrays to achieve this. Society increasingly recognized the unfathomable and formidable strength of the Dusk Palace Master. Chapter 2203. Somewhere in the Endless Sea, a white-robed wizard stood motionless. He held a news scroll from the wizard world. This is impossible. The Dusk Palace Master has allegedly slain an 8-ring demon. The white-robed figure was the Black Dragon Wizard. He had hidden his identity to scour the Endless Sea for traces of his rival, but this news stopped him cold. He stood silent for a long moment, then quietly turned to leave the region. He spoke to the empty air. This person can kill an 8-ring demon. Even if I face him now, victory is not certain. My lifespan is sufficient, and there is no need to take such risks. I will find another opportunity later. Extending life does not necessarily rely on the Turtle King fruit. There are other methods. Lo is approaching the end of his lifespan. He will not give up, so let him test the true strength of the Dusk Palace Master. I will watch and act accordingly. Lo also tracked Levi. He caught the same rumor. He harbored doubts, but the sight of his own trembling, aged hands reminded him of the encroaching grave. He sighed. I have no retreat, only forward. Even if it leads to death, I have no regrets. With the Black Prison Beast and the Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon, I still have a considerable success rate. It is worth a gamble. 2 years passed. It was the 482nd year of Nora, the 268th year of the Blood Battle. While hunting demons on the godforsaken continent, Levi halted his steps. He found a secure location and entered the ancient Banyan fairyland. In the shadow behind him, a colossal fish appeared. It spanned thousands of meters, dense with tendrils and emitting a 7-ring aura. It was identical to the demon fish Venerable that Levi had slain. The first 7-ring shadow is acquired. Not bad at all. In the future, even 7-ring demons will not require my personal intervention. With the strength of the demon fish shadow, ordinary 7-ring demons are no match. Outside the Dragon Palace, a sandy yellow earthquake dragon endured its final moments of the blood tribulation and emerged with the power of a 6-ring entity. Levi watched the transformation. Gangster has reached the 6-ring stage as well. Among the earthquake dragon trio, it was the last to reach this level, and also the youngest. After crossing the tribulation, Gangster flew over, excitement vibrating through the air. Lord Dragon King, what general am I? Levi smiled. You are the Sky Star Dragon General. The names of the trio, Gan and Kui, represented the sun, the moon, and the stars. Heavenly Sun, Heavenly Moon, and Heavenly Star. With the Earthquake Dragon trio reaching the 6-ring stage, the batch of subdragons Levi had brought from the ancient tower, excluding the slow dragon turtle, had all progressed. Relief washed over Levi. For the Earthquake Dragons, the 6-ring stage marked their complete form. The trio had reached adulthood and might improve in minor realms during their prime, but advancing to the 7-ring stage remained difficult. For wild dragons, this would mean a leisurely life of collecting fate coins and spending their remaining years, much like the fire-breathing dragon of the past. However, the presence of the nightmare world spurred the three brothers onward. They maintained ambitions and strove to make a name for the Dragon Palace in the new worlds. With 2 years of constant demon hunting, Levi's points on the demon slaying list reached 260 million. He secured a place in the top 3 once again. The wizard world had long anticipated this, so the news brought little surprise. During these 2 years, Levi also hunted down an 8-ring flame demon. He solidified his record of defeating 8-ring demons, and the wizards had officially classified him as an 8-ring wizard. Similarly, the demons took precautions against Levi. Those at the 8-ring level often paired up and rarely stood alone. Levi flowed with the current, prioritizing safety and maintaining a calm, disciplined attitude. At the same time, he sensed that Lo tracked him. This kept him on guard during his hunts and prevented him from focusing fully. He needed a suitable opportunity to draw out the snake and strike first rather than remaining passive. For more years passed. It was the 486th year of Nora, the 272nd year of the blood battle. Levi was 910 years old. In those 4 years, he reclaimed the top spot on the demon slaying list with 320 million points. The achievement left him unperturbed. His scroll lit up with messages. Harvest sent his congratulations on reaching the top again. Gatling told him to take a break and not overwork himself. The Light Divine Sword, Lucy, Emperor Mew, and Elena all sent their praise and well wishes. Levi looked at the messages, and a smile touched the corner of his mouth. Over the years, he had become acquainted with those ahead of him on the leaderboard. They had exchanged contact information. Competing with one another added to the fun. In the face of a common enemy, those people had no intention of backstabbing, likely because it would not have worked anyway. He replied to each of them politely, then spoke to himself. Miss Lucy congratulated me again. Taking first place calls for a celebration tonight. After responding, he intended to search for 100 flowers. Suddenly, a grin broke across his face. Lord Victor has been promoted to senior 7-ring status. That is not bad at all. It seems we will soon begin the operation. On the western godforsaken continent, a battlefield smoldered. A late-stage 7-ring sky anger demon, wrapped in endless fury, rampaged through the area. A demon hunting team led by a primordial soul wizard crumbled in an instant. Every member became prey to the sky anger demon. Ha! Such strength dares to come to the godforsaken continent. Do these wizards truly think defeating the burning expedition army makes them invincible? After clearing the battlefield, the demon, followed by a mass of flame demons and sky anger demons, headed towards other areas. Chapter 2204. Where do you think you are going? A 1,000-meter-tall demon-suppressing Ming King witch image appeared in front, like a 1,000-handed guanyin, striking with millions of palms. Radiant King shocking god palm. The sky anger demon's expression tightened. Gonduf, damn, the Gondor 3 heroes are here. The demon scattered the attack with its strong palm, but it suffered a heavy injury on its back and flew sideways. A red flame lion with snarling teeth and claws, and a muscled snowman emerged from the void to ambush it. A red flame little snake coiled around the lion's neck, revealing itself as Roman. Though its power was average, it could still inflict some harm on the sky anger demon, proving useful. The Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella emerged, locking down the void, and the Frost Sky 7 feather fan waved as ice flames swept across. The purple extreme holy dragon coiled around the sky, majestic in demeanor, while the holy infant donned a purple robe, purple hair flying, and eyes flickering with ice and fire brilliance. Damn it! The sky anger demon, though at the level 7 late stage, panicked. Over the years, the Gondor 3 heroes had killed more than a handful of level 7 late stage demons. The appearance of Gondor and the holy infant imposed tremendous pressure, and the demon knew the fiercest one was Lord Victor. These three had always been inseparable, like brothers. A transcendent voice arrived from high above. 7-star ceiling. The sword hummed across the sky. Heavenly flash 7 stars. 7 beams fell from the sky, encircling the sky anger demon. Sword chi like prison. Millions of sword chi erupted, nearly becoming the most terrifying slow death execution, instantly turning the sky anger demon into a bloody mess. Its formidable magic armor had already shattered. Die. The demon stomped on the earth, shaking the mountains, and sent waves of spell-like abilities toward the 3 heroes. Demon suppressing Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist. 13 dragon elephants. Gondopha's radiant King Marshal Way had improved. 13 terrifying dragon elephant phantoms unleashed, surging in succession. The holy infant's Purgatory 9 dragons and Cold Flame 7 phoenix fused, transformed into a purple evil sun, and exploded on the sky anger demon. Under the all-out, saturation attack of the 3 heroes, the sky anger demon could not hold out for long before collapsing, dying in vain. Suddenly, the sky cracked open. A giant hand covered the heavens, reaching for Lord Victor. It was a flame demon emitting a level 8 aura, standing thousands of meters tall, resembling a world-destroying demon king, its flames distorting the space within 100 miles. It is indeed you 3, die. The gigantic hand slapped down, leaving no room for resistance. Lord Victor's face shifted slightly. He formed a sword seal and pointed. Break. 7 secret swords transformed into a greatsword, colliding with the flaming giant hand with unstoppable force. A cry of agony rang out as countless flame demon blood and flesh scattered across the world. Under the terrifying assault, even the sealed void tore apart. 7 swords united, spirits soaring high, heavenly stars falling, gods bleeding. This was the strongest move of God Fallen 7 kill. Taking the opportunity, the 3 heroes each used their methods and fled quickly. Returning to the safety of the shelter, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Gondorf grumbled as he leaned against the wall. Killing level 7 demons is getting harder and harder. Those level 8 demons keep chasing the 3 of us. If desperate enough, I will call my real self over and slaughter them. Lord Victor recalled that recent sword move and spoke. After advancing to senior 7th ring, the power of my heavenly star sword formation can injure level 8 demons. Next, if our 3 cooperate, perhaps we can kill level 7 peak demons, or even a solitary level 8 one. But that is too risky, not worth it. The holy infant nodded. With your heavenly star sword formation's attack power, breaking the defense of a level 8 demon is definitely possible. However, Gondorf and I are too low in realm, holding you back with low margin for error. One mistake could lead to eternal oblivion. After we both advance to senior 7th ring, I will upgrade your wizard tools to top grade. Then perhaps we can try hunting level 8 early stage demons. If we achieve 7 rings perfection, it is more secure, and we can almost guarantee success. Gondorf agreed. That is right, no rush. The war merit for all 3 of us is close to 50 million. Before long, we can exchange for the Bright Moon artifact. By then, our strength can improve significantly. Lord Victor looked at his companions. Indeed, once Ace is senior 7th ring, we can finish God-Fallen Heavenly Star 13 kill array together. If the sword formation is accomplished, on the God-forsaken continent, we can walk like our real selves, unmatched, unless the level 9 shows up. The power of the Heavenly Star Sword formation was evident. His and the Holy Infant's decades of effort had not been wasted. The Holy Infant decided, demon hunting is temporarily paused. Next we seek our true self to discuss dealing with low hell. The 7th floor, Demon Fox Tribe. Purgatory Demon Sword laughed, excitement coursing through him. I succeeded. 22 witch marks. If not for Big Brother's encouragement, I would not have imagined my maximum would be here. The Purgatory Demon Sword felt excited. He had originally only aimed for 15 witch marks. For this day, he had stayed at the maximum 6th circle for hundreds of years, now already 1,200 years old. But it was all worth it. Without pushing himself, he would not know he was so extraordinary. He looked at the flame demon potion in his hand. My cultivation went so smoothly because of the nourishment from my 3 sisters. All are my big brother's thoughtful arrangements. He is so kind to me, I can never forget. Just this top quality breakthrough potion is invaluable, starting at 10 billion ether stone. The 3 sisters approached him. Are you about to advance to 7th ring? Purgatory Demon Sword replied. Yes, I am fully prepared. This advancement is almost guaranteed success. One of you will come with me outside. The advancement will be quite loud. Do not alarm the mistress. The other 2 should continue to serve her at home to avoid suspicion. The sorceress of the sensual realm stepped forward. I will go with you. Once you achieve 7th ring, we can delve into the 8 layers and hunt stronger beings. A month later, godforsaken continent. A grey-robed figure arrived here. It was Lo. His appearance grew ever more forlorn, his expression holding hints of urgency. Time waited for no one, moving closer to his final fate, yet he had not found Levi's whereabouts. Fortunately, not long ago, he received intelligence from the black market. The Dusk Palace Master was currently demon hunting on the godforsaken continent, and all of the Dusk Palace Master's travel patterns and locations were disclosed to Lo. Lo did not know the authenticity of the intelligence, but he could only take a desperate gamble. If after all this preparation, he failed to find the Dusk Palace Master, and died of old age, that would be a joke. Lo, hang in there. Chapter 2205. Inside a sanctuary on the godforsaken continent, Levi stood ready. Before him, his 3 avatars, Gandalf, Lord Victor, and the Holy Infant, dissolved into streaks of light. They merged into his body, becoming one. He spoke into the empty room. The fishhook and bait are set. Let us see when Lo takes the bait. He would act simultaneously with the 3 avatars. While the cultivation level of his 3 counterparts was not high, each possessed extraordinary skills. They held divine access, and were equipped with top-quality 7-ring witch artifacts and rare treasures. The trio joining forces could shake a level 8 opponent. With Lopez added to the mix, they could fight as a level 8 combatant. Levi needed to ensure his actions remained foolproof. Soon, 100 Flowers arrived. She paced the small chamber, her brow furrowed. Are you certain that Lo Wizard will come to trouble you? Levi remained calm. There is a 90% chance. If not, all the better. I would prefer to be overthinking this. I actually do not want to oppose a wizard, but he is the one forcing my hand. 100 Flowers paused. I investigated Lo Wizard's data. He seems to have achieved 7-ring perfection only recently. He is far from the maximum spiritual force for that rank. He cannot be your match. You have publicly displayed your strength by killing an early-stage level 8 demon. If he dares to plot against you despite knowing your current power and status, he surely has the backing of level 8 allies, possibly more than one. She continued. Moreover, this person is nearly 3,000 years old. He might fall within decades, and he possesses no family heritage in the wizard world. People like him harbor a death wish. Their motives and purposes cannot be judged by common sense. When the time comes, he will undoubtedly fight you desperately with no scruples. Levi let out a short laugh. I have been rewarded with a 1,000-year Turtle King fruit bounty from the Council of 10,000 Clans. Lo is surely risking it all for this treasure. Therefore, I do not dare to be arrogant. I have summoned the 3 avatars and you. 100 Flowers thought for a while, tapping her chin. How about inviting Triss as well? I can rely on the Wizard Tower. With Triss, I am confident of contending against an 8th circle wizard. Plus your 3 avatars, Lopez, the dragon descendant giant, and the 7-ring formation. These strengths combined, even if 3 level 8 opponents come, we could resist for a while. Levi considered this. Wouldn't this be too much of an extravaganza? 100 Flowers smiled. Asking will not hurt. What if Triss wants to join? Triss spends years in seclusion and alchemy. She mostly battles the lords of the nightmare world, rarely having real combat opportunities like this. Moreover, you have the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Just like last time against the ancient forces, Triss and I can hide inside. If you can handle it, we will not come out. Levi nodded. Very well, I will contact Madame Triss. Nightmare World. Triss's Wizard Tower. The 6-ring breakthrough potion is finally about to be completed. Every new primordial soul breakthrough potion, once launched, earns considerable war merits in the Congress. Triss sorted through her experimental data. These files represented the fruits of centuries of research and achievement. The nightmare world truly is a wonderful place. Triss knew the high echelon of the wizard world was once passionate about researching the nightmare world. Since the Dreamland Steeple incident of the School of Dreams, that research was urgently halted. Currently, only Levi possessed the means to safely enter and exit the nightmare world. The Tower of Dawn had also established a specific department for the School of Dreams to research dreams, illusions, and nightmare magic in the nightmare world. Triss served as an advisor to this department. Although not a member of the School of Dreams, her realm was evident and her knowledge vast. In terms of understanding the nightmare world, apart from Levi, none could compare. Seeing Levi appear in the communication channel, Triss coughed lightly. Recently, I discovered some interesting information. Levi replied. What is it? Triss leaned back. The inheritance of the Dreamland Steeple seems not to have ceased. They were merely trapped inside the maze of Lost Monarch's body. It is rumored to be a unique dimension, akin to the divine kingdom of the Heavenly Fathers. One can only enter, not exit. Lost Monarch keeps these wizards and their progeny as punishment for capturing Pan. Levi sighed. Lost Monarch. I have heard of this being. It is quite powerful. The Dreamland Steeple group is rather pitiful. They exist perpetually trapped in a nightmare, endless reincarnation, unable to escape. It is a fate worse than death. Triss agreed. Indeed, researching the unknown comes at a cost. By the way, did you have something in mind when you reached out to me? Levi spoke with sincerity. Madam, I would like to request your assistance once more. I am likely to go up against a tricky spy of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Triss did not even ask who it was. She simply asked, sure, when? Who else is coming? Levi hesitated. Madam, are you not worried that the enemy is strong, and that you will be in danger? Triss curled her lips. She could not help but smile. If the enemies were really strong, you would not ask me. You surely have confidence, but only 9/10. That is why I am here to make up the last tenth, is it not? I do know you well. Levi laughed. Madam understands me. Indeed so. Let me fill you in on this person's situation. After listening, Triss nodded. Low Wizard is quite renowned in the School of Death. I did not expect him to be a spy. Share the location with me. I will head to the godforsaken continent to meet you and 100 Flowers. Chapter 2206. A few days later, Triss arrived and hid alongside Elena, within the ancient Banyan fairyland. The mission promised to be brief. The power of the ancient dragon continent had grown beyond its humble beginnings. Even without a seven-circle wizard present, the organization faced no issue. Levi identified the culprit as Lo. Through divination, he pinpointed the general area of Lo's activity in the Endless Sea. Long ago, he had placed agents in black markets, taverns, and various other locales, luring Lo step by step toward the godforsaken continent. The stage was set for Levi to strike. Throughout this period, Levi kept his recording wizard tool active. If Lo refrained from violence, all remained well. If Lo attacked, Levi possessed proof of self-defense. If he killed Lo, the Wizard Council would have no grounds for complaint. If Lo acted as a spy for the Council of 10,000 clans, further clues would surely exist upon him. Such evidence would make slaying Lo even more justifiable. Levi remained thoroughly prepared for the impending battle. Half a year later, in the ancient Banyan fairyland, a girl with shoulder-length golden hair wore a pale green gauze dress. She sat under the banyan tree, clutching a deck of cards, and laughed. He, I am the landowner. Elena wore dragon armor. Her wavy golden hair was tied back, and she looked smart and valiant. You are sure to lose this hand, she stated. Triss maintained a professional, scholar-like air, her black hair piled high. Indeed, she agreed with confidence. Nearby, the music fungus played a cheerful tune associated with the game. Lopez squatted close by, resembling a child watching elders play chess. Elena turned toward the air. Levi, what is the situation outside? Has that person arrived yet? Levi's voice echoed in response. Not yet. I suspect he got lost. After all, he has searched for me for years without success. The three women worried that the enemy might attack at any moment. They dared not immerse themselves in deep cultivation. Out of boredom, Mana taught the other two the card game Levi had introduced to her. They spent their time playing the game under the tree, chatting, and enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. It felt like a glimpse into the retirement life Mana enjoyed. Far away, in the dreamy cloud swamp, the turtle prime minister sat within his water mansion. Ha ha ha. I broke through. I broke through. The single-horned dragon turtle roared toward the sky, startling a group of the dragon clan. Ratty, did you break through to level 6? The earthquake dragon trio looked on, incredulous. Ratty spoke in a languid but excited tone. No, I just broke through to the peak of level 5. The dragon clan remained silent. The third earthquake dragon, Trist, breathed a sigh of relief. I thought so. How could Ratty progress so fast? That would make me look so stupid. The Black Lotus beast spoke solemnly. Do not mock Ratty. Although their growth is slow, hope remains for them to reach level 8 in the future. It simply takes time. The blood-sucking demon dragon suddenly became sentimental. Perhaps after all of us are dead, Ratty will still be alive. By then, only the little ash dragon would remain among us heavenly dragon generals and earth dragon generals. The Black Lotus beast shook his head. No matter. Getting through life and death smoothly already surpasses most of the wandering dragons out there. Let us not forget our mission. We exist at the Dragon Palace to shelter more homeless dragons. We aim to become the #1 dragon organization across the multidimensional plane, echoing throughout the universe. We, the first-generation elders, will surely be remembered by future dragon clans. While the dragons felt this swell of emotion, a giant blood-colored crystal within the cave heaven-blessed land of Heavenly Wind Canyon began to crack. Web-like fractures spread across its surface. A powerful aura leaked out, rising toward the sky. In an instant, wild winds and dark clouds gathered within a 50-mile radius. The commotion alarmed the Dragon Palace members and the three women playing cards. What is happening? Such a strong aura, Elena asked. Mana gestured for calm. Do not panic. Judging by the direction, the Dragon Clan member Levi previously took in is awakening. It is not an enemy. Shock crossed the face of Triss. This aura rivals that of a seven-circle perfect wizard. Levi, this guy. Where did he find such a powerful Dragon Clan member? Did he discover the old nest of the Dragon Clan? For ordinary wizards, possessing even one subdragon provided a source of great pride. It proved sufficient to uphold family heritage and guard clan fortune. Yet Levi possessed a whole nest of them. Levi felt the alarm as well. He hurried to the scene to find a crowd of Dragon Clan members gathered, watching the wind dust dragon intently. Everyone step back a bit, Levi ordered. The Heavenly Leisure Dragon General experienced a change and slept for too long. He might not recognize friends and family. I fear you will get hurt accidentally. All members of the Dragon Palace moved back, hiding in the distance. Boom. The blood-colored crystal shattered. Dragon roars resounded. A white giant dragon emerged across the sky. Its wingspan reached nearly 2,000 meters. It shone white and translucent as jade, with dreamlike white flame clouds swirling around it. The breeze caressed its scales. The giant dragon rose like a feather, exuding a late-stage level 7 aura. It looked around with confused eyes. Having slept for almost 200 years, 3 soul-searching questions surfaced in its mind. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? It spotted the black-armored swordsman standing with arms crossed. Sudden awareness dawned upon the beast. Where is my master? Who are you? Without further ado, it stirred up an endless storm, sweeping toward Levi. The dragon felt shock at the realization that its abilities had improved countless times compared to its state before sleeping. A casual strike now held more power than a full-force strike from the past. It remembered only that its master had permitted it to ingest the essence and bloodline crystal of a pure-blooded dragon clan member, after which it fell asleep. Now it did not even know the current year. The contract left by its former master seemed to have dissipated. This indicated he was already dead. Chapter 2207. The wind dust dragon stood tall. Power coursed through its veins, overflowing with confidence. It unleashed a thunderous voice that echoed in all directions, demanding, "Having met the dragon, why are you not kneeling?" In the distance, the people of the Dragon Palace watched in astonishment. What is with the heavenly leisure dragon general? Is this the way to speak to the Dragon King? Exactly. It is rebelling. It is over. It is going to suffer. Levi's face turned cold. A golden force field emerged around him. He stood firm in the gale, capable of tearing the void apart. The wind dust dragon realized the gale proved ineffective. It opened its mouth, unleashing an air cannon brimming with a destructive aura. The cannon had barely left its jaws when Levi sliced it open with a single sword. The shockwave dissipated as Levi invoked the wind illusion realm. The dragon turned to flee. Its late-stage level 7 attack had failed to shake the opponent. Panic clawed at its throat. How could it fight this? A boom shook the air. The giant ape stepped over rivers, blocking the path of the wind dust dragon. It glared with ill intent and commanded, "Go back, heavenly leisure dragon general." The dragon blinked, dumbfounded. "I am not called the heavenly leisure dragon general. I am called." A rumble rolled across the horizon. The sky and earth changed colors. In the blink of an eye, 6 awe-inspiring giant dragon phantoms surrounded the beast. Red flames soared, golden light shone for miles, wind and thunder collided, and a blood sea stretched boundlessly. 6 terrifying anomalies dominated the sky, shaking the hearts of all who watched. Levi smiled. "Heavenly leisure dragon general, return." The majesty pressed down. The wind dust dragon's blood trembled uncontrollably. The confidence born from its surge in power vanished instantly. It did not understand why everyone called it the heavenly leisure dragon general, but it prostrated itself. "Heavenly leisure dragon general greets the Lord." Levi established the master dragon covenant and smiled. The heavenly leisure dragon general slept too long this time and lost its memory. Just do not let it happen again. I will not pursue it this time. Take these dragon scale fruits. The wind dust dragon did not know what the fruits were, but they smelled like heaven. The scent alone promised immortality. "Thank you, Lord." Levi extracted some of the dragon's bloodline. After research and testing, the results lay clear. The wind illusion dragon bloodline factor within the beast was extraordinarily rich. Although it remained a wind dust dragon, it had undergone a mutation. Advancing to level 8 in the future would not be a problem. A white bead rested inside, emitting a hazy, precious light with flame clouds drifting around it. It seems like a dragon ball from a previous life. Levi felt that after this metamorphosis, the dragon had a chance to return to its ancestors and re-enter the wind illusion dragon realm. This is wonderful. If I can obtain a pure-blooded dragon clan in the future, then this dragon palace will truly live up to its name. On this day, Levi finished hunting a small demon tribe. Suddenly, black lines appeared in the void, spreading into the distance. These lines descended from the sky and burrowed into the ground, forming a prison covering 100 square miles. Levi gripped the air, pulling with his full strength, but the void would not tear. He remained calm, looking ahead. In the void, scarlet flames appeared. They filled the prison. A giant shadow floated in the blood sea, part dragon, part bat. Its wings resembled twin blood lakes. Atop the dragon head stood a black-robed wizard, exuding the aura of 7 rings perfection. His face was aged, shrouded in the aura of decline, but his eyes remained sharp, filled with determined killing intent. Lo spoke. "Sir Levi, it is our first meeting." Levi smiled faintly. "You have arrived." Lo's expression changed. "How did you know I was coming? Are you ambushing me?" Levi had escaped the hands of level 8 demons multiple times. He possessed divination methods. Driven by the despair of a limited lifespan, Lo had forgotten this fact. He calmed down and smiled. "It seems you are prepared. If you have more tricks, feel free to use them. Today it is either your death or mine. I have made up my mind to die today." Levi countered. "You are an undercover agent for the Council of 10,000 Clans, targeting me for the Turtle King fruit." Lo growled. "There is no use in talking. I will take your head." He raised his hand, executing an innate spell aimed at Levi. "Everyone move. Capture him quickly." A rumble shook the space. A pitch-black chain appeared in the void, like a black python, encircling Levi. A blood flame flow slashed through the void, shooting straight at him. The 9-headed emperor appeared behind Levi, gripping swords in both hands. He slashed down, and a mighty sword chi river surged into the void. With a roar, a strangely shaped giant beast appeared out of thin air, bearing a sword wound on its body. This beast resembled a tiger or leopard, but obsidian-like dragon scale armor covered it. Hundreds of pitch-black chains floated around its abdomen. Its head looked like a normal dragon head. Levi recognized the creature. It was the black prison beast. It was as rare as the black lotus beast among the subdragon species. While not as strong in direct combat as the black lotus beast, it excelled in void travel and space imprisonment. It was a born space master, and extremely difficult to deal with. He had tasked the 3 sisters with investigating the clues for the Black Prison King, and he held a general idea of its appearance, though he remained uncertain until now. Chapter 2208. The other blood-colored giant beast is just as rare. It exists on the same level as the blood-sucking demon dragon. It is a blood-slaughter bat dragon in its complete form. It already possesses level 8 strength and is equally hard to encounter. Levi recalls the secret medicine he used to upgrade his scarlet dragon breathing technique. It came from Lo. Back then, he sent people to investigate. He wanted to know the owner of the blood-slaughter bat dragon. He hoped to acquire it. What a grand gesture from Lo. To deal with him, Lo deployed 2 level 8 top-level sub-dragons. Since that is the case, Levi gladly accepts the gift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of light emerged from the void. Gondif, Lord Victor, and Fire Dragon Ace appeared. Lo's expression shifted as he stared at the arrivals. What is going on? Why are the Gondor 3 heroes here? Why are they listening to the Dusk Palace Master? Could these 3 be merely avatars of the Dusk Palace Master? They seem as close as brothers. Doubt crept into his mind. Lo felt his resolve crumbling before the fight had even begun. He could accept the Dusk Palace Master slaying level 8 demons or foreseeing his actions. But if those formidable figures, the Gondor 3 heroes, were all avatars of the Dusk Palace Master, he could not accept it. How could such imposing figures exist under this sky? The 3 avatars coordinated their movements. Gondif stood at the front with the demon-suppressing Ming King and a top-grade wizard tool. The Holy Infant took the rear. Lord Victor held the middle, weaving the Heavenly Star Sword formation. They charged to slay Lo. The 9-colored Emperor utilized powerful, innate spells and primordial soul spells to entangle the Black Prison Beast. The Black Prison Beast roared, "Damn it, Lo. You deceived me. You did not mention the Dusk Palace Master being this strong. Our cooperation is null. Goodbye." The beast prioritized escape. It removed the shackles locking the void. Its body flickered with black sparkles. Circles of space ripples radiated outward, turning the area within 100 miles into a mirror surface. The Black Prison Beast vanished into the ripples, disappearing completely. Even though the 9-colored Emperor tried desperately to stop it, the attempt proved in vain. Levi remained tranquil. He had already located the lair of the Black Prison Beast. The beast remained unaware that Levi possessed this information. It would likely not relocate. Levi could wait until he enhanced his power further. Once he had the means to control it, he would subdue it. Since he had discovered it, this Black Prison Beast was destined to be his sooner or later. Seeing the Black Prison Beast flee, Lo panicked. He was being pummeled by the 3 avatars without a chance to retaliate. Initially, relying on the Black Prison Beast, he had the confidence to duel Levi. Now, left with only the Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon and himself, there was nothing left to fight for. The battle ended before it even began. The situation was entirely different than he had anticipated. Lo's face showed despair. Farewell. The Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon battled fiercely with Levi. They fought like 2 ancient ferocious beasts, energy waves tearing the sky dome and shattering the earth. Lo exerted his utmost. He burned his spiritual force, bombarding them with innate spells, yet Gondif and the Holy Infant resolved them one by one. 7 stars seeking life. Along with the formation of the Bida 7 stars sword array, endless sword chi overwhelmed Lo. His protective force field did not last long before shattering swiftly. His body ruptured into pieces, turning into chunks of meat. Lo's aged primordial soul floated out. It stood there unmoving, merely gazing at the sword chi surrounding him, his expression unyielding. Why is the world so unfair? Why? He merely wanted to obtain a Turtle King fruit to extend his lifespan by 1,000 years and elevate to the 8th circle, yet he faced such setbacks. Meanwhile, the Dusk Palace Master was an unreachable shining presence to Lo, the most dazzling star in the sky. He achieved fame young, was revered by thousands, and would be remembered in history. None of this had any relation to Lo. With the net spread, Leon flew out from the ancient Banyan fairyland. He dragged Lo's primordial soul into it, only to have it dispersed by Lopez's strike. The primordial soul began to disintegrate. Elemental power scattered, spiritual force vanished, and the truth trace faded away. Even the soul was taken. Lo's appearance to death was but a fleeting moment, like an ephemeral bloom. Triss and Elena stood there, dazed. What happened? Is it over? We have been here playing landlord cards for months. Outside, with Lo's death, the contract binding the Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon naturally dissolved. The Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon had loathed Lo all along. It had only been forced into a contract, just like the Black Lotus Beast back then. Now with the contract broken, it unleashed all its might. It erupted in negative energy flames like a blood-colored sun, exploding with a boom. Human, I have no desire to be your enemy. Before I was merely coerced. Why not settle with that? The Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon spoke. Levi and the 9-colored Emperor encircled it. Levi's feet turned into hooks, piercing into the Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon's body. His sharp tooth-shaped sword pierced into the dragon's scales. Settle. In your dreams. I saved you and granted you freedom. How should you repay me? The Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon spoke. I know some of Lo's treasure locations, including the truth oddities that you wizards love. You just need to release me, and I will tell you. Levi thought for a moment. Then I truly cannot let you go. He replied. Not enough. Recognize me as your master, and become my subordinate. I might spare your life. The Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon replied coldly. Human, do not push a dragon too hard. I am a dignified level 8 Dragon Clan member. How could I humbly accept being below others? Since you insist on courting death, I will fight you to the bitter end. Levi had the 3 avatars encircle it, their various attacks relentlessly bombarding its massive body. Chapter 2209. Fight to the death with me, you are overthinking. Levi stood before the massive beast, his gaze cold and unimpressed. Seeing the blood slaughter bat dragon unwilling to submit, he stopped wasting words. He raised a hand, and the nine-colored emperor surged forward, unleashing an array of innate spells. Levi chanted, his voice resonant as he followed with primordial soul spells, the seven suns falling domain, and the thunder beast technique, layering over one another. A massive explosion ripped through the air. The terrifying blast shattered the tough dragon scales of the blood slaughter bat dragon, leaving it bloodied and battered. Levi winced, his heart aching at the damage done to such a valuable creature. I will ask you again, are you willing to submit to me? I truly hate to see you suffer. The blood slaughter bat dragon stared at him, its large eyes blinking in confusion. If you do not want me to suffer, stop hitting me. The dragon poured all of its strength into one final effort, breaking through the blockade of the three avatars. It tried to escape with Levi into the void, only to find the man securely attached, completely unmoved. The nine-colored emperor walked on the thin air, the shark-tooth-shaped sword, and innate spells bombarding the beast's body. Another massive boom rocked the sky. In the wilderness several thousand miles away, the body of the blood slaughter bat dragon fell from the void, smashing through several mountain peaks and cracking the earth beneath it. Levi clung to the beast like a leech, refusing to let go. The black soul demon tower appeared out of nowhere, the death storm domain engulfing the creature, as the dark evil soul wielding the death god scythe struck. Maya and the 7th level shadow Levi just acquired appeared, pinning the beast to the ground. Lopez arrived, his bone clubs raised high and striking down fiercely. At the cloud tops, 6 giant dragon phantom heads radiated a fearsome majesty, their mere aura crushing the dragon's spirit and its will to fight. The dragon's voice echoed with a heavy, pained vibration. I am willing to submit. Stop hitting me. Having tasted enough hardship under Lo, the dragon could not believe it could be worse here. Moreover, this person's power far surpassed that of Lo, appearing to be an exceptional genius among wizards. Truly submitting would not be disadvantageous. Levi approached with his shark-tooth-shaped sword, standing on the creature's head. Very good, sign the Master Dragon Covenant, and I will have them stop. After the blood slaughter bat dragon submitted, Levi's joy was evident. I actually have an 8th level subdragon species, heaven assists me. After cleaning the battleground, he enclosed Lo in the ancient Banyan fairyland and swiftly departed. Inside the undead spirit steeple, a wizard with sallow cheeks like a skeleton, clad in a sinister black robe, gazed suspiciously at the shattered soul token. Lo has fallen, the wizard hissed. Alas, in the end, defeated by time. A pity, with a few decades short of the average lifespan of a 7-circle wizard, he seemed to have a blood slaughter bat dragon as a pet. Who knows where it ended up before his death. This emaciated wizard was Lo's teacher and tower master of the undead spirit steeple, possessing 8-circle perfect cultivation. A few years ago, Lo had bade him goodbye, saying he was going on a journey. He knew Lo feared that after his natural death, someone would seize his blood slaughter bat dragon, so Lo likely arranged his affairs, passing on his legacy to descendants hidden in the wizard world. Therefore, the outcome today was expected, without much surprise. Regardless, a primordial soul's fall calls for a funeral. 7 days later, Lo's funeral at the undead spirit steeple was attended by few. His withdrawn nature left him with few friends, and in death, few cared. The wizard council's enforcer arrived, confirmed the situation, and learned Lo had died of old age. The enforcer completed procedures without further investigation, as the war kept everyone busy. Such natural life cycles were usual, and the council had grown accustomed to them. In the 8th layer of hell, a gloomy aura permeated the cave of grievances. A black giant beast phantom emerged out of nowhere, looking fearful, and muttering to itself. That damned Lo almost got me too. Is this what he called a level 7 late-stage expert? It looked at the horrific wound on its stomach. It was almost healed, yet it indicated that the Dusk Palace Master held the power to break defenses and inflict pain. Having maneuvered through hell for millennia, the black prison beast was acutely aware of danger. Luckily, I am hidden. Residing in hell, the Dusk Palace Master should not trouble me, but I must stay prepared. I heard in the wizard world, this one is notable. Thinking this, the black prison beast contacted an acquaintance. A projection appeared in the void, an alluring figure of unprecedented beauty from front to back, tempting, yet topped by a grisly human skull. Esteemed sister, recall interacting with the Dusk Palace Master. How is his strength? The skull belonged to the Death Demoness. Unexpectedly, it turned out she was the black prison beast's esteemed sister. What? The Death Demoness asked. You troubled the Dusk Palace Master? No, the black prison beast said. Just upon request, I briefly clashed with him, then retreated. It should be unknown to him, he has no knowledge of my whereabouts. Mind your own interests, the Death Demoness said. This one is powerful, with deep backing. It is hard to provoke him. Even my sister, Lady Whitebone, is rather wary of him. The black prison beast gasped. What? Lady Whitebone is a level 9 expert. The Death Demoness sneered. The Dusk Palace Master's growth potential is horrifying. He is bound to reach level 9 eventually, it is just a matter of time. That is why after stealing my netherworld soul date tree, I did not confront him. The black prison beast fretted. What now? You are clever, help me devise a plan. To be cautious, to avoid discovery, the Death Demoness advised, you had better leave the 8th layer. Go to the 9th layer. Wizard methods are diverse. You are not entirely safe here. Chapter 2210. The black prison beast paced, its distress palpable. The situation had become unexpectedly troublesome. I will listen to you, the beast grumbled, its gaze shifting to the shadows. I will go to the 9th layer to lay low, and when it is safe, I will come back. In the land of darkness, a world of swamps, the underwater palace sat silent. Blood Vortex Venerable stared into the dark depths of the water. His consciousness reached out, only to find the void where his strongest duplication had once stood. It was not the fading of age, but the violent severance caused by the hand of the Dusk Palace Master. The path of a wizard truly offers no escape, he muttered. Stuck in the cycle of life, without fortune or talent, everything eventually reduces to dust. He drifted through the currents of the palace. The Dusk Palace Master possesses a toughness that defies reason. No wonder he commands the price of a Turtle King fruit. He has grown beyond the point of easy containment. Only a level 9 power could finish him now, but such force would alert the council, and the cost would outweigh the gain. He gestured to the empty water. Ordinary methods fail. Individual strength proves limited. I have only one option left. I will spread hatred. I will lure others to join the crusade against the Twilight Demon, burying the wizard civilization and the Dusk Palace Master beneath the rubble. 1 month later, the tension surrounding Lo vanished. The lingering sense of danger that had haunted Levi dissipated, leaving him feeling lighter. Before, in the forsaken land of the god, a hostile presence had lingered, but the sensation of hatred had evaporated. Levi could not pinpoint the cause, though he welcomed the relief. He enjoyed seizing treasures, but he had no desire to live under a constant threat. Word reached him that the funeral for the Lo wizard had concluded. Both the Death Tower and the Wizard Council accepted the passing as natural. Lo had been nearing the end of his cycle. 7 circle wizards lived an average of 3,000 years, and many faded away by 2,900. Levi let the previous concerns dissolve. Lo had become a ghost of the past. 100 Flowers and the Gondor 3 heroes returned to the godforsaken continent to resume their demon-hunting journey. Triss traveled back to the ancient dragon continent to continue her research into the Nightmare series potions. Levi took stock of Lo's spoils. The haul proved meager. As a 7-circle perfection wizard, Lo carried only 300 million tie stone cash. There were no soul stones, no curiosities, only one 7-circle soul artifact, which the Heavenly Star Sword formation had already shattered. Levi kept the few remaining primordial soul spells as spares. The inventory yielded one treasure of note, a tool used to control the blood-slaughter bat dragon. It was an 8-circle exotic treasure named the Dragon Trapping Lock. It could force subdragons and dragon descendants, even pure-blooded dragons of level 8 or below, into submission. Still, the control it exerted fell far short of Levi's own dragon's might and crimson enslavement. Lo had been desperate to ascend to the 8th circle, but he had fallen short, Levi mused. Had I not killed him, he would have perished soon enough. Lo had left behind one final boon. A bright moon-level death anomaly sat in the Dragon Fall Valley, a location Levi visited often, and one Lo had frequented. Levi went to check immediately. The item remained in gestation, carefully hidden by Lo. Death sect oddities were rare, and Levi anticipated the discovery. As for the black prison beast, Levi decided to leave it alone for the time being. He lacked the strength to capture it cleanly, and he preferred to improve his own standing before attempting a confrontation, lest he alert the creature. In the nightmare world, the heavenly slaughter dragon general, the blood slaughter bat dragon, soared through the sky. A host of dragon generals followed close behind, eager to see a level 8 dragon clan member join the ranks of the Dragon Palace. They familiarized the newcomer with the nightmare world, their second home. 1 month after joining, the blood slaughter bat dragon found the experience agreeable. The master did not abuse it. He only requested routine blood checks, claiming they benefited the health of the dragon. The other Dragon Palace members confirmed this was true. Better yet, the dragon received the dragon scale fruit, a holy relic of the dragon clan that the miserly Lo had refused to purchase at auction. The achievements of the blood slaughter bat dragon were now fueled by its own efforts. The Dragon Palace offered an appealing environment, filled with simple-hearted brothers and sisters. The leadership even assigned mates. The Dragon King promised that hard work would yield everything. It even crossed paths with pure-blooded ash dragons and the legendary water disaster giant ape. It had truly stumbled into an organization with a bright future. The Wind Dust Dragon, embracing its identity as the Heavenly Leisure Dragon General, felt the same. The ancient Banyan Fairyland served as a true paradise. There was no need to dodge the covetous eyes of external wizards. It simply grew, free to explore new worlds in the nightmare. Levi stood by the window in the Wizard Tower of Triss. He watched the distant dragon clan, his heart filled with the joy of his gains. I remember during the auction, that pure-blooded giant dragon, the guardian of the sleeping dragon realm, was inviting you, Triss noted, leaning against the frame. Yes, that dragon senior saved me once, Levi replied. Later, it went to sleep, likely due to the battle with the Black Sunday. When it wakes, I will visit and thank it personally. Triss laughed softly. I just feel that someday you could gather all the wizards' dragon clan into your harem. Levi smiled. I hope so, he thought. 6 months later, in the land of darkness, on a small abandoned plain, the Black Dragon Wizard examined the intelligence reports. His expression darkened. The Dusk Palace Master still breathes, yet Lo is dead, he muttered. The scowl on the face of the Blood Vortex Venerable suggests Lo's actions failed. He was counterkilled by the Dusk Palace Master. I knew it. A man capable of killing a level 8 demon is not easy to handle. He let out a sharp breath. Fortunately, I made a decisive choice and backed away immediately. The Turtle King fruit is fine, but a man needs to be alive to claim it. The Black Dragon Wizard felt a grim satisfaction at his own wisdom. Chapter 2211. In life, one must learn to reconcile with oneself. If you cannot win, give up. The Black Dragon Wizard stared ahead. He would never proactively participate in the Dusk Palace Master's hunting operations. Whoever wanted to go could go. As for Gonduf, some planning remained possible. This person served as an important leader in the body refining department and a body refining genius. He surely possessed many good items, especially Gonduf's body tempering technique. If he could obtain it and verify it against his own, he might step into the Nine Rings body refining realm. Gonduf stayed with the other two at all times, so he needed a chance to catch him alone. When faced with the Dusk Palace Master, the Black Dragon Wizard lacked confidence. However, against Gonduf, who only possessed a 7-ring ordinary cultivation, he remained confident. In the path of magic spells, he did not excel currently, but in the body refining path, he would not allow anyone in the wizard world to outmatch him. The Black Dragon Wizard considered himself the true king of body refining. In the Blood River world, a blood moon hung high in the sky. A vast blood-colored river flowed majestically from an unknown origin to an unknown destination. It formed a ring encircling the Blood River world. Countless tributaries, like blood vessel threads, stretched into the void. True souls of the Blood Clan surged into the main artery from these tributaries, disappearing without a trace. Powerful auras remained entrenched within the Blood River. A giant beast with a height of 3,000 meters and ferocious blood scales covering its body opened its eyes. The scales shifted as it spoke. So Lo was defeated after all. It is good I did not go myself. I did not expect the Dusk Palace Master to have grown to such an extent. No wonder Lord Blood God holds him in such high regard. Time passed. 4 years later, in the year 490 of Nora, a 914-year-old Levi opened the demon-slaying list in the Endless Sea, Outer Region Zone 12. His points reached 500 million. The Destruction Realm Thunder, in second place, held only 380 million. Both the Light Divine Sword and Hand of Fire God barely broke the 300 million mark. He stood far ahead. For a long time, no one could surpass him. He scrolled down the leaderboard. Elena had become a master in the top 20, with 49 million points and 44 million war merits. In a few years, she should be able to exchange for a bright moon artifact. Her rapid progress stemmed from the Wizard Tower and her companion spiritual creature. The Gonda 3 heroes had all made it into the top 30 on the leaderboard. Gondaf held 40 million points, Lord Victor 39 million, and Holy Infant 38.9 million. These 3 brothers stuck together all day and followed each other closely on the points leaderboard. Their cooperative demon hunting efforts divided the war merits evenly. In past years, the Gondar 3 heroes' demon lord hunts compared to those of an ace battle group. They accumulated a considerable amount of materials and capital for their arrays, weapon making, and pharmaceutical endeavors. Solar Ya of the Mountain Giant Wizard Group saw a significant increase in war merits after advancing to 7 rings perfection. She started demon hunting early, so her points exceeded those of the 100 Flowers, surpassing 50 million. Vice Commander Laplace held points around 30 million. It was the 276th year since the blood battle began. This civil war had lasted almost 300 years, as long as a mundane dynasty's lifespan, yet it remained only in its early stages. In recent years, all 7-ring wizards in the top 20 of the leaderboard exchanged for bright moon artifacts, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. This significantly enhanced the overall power of the 7-ring wizards. 4 ordinary 7-ring wizards, exchanging 7-ring limited sun refining artifacts, while at the 7-ring realm remained unrealistic. If they possessed the ability, they would prioritize advancing to the 8th circle to pursue the 8-ring limited sun refining artifacts. However, the freakish existences in the top 10 of the leaderboard, like the Light Divine Sword and Gatling, likely stayed in the realm for a while before advancing to the 8th circle. On one hand, they aimed to brand more witch marks. On the other hand, they wanted to exchange for sun refining artifacts, then advance to the 8th circle perfectly, and continue working hard to exchange for 8-ring limited sun refining artifacts. So far, though the wizard world lost many primordial soul wizards, many new primordial souls emerged. These wizards, forged through centuries of war, possessed the potential to advance further and become pillars of the wizard world. On the 7th level demon slaying list, Supernova Link, with a 6th circle senior cultivation, used the secret sword array to break into the top 20 on the leaderboard. The number of demon lords who died at his hands exceeded 10, including some late-stage level 6 demons. Link also exchanged for his own Morning Star artifact. Unfortunately, it did not belong to the metal faction. He spent some effort and exchanged with someone to obtain the Silver King badge, a Morning Star level oddity. After refining it, the benefits multiplied. Besides enhancing spiritual force, he acquired the metal faction's characteristic talent, Silver Will. He already possessed the Child of Gold element talent, and he shone even brighter. Link obtained his life's first companion spiritual creature named Silver King Sword Armor. He had refined many earth and sky level oddities, but he had not gained a companion spiritual being before. The Silver King Sword Armor took the form of armor. When used, the companion spiritual creature manifested around him, transforming into a silver battle armor. Blades like a sword-toothed dragon protruded from the back of the armor. The armor looked incredibly stylish and allowed for blades to launch at enemies, hence the name sword armor. The sword armor fit perfectly with Link's sword array techniques. Since its inception, Link became unbeatable in battles of the same level. The average 6th circle perfection wizard simply could not match him. Chapter 2212. Link's abilities in the Chi sect progressed rapidly. He is now a level 5 Chi sect member. If he can attain the shattering void like Victor and comprehend the shattered invisible sword Chi, he will be even more adept on the battlefield. Victor and Link, through the road of the White Emperor Sword Sept, have once again brought more attention to the declining Golden Stone Chi sect. Young men and women of the Panda clan now frequently set their sights on the Golden Stone Sept, dreaming of becoming sword cultivators, slaying demons, and galloping across the battlefield. Similarly, the Supernova Fire Dragon Knight, who belongs to the ancient Dragon Continent, has become even more formidable after advancing to level 6 late stage. Along with the Fire Dragon Apostle group under his command, he has made a significant name in the wizard world, becoming a combat organization comparable to the elite wizard groups. The Fire Dragon Knight currently ranks 15th on the demon slaying list, competing with an array of 600-year or older 6th circle perfection old monsters. He has many admirers in the wizard world, including several primordial soul witches from top wizard organizations, who are both extremely beautiful and have high statuses. But the Fire Dragon Knight lacks interest. If someone wants to become his woman, they must join the ancient Dragon Continent, otherwise, there are too many restrictions and troubles. Blood Knight and Black Knight have both appeared in the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list, ensuring that it is not just the solitary brilliance of the Fire Dragon Knight. The exposure for knights is more than ample. The Shadow Queen, one of the twins, ranks 17th on the list. After refining the Morning Star level oddity Shadow Dragon's heart, her shadow army, including the ability of shadow magic, has significantly improved. Moreover, she has birthed an accompanying spiritual creature, Lonely Shadow Flying Dragon, which possesses a powerful ability to traverse and ensure survival, and can summon a small number of shadow creatures for combat, greatly enhancing the Shadow Queen's combat capabilities far beyond her actual realm. Levi took stock. Surprisingly, the ancient Dragon Continent occupies 4 seats within the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list, which is much better than he had expected. The competition on the 6th circle wizards list is far more intense than on the 7th circle, with thousands of level 6 experts vying for the supreme position. Traditional factions like Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water are giants occupying half of the territory. Time flies. Not only I, but everyone is progressing. Less than 30 years remain until the next opening of the ancient tower. Levi originally planned to obtain the shadow emblem before entering the ancient tower, refine it, and further improve his strength. When he enters the ancient tower again, he has confidence in capturing the Spider King, gaining another general, and at the same time, bringing back the remains of the Wind Illusion Dragon. However, he is still short of 1,100,000,000 war merits. Calculations show that he must ensure to gain at least 40 million war merits annually to accomplish this goal. After slaying the demon fish Venerable, he later killed a level 8 early stage flame demon, gaining 20 million points. If he can guarantee to hunt down one level 8 demon annually, this goal will not be difficult to achieve. But the difficulty lies in the fact that the demons have become wiser. Knowing that Levi is hunting level 8 demons, they have dispatched more level 8 demons accordingly. Each region now has at least 2 or 3 level 8 guardians deployed, and includes even level 8 mid-stage and late-stage demons. Levi, though capable of hunting level 8 demons, finds himself somewhat overwhelmed against so many. Moreover, the demons are analyzing and deciphering Levi's methods. For every inch of gain Levi makes, the demons advance by a mile, leading to a prolonged strategic standoff. Forget it, I must not rush. I have been too eager for success these years. Anyway, I am far ahead. As long as I can exchange for the Shadow Emblem and the Flame Emperor's sword before advancing to the 8th circle, that will be enough. Levi has learned to reconcile with himself, no longer always demanding too much of himself. As Gatling said, there is no need to strain too hard. Over the years of full-time demon hunting, his mind has been tense with no room for slack, and fatigue has set in. He plans to calm down, return to the ancient Dragon Continent for a period of cultivation, and simultaneously study the Supreme Divine Talisman, balancing work and rest. Returning to the human realm, Outer Sea region, Levi frowned. His right eyeglass lens flickered into view. In his vision, a barely visible demonic aura extended into the void, drifting towards the distant direction of the ancient Dragon Continent. This demonic aura is at level 8. Levi immediately concealed himself and pursued, stopping after a short while, and cast his gaze forward. Ahead in the void, the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the 10,000 Jin Sea turned into a monstrous wave. 2 experts, each radiating level 8 auras, intersected and dashed back and forth, stirring the surrounding Earth's energies with every move, shattering everything. One of them was clad in black scale armor, tall and slender, wielding an ancient bright silver spear, yet was an alien woman about 10 meters in height, appearing somewhat similar to a human. Behind her, silver armor and copper armor puppets assembled into a combat array, exuding formidable might. Countless arrows shot forth from those puppets' hands, transforming into beams, raining down upon the enemy. Her adversary was a level 8 demon, its form illusionary, its body covered with thousands of faces morphing constantly, yet its facial surface was smooth and blank without features. The overwhelming demonic aura transformed into a multitude of black pythons, twisting menacingly towards the alien woman. Distorted faces flew out, wailing and attacking, letting out shrill cries. It is actually a formless demon. Up to now, Levi had never killed a level 8 or even a level 7 formless demon. Such demons are too adept at hiding and disguising themselves. Even though Levi can track demonic auras, it is very hard to detect them, as finding them is time-consuming and not cost-effective. Chapter 2213. The formless demon is rare. Combined with its powerful disguise ability, it usually serves as a special force for demons. Its value remains high, several times that of other level 8 demons. As for the female alien, Levi had not seen her before. However, the silver and copper armor puppets around her evoked memories of a new world exploration long ago. Similar artifacts from the Tomb Lord sat in his collection. He had taken 2 with him, allowing the Holy Infant to research them and produce alchemical creatures. Louise stared at the artifacts, her voice barely a whisper. I never imagined that after hundreds of years, the Tomb Lord remains in the wizard world. On the other side, the female alien battling the formless demon furrowed her brow. Someone lingered nearby. A formidable enemy stood before her, and she dared not relax. Her name is Louise, a princess of the ancient Tomb race, a humanoid species. Her father is the ruler of the Tomb Plane from the ancient Tomb race, the Nine Dragons Emperor, St. Keith. Long ago, she wandered the land of darkness alone to explore the outside world, beginning a prolonged journey across planes. During this time, powerful pirates in the land of darkness severely injured her. To heal her injuries, she set up a tomb in a mid-sized plane according to the traditions of the ancient Tomb race, healing through hibernation. Plane convergence transported her to the wizard world. Later, she clashed with the frontier battle group exploring the new world, repelled the wizards, and returned to the land of darkness. The ancient Tomb race belongs to the longevity species. Her lifespan is long. With nothing to do, she transformed into an ordinary person to experience life in the wizard world. She sampled the culture of foreign lands, while also looking for the thief who stole her puppet long ago. Once bored of playing, she planned to return to her dull old home. The wizard world proved fascinating, and she played for hundreds of years. 300 years ago, the shadow of a blood battle began to envelop the wizard world. Louise recalled her father alone at home, the Nine Dragons Emperor. Worried the blood battle would spread to the Tomb Plane, she endeavored with great effort to return to the ancient Tomb race. The ancient Tomb race suffered an invasion. A powerful presence from the 434th layer of the abyss, Shadow Demon Queen Rixa, led countless shadow demon armies. Along with many summoned shadow creatures, she attacked the Tomb Plane. The war neared its end. The Shadow Demon Queen is a demon lord from beyond the 400th layer of the abyss, possessing power capable of slaying gods. Although her father was strong, he could not match her. After 100 years of resistance, he suffered defeat. The ancient Tomb race suffered heavy casualties. He and the commanders of the ancient Tomb race fought to the death to let the fire of the ancient Tomb race escape from the Tomb Plane. They searched for a new path in the land of darkness. As the ruler, he vowed to live and die with the Tomb Plane. Before his fall, her father released all 9 legendary level dragon race members used to pull chariots, granting them freedom. He sent away the strong members, princes, and princesses of the ancient Tomb race, including herself. The invincible 9 Dragons Emperor, who had made the ancient Tomb race great, perished and disappeared. The abyss demons took over the Tomb Plane, and the Shadow Demon Queen devoured its plane spirit. Then, the Tomb Plane vanished. All civilizations defeated by demons, and all occupied planes will ultimately become part of the abyss. This is the origin of the bottomless abyss. The abyss acts like a black hole vortex, constantly devouring the civilizations of the multidimensional plane. Even a large civilization like the ancient Tomb race could only hold on for 100 years before the powerful abyss. After Louise left, she continued to wander in the land of darkness, then returned to the wizard world once more. Perhaps only the wizard civilization in the entire Saran plane could resist the abyss longer. Moreover, the Shadow Demon Queen, who killed her father, had also arrived near Nora. The wizard civilization lifted the restrictions on alien races, recruiting talents to combat the abyss. With her level 8 strength, Louise joined the wizard civilization, becoming part of the war. Through earning war merit, she exchanged for resources and treasures of the wizard world, advancing her cultivation. She strives to reach level 9 soon to secure a place. By then, she could find the wandering ancient Tomb race, and find a new world to place them. They would become a subsidiary civilization of the wizard civilization, losing some freedom, but gaining the shelter of this giant ship amidst the chaotic times. These years, she secretly contacted a pure-blood dragon clan that once pulled chariots for her father, a level 9 expert. Being the youngest among the 9-headed giant dragons, it ranked 9th, hence it was called Uncle 9. Uncle 9 said that if she could establish herself in a foreign land, it also wishes to join. It could serve as a guardian for the organization Louise establishes. This reignited hope within Louise. She desires to continuously hunt demons and grow stronger. She hopes that one day she can personally kill the Shadow Demon Queen to avenge her father. Decades of investigation finally yielded a clue about a formless demon. Its name is the ghost-faced venerable Phase. This formless demon participated in the invasion war against the ancient Tomb race. As a spy for the Shadow Demon Queen, it infiltrated the ancient Tomb race, hastening their demise, indirectly causing harm to Louise's mother. After gathering intelligence, Louise led her puppet army to attack. Chapter 2214. The ghost-faced venerable sneered. His voice dripped with disdain. Remnants of the ancient Tomb clan, you are no match for me. Louise's face tightened. She remained silent. A silver spear transformed into a giant dragon. It soared across the battlefield, entangled in a deadly dance with a black python forged from demonic aura. Ever since the downfall of the ancient Tomb clan, one goal drove her. She intended to eradicate all demons in the world. Even if the task remained impossible, she would fight. She would face death without regrets. The sea surged violently. A shadow, 3,000 meters long, sliced through the waters and charged into the air. A giant fish broke the surface. Its head bristled with tentacles, and black scales oozed with slime. This was a level 8, early stage, bottom-dwelling fish demon. The creature was Blackfish Venerable Morris. The ghost-faced venerable shouted to the newcomer. Morris, come quickly to assist me. Kill these remnants of the ancient Tomb clan. The fish demon shook its body. It transformed into a brawny man, over 100 meters tall. Black scales covered his frame, and he gripped a steel fork. Black water swirled beneath his feet as he radiated an extraordinary aura. Morris chuckled, a raspy, grating sound. Kakik. Fizz, this woman is not bad. Let us spare her life for now. I want to enjoy her before we kill her. This bottom-dwelling fish demon possessed a lecherous nature. He took a keen interest in females of various alien races. Over the years, he had kidnapped and violated countless human women. Some even bore monstrous, half-human, half-demon offspring. He stared at Louise, taking in her robust figure. Drool dripped from his jaws. Another helper. Louise tightened her grip on her spear. She possessed a trump card, but it remained reserved for level 9 and above opponents. Using it here would be unwise. She recalled her father's words. Sauron often said, as long as you have a mountain, there is always firewood to burn. It is better to retreat for now. The puppet combat array behind Louise erupted. Thousands of rays of brilliance lanced through the air. The Blackfish Venerable roared, trying to escape. Too late. He deflected the attacks with his steel fork. Facial tentacles pierced the void, emerging behind Louise to grab her slender waist. The ghost-faced venerable pulled out an ancient, mirror-like object. He chanted incantations. The mirror emitted a black light. It snagged Louise as she slipped into the void and yanked her back. Humph. With the chaotic sky demon mirror granted to me by the great commander, you still want to escape. The chaotic sky demon mirror was a level 8 exotic treasure. The strongest weapon craftsman from the Void Demon clan had crafted it. This magic mirror disrupted space and interfered with escape attempts. It served as a defense, making the object extremely formidable. Demons rarely used magic tools. Exotic treasures were rarer still. They relied mostly on powerful bodies and spell-like abilities for combat. The ghost-faced venerable possessed this formidable exotic treasure. It was truly unexpected. Louise felt a hint of unease. The Blackfish Venerable entangled her again, pulling her into a fresh battle. She weighed her options. Should she use the trump card, or wait for allies to arrive? The ghost-faced venerable transformed. He became a stout black python, nearly 10,000 meters long. He opened a bloodthirsty mouth to swallow Louise. Fighting two foes, she fell into a disadvantage quickly. The three combatants clashed. Suddenly, a silver thunder mountain descended from the sky. It enveloped the ghost-faced venerable, surrounding him in a wind illusion realm. His expression changed. The python hissed, looking for the source. Who is it? The black python's tail swept around. It shattered the void wherever it went. Within the turbulent space, a black armored swordsman materialized. He wielded a sword, slashing a dazzling, stunning rainbow sword energy. The beam stretched for hundreds of miles. The black python's tail shattered with a loud bang. It scattered into plumes of black gas. The creature shook its body, transforming into a black crow. It stirred up a violent wind and rushed into the lofty sky. Countless black crow feathers shot out. They exuded a murderous aura. The black crow spoke in a human voice. It is you, Dusk Palace Master. Levi muttered to himself. Demon spirit transformation is it? The formless demon remained relatively weak on its own. However, after reaching level 6, it could comprehend one power. They called it Demon Spirit Transformation. The technique mimicked the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong. It allowed the user to imitate any form. Legends claimed the formless demon clan distinguished power levels by the number of forms they could assume. Mastering one form signified level 6. Mastering 3 forms indicated level 7. Mastering 6 forms represented level 8, while 9 forms marked level 9. Mastering 18 transformations would make one the most powerful of the formless demons. They could transform into a swimming dark whale and possess its formidable strength. They could mimic the legendary dragon clan with its abnormal defense, or become giants, other legends, and even mythical creatures. This transformation offered more than a simple illusion. During the process, they possessed the special attributes, and even the spell-like abilities of these powerful beings. Therefore, the Faceless King, Jupiter Lex, could dwell at the abyss bottom. He remained outstanding even among level 10 entities. Levi activated the rock and snake path. He soared like an eagle in the 9 heavens, then moved unpredictably, like a swimming snake. He navigated through the volley of black feathers. The 9-colored emperor emerged from behind him. He chanted incantations. 7 rounds of blue suns appeared around the ghost-faced venerable and exploded simultaneously. A low rumble shook the air. The sky-shattering explosion engulfed the black crow. A giant beast emerged from the sea of fire. It resembled a pangolin. Its pitch-black carapace had been blown away, leaving mangled flesh and blood. Louise fought the Blackfish Venerable on the other side. She glanced over. It is him. She recognized him immediately. He was the thief who had once stolen her puppets in the ancient tomb. She knew his identity, yet she had no intention of doing anything about it. After returning from the ancient tomb plane, this person had advanced at a terrifying speed. He had become the supernova of the wizard world, and recently slain a level 8 demon. Louise had long since forgotten about the 2 level 6 puppets. Chapter 2215. She had unexpectedly rescued him today. Relief settled in her chest, and her spear, striking like a silver dragon, launched a series of dense attacks at the Blackfish Venerable. The creature cried out in pain again and again. Clearly, in a one-on-one fight, it was no match for Louise. Although the ghost-faced Venerable was skilled in 6 transformations, its strength was not significantly greater than the demon fish Venerable that Levi had slain in the past. Levi dismantled the forms of Black Snake and Black Crow one by one. When the creature transformed into a pangolin, its physical defense increased, but its speed suffered. In the face of Levi's superior movement, it became little more than a target, suffering constant attacks. The 9-colored Emperor intercepted its maneuvers one by one. Sea snakes and giant sharks, transformed by the 4 sea spirit soldiers, constantly harassed the demon. After Levi advanced to level 7 perfection, the strength of his spiritual weapon soared. Each one reached the level of a level 7 middle stage. Even when facing a level 8, they held out for a long time, without shattering upon contact. The Mu spirit attacked from the swirling clouds while the eagles screeched intensely. Moreover, the shadows of the slain demon fish Venerable and the level 8 flame demon emerged from the void. 7 level 7 experts ganged up on the demon, and even the ghost-faced Venerable was overwhelmed. Although the gap between level 7 and level 8 remained vast, it was not insurmountable. The demon saw that its previous colleagues had been turned into vengeful ghosts by the Dusk Palace Master. Terror gripped it, shaking its very soul. This person can actually convert slain enemies into shadow creatures. The realization clawed at its mind. No wonder he controls so many in the shadow army. If he grows stronger, the consequences will be terrifying. The ghost-faced Venerable knew that even with a level 8 exotic treasure, it was no match for the Dusk Palace Master. If trapped in a fierce battle, it would certainly die. A black light shot straight into the sky. The Silver Thunder Mountain and Wind Illusion Realm shattered consecutively. The ghost-faced Venerable used the chaotic Sky Demon Mirror to shatter the void, fleeing alone and abandoning all teammates. It hoped the demon fish Venerable would delay the enemy, creating an opportunity for its escape. After slipping into the void, before it could catch its breath, the ghost-faced Venerable's expression shifted. The Dusk Palace Master's legs pierced into its body like steel nails. A longsword swung, cutting through flesh like a meat grinder. The creature shrieked, "Madman!" The ghost-faced Venerable transformed into a black python again, crashing wildly through the void. The void is a dangerous place. It contains things like void vortexes and void creatures that even primordial soul wizards cannot comprehend. Therefore, while many use void travel to escape, very few actually fight within the void. In an instant, the ghost-faced Venerable, dragging Levi, traveled 1,000 miles. Unable to sustain void travel for long, it was forced to land on the sea surface, reverting to its original formless demon form. The seawater churned as 2 massive water hands rose to snatch the formless demon, dragging it into the deep sea. Beneath the sea, Lopez was invincible. The beast stood at level 7 peak, now holding the advantages of time and terrain. A full force blow caused the ghost-faced Venerable's body to crack as demon blood flowed. In the limitless path state, Levi's back extended, ribs flared outward, transforming into 8 chains of flesh that pierced the ghost-faced Venerable's body, wantonly destroying it. His hands transformed into chainsword shapes, rotating and slicing wildly. The ghost-faced Venerable's expression turned vacant. Is this a human? The creature wondered. Surely, this is a demon. It transformed into a giant whale, ramming into Lopez, while its massive fins swept through the sky. The blow landed with a boom. Like swatting a fly, Levi, who was wreaking havoc, was flattened with a slap. Ha ha ha, serves you right. The ghost-faced Venerable laughed out loud, continuing to strike, only to see that puddle of blood quickly coalesce and reform into Levi's shape. Meanwhile, the 9-colored Emperor's greatsword descended, severing the whale fin. A thunder beast exploded beneath the water. The parasitic black annihilation divine thunder drilled into the ghost-faced Venerable's body. Crimson corruption and other negative toxins also invaded the wounds, starting to spread. Seeing this, the ghost-faced Venerable fell into utter despair. How can this be? The creature trembled. Indestructible. The ghost-faced Venerable attempted to escape using the chaotic Sky Demon Mirror again. The 9-colored Emperor chanted a new spell, finishing the incantation. The Emperor cast a primordial soul spell, the Absolute Ice Point. The Emperor pointed a finger. A blue ray shot into the ghost-faced Venerable's body, vanishing like a stone in the sea. The ghost-faced Venerable sneered internally. This kind of spell is not even enough to tickle. Yet, before it finished laughing, it found in horror that it could not move. Its blood, heart, and brain all stopped at that moment. Even the surrounding seawater seemed to freeze in slow motion, suspended in mid-air. Levi was overjoyed. The Absolute Ice Point had succeeded in a real fight against a level 8 mighty enemy for the first time. It seemed he was lucky today. It was worth activating Absolute Luck and casting the luck-changing coin spell before attacking. Luck had its use indeed. Even though it lasted just a moment, the spell halted the demon fish venerable's escape. Seizing the opportunity, Levi activated full power enhancement modes. With the 9-colored emperor, he struck his greatsword at the ghost-faced venerable's neck. 2 successive terrifying blasts of sword chi decapitated the demon's head. To prevent its immortality, the emperor summoned one fire dragon tribulation after another, casting them upon the severed neck. The explosive force from within blew the formless demon's body apart. A frightened demon soul tried to escape into the void, but the emperor's large hand snatched it. Encompassed by 9-colored radiance, the flames and lightning virtually incinerated it. Ensuring the demon's soul could cause no harm, Levi opened the ancient Banyan fairyland, where Leon trapped it using webs and injected poison. Chapter 2216. Then die here. Before long, the demon's soul vanished into thin air and dissipated into nothingness. The shadow army emerged and spread out in all directions, collecting the scattered pieces of flesh one by one, including the formless demon crystal core, heart, and brain. These materials were important for pharmacy and might prove useful in the future. Levi held an ancient mirror in his hands, his face filled with joy. A treasure with the ability to disrupt space was truly rare. He had struck it lucky. He had personally witnessed the formless demon merely reflecting the mirror, causing the female alien race to fall out of the void. With this rare treasure, it would be much easier to confront level 8 powerhouses in the future. On the other side, seeing Levi return safely, the Blackfish Venerable realized that the ghost-faced Venerable was likely in peril. With a flick of its tail, it spewed black ink covering a radius of 100 miles, disrupting perception. Then, it vanished from Louise's sight like a squid. Louise looked anxious and hastily exclaimed, "Don't go." She threw her long spear, flying toward the void. Although Levi possessed the chaotic sky demon mirror, he had yet to study how to use it. He tried attacking, but the demon had already fled. Retrieving her long spear, Louise felt discouraged. Once the Emperor's daughter, she had never fallen to such a low point as today. She stomped her foot lightly. She sensed others behind her. Her face turned red, and she sighed softly. Such a pity, letting him escape. But still, thank you for stepping in and helping me out. Levi smiled. You're welcome. I noticed you're wearing the Congress uniform. We're all Nora's compatriots, and should naturally assist each other. Just now, that formless demon rewarded Levi with over 70 million points, equivalent to 2 or 3 years of full-time demon hunting. It was a lucrative gain. If he could kill 10 more such demons, he could directly redeem the Shadow Emblem. In fact, if Levi wanted to redeem a 500 million value sun refining artifact, there was a prerequisite of killing 10 level 8 demons, or 1 level 9. As for rare treasures like the Shadow Emblem, just enough war merit would suffice without these preconditions. Louise pondered for a moment. Does the Dusk Palace Master still recognize me? Levi responded. I don't think I've ever met you. Louise then pulled out a puppet, smiling. Do you recognize this item? Levi appeared to have an epiphany. I did indeed come across such a puppet in some ancient ruins of the New World before. It turns out to be yours. I was unaware at the time. I hope you won't mind. If compensation is needed, I will oblige without hesitation. Louise sighed. There's no need for that. I am currently tasked with guarding a site in the New World. Would you like to visit my place? This Dusk Palace Master was a talent who would surely become a major figure in the wizard world in the future. If she could establish a good relationship with him, fulfilling her future plans would be greatly beneficial. Moreover, she heard that on the ancient dragon continent, where the Dusk Palace Master resides, there was instruction for all kinds, regardless of race. Whoever worked for him could settle down and gain respect, something she had longed for. But as a level 8 powerhouse, lowering herself to seek him out would be inappropriate. Yet now was a golden opportunity. Hence, she used that puppet to start a conversation between the two. She also wanted the Dusk Palace Master to recognize that she was a magnanimous woman. Levi also wished to know this woman, thus he gladly agreed. On the journey, Louise asked, Sir Levi, is the formless demon dead? Levi replied, I killed it. Upon hearing this, Louise maintained her usual expression, but she could not help feeling astonished. Although the formless demon isn't skilled in direct combat, its demon spirit transformation abilities are proficient. I found it extremely difficult to kill such a demon, yet it was swiftly vanquished by a 7-circle perfect wizard. It seems he's indeed as rumored, the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, beyond normal understanding. She resolved to seize this opportunity to forge a good relationship with the Dusk Palace Master. Although it seemed somewhat opportunistic, for the sake of the ancient tomb race, it was worth it. Mist Continent. The former burial site where Louise lay in slumber. After allying with the Wizard Council, the officials appointed Louise to guard this place, ensuring the smooth progress of opening up the area and hunting down demons nearby. Sir Levi, this is our ancient tomb race's heart-cleansing tea. It should be quite useful for your wizard meditation. I generally only drink a sip before making breakthroughs. Louise assimilated to local customs, transforming to human size. She swapped her heavy black scale armor for a cool, breathable pale yellow gauze dress, letting her long, black, straight hair down, adding a touch of femininity. Levi took the heart-cleansing tea, gently smelled it, feeling refreshed and enlightened. It was as if he had consumed a meditation supplementary potion. Good tea. He took a sip and praised it. Louise laughed. Sir, you truly trust me, not fearing harm from me. Levi smiled slightly. Miss Louise, I always assume the greatest goodwill in others. For one, the danger perception showed no signs. Secondly, given his physique, Even if the tea were an 8-level poison, it would not be lethal to him. Seeing Louise's face with a melancholy expression, Levi asked, I recall the ancient tomb race is also a large plane. Why have you allied with the wizards? Touched upon a sad topic, Louise replied. Our ancient tomb race has perished, flattened by the abyss over 100 years ago. She did not mention her princess identity, fearing unnecessary misunderstandings. Levi said, Apologies, I've been busy in seclusion these years, unaware of this. He felt firsthand the terror of the blood battle being so close. A large civilization guarded by level 10 strongmen had been eradicated within a century. The Nine Dragons Emperor, St. Keith. If Levi remembered correctly, this person was ranked top 30 among plain level 10 strongmen. With a look of grief, Louise narrated the sad story of the ancient tomb race, and unknowingly, they chatted till star night. As Levi was about to leave, Louise said, Sir Levi, would you still want the heart-cleansing tea? Levi laughed. No deed, no reward. Such a valuable thing. Lady should keep it for herself. Chapter 2217. Louise faltered for a moment. She did not expect Levi to refuse so decisively. She smiled. Heart-cleansing tea is good, but for a level 8 powerhouse, it is not very useful. However, for level 6 and level 7, it is quite noticeable. Sir, you have not been unrewarded. I am grateful for you helping me out and listening to my troubles. Levi paused before speaking. Then it is better to comply than to resist. Thank you, madam. Louise flicked her fingers. A bottle carved from white jade appeared in the air. Levi took it and opened the lid. It held the tea leaves she described. Louise gestured to the bottle. 1 leaf of this tea is enough for a brew. The effect lasts for a day. It is best used once a week, and should be compatible with your meditation supplementary potion. Sir Levi, if you run out, you can come find me. This woman clearly had a request in mind. Still, this heart-cleansing tea was a good thing. Do you have tea tree seeds or saplings, madam? Levi asked. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. With the spring of immortality, the ancient Banyan fairyland, Alan Gold, and these farming tools from the Shell Demon clan, Levi preferred growing things himself, rather than relying on others. Louise paused. Tea tree seeds, she asked. There are none, but I do have a section of the original root of the heart-cleansing tea tree. I brought it when I left home. However, I gave it to a wizard. She joined the wizard council and naturally had to offer valuable items to find a matchmaker. She inquired through friends she met back then, and got to know a wizard who worked at the Alien Affairs Administration. That wizard held 8-circle perfect cultivation. He was called Divine Gold Witch King Florio. This person was a prominent figure in the wizard world with power and influence. He was born into the Letny family, one of the 6 pagodas of the Endless Sea. He was the previous family leader, and later promoted to deputy director of the central administration, before settling in the central realm. At that time, Louise lacked valuable possessions, so she gave the tea tree root as a gift to the deputy director. He accepted the gift and helped her secure a nice position. Levi smiled at her apparent difficulty. If there are none, so be it. If there were, I could buy them for a high price. Sorry, I really do not have any, Louise apologized. She hesitated. Sir Levi, I hope we can become friends. I am a simple person, Levi said. As long as others treat me sincerely, I will not shortchange them. Louise smiled sweetly. Thank you. Louise sighed in relief as Levi walked away. Although the work was far from finished, establishing a relationship with him made her feel that the ancient tomb race had a future and hope. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, after mingling on the battlefield for so many years, Levi had not rested much. He soaked in the spring of immortality at the small stone pond to relieve his fatigue. On the stone table beside him sat the freshly brewed heart-cleansing tea. Through Levi's research, the effects of the heart-cleansing tea proved magical. After drinking a cup, the next day provided good results for wizard meditation. It even aided cultivation breathing techniques and training combat techniques. It brought one into a realm of absolute concentration, free of desires and self. For wizards below the 6th circle, this works, but it is somewhat a waste. The 8th circle should also see effects, though greatly diminished. Therefore, it is most cost-effective for 6th circle and 7th circle cultivation. He divided the tea into several small portions. He gave one each to his duplication, Elena, and Triss. Although not much in quantity, it sufficed for a period of cultivation. It is a pity this is a specialty of the ancient tomb race. There is no way to propagate it. If I could plant a tea grove in my ancient Banyan fairyland, that would be a true human realm fairyland. Wizards could simply inhale and calm their minds, enhancing meditation efficiency. Though Louise seems to have requests, she lacks ill intentions. I will see what she really wants to do next, though it is wise not to get too close. Over the years, with Levi's rising status, many came bearing gifts hoping to ask for favors. Levi refused them all. He had no interest in those gifts, so he felt no need to damage his reputation for trivialities. Besides, he was just a genius, not a high-ranking official. He lacked any real power. What is the use in asking him? While soaking, he placed a large stack of memory disks beside him. His servants and Leon sorted them for him, pulling out anything possibly useful. This collection included the memory of the low wizard. For 3 days and 3 nights, Levi did not cultivate or think about chaotic things. He just emptied his mind, checked the discs, and immersed himself in the myriad flavors of life. It felt like understanding the Tao and refining the heart in reincarnation, as depicted in mythological demon and ghost novels from a past life. After finishing, Levi organized a fair amount of useful information, intelligence, and knowledge. The memory of Low Wizard deepened Levi's understanding of some secrets of the Council of 10,000 Clans. That Low was indeed a spy. This person turned out to be a duplication of a level 8 powerhouse. He called himself the Blood Vortex Venerable. He was a ruler of a multidimensional plane, best known for creating duplications. Its true form turned out to be an ancient strange species called the Vortex Beast. The Vortex Beast, like sirens, was not unfamiliar to Levi. In his early, weakest days of cultivation, the first physique-based breathing technique he practiced was called the Vortex Beast breathing technique. He obtained it from an assassin of the Bird of Death's voice organization. Chapter 2218. It is unexpected that Vortex Beasts still live in the current world. Interest peaked in Levi immediately. He had once used sirens to create a rapidly formed battle group named Song of the Sirens. During the current blood battles, they have achieved great merit. Many high-risk tasks have been completed by them. If he could capture that Vortex Beast, he could create a second rapid formation battle group. However, this Vortex Beast is a level 8 mid-stage strongman. Because it is a plane sovereign, it fights relying on its plane, making it as difficult as a level 8 late stage. Levi feels no confidence at this moment. The restriction that a plane sovereign cannot leave its plane does not apply to Levi. With mana and the ancient Banyan fairyland, he can capture the monks and move the temple, directly making Blood Vortex Venerable the secondary plane sovereign of the ancient Banyan fairyland. Refining its plane would also enhance mana's power, achieving two goals at once. Low's memory revealed that Blood Vortex Venerable's identity is not simple. It seems to have a good relationship with the Blood Clan, and serves another level 10 existence called Worm Lord. This Worm Lord appears to be one of the giant figures behind the Council of 10,000 Clans. Therefore, this matter requires careful consideration. Moreover, Blood Vortex Venerable knows an old acquaintance of Levi. Back at the Dark Ancient Tower, the Blood Demon Tower Master once summoned an evil god's projection. Levi slew it, claiming to be venerable blood scales. The chain rare treasure dragon trapping lock used by Low to bind the blood slaughter bat dragon was given by venerable blood scales. Low's idea to ask the black prison beast for help from hell was also inspired by venerable blood scales. These blood clan members are truly persistent. Still, the will of the blood river is troublesome. It is not something ordinary level 10 strongmen can compare to. The enmity between the blood clan and Nora has continued for countless years. Even now, in some remote corners of the human realm, ancient blood clan members remain in slumber, occasionally causing chaos. Every year at fixed times, the Blood River uses special space means to descend power, affecting the human realm and awakening sleeping Blood Clan members. In the Doomsday era, Blood Clan, werewolves, and ghouls occasionally emerged to create chaos, becoming local legends of terrifying creatures. Behind these dark races, they receive support from level 10 existences. The Blood River Will, Calamity Demon Wolf, and Father of Plagues. The latter two are existences of the astral world, undying and immortal. Only because the Saint of Calamity Demon Wolf was eradicated by Levi early on did the Calamity Demon Wolf exit the stage early. During the blood battles, the will of the Blood River will inevitably take advantage of the chaos, a true time of turmoil. Except for Low's duplication, Blood Vortex Venerable has only some low-level duplications without intelligence. They carry little threat. One of the giant pigs Levi killed in the ancient tower was one of them. After resting, Levi focused on cultivation. For years passed in a blink of an eye. Nora calendar year 494. The 280th year of the blood battles. Central Realm. The Blood Battle Temple. Elena dressed in dragon armor, her golden hair draped over her shoulders, carrying a big shark tooth-shaped sword. She arrived with heroic vigor, attracting the attention of passers-by. Some staff members, especially young witches, glanced at her, as if seeing an idol. She is so beautiful, one whispered. Not only beautiful, but powerful as well, another replied. Flower Witch, Flower Knight, both notable figures in the wizard world and night realm. The most important thing is she found a good partner. The Dusk Palace Master, number 1 on the level 8 demon slaughter list. The first 7-circle wizard to surpass 5 billion points. Elena is used to these things. Pride swelled in her heart. Her foresight in judging people was excellent. Early on, she recognized that Levi held potential and a bright future. I come to exchange a random bright moon artifact, Elena announced. Verifying your qualifications. Please wait. War merit is sufficient. You have killed 10 level 7 or above demon lords. It is achieved. Congratulations, Miss Elena. You may begin the draw, the staff member replied. Bless me, Levi. Let me draw it in one go, Elena thought. Soon, the lottery result came out. Before her rested a sapphire necklace. 100 flowers smiled with delight. Generally speaking, sapphire represents the ocean school of thought. It was spot on. Water God's Ode. Bright moon artifact. Ocean school. 100 flowers recognized the item from the illustrated guide of strange items and immediately compared it. It was indeed the Water God's Ode. Water God's Ode is considered the best quality among the Ocean School's sequence artifacts, belonging to the Water God series. Within the same series, there are also Water God's Lament, Water God's Song, Tear of the Water God, Water God's Joy, and more than 10 different oddities. The worst are Morning Star level, mid-grade are Bright Moon level, like Tear of the Water God and Water God's Joy. Both are glorious sun-grade oddities. 100 flowers smiled to herself. Great. As Triss said, Levi's blessings are useful. She brought the oddity back to the ancient dragon continent. Before advancing to the 8th circle, she wanted to accumulate more war merit, exchange for some morning star, and bright moon oddities from the ocean faction to enhance her cultivation, improve her aptitude, prepare a better foundation for future cultivation, and brand some witch marks. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Chapter 2219. Exile Light, level 16, 1 out of 800,000. Air Castle, level 15, 1 out of 700,000. Hand of Nihility, level 15, 1 out of 700,000. Golden Soul Suppressing Song, level 15, 1 out of 700,000. Levi studied the floating text before him. 16 witch marks now. Over the years, his cultivation focus had remained on spells. Exile Light, a spell combining space and holy light factions, had reached the 7-ring realm. After tasting the benefits of Absolute Ice Point, combined with Absolute Luck, and the luck-changing coin, spells of probabilistic triggers yet immense power that could work beyond one's realm, Levi grew particularly fond of them. The combination of Absolute Ice Point and Exile Light allowed him to create opportunities to escape even from undefeatable enemies. Additionally, over the years he had acquired a wealth of spell knowledge through the Blood Battle Auction and memory discs. After careful selection, he chose 3 spells to study, which now reached the 15th level 6 circle standard. Air Castle, a storm faction spell, as the name suggested, compressed air to form an air wall, which then formed a fortress. This spell acted as an advanced application of the air wall spell. He could cast it on himself and allies for defense, or on enemies to entrap and seal the void. The Hand of Nihility, a spatial spell, could disrupt the spatial structure of an area, interfering with those above level 6 attempting to shatter the void. It could also extend a multitude of hands formed from void energy to imprison enemies. With this, his 7-circle control spells now included Heavenly Net Lightning, Hand of Nihility, Earth to Prison, and Air Castle, each suitable for different environments and conditions. This made his arsenal extremely comprehensive. Together with his spell-like abilities, Silver Mountain Skyfall, and Wind Illusion Realm, he stood ready for the 8th circle. That remained only a fraction of his control system. He also recently mastered the level 8 exotic treasure, the Chaotic Sky Demon Mirror. This magic mirror could emit black light into the void, causing spatial chaos within hundreds of miles and forcing even those hiding in the void to emerge. It proved extremely useful. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, Levi could trap him. He no longer needed to fight like a madman, clinging to level 8 demons. The last spell, Golden Soul Suppressing Song, belonged to the metal faction. It interfered with all metallic objects around the caster once cast. It affected natural items, those crafted into wizard tools, and even the metallic elemental particles within the human body. The heavier the metal content, the stronger the interference. It acted as a rather niche spell with few learners. Levi thought it might prove useful, so he learned it. Only 11 witch marks away from perfection. Levi stood up and took a tour around the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Having rested enough, he decided it was time to go demon hunting. Within the Tower of Summer Flowers, 100 Flowers displayed the oddity necklace in her hand. She smiled sweetly. Levi, I am going into seclusion for a while. Levi looked at the necklace. You actually got Water God's Ode. Your luck is truly good. Sequence artifacts have strong growth characteristics. The more you collect, the better the effect, making 1 + 1 greater than 2. This point had already been validated by him and the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant managed to defy fate, owing much to the Ice-Fire pair of sequence artifacts. Levi continued. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye out for Morning Star level Water God series artifacts for you, as they might be available at the Blood Battle Auction and in stores. 100 Flowers smiled. All right, thank you. In the 7th layer of hell, the world remained desolate, filled with boundless death energy. An endless land of underground fire and mountains stretched out. In the wilderness, a celestial anomaly unfolded. First, volcanoes erupted, with torrents of fiery elemental power surging, forming rivers of red flames that flowed into the central, tallest solitary peak. Then gusts of wind dispersed the lingering, gloomy death energy and negative energy of hell. The wind fueled the fire, its arrogance reaching the sky. A vaguely massive dragon with black scales appeared in the air. Black flame clouds swirled around its body, and prominent dragon horns protruded from its head. Its wingspan reached thousands of meters. In the distance, the sorceress of the sensual realm watched this celestial anomaly with a horrified expression. I heard that the master's second brother is a mythical dragon clan bloodline descendant. Judging from this terrifying anomaly, it is true. If he grows, hell will tremble because of him. The master's words are not false. This purgatory demon sword indeed possesses the aptitude of a level 10. Across hell and even the wizard world, he is of the most outstanding genius. Only beings like the master, who surpass all logic, can compare. From the distant mountains came a heartfelt, carefree laugh. I, Sodaros, learned the sword since childhood and later embarked on the path of a wizard, defeating all in the 9 Cities League. For my mother's vengeance, I made a grand vow to step into hell. I vowed never to return unless I slay my enemies. Over 1,200 years passed. I refined the 10-winged sky dragon technique, tempered my body, branded 22 witch marks, and finally achieved the 7 ring. Ha 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 ha, refreshing indeed. Behind the purgatory demon sword appeared the vague overlapping shadows of a purgatory black king dragon, and a 10-winged sky wind dragon. They entwined with endless fierce wind and black flames, twisting the space. Though I am a wind element child, I possess the top-level fire elemental talent of scorching hell. The mythical bloodline of a purgatory black king dragon flows in me. The path of wind and fire dual cultivation, for a body refining wizard becomes my path. Now, with 22 witch marks branded into wizard forms, and the fusion of wind and fire double dragons, even as I just enter the 7 ring, my combat power exceeds ordinary senior 7th ring levels. Chapter 2220. He looked at the sorceress of the sensual realm, observing how she had diligently guarded him over the years. He offered his sincere thanks. Thank you. The sorceress of the sensual realm laughed. You are welcome. It is merely the master's task. The purgatory demon sword felt invigorated. Let us go back and call Little Pink and Little Black to share this joyous news with Big Brother. It has been a long time. Big Brother should be close to the 8th circle by now. The boundless dark land stretched out beyond the Sauron plain. A group of jet black palaces floated aimlessly in the void. The palace complex covered more than 10,000 miles, as luxurious as a small plane. Pavilions stood every 5 steps, and buildings rose every 10 steps. Dazzling heavenly stars shone above, while rock gardens adorned the grounds below. Countless birds and beasts roamed the interior. In the center of the palace complex stood the Black King Palace. It towered at 98,000 jong, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, all crafted from the world's rarest stones and strange woods. Inside the Black King Palace, a decadent atmosphere permeated the air. Countless beautiful human and alien women gathered elegantly, surrounded by luxury and charm. He, little beauty. Lord Black King, come chase me. A middle-aged man, wearing a dark imperial robe and a crown, exuded a majestic presence. His stubble-covered face twisted into a grin as he frolicked with a group of beauties. He enjoyed himself immensely. Suddenly, the middle-aged man halted. His gaze drifted toward the distance. Great King, why did you stop? We cannot wait any longer. The beauties pleaded. The middle-aged man ignored them. He downed the wine in his cup, lost in thought. A descendant I left in the wizard world has activated my bloodline mark and reached the 7th level realm. He is quite promising. Time flies. It feels as though wandering the Sauron plain was only yesterday, yet 1,000 years have passed. He left the beauties aside and transformed into a mythical giant dragon. Its wings cast a vast shadow over the Black King Palace. Purgatory Black King Dragon. Like a monarch arriving in the world, the dragon solemnly stated. Magic Mountain, Red Spirit Prison, you are to go to the wizard world to find your little brother. In the void, 2 figures emerged. One stood 10,000 meters tall. He appeared as a giant, yet bore black scales and a dragon's horns. A thick dragon tail dragged behind him, exuding a level 8 late-stage aura. A black fiery cloud surrounded him, and lava flowed over his body. He was a dragon-descendant mountain giant. The other possessed elf-like ears, a tall, slender, and beautiful figure. A high chest and tight peach-shaped curves filled a tight-fitting dragon scale suit that showcased her invigorating figure. A small horn on her forehead and a thin dragon tail at the back suited her perfectly. She was a rare dragon-descendant elf with level 8 middle-stage cultivation. Father, is it to bring little brother back? Magic Mountain rumbled. The Black King shook his head. He has not fully grown yet. He cannot leave the wizard world. Who will teach him cultivation if he comes back? You? Magic Mountain scratched his head. He realized this made sense. Red Spirit Prison spoke softly. I understand, Father. You want us to stay by the second brother's side to care for him, right? The Black King nodded. That is right, but you do not need to expose your identities. Assist him in secret without clashing with the Wizard Council. Maintain a low profile. Handle matters discreetly. Magic Mountain, Red Spirit Prison, you are among the more composed beings of my children. I trust you with this. Do not disappoint me. The journey is long, with treacherous landscapes. I will grant you some treasures and means for plane travel. In the Sauron Plain, there is a madman named Dragon Abomination Venerable. He is a sworn enemy of our dragon clan. Do not provoke him. If troubles arise in the wizard world, you can find Lava Dragon Leod's. I have a favor with him. He will not turn a blind eye. The Black King earnestly instructed. Magic Mountain and Red Spirit Prison bid farewell to their father. They left the Black King Palace and entered the land of darkness to seek their little brother whom they had never met. The Black King mused inwardly. Though born between me and a mortal rookie, he has received much of my bloodline. He is destined not to be a mere unknown. With the great convergence of planes, if he can rise with Nora, ascending to the clouds, he will surpass the realms his siblings could not reach. Relying solely on my bloodline blessings to sit idly cannot achieve greatness. Only those who actively seek their own paths can soar high. 6 years later, Nora year 500, Blood Battle year 286. Endless Sea, Outer Sea Region, Zone 38. Kill, enemy attack. Demons fled helter-skelter from a demon camp, abandoning their helmets and armor. The shadow wind blew from the shadow plane. Mighty shadows turned into killing machines, harvesting demon lives. Among them, 5 shadows stood out as the most terrifying. These included 2 flame demons, 1 formless demon, and 2 bottom-dwelling fish demons, all emanating 7th-level auras. They rampaged through the army without restraint. Demon Fish Venerable, do not kill me. I am your old subordinate. Crack. The pleading demon's head was brutally strangled off by the tentacle of the Demon Fish Venerable. High above the sky, a massive object akin to a swamp of mud covered the heavens. It exuded a level 8 early stage aura. This was the mud swamp demon. It was similar to a slime, but more powerful, possessing an undying body. It was capable of regenerating even when diced into pieces. It was also capable of myriad transformations, formidable and hard to defend against. The Wizard Council valued this creature at over 50 million war merits. Chapter 2221. The mud swamp demon opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged at the black-armored swordsman below. The swordsman swung his blade, creating an icy heaven and hell, freezing everything within a radius of dozens of miles into an ice hell. The mud swamp demon's body stiffened for a moment before it shattered the ice and attacked again. In the void, a 9-colored emperor appeared. He struck out with a single palm, activating the red emperor domain. Within a 50-mile radius, billions of flames surged, turning the world into a sea of fire. The mud swamp demon endured unbearable pain from the ice and fire double heaven. The muddy mass dried by the flames, turning into fragments that fell into the sea. The remains regained some spirituality after dissolving in the water. Lay. Boom. The sky unleashed a pitch-black lightning pillar, crashing into the ocean. Lightning burst apart, transforming into electric snakes that danced among the waves and seawater. The mud, infused with the black annihilation divine thunder, absorbed the strong corrosive power. Before long, the mud lost its spirituality and completely disintegrated. The black-armored swordsman battled fiercely with this demon, one man and one sword. Wah! You, Dusk Palace Master, causing trouble time and again. Today you must be captured to glorify the divine power of the Thousand Transformation Venerable. The Thousand Transformation Venerable's body expanded once again, transforming into a giant swamp covering a 100-mile area. Tens of thousands of indifferent eyes emerged within it. Beams of black light shot densely, turning space into a sieve and causing the sea to erupt with noise. With nowhere to hide, the black-armored swordsman concealed himself within the Emperor. The Emperor wielded the 9-colored divine light to fend off the relentless assault. For sea spirit soldiers and Maya surrounded him as shields. Chanting spells filled the air. Absolute ice point. The swordsman pointed, sending an icy ray into the black swamp. In an instant, the black swamp began to freeze, the chill sweeping over it. Damn, immobilization technique. The Thousand Transformation Venerable realized the move had taken hold, but it was too late. 7 suns falling domain. 7 blue great suns appeared above the black swamp and exploded. Rumble. Dark death flame. Black annihilation divine thunder. Crimson Emperor dragon flames, and other unique flames, alongside torrents of thunder, flooded the swamp. No matter how unparalleled in size, the technique proved useless. The nightmare domain opened, fog engulfing the sea surface. In the darkness, a nightmare avatar with half of Levi's power appeared, rushing towards the Thousand Transformation Venerable. The 9-headed Emperor dragon carried numerous innate spells in a dazzling display. The Thunder Emperor, wielding the Emperor's sword, roamed the swamp, sword chi soaring in all directions. The Thousand Transformation Venerable roared in agony. Countless pupils dimmed and vanished in an instant. Although it possessed an undying body, the state required a massive consumption of origin power. True immortality did not exist. The demon had fought the Dusk Palace Master for hundreds of rounds, having used every available means without capturing the opponent, only to fall into a disadvantageous position. After invading the wizard world for so long, this was the first time the demon suffered such a defeat. The mud began to withdraw, eventually forming a fluid-like planetoid, more than 1 kilometer in diameter. The planetoid began to spin, ejecting millions of black droplets, piercing through space. A typical wizard hit by one would immediately perish. Crackle, crackle. The Thunder Emperor and the 9-headed Emperor Dragon deployed their skills to protect Levi. An ancient magic mirror appeared in Levi's hand, projecting a dark light. The Thousand Transformation Venerable, already escaping into the void, stumbled out 1,000 miles away. Where do you think you're going? Eat my club. A giant ape appeared on the sea surface, swinging a bone club, and striking the black planetoid. The figure of the Thousand Transformation Venerable flew hundreds of miles before it stopped. Lay. Another massive lightning pillar descended from the sky, squarely hitting the Thousand Transformation Venerable. The Venerable wailed as its form continuously melted under the lightning, growing increasingly weak. The 9-colored Emperor slashed down with a sword, a 10,000 June sword chi bursting forth. Levi's primordial soul spell arrived once again. The Thunder Beast soared out, exploding beside the Venerable. After a fierce slaughter, only a shifting demon soul emerged, trying to escape. Levi prepared to use the chaotic sky demon mirror again, but Leon acted first, puffing up his cheeks to spit out a golden light-emitting net. Well done. Levi offered a nod of approval. Having consumed many level 8 demon souls, Leon's power had increased significantly. Although not yet at level 7 late stage, the creature neared that threshold. Handling this level 8 demon soul was a breeze. Leon dragged the demon soul into the ancient Banyan fairyland for execution. Levi collected the crystal core of the Thousand Transformation Venerable, muttering, "Before I knew it, I have already hunted 6 level 8 demons." Over the past 6 years, he had successively slain several level 8 demons. Such an achievement remained unmatched by many 8th Circle wizards. Not long after, the 53 million points for killing the Thousand Illusion Venerable appeared on his ledger. The hairs on Levi's arm stood on end. Time to retreat. The shadows cleaned up the battlefield, flew into Levi, and disappeared from the sea region. Just after Levi left, a terrifying bottom-dwelling fish demon lord, exuding a level 8 late-stage aura, emerged from the deep sea. Named Swallowing Sea Venerable Bofix, this demon stood as one of the 8 great commanders of the Outer Sea region, powerful and hard to kill without a grand wizard. The 8th Circle Wizards of the Star's Sword had battled the creature for so long without capturing it. Damn, too late again. It is always like this. This Dusk Palace Master is indeed slippery, possessing the power of prophecy. The angry voice reverberated across the sea. The Endless Sea campaign had lasted for decades, causing the most losses to high-ranking demon commanders not from the Ace Legion of the Star's Sword, but from the lone wolf-like Dusk Palace Master. Chapter 2222. 6 Level 8 Demons Lost. It is a significant loss for their legion. Level 7 and Level 6 demons fell in even greater numbers. Ordinary demons were killed in countless droves. According to incomplete statistics from the demon army, the troop losses caused by the Dusk Palace Master alone are equivalent to those of 3 ace battle groups from the wizard world. The opposing side suffers merely a loss of endlessly regenerating shadows. This is a completely unequal war. A demon commander growled. We cannot continue like this. We must find a way to curb the growth of their shadows. Hopefully, progress can be made on the Shadow Demon Queen's side soon. The Shadow Demon Queen, as a level 10 shadow demon, is not only renowned in the Abyss world, she is also a ruler in the Shadow world. She possesses the ability to summon shadow creatures and can freely enter and exit the Shadow world. The higher UPS have noticed the Dusk Palace Master. Although they cannot descend into Nora to personally kill him, they can try to interfere with his most powerful shadow army at the root level. Although the Shadow world is not a super large plane, it remains powerful, with several formidable level 10 beings, many of whom do not get along with the Shadow Demon Queen. Additionally, the rules of the Shadow world are completely opposite to most planes, and the Abyss had previously invaded it, only to fail. Except for the shadow demons, other demons cannot exert their strength there. Nether Capital. Levi returned to his old residence, rested, and reviewed the battle. After the Crimson Emperor Dragon advanced to level 7 late stage, defeating level 8 demons became easier. This 1000 transformation venerable was tougher than the previous level 8 demons, but he was still killed. Under the combination of the luck-changing coin and absolute luck, spells like Absolute Ice Point and Exile Light have a high success rate and are more practical. The Black Abyss Walker told Levi to learn the luck-changing coin well, and now he understands it is for fighting. Currently, among the 16 7-ring spells Levi possesses, most have been cultivated to the maximum. The luck-changing coin is not far from its limit either. Absolute Ice Point and Exile Light are both at level 15. Air Castle, Hand of Nihility, and Golden Soul Suppressing Song, learned in recent years, also entered the level 15 realm not long ago. Next is the time-consuming work, slowly practicing to peak mastery. The Inferno Dragon breathing technique also recently advanced to level 7 mid-stage. The diameter of the Nightmare domain increased to 15 kilometers, and Levi's Nightmare perception and other abilities were strengthened to varying degrees. Years of slaughter and combat have also elevated Levi's combat skill level swiftly, furthering his understanding and application of the 10 absolute extremes and 10 evil martial arts, creating his own combat technique summary. The Extreme Dao strategy, which is cultivated to the level 7 limit. After reaching the limit, Levi felt that to further advance, he would need to refine his body to level 8 standards to break through the limit. Combat techniques serve the body. Without the body, combat techniques are just a castle in the air. Likewise, if the body does not reach a certain level, one cannot forcefully learn higher level body exertion and combat techniques. In his mind, Jin, Silei, Abiao, and Nick, these dragons, experienced individual growth as Levi's spiritual force increased. Especially Silei, whose strike can penetrate level 8 demons' physical defense. Fleur, Akun, Agu, and Long, these companions have also been spiritually nurtured by Levi, their strength already synchronized. Only Ayak has been traveling far for 300 years. Levi does not know when it will return, but can confirm through the trace of connection that it is still alive. Unknowingly, it is already the end of the 5th century of the Nora era. Levi's spiritual force has reached 11,410 points, being very close to the 7-ring limit. Apart from demon hunting, he also needs to prepare for advancing to the 8th circle. The virtualization ceremony array is already set up at the Tower of Dawn. The Void God Crystal was prepared a long time ago. As for the Breakthrough Potion, the Merit Shop sells it. There are mainly 3 types available for ascending to the 8th circle. The Spring Lady Potion is a top-grade 8-circle potion. It increases the success rate by 13% and costs 3 billion war merits. Trove's Water is a mid-grade 7-circle potion. It increases the success rate by 8% and costs 1 billion war merits. The Moss Potion is a lower-grade 7-circle potion. It increases the success rate by 5% and costs 500 million war merits. These potions can each be exchanged once, and require 7-ring perfection cultivation to redeem. They are likely benefits provided by the Congress for 7-ring wizards. The Spring Lady Potion is nice, enough to break through. Levi pondered for a moment, but still did not redeem it. He should prioritize exchanging for the Shadow Emblem. Currently, Levi's points have reached 7 billion. Although massively ahead, it seems impossible to gather 16 billion before the opening of the Ancient Tower. Unless he could hunt a level 8 demon every year, but given the current situation, he is being targeted by demons everywhere. It is as difficult as reaching the sky. Ancient Dragon Continent. 100 Flowers has also refined the water god's ode, increasing her spiritual force by 190 points, and furthermore gained the special talent Water God Body. This is a growth type special talent similar to Levi's Thunder God Body, contingent on obtaining more Water God series oddities. 100 Flowers, originally a water element child, along with this talent, makes cultivation like adding wings to a tiger. Even though the Water God Body was incomplete, it brought her substantial benefits. Unfortunately, unlike Levi, she did not manifest something like the Thunder God's projection power, nor did she generate a dragon companion. After her power enhancement, 100 Flowers returned to the battlefield to continue demon hunting. She does not hope to exchange for the sun refining artifact in the 7-ring stage, just aiming to trade for more Morning Star and Bright Moon oddities, having quantity changes to trigger a qualitative change. Those able to obtain a sun refining artifact in the 7-ring realm are destined to be rare talents like Levi, so the Wizard Council only prepared those few paths. They calculated this precisely. Others should just advance to level 8. Time flies, and the sun and moon swiftly pass. 14 years swiftly went by. Nora Era 514, the 300th year of the blood battle. Despite continuous defeats on the demon camp's front lines due to absolute numbers crushing, the endless seas warfare continued to encroach upon the inner circle area. The Star's Sword could only shrink the defensive line, while recruiting more wizards to bolster the forces. In this long drawn-out war, the brightest performer was undoubtedly this man, the Dusk Palace Master, with 12 billion points. His points were equivalent to the total of the Destruction Realm Thunder, Hand of Fire God, and Sword of Light, 3 top-level 7-ring spells. Some say if it were not for the Dusk Palace Master, the demon's advance would be much quicker now. But even as strong as the Dusk Palace Master, in the face of the demon's endless assault, it is hard to turn the tide. Chapter 2223. In the War of the Transcendent Civilization, unless it is a being of the level of the likes of Sauron, no matter how excellent an individual might be, it is difficult to tilt the balance of war. In fact, demons possess extraordinary talent, yet their strength remains average, unlike the significant differences among individual wizards. In the 300-year blood battle, benefiting from the advantages of time, place, and people in the wizard world, the losses suffered by the wizards were far less than those of the demons. But the current situation remains dire. This time, the scale of the Nora blood battle far surpasses the previous ones. 6 level 10 demons have already appeared on the front lines. The vast and boundless land of darkness and the abyss have opened countless portals. Nowadays, fewer and fewer wizards dare to travel across planes. The land of darkness is now more dangerous than ever. Roaming demons intercept wizards and devour passing creatures. In terms of numbers, the only ones who can contend with the demons might be the black beasts, but they are too scattered and have not formed a more orderly organization. Some wizards have proposed selecting talents from the school of spiritualism and vigorously developing the beast taming industry. They intend to use the purification elixir to restore black beasts to normal. Then, using specialized beast tamers to carry out basic training and harnessing, there is no need for deep coordination, just enough to drive them to the battlefield to kill enemies. In this way, a massive army of transcendent creatures can be assembled to fight demons, reducing the wizards' losses. As the blood battle intensifies, any living forces available to wizards must be utilized. Ancient Dragon Continent. Still short by 400 million points. With less than 3 years left, it is impossible to accumulate enough. It is better to prepare for the next trip into Hell and the Ancient Tower. Levi leaned back, his limbs heavy. Even someone as industrious as him felt the weariness of the crusade. He slept deeply and dreamed through an entire month. Upon waking, he brewed heart-cleansing tea. Warmth flooded his system, leaving him refreshed. The proficiency panel hovered before his eyes. The Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique had reached the late stage of level 7. His defense hardened. The primordial magnetic field expanded to a diameter of 25 kilometers. Now that the grade of secret medicines had improved, the cultivation speed of other breathing techniques remained on track, far surpassing his previous efforts. In these years of honing spells in actual combat, luck-changing coin, wildness sound, and shadow wind reached their maximum levels. Of the 16 primordial soul spells he currently masters, only a few of the more difficult and late-learned ones have not reached perfection. The moon rune had reached level 10 as well. His lifespan surged by 90%. With another level increase, his lifespan would directly double. For Levi, the lifespan issue plaguing numerous wizards had never been a problem. Over the past decade, Levi had slain 4 level 8 demons. He unlocked the milestone for slaying level 8 powerhouses 10 times. Due to battle attrition, he currently possessed only 9 7th level shadows. They remained sufficient. He qualified to exchange for a random bright moon artifact, but he did not intend to gamble on luck. He remained focused on the shadow emblem. Recently, during roll calls, unusual losses plagued his shadow army. Many shadows suffered injuries in the shadow world. Some even severed their connection with him. They disappeared without a trace after being summoned, seemingly killed. Loss of shadows in the shadow world had always been an issue. The realm contained not only his shadows, but also countless other shadow creatures. But never had losses occurred as frequently as now. Upon investigation, some escaped shadows informed him that they encountered attacks from shadow demons. This convinced him that the demons on the other side were systematically targeting him. Although he could continuously hunt new demons to replenish his shadows, at this rate, when would he gather a force of 10,000 elite members of the Shadow Dragon group? If only 4th level shadows were lost, it would be acceptable. They were meant to be phased out. But losing rank 5 shadows meant he must hunt level 6 demons to make up for the deficit. After resting, he whispered a series of incantations. A pitch-black door materialized before him. This was the Shadow Gate. It was not a high-level spell, just a portal leading to the Shadow World, much like those used to enter Hell. He used a destiny coin to perform a divination. When the coin fell, it shocked him. A rare crying face stared back, casting a serious shadow over his face. As he tried to approach the door, his danger perception flared. It signaled a danger level far surpassing that of a level 8 demon. I cannot go. It could be a trap set by the demons. He dispelled the spell and closed his eyes in thought. The Shadow World is a mysterious and unknown realm. Its rules and everything about it cannot be measured by common sense. It is also a large world with not a small capacity, containing quite a few level 10 beings. Although it is not a super large plane, its danger level is intense. Because apart from shadow creatures, no other transcendent beings can fully adapt to the rules of the Shadow World. They differ from those of the prime material plane. His shadows usually stayed within the Shadow World. Only during battles were they summoned to the Wizard World. Instantly, he found himself in a rare predicament. Louise revealed that the Shadow Demon Queen, the Empress of a billion shadow demons, had also arrived in the Nora world to join the war. Everything made sense. The Shadow Demon Queen dispatched shadow demons to hunt his shadows in the Shadow World. Damn it. They cannot beat me, so they go after my shadows. Chapter 2224. Levi could not sit idly by, but a good solution eluded him. He was a 7-circle wizard. How could he possibly fight the Shadow Demon Queen? He pondered the issue, then decided to seek advice. The Central Realm. The Black Abyss Tower. Levi approached the elder. Senior, what should I do to break this predicament? The Black Abyss Walker frowned deeply, lost in thought. This is indeed troublesome. In a Shadow School of Thought, the strongest in the wizard world now is a Grand Wizard. Their cultivation is far inferior to the Shadow Demon Queen, and they have no qualifications to resist. Specialties vary. The Black Abyss Walker possessed more strength than Levi in the Shadow Domain, but it remained insufficient to solve the problem. Return for now. I will help you inquire with the legendary wizards and the Grand Wizards of the Shadow School of Thought. Levi bowed. Thank you, Senior. The Black Abyss Walker paused. By the way, have you prepared the potion for the 8th circle breakthrough? Levi shook his head. No, but I have checked. It can be exchanged with war merit, so it is not a problem. The Black Abyss Walker extended a hand. Even so, you should take this potion formula. Levi accepted the scroll with a sense of relief. It read Invisible and Formless Dream Phantom Potion. The list contained a breakthrough potion with demon materials as the main ingredients, consistent with the previous Mind Flayer and Succubus potions. This was an 8-circle potion, considered top-notch. It required main ingredients, such as the Formless Demon Crystal Core, the Invisible Demon Heart, the Sleep Demon Brain, and the Shadow Demon Claw, all of which were level 8. Supplementary ingredients included Spiritual Dream Grass, a level 8 Void Treasure Pearl, and Demon Dragon Grass. The breakthrough success rate was 18%, 5% higher than the top-notch Spring Lady Potion, allowing for a saturated success rate for advancement. Levi possessed half of the main ingredients already. He had previously slain a formless demon and kept the crystal core. The invisible demon was actually the Mud Swamp Demon, which Levi also possessed. He lacked the level 8 Sleep Demon and the level 8 Shadow Demon. Traces of the Sleep Demon appeared on the godforsaken continent. Gondef held a grudge against the Sleep Demon Lady, who once cursed Soraya. He had mapped the creature's activity long ago, but lacked the strength for revenge. Levi could assist him when the time arrived. The Shadow Demon posed no issue. With the arrival of the Shadow Demon Queen, her subordinates would certainly appear on the battlefield. As for the Spiritual Dream Grass, the name suggested a link to nightmares and dreams, hinting at a potential source in the nightmare world. The level 8 Void Treasure Pearl required hunting a member of the Void Spirit Clan. Levi interacted with the Council of 10,000 clans frequently. Void Spirit clans existed there, making that acquisition manageable. Demon Dragon Grass, originally obtainable from the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, required some luck at an auction now that the realm stood destroyed. Levi knew of another potential location, the giant dragon in the Sleeping Dragon realm. He intended to visit, bearing gifts, and with a recommendation from Alexandria, he hoped to acquire one. He had accumulated plenty of flame demon material over the years, but lacked sufficient demon dragon grass to refine 7-circle breakthrough potions for sale. If he resolved the issue of demon dragon grass, future expenses would cease to be a concern. Levi offered a grateful bow. Thank you, Senior. He initially intended to ask the Black Abyss Walker about the potion formulas, but hesitated to impose too frequently, hoping to solve the matter himself. Since the Black Abyss Walker offered the formula, he accepted with gratitude. Levi remembered the kindness of these seniors. He understood that no kindness came without a price. Repayment would be necessary. This was a risk investment, much like Triss's initial investment in him. It was not about profit. Levi viewed it as trust. Within that relationship of investing and being invested in, real friendship grew. Triss was family now, worthy of trust. Miss Lucy, the Black Abyss Walker, and the sea-covering wizard were the same. The Black Abyss Walker turned away. You should go back. Although my knowledge of the shadow world is limited, the only way to solve your problem is to transfer those shadows from the shadow world to the wizard world and prevent them from returning. Levi nodded. I understand. Although Levi controlled the shadows, they remained shadow creatures. Their birth and life required the shadow world. Summoning them consumed spiritual force, much like summoning undead creatures. However, the undead adapted more easily to the wizard world and could stay long-term. Wizard research on the undead far exceeded that of shadow creatures, resulting in sanctuaries like the Black Soul Demon Tower and the undead cemetery for them to cultivate. He needed a way to create a small shadow world within the ancient Banyan fairyland to solve these issues fundamentally and free his army from the shadow demon's clutches. The shadow world stretched out before him, a realm of only black and white. Chapter 2225. The shadow realm stretches as far as the eye can see. Even Nora cannot compare to it. Shadow wizards describe the shadow realm as the reverse and mirror image of the prime material plane. Ancient legends suggest that in the distant past, the shadow realm functioned as a super-large plane, much like the nightmare, abyss, astral world, and underworld. As a mirror to the multidimensional plane, it possesses an extensive shadow dimension, connecting directly to various parts of the universe, not unlike the star realm ruined sea. The shadow realm underwent a downgrade after an unknown catastrophe. Even so, it remains a leader among large planes. It functions like a camel, and even a thin camel remains larger than a horse. Another theory posits that the shadow realm, similar to the 9 layers of hell, serves as a subsidiary world to some yet-to-be-discovered giant plane. Some scholars call this unknown world the dark side world. Currently, no direct evidence exists for the existence of this so-called dark side. Regardless, this world remains unique. Spells from the burning, light, and thunder sects become ineffective here, rendering them unusable in combat. Other sects experience severe weakening. Only shadow magic remains completely unaffected. In the wilderness, the shadow of the giant whale king rested, awaiting its master's call. Suddenly, an aura of the peak of the 6th circle descended from the sky. He found you. A portal ripped open. The shadow of the giant whale king vanished instantly, summoned away. The shadow demon stared at the spot where the whale had been, frustration etched on its face, before it departed. The Emperor's Palace. Levi spread out numerous ancient books from the Shadow School of Thought alongside various spell crystal balls. The origins of the Shadow Realm, Shadow Overview, the Imaginary Shadow Kingdom, and Shadow Book design lay scattered before him. Levi purchased some of these books at great expense. The Black Abyss Walker gathered most of them, utilizing connections to acquire the texts from Grand Wizards of the Shadow School of Thought. The Grand Wizards offered Levi ideas and suggestions, providing him with fresh insights. Leaving shadow creatures in the wizard world proves simple enough. One could construct a wizard tool similar to the Book of the Undead for a temporary shelter. It equates to a stagnant pool of water, where shadow creatures cannot absorb shadow power to regain strength or heal injuries. A sufficiently powerful energy source must ensure the daily needs of thousands of shadow creatures. That remains the hardest part. He needed something similar to the graveyard of the dead in his ancient Banyan fairyland to convert elemental power into shadow power. The Shadow Emblem, the illustrated guide of strange items, describes it in obscure terms. Perhaps it holds such capabilities. Levi lifted his head. He watched the shadow of the giant whale king, wounded and standing quietly. He suppressed the urge to rush to the shadow realm and beat that shadow demon. Wait a little longer. Let them have their moment. 2 years passed. In Nora year 516, the 302nd year of the Blood Battle, the Blood Battle Temple welcomed 3 figures, the Gondor 3 heroes. After 300 years of blood battle, they finally accumulated 50 million war merits. After a drawing ceremony, the Holy Infant received a ring radiating the light of a golden legend. Gondor caught a miniature blue whale phantom. Lord Victor obtained a gust of piercing cold wind that shifted and dispersed. The 3 returned to Gondor City with their oddities. Holy Infant and Lord Victor skillfully exchanged their artifacts. Gondor laughed. I guess I am lucky, drawing exactly what I needed. His artifact, the Heart of Silent Whale, belongs to the Ocean faction. While it is not a body-refining artifact, it proves quite useful for his cultivation of the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique. Unfortunately, it is not a sequence artifact, so its growth potential remains limited. The Golden Ring, the Golden Emperor's Ring, belongs to the Golden Emperor series. The series includes the Golden Emperor's Sword, Golden Emperor's Boots, Golden Emperor's Chain, Golden Emperor's Armor, and other artifacts of bright moon and morning star quality. The Golden Emperor series ranks somewhat inferior to Levi's Thunder God series, 100 Flowers Water God series, and Frost's Frost God series, though it stands on par with Holy Infant's Winter Emperor series. The Piercing Cold Wind, the Winter Emperor's Breath, is precisely the artifact Holy Infant needed. Lord Victor's luck had been good enough to draw it. Holy Infant spoke. Next, let us refine the artifacts. Once we all reach senior 7th circle cultivation, Victor and I plan to research the complete form of the Heavenly Star Sword formation. Gondor, do not go demon hunting alone to avoid being targeted by the Council of 10,000 clans or powerful demons. Dedicate yourself to studying the purple crystal body refining technique at the Body Refining Academy. Lord Victor nodded. Yes, the three of us working together, with mutual cooperation, can take on level 8 demons. Solo, our realm is too low, and we can only flee when faced with a level 8 demon. Gondorf agreed. Makes sense. I will just wait until Victor masters the sword formation to take us flying. With plans made, the three avatars returned to their respective homes. The Fire Dragon Shop. Since refining the Morning Star artifact, Alexandra and Elsie had not ventured to the godforsaken continent to hunt demons. Instead, they focused on refining weapons and cultivating. Alexandra greeted them as they walked in. Master, long time no see. Holy Infant smiled. Indeed. I see you both are soon to be 7th Circle as well. Chapter 2226. Alexandra let out a long, weary sigh. Oh, still a bit off. Although the spiritual force is almost at its maximum, the witch mark is still lacking a bit. Elsie stared into the distance. A melancholic shadow crossed her face, though she forced a small, fragile smile. Actually, just being able to ascend to the primordial soul, we are already quite satisfied. Ever since we met Master, my sister, and I realized that we ultimately do not belong in the same world. They had known Master for over 700 years, and both had lived over 1,300 years. Although the lifespan of dragon descendants is long, the end of their lifespan loomed less than 1,000 years away. With their talent, ascending to the 7th Circle within a couple of centuries presented no problem. By then, they could prolong their life for over 1,000 more years. Even with good fortune, they might eventually ascend to the 8th Circle, but they would most likely remain the ordinary type, forever hopeless for the 9th Circle. For a genius like Master, barring any unforeseen events, he stood bound to reach the 9th Circle. If even he could not reach the 9th Circle, then the wizard world would have no future. Alexandra's expression shifted, turning uncharacteristically gloomy. Master, do you think it is worth it for every wizard to be racing against time continuously, meditating, researching, cultivating, and searching for resources, only to end in old age, losing many pleasures in life along the way? Is it really worth it? The Holy Infant, busy all day, had never considered such questions. He paused, his expression hardening with earnest conviction. I think it is worth it. Life needs a goal, and for this goal, even knowing it might not be achievable, it is not a life wasted. Stop overthinking and ascend to the 7th Circle soon, then go exchange for the Bright Moon artifact. Once it is refined, you will experience its advanced power, and the blood battle serves as our ordinary wizard's opportunity, so make the most of it. Elsie let out a short laugh. Haha, ordinary wizard ace. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The Holy Infant straightened, his tone grave. Then hurry and cultivate. 10,000 years is too long, seize the day and night. The Holy Infant turned away, moving to refine the oddity. He refused to ponder those philosophical questions. Living itself carried meaning, and everything possessed a purpose. For him, striving to enhance his realm, and refining the most powerful wizard tool, remained his ultimate goal. Someday he, the Holy Infant, should be able to refine a wizard tool comparable to the Dark Ancient Tower, eternalizing his worth, and achieving immortality. Ancient Dragon Continent. In the drizzle by the Tower of Dawn, at Teacher Winnie's residence, Leah, Herman, Horman, and many teachers and students stood in silence. A heavy, sad atmosphere hung over the gathering. Winnie lowered her eyelids. Death energy swirled around her. Spells supported her face of absolute beauty, but they could no longer hide the ravages of age, her golden hair already beginning to turn white. Levi watched Winnie. Time seemed to fold back to that afternoon over 900 years ago, where the golden-haired senior sister introduced the basic knowledge of the wizard world to the young knight aboard the ship. Being 940 years old now, Winnie, though slightly older, remained under 1,000 years of age, yet she reached the end of her life. She failed to live up to the average lifespan of 1,000 years. This situation occurred quite commonly. Some wizards performed methods that consumed vitality and lifespan, or burned spiritual force, consuming the origin, further accelerating the aging process. The group remained silent. Winnie suddenly smiled. Everyone, do not be so dejected. A good start and a good end. Death is not the end, but a new birth of life. Perhaps in the next life, I might accompany everyone in a different way, with a new name and identity. We just would not know each other. She held a medicinal herb in her hands, one picked from Melon's herb garden. The medicinal herb Granny Marlene once planted has matured. She spoke, but her eyelids drooped, sleepiness overtaking her. She struggled to keep her eyes open, waving her hand. Farewell to everyone here. Herman's voice rasped with a metallic, electromagnetic quality. Goodbye, little Winnie. Stella wiped a tear. Winnie, see you in the next life. Equally aged, Leah pouted, bitterness staining her tone. Sister Winnie, I will miss you. Levi spoke softly. Goodbye, senior sister Winnie. Upon hearing senior sister, Winnie's body shivered slightly. Her eyes reflected distant memories. She smiled sweetly. Goodbye, little Levi. Quickly have everyone leave. I cannot maintain my youthful appearance technique. Ha ha ha. Levi nodded, turned, and left. Everyone stepped forward one by one to bid farewell, with hugs and kisses, each in their own way. As the performance ended and people scattered, only Winnie remained in the room. Cast one last spell, Winnie. A voice echoed, lonely and desolate. Her dim eyes lit up as she chanted softly. Life's end, dissolve my body. 100 rivers meet the sea. the soul returns to the nether world. Zero circle magic water dissolution. A spell mastered by many ocean school wizards. The first spell many learned upon stepping onto the path of a wizard. Also the spell ending this journey. Inside Winnie, water streams trickled. Her body turned into salty sea water, evaporating as vapor. Only a beautiful wizard robe remained, nothing else. Such a way of dying stood as quite dignified among many wizards during the Antiquity Age. Better than the body turning into an undead creature, or being dismembered by beasts. Chapter 2227. Starry Night. More stars twinkle in the velvet blackness. Levi gazes at the stars deep in space, his face calm. When he first joined the Grey Tower, the companions he knew, apart from the Tower Master and Horman, had all left him. Life's main theme is truly about partings and farewells. Of course, while old things may pass away, new things are born. The Grey Tower is now the Tower of Dawn, and those young wizards are the inheritance and continuation. After finishing his work, Herman leads the white snake to Levi's side. After 1,000 years, only the three of us are left, Herman says, gesturing to the white snake and the mechanical creature. A snake, a mechanical creature, and a great genius like you. Horman raises his head, his gaze mournful. As a member of the mixed blood dragon clan, his lifespan spans only a few hundred years. He lived in the same era as the first Tower Master, Salmon. Levi sighs. Indeed, Horman, try to live a little longer. As a member of the Dragon Palace, Horman has drunk plenty of water from the spring of immortality. He should live longer than the average rank 5 mixed blood dragon clan member. Levi remains unworried about the Tower Master. The man has received the Machine Sage's legacy, and now leads the mechanical path. He nears level 7, and will certainly go far. I am about to advance to the level 7 mechanical soul unity realm, Herman explains. I have temporarily handed over the work of the mechanical school to Anya, and the others. While I am in seclusion, it will not affect the normal operation of the Skydome system and the demon extermination shuttle. All right, Levi says. Advance without worry. There is no need to worry about the organization's matters. The Tower Master turns and leaves. Levi also collects his thoughts and begins a new journey. Hell's 7th layer, Dragonfall Valley. Dripping water echoes regularly in the subterranean cave. Ghost fire and specters, like scattered stars, light up the darkness. Levi descends alone until he reaches a cavern. The sound of flowing water echoes. A narrow yellow stream flows from a spring on the rock wall, landing below to form a small yellow pond, rich with death energy, which only undead creatures might enjoy here. In the pond, a bizarre fish that resembles a dragon and fish swims in the dim yellow water, with 2 dragon whiskers fluttering by its mouth, its wary little eyes looking around, and each scale is a mysterious truth rune, radiating light. This is the truth oddity discovered by Lo. Lo did not know its name, and Levi did not know its name either, and coincidentally, the illustrated guide of strange items is clueless too. Perhaps it has never been discovered in history. But this pool water slightly resembles the netherworld from the legends of my previous life, Levi muses, forming a natural spring with extremely rich death energy. For wizards of the School of Death, this is truly a treasure land. Unfortunately, this relies on the ecosystem of hell and cannot be moved. Otherwise, moving it to my graveyard of the dead would be splendid. After confirming there is no issue with the oddity, Levi sets up a hidden array and then leaves. He stares into the depths of Dragonfall Valley, his eyes flickering. Forget it. I will not look for that skull-headed woman for now. It is not that Levi cannot defeat her or is afraid. He has no grudge or enmity with that woman, so there is no need to be overly concerned. Another minor reason is that danger perception warns him of risks over there. Demon Fox Tribe. The Purgatory Demon Sword lies on the bed. His face is yellow and emaciated, his expression empty. The 3 sisters have each gone away for their cultivation. How has life been recently? A woman dressed in a long black dress, with a prominent chest, slender waist, long legs, and her hair piled high, appears by the bed without notice. She sits elegantly and gracefully. The Purgatory Demon Sword coughs, hurriedly speaking. Mistress, I am well. Cough, cough. The Demon Fox main mother laughs softly. Really? How are my daughters? The Purgatory Demon Sword responds. Good, very good. The Demon Fox main mother extends her jade-like hand and touches the Purgatory Demon Sword's Adam's apple. She harbors suspicion. This Purgatory Demon Sword can withstand the 3 sisters' nourishment for hundreds of years without dying. Truly an innate divine body. Could there be something unusual? The Purgatory Demon Sword lies limp on the bed, allowing the mistress to take liberties with him. Has this old fox detected anything unusual? It should not be. My secret technique should be hard to decipher even for a level 8 powerhouse. Just at that moment, the sorceress of the sensual realm speaks up. Mother, something is wrong. The spies report that the ghost elephant master Alex has arrived outside the city thousands of miles away. He seems to be heading toward us, appearing aggressive. The demon fox main mother's face changes. What? Ghost elephant master? What is that old thing doing here in Ale City? Her demon fox tribe and the demon elephant tribe have always minded their own business. Come, let us go take a look. The demon fox main mother turns into a wisp of black smoke and flies towards the outskirts. Old seductive fox, what have you done to my child? Outside the city, a towering figure thousands of meters tall, wide and plump, stands cloud high, surrounded by boundless black gas, exuding the aura of level 8 early stage. His knotted muscles twine like black pythons around his arms, legs, and back. It is the ghost elephant master, Alex's father. His face is unpleasant. Clearly, he senses something is wrong with Alex. For years, he has been puzzled. With Alex's talent, how could he stagnate for hundreds of years with no advancement, stuck at level 7 early stage? He has investigated thoroughly, even consulting the best doctors within the tribe, but to no avail. Chapter 2228. Finally, the master decided to approach one of the 72 pillars, the sky-holding giant elephant, Phoenix, and invited a level 9 expert to take action. The sky-holding giant elephant sniffed around, but did not reveal the reason. He only gave the ghost elephant master a single sentence. Isent has the scent of fox on him. The answer seemed obvious. That damn demon fox tribe was using seductive techniques to charm Isent. They utilized the method of absorbing yang to supplement yin to boost their own cultivation. They exploited Isent, which resulted in his stagnation. So, over the years, the three sisters gradually reached level 7, while Isent remained stagnant. The ghost elephant master already knew the demon fox tribe lacked any sense of honor. The demon fox tribe usually only dared to bully small tribes or foreigners. They never expected this group of alluring foxes to dare tread on Tai Sui's territory and pull teeth from the mouth of an elephant. You alluring foxes, come out. I want to fight you 300 rounds. The ghost elephant master squinted his eyes, fists clenched. If he could not get a satisfactory explanation this time, he would definitely have to take action. In terms of fighting, the entire demon fox tribe was not a match for him one-on-one. The demon fox main mother appeared with the three sisters, her expression unfriendly. You old thing, what nonsense are you spouting? The ghost elephant master threw Isent behind him. Hurry, tell me, was it not these alluring fox sisters seducing you? Isent hung his head. No, father, let us go home. It is really not their fault. It is my lack of diligence in cultivation. It is all my fault. A heavy smack echoed through the air. The ghost elephant master slapped Isent, sending him flying 100 miles. If he had not held back, Isent would have become a pile of flesh paste. Unfilial son, you anger me to death. Lust is a sharp blade. You are already in this ghostly state, yet you still speak for these alluring foxes. The demon fox main mother's eyes flashed fiercely. Old thing, you call us alluring foxes with every breath, truly not putting this main mother in your eyes. Speak, what exactly do you want? If it is a fight you want, I will accompany you to the end. Although the demon foxes are inherently seductive, you cannot speak against me. Otherwise, you are in the wrong. The ghost elephant master pointed angrily at the three sisters. Ask them what they have done to my child. Or were you involved too? Against the natural order, this is disgraceful. The three sisters hurriedly spoke. Senior, do not speak recklessly. We have not done anything. How is your son's foolishness any of our business? Exactly. The demon fox main mother stood tall. Please, leave. I will not pursue today's matter, or else I will report you to the 72 pillars for false accusation and entrapment. Seeing that these people would not admit it, the ghost elephant master stopped being verbose. If that is the case, let the truth be revealed by action. Today, I will bring you to the 72 pillars. Let the lords investigate personally. He took a step forward, and his thick elephant leg landed. The earth within 100 miles began to tremble, with many places collapsing. The demon fox main mother's face drastically changed. Behind her appeared 8 fox tails composed of black flame. They looked like 8 sky-supporting pillars, resisting the unrivaled, tremendous strength. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking came from the fox tails. The demon fox main mother hurriedly retrieved them, howling. She revealed a slender demon fox true form standing 1,000 meters high and 2,000 meters long, unleashing a broad, black flame breath. The ghost elephant master neither dodged nor evaded. Black, dense chi burst around him, colliding with the breath of flames, distorting space and shattering the void. Is that scratching an itch? His elephant trunk suddenly elongated, stretching thousands of meters. It transformed into a long whip that swept across everything. The demon fox main mother moved with incredible agility. She dodged the attack, circling the ghost elephant master. Her strength and physical defense were far inferior to the ghost elephant master. Luckily, she had the advantage in speed and agility. Combined with powerful spell-like abilities, she barely held her own for a time. The main mother shouted in anger. Are you trying to provoke a pillar-level war between the sky-holding giant elephant and the master of demon fox? The ghost elephant master sneered. I just want an explanation for my child. 2 level 8 powerhouses clashed outside the city. The three sisters and the prison demon sword stood somewhat at a loss. With their strength, they could not possibly participate in this level of battle. Boom. The thick elephant trunk suddenly wrapped around the 8-tailed demon fox's slim waist. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. Caught you. As the elephant trunk exerted force, the sound of bones breaking came from the fox's waist. The fox spat blood, viciously biting toward the ghost elephant master's trunk. How dare you bite me, alluring fox? The elephant trunk, already bloodied and mangled, swung the fox violently onto the ground. She smashed into a massive pit from which cracks spread across hundreds of miles. The central hole ran 1,000 fathoms deep, with rivers of blood flowing. The three sisters flew over, using their respective spell-like abilities to attack the ghost elephant master. Yet, with a single palm strike from the ghost elephant master, their attack was extinguished. The wind of his palm sent the three sisters flying far away. Get lost. Once I have dealt with the old one, you will not escape either. The prison demon sword sent a voice transmission to the three sisters. Do not act rashly. We should prepare to retreat. Since the ghost elephant master dares to act, he must have cleared this with higher authorities. Maybe he intends to use this opportunity to annex the demon fox tribe. Moreover, the main mother seems to have discovered my problem. In any case, staying here is not a long-term plan. The sorceress of the sensual realm hesitated. But what about my mother? The prison demon sword sighed. There is no helping it. In this world, rules and laws are just fig leaves for the strong to maintain their position. Only the fist is truth. Being weak is the original sin. Although reluctant and unwilling to part with their mother, the sisters were instructed to listen to the prison demon's sword, and they dared not disobey. Meanwhile, the battle between the demon fox main mother and the ghost elephant master reached a white-hot stage. The two seemed driven to primal ferocity. The demon elephant true body and demon fox true form collided, stirring up the elements. In the end, the ghost elephant master slightly prevailed. Half a day later, the demon fox main mother breathed heavily. Her agility vanished, and she was struck frequently. The ghost elephant master's thick hide and high tolerance allowed him to prevail with a single punch, causing the demon fox great pain. Bam! Another heavy fist landed. The demon fox main mother was slammed to the ground, her eyes fierce. The ghost elephant master sneered viciously. Die. He raised his right foot. The elephant foot transformed to a width of kilometers, descending like Buddha's five-finger mountain. It was impossible to resist. The sky shattered like a mirror. The gloomy hell clouds were replaced by nine-colored, scale-like clouds. This anomaly covered hundreds of miles, the nine-colored divine light illuminating the earth. Amidst the light, a 3,000-meter-high nine-colored emperor tore through the sky. He barged into this world with an immensely domineering presence. He was clad in nine-colored heavy armor, dragging a great sword like the gate of hell, carving a 1,000-fathom-deep ravine. Blazing flames, thunder, hurricanes, floods, and various anomalies manifested around the sword, awe-inspiring. The nine-colored emperor roared fiercely, instantly appearing beneath the kilometer-wide elephant foot. As if a deity descended upon the world, he activated numerous domains like the Red Emperor Domain and the Undying Divine Domain. He raised the great sword with both hands, slashing upwards. The sword chi, stretching 100 miles and as wide as 1,000 fathoms, surged upwards in reverse, powerfully unstoppable. The void shattered completely, and darkness enveloped the world. Chapter 2229. The sword chi collided with the elephant foot, tearing through it like the legend of Chen Xiang splitting Hua Mountain. A thunderous boom shook the air. After the terrifying offensive, the elephant foot shattered. The sword chi pierced the void, puncturing a massive hole in Hell's sky dome that began to heal slowly. Excruciating pain shot from the ghost elephant lord's lower body. Its elephant foot lay penetrated, blood flowing profusely. Its expression shifted. The beast retreated violently, locking with both arms. A black-armored knight carrying a great sword on his back attacked. His right hand clenched, the gauntlet glowing brightly, resembling the sun. Upper hook sky-splitting fist. A boom echoed. This was a clash of strength and power. Both sides fought with sheer force, devoid of any fancy tricks. The ghost elephant lord's huge figure lifted into the air. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of its thick arm bones. Its internal organs quivered, leaving its vitality unstable. As it flew backward, another giant ape descended from the sky. It held a giant stick, smashing down with terrifying force. The ghost elephant lord crashed uncontrollably to the ground. Boundless blood flames spread from the void, transforming into a blood-colored giant beast covered in blood scales. Bat wings sprouted from its back, and it spewed dragon's breath, engulfing the ghost elephant lord. Thousands of blood-colored flying dragons appeared in the heavens and earth. Their bodies were small, but they possessed sharp fangs. They clung to the surface of the ghost elephant lord like blood-sucking bats, beginning to drain its blood. Shura ghost image. Violent black gas erupted, scattering the blood-sucking bats. The ghost elephant lord surveyed the dense mass of blood-colored holes covering its skin, its face twisting in a scowl. The black-armored swordsman swung his blade. Upon seeing his face clearly, the beast's expression changed dramatically. It's you. This black-armored swordsman was the same human who, 400 years ago, had driven the horn of the Prince Unicorn. At that time, he barely stood against even a level 7 Prince Unicorn. Yet, after only 400 years, he confronted it head-on. What kind of monstrous thing was this? The three sisters on the other side were delighted to see their master, but dared not show it. They prayed their mother was saved. They only needed to convince her to surrender to the master, for surely he would show mercy. The purgatory demon sword was even more excited. The grace of that sword strike was deeply engraved in its mind. Not seen for a century, Big Brother can now contend with level 8 powerhouses. Even against such a force as the Ghost Elephant Lord, this is indeed the model for us body-refining wizards. The Ghost Elephant Lord spoke coldly. Foreigner, don't meddle in our affairs. Leave now and we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, even if you leave hell, there will be no peace for you thereafter. Levi remained silent. He sent telepathic messages to the Bloodslaughter Bat Dragon and Lopez to keep an eye on the Demon Fox main mother, while he dealt with the Ghost Elephant Lord. Ison had already been exposed, so there was nothing more to say. With a single thought, he charged toward the Ghost Elephant Lord. The Ghost Elephant Lord swung its elephant trunk to strangle him. Unexpectedly, Levi feigned a move, suddenly blinking to Ison's side. He swung his sword, lopping off Ison's head. To him, slaying a depleted level 7 early-stage enemy was a simple task. A web emerged from the void to collect Isink's soul and body. Isink's body was valuable. It could be made into a corpse demon to guard the various organizations on the ancient dragon continent. It should not be wasted. Although the demon's body was also decent, the demonic aura was too heavily polluting. After purifying it, the demon's body was ruined, so no one used demons as corpse demons. Having his son killed before him, the ghost elephant lord's eyes turned blood red with rage. You've already discovered the path to your demise. It stepped out in large strides, throwing a killing punch. Levi activated the Red Emperor domain, strength runes, and other methods, striking with the dragon whale path. When they clashed fists, Levi's fist transformed into a sharp blade. Slash. The sharp blade pierced through the rough elephant skin, delving into bones and flesh, making the ghost elephant lord's right hand burst open. Blood streamed down. The pain was immense. The ghost elephant lord was bewildered. This human turned his fist into scissors midway. Could he fight like that? Such a sneaky trick. Its powerful strength healed the wounds. It pulled a long-handled sledgehammer from nowhere, swinging it wildly, stirring heaven and earth. It had clearly learned a lesson, for it dared not clash fists with Levi again. Levi, with the limitless path and dragon whale path combined, entered the ultimate freedom extreme intense state. Each move and stance relied solely on combat instinct and intuition, free from the constraints of combat technique frameworks. Every strike was a killing move, incredibly vicious. The ghost elephant lord countered Levi with chaotic cloak hammer technique. The nine-headed emperor did not remain idle. It summoned spiritual soldiers, Maya, and those powerful level 7 shadows, all of whom charged at the ghost elephant lord. Innate spells shot forth, unyielding in their onslaught, accompanied by rapid spell chanting. Powerful primordial soul spells like the Seven Suns Falling Domain and the Thunder Beast technique were swiftly cast, endlessly attacking. The ghost elephant lord was at a loss dealing with Levi's deadly strikes. It could not safeguard against the emperor's tactics, relying only on its thick skin and flesh to endure the summoned creatures and spell assaults. But this was not a lasting strategy. Otherwise, the first to fall would most undoubtedly be itself. It lifted both arms high, raising the giant hammer, adopting a posture of supporting the heavens. Mixed world demon image 108 hammers. Boom. With this hammer blow, a gorge stretching hundreds of miles took shape prominently. The entire continent seemed split into two halves. The terrifying impact swept through, shattering the spiritual soldiers and Maya nearby. Even the level 7 shadows were severely injured and pulled back by the emperor. It continued to summon spiritual soldiers while bombarding the enemy with spells. Chapter 2230. The ghost elephant master seized the opening, swinging the heavy hammer toward Levi. If he fell, the troublesome nine-colored emperor would automatically dissipate. This was the tricky part about dealing with wizards. By relying on wizard forms, the enemy seemed like one person, but in reality, it was 2 against 1. Hundreds of hammer strikes came like a storm. Each strike hit stronger than the last, like waves stacking upon waves. In the blink of an eye, the force of the blows caused Levi's arms to tremble violently. Blood vessels burst and a fog of blood spurted into the air. Good hammer technique, Levi shouted. He was not frightened but delighted. He had not expected the ghost elephant master to cultivate the hammer technique to such an extent. Under the undying divine domain, his injuries healed in an instant. In the cycle of breaking and healing, he fought more vigorously. His body collided with the heavy hammer, igniting endless sparks. The ghost elephant master had dominated the 7th layer of hell for years. It had never encountered an entity that could rival its strength. This human was the first. It did not believe this anomaly. Yet the 1,000,000-ton heavy hammer kept pounding down. Its own arms bulged with veins, blood vessels bursting. The recoil force was not small, but that black armored swordsman, amidst such an onslaught, still managed to maneuver with ease. He possessed a shameless undying body. Any injuries restored instantly. The endurance was terrifying. The ghost elephant master felt shock. This person had no attribute weaknesses. Extreme power, absolute defense, super speed, abnormal physique, terrifying endurance, and super god perception. This was a true 6-dimensional warrior. In such a situation, unless it could achieve a crushing dominance in one attribute dimension, it could forget about defeating the opponent in a protracted battle. It lacked that. Even the strength the demon elephant clan prided itself on could barely hold even with the opponent. How could it fight? Boom. After yet another collision, the ghost elephant master looked at the hideous wound on its chest and let out a deep breath. Very good, human, it rumbled. Forcing me to such desperation. I will remember you forever. Its form swelled. Amidst the trumpet of an elephant, it transformed into a true black giant elephant. Its entire demeanor seemed to rise. Power of the tyrant. The strongest of the demon elephant clan was the sky-holding giant elephant phoenix, also known as the power tyrant. It activated that trace of the power tyrant's strength within its bloodline. It was determined to overpower the human in sheer strength. The giant elephant's trunk wielded the massive hammer and charged straight ahead. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Levi activated the rock and snake path. He decided to avoid the confrontation for now. He sometimes flew boundlessly like a rock, other times swam swiftly like a dragon. Sword chi left wounds all over the giant elephant's body. The emperor's spells were equally relentless, blasting the thick elephant skin into pits and fissures. Blood flowed like a river. Levi, as if bullfighting, gradually exhausted the ghost elephant master's last ounce of strength. The ghost elephant master quickly regained its senses, roaring with anger, yet helpless. It had already battled the old fox for a long time, consuming much of its strength. Faced with such an abnormal entity, it was truly powerless. Cunning fox, you collude with foreigners. Meet your end, it roared. The ghost elephant master spat harsh words. It immediately smashed through the 9-colored emperor's great sword. It tore through a group of spiritual weapons. It intended to break through the void, only to crash face first into an air wall. Not only that. Suddenly a prison manifested from the earth with a boom. In the sky, a black lightning net spanning tens of miles descended. Invisible hands extended from the void. Air castle. Earth transforms into a prison. Heavenly net lightning. Hand of nihility. The sealing spells Levi learned finally found their use today. Although they were 7-ring spells, many were not yet perfected. But he had learned many. A quantitative change caused a qualitative change. For the ghost elephant master, escape was impossible for the time being. After completing the chant swiftly, the 9-colored emperor pointed a finger. Absolute ice point. The ghost elephant master's mind halted. It turned into an ice sculpture. Lay, Levi commanded. In an instant, terrifying lightning pillars fell from the sky, one after another, 7 in a series. After perfecting the 7 rings, Levi's lightning pillar power, and the quantity triggered far surpassed before. With 7 lightning pillars, how could the ghost elephant master withstand that? When the void lock measures were broken, it struggled to move its body. It looked at the black annihilation divine thunder, the dark death flame, and the crimson toxin covering its body. Despair, utter despair. Its strength exhausted, it collapsed heavily. The emperor pinned it into the ground. Levi landed beside it. He injected the scarlet dragon's power into its mind and began to perform crimson enslavement. Before long, a fleeting red dragon mark appeared. Levi exhaled a turbid breath. Such a powerful devil, he said, to battle with me for so long. No wonder it is the top devil of the 7th layer. It is qualified to occupy one of my crimson enslavement slots. Out of 10 crimson enslavement slots, counting the ghost elephant master just now, Levi had 2 empty slots remaining. Since Isink died, another slot was freed. Isink was too weak, and its potential was drained by the 3 sisters. It could not achieve anything significant in the future, so there was no need to keep it. Levi looked towards the demon fox tribe's matriarch on the other side. Her face was pale. Having just been severely wounded by the ghost elephant master, she was no match for Levi. Now she was watched by both Lopez and the blood slaughter bat dragon, 2 formidable figures. She looked at Levi, slightly puzzled, unsure whether he was friend or foe. I am the demon fox tribe's matriarch, she said. Thank you for your assistance. How will you thank me? Levi asked. The demon fox matriarch's expression changed. Then she smiled charmingly, blushing as she whispered softly. Chapter 2231. Would offering myself do? Levi considered the question for a moment. He offered an earnest nod. That could work. The 3 sisters felt their hearts lift. They had worried that the master might also kill the mistress. Since the master enjoyed the company of their mother, a union between them would be wonderful. The master possessed such power. He had beaten the ghost elephant master into the ground. With their mother, they formed a perfect match. A match made in heaven. Only someone with the master's formidable physique could subdue their mother. A mere lover would never suffice. The purgatory demon sword stared, dazed. His elder brother pounded the ghost elephant master to a pulp with his bare fists. Too damn awesome. Just as he expected of his elder brother. The pride he had cultivated since breaking through the 7-circle barrier evaporated in an instant. Standing before his elder brother, what pride remained in his meager talent and cultivation? Something is not right, he mumbled to himself. Doesn't elder brother have a sister-in-law? How could he fancy this old fox? Though she is stunning, she is unclean. How could she be worthy of elder brother? Elder brother is not as worldly and shallow as I am. The demon fox mistress approached Levi with a leisurely stride. She grazed his chest with her fingers and whispered into his ear. Sir, no, little brother, there are too many prying eyes here. Come to my residence. Let me thank you properly. I ensure your satisfaction. Levi grabbed the old fox by the neck and hoisted her into the air. The demon fox mistress's expression twisted. What do you mean? Levi replied with a grin. Offering yourself. He punched through the demon fox mistress's chest and clamped his hand around her heart. If you want to live, do not struggle. The power of the scarlet dragon flowed into her. Within moments, she surrendered. Her eyes filled with respect. Greetings, master. Levi released the old fox. Weakened by her injuries, she stood no chance against him. He required no sneak attack to subdue her. Only 1 slot remained for crimson enslavement. From now on, Levi would not enslave others easily, but keep the slot in reserve. Taking up 2 slots to enslave 2 level 8 entities proved quite cost-effective. This proved very useful for Levi's construction of his hell base. Seeing their mother enslaved, the 3 sisters exhaled in relief. Now, the entire Ale City belonged to the master. They were all one big happy family. Levi channeled the power of the Death Ember Dragon, and the ghost elephant master's injuries healed almost completely. The devil stood up and bowed. Thank you, master. You go back first, Levi commanded. Wait for my orders. I will come to you later. The ghost elephant master departed. He had arrived to avenge his son, but ended up caught himself. Seeing that the demon fox mistress now stood on their side, the purgatory demon sword hurried over to Levi. Elder brother, you are amazing. He gripped Levi's arm, his fingers caressing the sturdy muscles. Envy burned in his eyes, almost to the point of bursting. Why is this arm so powerful? Levi pulled his arm back, patted his younger brother's shoulder, and offered a smile. You are not bad either. You have become one of the few 7-circle body, refining wizards in the wizard world, and you are dual-cultivating body tempering spells. Keep it up. Maintaining this momentum, becoming a grand wizard is mundane for you. A legendary wizard is your goal. Elder brother, the purgatory demon sword asked, aren't you near the 8th circle? Levi nodded. It will take some more time. Maybe next time we meet in hell, I will have reached the 8th circle. Unbeknownst, the purgatory demon sword sighed. I have fallen behind by a major realm. Levi spoke earnestly. Do not be discouraged. Compare yourself to yesterday, not to me. Comparing with me is meaningless. Everyone has different opportunities and fortunes. He continued his lesson. From now on, the demon fox mistress is also one of us. You can blend in better in Ale City. With the mistress watching over you, you only need to strive to become stronger. Thank you, elder brother, for your caring effort. Levi then discussed future development plans with them. They would focus on the demon fox tribe, with the demon elephant tribe secretly assisting them, to gradually establish themselves on Hell's 7th layer, while secretly gathering more resources, like soul stones for Levi. Once they nearly conquered the 7th layer, they would advance to the 8th layer. Before parting, the younger brother watched Levi leave with reluctance. Levi instructed the 3 sisters, and the demon fox mistress to take good care of his younger brother in the future. The demon fox mistress patted her ample chest, and promised to care for the younger brother, as if he were her own child, ensuring she would not disappoint the master. Satisfaction warmed Levi's chest. With the help of the demon fox tribe, his younger brother's future cultivation would be incredibly rewarding. Through recruiting the ghost elephant tribe and the demon fox tribe, Levi obtained 103 soul stones. It was his most bountiful harvest ever. Once he returned from the ancient tower and redeemed the shadow emblem, his spiritual force should reach its maximum after some cultivation. Therefore, he did not need to use these soul stones for now. He left some for himself while planning to distribute the rest to the 3 avatars and Elena. With soul stones, netherworld soul dates, similar heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and heart-cleansing tea, their cultivation speed could significantly accelerate. They would reach the 8th circle sooner. Besides soul stones, he also held 24 billion joss paper, which ensured no shortage of money for the upcoming netherworld market trip on the 8th layer. Whether it is soul stones or joss paper, they are secondary. The main treasure is the collection of minerals, medicinal herbs, and other resources accumulated by the 2 tribes over the years in Hell. They possessed enough to make a top wizard organization envious. Of course, Levi only took a portion. He left the rest as operating capital for the 2 tribes, as they would need to continue developing in Hell. Chapter 2232. On the side of the Ghost Elephant Master, Levi obtained an ancestral level 8 battle technique from their demon elephant tribe, known as the Mixed World Demon Image 108 Hammers, or simply the Mixed World Hammer Technique. Legend claims the sky-supporting giant elephant, who served in the 72 pillars, created this technique. The battle style is immensely powerful. When mastered to the maximum, a warrior strikes with 108 hammers, each blow more formidable than the last, until the final hammer completes the ultimate kill. The Ghost Elephant Master relied on this move to remain invincible at the 7th layer of Hell. Of course, the version it obtained was only a fragmented version of the sky-supporting hammer technique. The complete version, known as the Heavenly Earth 1001 Hammers, is mastered only by the sky-supporting giant elephant himself. It stands as a supreme level 9 battle technique. According to the barbarian tribes, the sky-supporting giant elephant probably understood the power of soldier species, marking him as a pinnacle expert in hammer techniques. When trained to perfection, this style allows a fighter to strike 1001 heavy hammers instantly, with the momentum continuously rising. The power of the final hammer is enough to rend the sky and shatter the earth. Relying on this move, the sky-supporting giant elephant excels among the 72 pillars, unmatched in brute strength, contended only by the Dead Sea Tyrant whale, among the experts at level 9 in Hell. This hammer technique utilizes sweeping movements to exploit strength advantages, needing only to strike an opponent to cause severe injury and incapacitation. This technique aligns with the dragon whale path of Levi. Both styles prioritize extreme strength, even at the cost of other attributes. By relying on strong defense, physical structure, and the hexagonal attributes for margin of error, he only needs one hit to severely wound or kill an enemy once he completes his training. Similarly, this hammer technique is extremely difficult to master. Before leaving, the Ghost Elephant Master repeatedly emphasized that this battle technique possesses 8 layers. Currently, in the Ghost Elephant tribe, only one person has trained to the 8th layer. That person is himself. He has been practicing this since childhood, dedicating 5,000 years to the craft. His talent stands second only to the presence of the sky-supporting giant elephant, yet it took him 3 years to barely get started. The difficulty is immense. Each subsequent layer of practice increases the difficulty exponentially. He thoughtfully told the master not to rush if he could not get started within a short time. This battle technique requires time to temper, as more haste leads to less speed. Levi practiced several times and got started right before the Ghost Elephant Master. The Ghost Elephant Master stood stunned and refrained from saying more. Facts prove the master truly is a formidable being. Levi managed to get started quickly because of the proficiency panel. Secondly, his battle technique realm was already high, as he possessed the 10 absolute extremes of the extreme Dao strategy from a commanding position. Thirdly, the strength of the heavenly cutting soldiers aided him. Although the soldier species he possesses follows the spear technique path, there is a resemblance in how battle techniques function. He possesses the supreme insight of the spear technique, enabling him to get started with other battle techniques, even level 8 ones, after just a few practices. This ghost elephant master needs 5,000 years to master the technique. Levi estimates that with his current cultivation speed, he could uphold this battle technique for 200 years. That achievement is impressive. Hell, 8th level. Levi began to explore with the map obtained from the demon fox main mother. With time left before the netherworld market opens, he feels no urgency. He first visited the place where the black prison beast might be hiding, intending to take stock beforehand. He planned to take it down once his strength increased in the future. Upon arrival, he frowned. Though he had not approached the lair, he sensed no powerful auras around. His hermit rune glimmered as he prepared to investigate further. He found nothing but ruins, with traces of a dragon clan presence remaining. The lair of the black prison beast had long been abandoned. Was it attacked? Or did it flee? Levi murmured, unsure of the situation. Logically, the black prison beast should not have known that he targeted it, unless it possessed a strong danger perception ability, and sensed his vengeance coming, thus escaping in advance. Forget it. Levi turned and left. The black prison beast was not essential to him. He would not let this impact his mood. Perhaps fate would bring them together again in the future. Levi now embraced a carefree mindset. 1 year later, Nora year 517, Blood Battle year 303, Fire Dragon Shop. In the cultivation chamber, a vast amount of ice and fire elemental power merged into the body. The holy infant opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of cold air. His aura unmistakably reached the senior level 7 realm. No wonder it is a bright moon artifact. It increased nearly 200 points of spiritual force in one go, allowing me to enter the senior level 7 ahead of schedule. In a flash, the virtual and real essence soul of the holy infant flew out. The ice and fire holy body reached a new level. It was half ice and half fire. The ice body stood slightly stronger than the fire body, but that did not pose a problem. Relatively speaking, the threat of excessive fire gas remains higher than heavy cold air. The holy infant had also studied various ice and fire balance case studies over these years. He plans to research a secret technique to harmonize the balance of ice, fire, yin, and yang in due course. In this way, even if a short-term imbalance occurs, the impact remains minimal. Now, this secret technique has taken an embryonic form, named the ace balance law. The main function of the ace balance law is to balance one type of element when it becomes too dominant, by sealing part of it. This does not affect regular meditation or cultivation at all. If fighting ensues, he can just unseal briefly. A short-term imbalance does no great harm. Chapter 2233. When the holy infant became strong enough to bring ice and fire toward a balance, or perhaps fuse them entirely, the imbalance would vanish. Within the lungs of the primordial soul, a misty, uncertain cold air lingered. It was the Winter Emperor's breath. I have now refined 2 bright moon artifacts and 4 morning star artifacts. Even a pig should be able to fly by now. Moreover, my talent is quite good. According to tests, my current talent should be equivalent to the legendary ice and fire dual elements sun. The path of dual cultivation of ice and fire will be smooth, with no obstacles, before advancing to the 9th circle. Within the mind of the holy infant, the companion spiritual creature, Snow King, evolved once more. It no longer resembled the cute snowball shape of the past. It looked like a snowman with a Kylan arm and well-developed chest muscles, draped in a magnificent ice blue cloak. It revealed the beauty of strength, surrounded by an invisible swirling cold wind that chilled to the bone. If the holy infant had not been accustomed to calling it the Snow King, he would have renamed it the Snow Emperor. The Snow King was a spiritual creature born from a Cold King sequence artifact. Under the catalysis of the Winter Emperor sequence artifact, it continued to evolve and mutate. The upper and lower sequence artifacts possessed similarities that promoted each other. The holy infant had tested it. Even Roman and the Lion King combined were no match for its single Kylan arm. These 2 fire element spiritual objects hid in a corner all day, shivering, fearing they would be frozen and extinguished by getting too close to the Snow King. The purple extreme holy dragon emerged behind the holy infant, coiled and winding, covered with purple scales. Its body entangled red and blue streamers composed of red flames and blue frost, moving without wind. It stretched for thousands of meters, exuding a terrifying aura. After advancing to senior 7th ring, the holy infant's wizard form made further progress, due to the advancement of the ice and fire holy body, undergoing metamorphosis. The red and blue streamers, like star rings, offered offense, defense, and control. The holy infant called it the holy dragon domain. Now, the holy infant felt fully confident in occupying 7 circle perfection alone, and even winning. Even in the face of the 8th circle, the ability to preserve life had improved. After solidifying the realm, the holy infant arrived at the Dawn Tower. It was time to prepare for the refining of the complete heavenly star sword formation. On this side, Lord Victor completed the refining of the Golden Emperor's ring. Unlike the holy infant, this artifact did not enhance his spiritual force. It raised the upper limit of spiritual force by 200 points. This was good, as Lord Victor's talent did not lack spiritual force enhancement. Lord Victor smiled as the Holy Infant arrived. Congratulations, you are now senior 7th ring. The Holy Infant, curious, asked if he had also given birth to a companion spiritual creature. Lord Victor smiled slightly. Aside from the original sword spirit Fleur, he finally possessed his own companion spiritual creature. With a thought, a female figure appeared behind him as a phantom. She wore golden finery and a crown, standing proudly, her face blurred. Around her, the power of golden elements gathered into manifesting and vanishing sword chi. She carried an aura that commanded respect, like a cool female immortal holding a sword. I call her Golden Emperor, Lord Victor explained. She is purely a combat spirit item. The Holy Infant looked at the Golden Emperor behind Lord Victor. She appeared extraordinary and valiant, like a Valkyrie. He then looked at his own strangely themed Snow King. Though both were companion spiritual creatures, why was Lord Victor so dashing? This man was truly handsome from every angle. The Snow King emerged from behind the Holy Infant, its small eyes looking at the big sister wearing golden finery. Indeed, the difference in their appearance was significant. However, when it really came to battle, the Snow King felt it was more formidable, as it pursued pragmatism. Gandalf stepped in, looking pleased. He had not advanced to senior 7th ring, but his strength had improved compared to before. After refining the heart of Silent Whale, Gandalf's spiritual force limit increased by 150 points. Now, the upper limit reached 12,300 points, second only to the original's 13,079 points. He obtained a Bright Moon level special talent called Lonely Whale Solo, which transformed his water element affinity talent qualitatively. With the top level body refining talent Dragon Elephant Mighty Body, the speed of his cultivation, in the thousand-handed ancient god body, refining technique had accelerated rapidly over the years. Unfortunately, without other special means such as a companion spiritual creature, it felt somewhat lacking. His 10-winged heavenly dragon body refining technique was not far from the 7th ring, and the supreme profound meaning of the Radiant King Martial Way, Radiant King Dragon Elephant Fist, had been deduced to the realm of 15 dragons and 15 elephants. The power of one punch was such that even a 7-circle perfect wizard dared not resist head-on, and could only avoid the edge. It seems you two have made great progress, both reaching senior 7th ring, Gandalf laughed. The Holy Infant nodded. You are not far off either. Once you reach senior 7th ring, our heavenly star sword formation should be fully completed. At that time, the three of us will join forces to hunt level 8 demons, and strive to enter the top 10 of the rankings as soon as possible. No problem, Gandalf laughed. Next I will be stationed permanently at the Body Refining Academy. Recently, the purple crystal body refining technique has made some progress, and the low-level body refining method is about to be released. Next up is another Morning Star level body refining artifact. During this period, I will have to trouble you to keep an eye on Gandalf Pharmacy for me. Chapter 2234. Lord Victor nodded. You can go without worry. Inside the Fire Dragon Shop's weapon refinement room, the Holy Infant retrieved the remaining 6 blood scales. Lord Victor observed the scales. The Venerable Blood Scales is a generous person. He gave us exactly 13 blood scales, which perfectly align with the God-fallen Heavenly Star 13 kill array. It was destined for this calamity. The Holy Infant nodded. Perhaps so. The universe's myriad things operate and change within the unseen, following their own trajectories. Every sip and bite are connected. Hell. The 8th layer. A shadow of a black armored swordsman played with the white bone sword in his hand. He rode a majestic white tiger, walking and stopping. On his shoulder, a winged mouse made a soft noise, pointing like an immortal, eyes gleaming. In the blink of an eye, Levi had wandered in hell for a year. Following Jin, he gained some of hell's heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He even found a lost 7-ring high-grade witch artifact in hell, named Bone's Sorrow, a secret sword worth quite a bit. A small tavern suddenly appeared ahead, dim light reflecting hell's dusk. Inside came a vague, vivacious noise of drinking and gambling. This scene reminded Levi of the former Shining Tavern. After the fall of the Rosa Witch, the management rights of the Shining Tavern transferred to Levi for free. He sent someone to take over, making it one of the Dusk Holy Temple's intelligence departments. The glittering legends remained those few, with no new additions. The legendary knight had already become a symbol of the old era, commemorating those bygone days. Levi rode the majestic white tiger and stepped inside. Have a drink, he announced. The customers in the tavern consisted of a group of bizarre-looking undead creatures. Undead skeletons, bone demons, specters, and skeleton knights filled the room. They drank, letting the wine flow through their skeletal frames, spilling onto the floor. They did not seem surprised to see Levi, a living person. Deterred by Levi's powerful aura, they dared not disturb him. These undead, able to mingle on the 8th layer, were all cunning and powerful, with some reaching level 6 and above. Levi shouted, his voice like thunder, "Owner, bring the best wine." "Wine is coming," a skeleton wearing a gentleman's attire and a top hat replied, dragging a bottle of ghostly green wine through the crowded throng. Levi took the wine and drank it in one gulp. He pointed at the towering mountains in the distance where a bone tower stood. "Whose residence is that?" Levi asked. "It looks like a wizard's place." The skeleton's eye sockets gazed into the distance. "You are new to the 8th layer, right?" he replied. "This area, known as Undead Paradise, including our tavern, is sheltered by that bone tower. Even Hell's devil lords dare not provoke it. The owner of that bone tower is called Mr. Lost Heart, the though secretly someone calls him Madman Lich. Levi nodded. I see. Thank you. Upon entering this area, a barely perceptible sense of probing and watching washed over him. He suspected a powerful being occupied the tower. It turned out to be a lich. Being able to openly establish a wizard tower on the 8th layer requires significant capability, both in strength and background. Since it belonged to someone else's territory, Levi, who originally planned to recruit some undead, lost interest. After finishing his drink, he turned and left. Upon reaching a wilderness area, an old gentleman stood by the roadside. He wore glasses with an elegant and simple scholarly air, and he exuded a 7 rings perfection aura. Sir Levi, my old master invites you to visit, the man said. Levi's expression remained calm. I have some matters to attend to. Maybe next time. The old gentleman smiled politely. Very well. Safe travels, sir. He watched Levi's figure disappear into the distance. Within the bone tower, a voice seemed to call out, Come back, Lade. The old gentleman's figure disappeared into the wilderness. In the study, an elder in a white robe, somewhat gaunt with slightly greenish skin, studied something with a pile of crystal balls. He was Mr. Lost Heart. Blade stood in the room. This person is quite cautious, declining the old master's invitation. Mr. Lost Heart raised his head, smiling. Surely those undead in the tavern told him I am a madman, and it scared him off. No matter. Time is on our side. He will surely come again. Leaving undead paradise, Levi casually found a devil city, waiting for the netherworld market to open. Mr. Lost Heart. In the current high levels of the School of Death, I have not heard of such a being. At the very least, he is an 8-ring perfection, possibly even a grand wizard lich. The most famous lich in the wizard world is the Hellwalker. This person is an ancient figure in the wizard world, and the only openly grand wizard level lich. But that one works for the Wizard Council, spending years in the Central Realm. However, although Mr. Lost Heart is powerful, he does not seem malicious. This kind of unclear motive invite, Levi certainly would not attend. The netherworld market is opening, Levi thought. In the sky, the vast nether river appeared again. A mast ship slowly descended, and the devils rushed aboard in a bustling stream. They look like those grandfathers and grandmothers crowding the market in my past life, Levi mused. With a huge sum of 2.4 billion joss paper, Levi entered the ship. On the plaza, a brawny man with a tiger head stood with arms crossed, staring wide-eyed at Levi. The brawny man felt a shiver in his heart. This guy again. Last time he was on the 7th layer. Now he dares to wander the 8th layer. The number of level 8 powerhouses here is incomparable to the 7th layer. Remembering his experience last time checking this person's lifespan, the brawny man felt his eyes hurt. He immediately closed them to rest. Levi wandered, picking and choosing at the stalls. Host God Fruit, 200 million joss paper. Buy. The Host God Fruit is of no use to him now, but he stored it up for future needs. Soul Stones, 1 piece for 5 million joss paper. I will take them all. In a blink, he had collected another 80 soul stones. It is truly the 8th layer of hell. Everything here is good stuff. In this way, Levi now had nearly 200 soul stones. Refining them all would increase his spiritual force by about 1,000 points. Of course, gaining too much spiritual force in a short time would be overwhelming. It would be excessive, requiring phased, batch-wise, and reasonable refinement and absorption. In the wizard world, soul stones are indeed the hard currency. With the blood battle starting, their value surged. Previously worth 500,000 ether stone, now they exceeded 1 million. Yet even so, you cannot buy them at all. Unless a wizard is particularly in need of money, no one would sell soul stones. These things directly enhance spiritual force, and remain crucial for wizards with low meditation efficiency. Chapter 2235. Levi had left only moments ago. A brawny 7-level goat-horned demon stood looking uncomfortable. He glanced at an empty stall, then tracked the pig demon, who had just purchased the soul stone. How is this pig demon so wealthy? The demon grumbled. The figure was a 7-circle wizard from the School of Death named Short. He attended the netherworld market in hell. Damn pig demon. The boat rules for the netherworld market were strict. He dared not act recklessly. Levi frowned. Faint hostility pricked at his senses. He turned to find the source. A goat-horned demon stood nearby. The creature was surely a wizard in disguise. Resentment fueled the hostility because Levi had beaten him to the prize. Levi understood. His mood remained good today. He would not bother with such small things. He ignored the creature and continued to snatch up valuable items. Resentment stone, level 8 material. It could reinforce the Black Soul Demon Tower. He would buy it. Human soul paper, level 8 material. Perfect for reforging the Book of the Undead. Buy. After a bout of frantic purchasing, Levi realized he was left with only 1 billion joss paper. If an item proved useful, he ignored the price and simply took it. Short the wizard stood dumbfounded. He must have spent at least tens of billions in such a short while. Short, a dignified 7-circle wizard, had operated in hell for many years. He had risked being wanted and had stolen from the rich to give to himself. Yet, he had accumulated only 7 billion joss paper. Could this person be a big shot in the School of Death? Panic washed over him. Initially, he had plotted to kill the pig demon after leaving the area. Now, he shuddered at the thought. Had he followed through, he would likely have ended his life on the 8th level. Truly, people cannot carry too much hostility. The brawny man with a tiger head also shifted. His expression betrayed his surprise. Exactly how many archdevils of hell did this guy rob? Such an amount of cash would strain even a level 8 devil. Levi stopped at a stall. Inside a transparent jar sat a handful of black soil. Countless wraiths and negative energy lingered around it. Lost souls swirled in a vortex. It was not just a handful of soil. It was a miniature hell. 500 grams of dead soil. Level 9. Priced at 12 billion joss paper. The item sat on display. Many devil lords looked on with envy. Ultimately, they left with helpless shakes of their heads. The price was too high. The seven-circle wizard studied the soil. My god. Dead soil. A legendary level material for establishing an undead cemetery. The so-called undead cemetery was a special place some wizards from the School of Death constructed to nurture and spawn undead. The dead cemetery automatically converted elemental power into dense death negative energy, allowing undead creatures to grow. Some wizards from the School of Death constructed an undead cemetery within their wizard towers or secret realms. If one could own an undead cemetery, it meant an inexhaustible army of undead calamity. If continuously evolved, this undead cemetery could even become a small artificial hell. As far as he knew, the legendary wizard in the School of Death of the current era, Hand of Netherworld Prison, had done precisely this. His demiplane and wizard tower were entirely transformed into a super-gigantic undead cemetery. His legendary profession was Time Tomb Keeper. This was the legendary profession of Hand of Netherworld Prison. His legendary demiplane was called Heroic Spirit Homeland. It was said that Hand of Netherworld Prison, relying on Heroic Spirit Homeland and the capability of Time Tomb Keeper, could protect souls from entering the underworld. This equated to possessing part of the underworld's authority. These souls revived in the Heroic Spirit Homeland. They brought memories and abilities from their past life, reincarnating as beings known as heroic spirits. In the Heroic Spirit Homeland, Netherworld had established the Heroic Spirit Temple. It commanded many powerful heroic spirits. They might be alien races, or they might be wizards. Their existence relied on the Hand of Netherworld Prison. They fought for the Hand of Netherworld Prison. Should the Hand of Netherworld Prison die, they would vanish into thin air. Utilizing the Tomb Keeper's ability, the Hand of Netherworld Prison stood among the stronger entities in the Legend of Wizards. Rumors even stated that a level 10 heroic spirit resided within the Heroic Spirit Temple. If the rumors were true, then the Hand of Netherworld Prison was even more terrifying. To build an undead cemetery, this dead soil was indispensable. Its full name was Land of the Departed's Rest. Only with this celestial soil could the departed rest outside the underworld. Perhaps they could even reincarnate and experience rebirth as undead. Across the multidimensional plane, this celestial soil was found only in the underworld. The seven-circle wizard had attended many sessions of the Netherworld market. He had never seen such a rare item. However, he sighed inwardly as he realized the quantity. It was only a djinn. The quantity was too little. Even if it was just a djinn, the value reached 12 billion. He could not afford it. He looked at the extravagant pig demon. Among the devils present, only it had the money to buy it. Levi stood stunned. Why was the 8th level packed with such great items? He had been browsing all along, buying only his essentials. Initially, he had planned to spend all remaining 10 billion on memory blind boxes. Unexpectedly, something supreme appeared. The brawny man with a tiger head gazed at Levi's yearning expression. Are you buying? He asked. Levi stared at the jar. I do not have enough money, he muttered. Can I return part of it? Chapter 2236. The brawny man with a tiger's head pointed to a sign nearby. Once sold, there are no returns or exchanges. Levi considered the situation. It was too late to go outside and rob someone now, and it would not be a good idea anyway, especially with the Netherworld envoy watching. Levi asked, can I sell something inside here? The brawny man gestured vaguely. As long as you are not reselling what is on this stall, do as you wish. Levi felt a spark of hope. He immediately took out a 7-ring witch artifact he had recently acquired, the secret sword, Bone Sorrow. Although this secret sword was a high-grade 7-ring item, Levi possessed a better amethyst light sword, and neither the Holy Infant nor Vic could use the artifact. He had initially planned to auction it in the wizard world. Levi turned to the crowd. This is a 7-ring witch artifact I picked up, made by a wizard, named Bone Sorrow. Though not new, it is absolutely intact and of high quality. Does anyone want to buy it for a collection? I am selling it cheap for 600 million joss paper. It is a fair deal for everyone. Though made from ordinary materials and lacking comprehensive functions, the artifact appeared average. Yet, it remained a high-grade 7-ring item worth nearly 1 billion etherstone in the wizard world. Levi possessed some ghost tools desired by the devils, but their origins were not legitimate. Being on the 8th layer for the first time, he dared not use them. Several devils drew closer, some showing interest. Unfortunately, even at 500 million joss paper, they could not afford it. They had recently spent a fortune at the stall and lacked the funds. The sheep-horn demon, disguised as a 7-circle wizard, showed interest. A secret sword from the Death Sect and a high-grade 7-ring item, he murmured. He had recently seen Vic and others using the secret sword flow to dominate. Although he was a wizard from the School of Death, he wanted to try it out and enhance his abilities. He only had 700 million joss paper. Having spent 400 million at the stall, he was left with only 300 million. He could not afford the sword. He sent a telepathic message to the pig demon. Sir, I am interested in your witch artifact. Can we perhaps conduct the transaction outside? Levi eyed the sheep-horn demon, the very person who had held a grudge against him earlier. He suspected the demon was also a disguised wizard, likely not as powerful as himself. Sure, Levi and the sheep-horned demon quietly left the mast-sailed ship. The brawny man with the tiger's head pretended to nap with his eyes closed, and did not bother them. As long as they did not break the rules of the netherworld market, he did not care if they caused a ruckus outside. In the wilds, the sheep-horned demon spoke. Sir, I have 300 million joss paper left. Could I use something else to make up the remaining 300 million? Levi nodded. Sure, he only needed to cover a gap of 200 million joss paper to sell for 600 million and avoid a significant loss. The sheep-horned demon continued. I'm sincere in making this transaction. I hope we can establish a contract. No problem, Levi replied. He had no concerns. If the other party dared to renege, he would finish him off directly. The other party likely realized Levi's strength and feared he might kill and loot. Hence, the request for a contract was normal and reasonable. After the contract was signed, the sheep-horned demon's expression changed. Is Your Excellency the Dusk Palace Master, Levi? Yes, Levi said. Why? Is there a problem? The sheep-horned demon hastily shook his head. No problem. I just did not think I would encounter Your Excellency in hell. Fear gripped him. He was just an ordinary seven-circle wizard, not worth mentioning in front of the Dusk Palace Master. This person had overpowered level 8 demons, not just once, suggesting pure strength, rather than luck, or hidden cards. Levi patted the other's shoulder. Short wizard, let us keep today's events between us. It was a pleasure working with you. The sheep-horned demon nodded like a pecking chicken. Only after Levi walked away did the demon breathe a sigh of relief and mock himself. Though I am also a seven-circle wizard, why does it feel like meeting a primordial soul wizard in the five-circle realm? Never mind. Although I did not get the soul stone and dead man's rare earth, I did acquire a 7-ring high-grade witch artifact. That is something. His joss paper was spent, and having lost 300 million ether stone, he hastily left hell. The Dusk Palace Master was always elusive, battling on the front lines or secluded in deep meditation, rarely participating in social activities in the wizard world. To many, he was shrouded in mystery, which made people reluctant to approach him. Yet today, the demon could boast of having shaken hands with the Dusk Palace Master, feeling a sense of pride. At the stall, Levi stored away the dead man's rare earth. With 1 billion joss paper left, he spent it all on memory-blind boxes, buying 100,000 of them. He glanced at the brawny man with the tiger's head, who was snoring in his sleep, and left, satisfied. Ancient Dragon Continent. The journey through hell ended in perfection. Levi tallied the results of his trip. It was his most bountiful one yet. He used Crimson Enslavement on 2 level 8 devils, and incorporated the Demon Elephant tribe, gaining vast resources, and obtaining the legendary material, Rest Soil. According to intel from the Demon Fox tribe, they had attended the Netherworld market dozens of times, but never saw legendary items. Levi had clearly struck it lucky. If it were those 3 buddies from before, Levi might suspect they deliberately gave him benefits to gain favor. However, this brawny man with the tiger's head seemed disinterested and likely would not go out of his way to flatter him. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In the center of the graveyard of the dead stood a faint phantom of a tombstone. This was what Levi gained after refining the tombstone oddity. It was not an associated special spiritual creature, just some peculiar ability. Chapter 2237. The function of the tombstone and the dead soil share a similar aspect. They convert elemental power into negative energy and death energy. However, compared to the dead soil, the tombstone lacks a crucial function. It needs to allow the souls of the departed to rest in peace, thereby achieving the self-cycling birth of the undead. Initially, the graveyard of the dead spanned only about 1 kilometer in diameter. As time passed and Levi advanced to the 7th circle, its area expanded constantly. It now spans over 100 kilometers in diameter. It is not large, but sufficient for the undead to survive. Besides the graveyard of the dead, Levi also possesses the Black Soul Demon Tower. This tower comprises its own space. It absorbs the negative energy of death scattered between heaven and earth. Levi estimates that after advancing to the 8th circle, the graveyard of the dead should reach a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. It will have a preliminary scale then. The use of dead soil is simple. Once buried in the ground, it automatically transforms the surrounding soil. It incrementally increases in volume. The speed of transformation depends on the quantity of dead soil. With only 1 pound available, Levi wonders how long it will take to completely transform the graveyard of the dead. Fortunately, Levi possesses nothing if not patience. He can replenish with more dead soil later. Moreover, he cannot allow the growth rate of the dead cemetery to be too fast. It must grow slower than the expansion of the ancient Banyan Fairyland. He certainly does not wish to convert the entire ancient Banyan Fairyland into a graveyard. As the dead soil fell beneath the tombstone, something unexpected occurred. The dead soil turned into a black worm. It burrowed into the tombstone and dispersed. The tombstone phantom became more solid. After merging with the dead soil, the tombstone became more complete. Mysterious truth runes began to emerge on the tombstone. Levi deciphered them using wizard knowledge. Rest in peace, the god of death is eternal. The next moment, Levi stood in a strange place. He did not know the location, nor did he know the time. Concepts of space or time vanished. The endless sound of river water resounded directly in Levi's spirit. He opened his eyes to a great river. It was turbid and yellowish, seemingly bloody, boundless, and vast. It flowed indistinctly from nothing to nothing. Countless tributaries branched from the great river. They flowed across endless space and time, reaching unknown lands. This great river felt all too familiar to Levi. The underworld source river. According to legend, the dead soil originates from the sand at the bottom of the underworld source river. Now that legend rings true. This river was grand, magnificent, and supreme. Mother river of the underworld. Mother of the Nether Emperor. The dominion of life and death reincarnation. Only the non-existent concept of the river of time could be more powerful. In front of the mother river, Levi deeply felt his own insignificance. Clatter. The sound of a mountain spring flowing awakened Levi. In a daze, a trivial tributary of the mother river connected to the phantom tombstone before him. His will became omnipresent within this 100-kilometer diameter land of the dead. At this moment, he was the god of this land. After unexpectedly absorbing the dead soil, the tombstone of the dead underwent a transformation. It granted Levi unforeseen authority. He held absolute control over this graveyard of the dead. He could mobilize all the undead born within the graveyard of the dead without any contract or wizard tool. As long as the undead were born from there, they belonged to him, just like in the nightmare territory. He could even choose powerful souls. He allowed them to reincarnate with memories in the graveyard of the dead, becoming lowest-level specters or skeletons. These specters and skeletons were not simple. They retained some of their previous life skills. However, their undead body limited them, rendering them unable to fully wield those skills. Not all souls could reincarnate as undead with memories. In the ethical order and legal system of their civilization, those committing heinous crimes were not allowed entry. Those with prestige and merits in their civilization could reincarnate. As for the criteria for judgment, Levi did not decide. The underworld source river determined it. His authority stemmed from that supreme, utterly impartial mother river. Moreover, with his current authority, he could only support 10 souls to reincarnate with memories. To support more, he would need to improve his strength, upgrade the tombstone level, or acquire more dead soil. I understand. After the combination of dead soil and tombstone, I inadvertently became the city god of the wizard world. These souls reincarnated with my protection would become judges or Yin Bureau officials, or rather heroic spirits. No wonder the demiplane of the Hand of Netherworld Prison is called Heroic Spirit Homeland. I see. Generally, those who could become heroic spirits need to be heroes or epic figures in their civilization's standard sense. According to Levi's human or wizard standard, they would need to perish for the country or be a legendary hero. They could not be too obscure. In that sense, if the glittering legends Lionheart Knight or Golden Knight were alive, they would naturally become heroic spirits. And even if another person were a wizard, but remained obscure in the wizard world without making achievements or contributions, they would hardly become a heroic spirit. Strength is not the sole evaluation criterion. But if it were a primordial soul wizard, as long as they were not a great villain, their fame level might enable them to become a heroic spirit. Chapter 2238. What a pity. If Miss Marlene could have lived a little longer, it would have been good. Her students are all over the world, and she has never done any evil. She should have had the chance to live another life as an undead. But this depends on personal choice, and if one does not wish to become an undead, there is no need to force it. On the ground, rest soil began to slowly proliferate, faster than Levi expected, possibly because of the tombstone of the dead. From now on, this place will be called the Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Levi renamed the Graveyard of the Dead. This will be his undead cemetery from now on. It will automatically guide souls from the multidimensional plane to reincarnate here as new undead. It will also provide existing undead with a more habitable home. As for heroic spirits, Levi currently does not have suitable candidates. Since the quota is limited, it has to be an important person. The establishment of the Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion brings the goal of turning the ancient Banyan Fairyland into a perfect world a step closer. Maya appeared, her eyes scanning the ground. She said she could feel a new life being nurtured below. Levi guided his consciousness into the just transformed patch of rest soil. A tiny grain of green light flickered like a firefly. This is the budding soul fire, which will eventually become a ghost, a skeleton, or even a powerful undead bone dragon. Of course, to become an undead bone dragon, one still needs the dragon clan skeleton. Levi was just using a metaphor. It is not like he would waste things to create a bone dragon. Later, Levi had the array wizards of the Tower of Dawn mass-produce large energy-gathering arrays to lock the death energy in the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, to prevent it from affecting other places. A month later, the Emperor's Palace. Before Levi set off for the Dark Ancient Tower, the Blood Knight arrived. The Blood Knight stood at attention. "Commander," he said, "I am now at the level 6 limit, and my next step is to face the dilemma of evolution and advancement. I would like to seek guidance on ascending to a mythical bloodline." Levi thought for a moment before answering. "From my experience, you need to prepare at least 3 different legendary endurance-type bloodline crystals, other than Maya's, to ascend to mythical. Of course, you could also directly prepare 1 mythical-level endurance-type bloodline crystal to get there in one go." He advanced to Sky King Dragon through a combination of Maya, Silver Mountain Dragon, Wind Illusion Dragon, and Black Annihilation Dragon, so he is quite well informed. Of course, it is possible to ascend to mythical with just 3 combined, provided that at least 1 legendary bloodline is excellent and the strongest among legends. To be safe, he still recommended the Blood Knight do a 4-in-1 advancement. The Blood Knight nodded. "Thank you for the guidance, Commander," he said. "I understand now." Levi asked how many he had prepared so far. He told the knight if he faced difficulties, he should feel free to ask for help. The Blood Knight replied, "Commander, I have no issues on my side. Recently, I obtained a level 7 one-horned jade beast crystal through an auction, and I also exchanged for a level 7 jade swallow crystal at the War Merit store. I am just missing one more." Levi nodded. The unicorn jade beast has the legendary level heavenly horse bloodline, and the jade swallow possesses the sky messenger swallow bloodline. Both are quite compatible with your Maya bloodline. Heavenly horse and sky messenger swallow are both legendary creatures with strong endurance. He then gave the Blood Knight some advice on the precautions for advancing to the 7th circle, before speaking in a solemn tone. "Blood Knight, are you mentally prepared for evolution? Once you embark on this path, the difficulty of future promotions will far exceed the present. You will need to deal with more blood tribulation masters, and face the ever-changing dark tribulation." The Blood Knight looked at him with steady eyes. "I have thought it through, Commander, and I am ready for the possibility of failure. I am an old relic of the old era, much older than you all, and I want to give it one last shot. Whether it succeeds or not, it may still provide some experience for other knights." Levi placed a hand on his shoulder. "All right, before you ascend, remember to carry rare treasures for self-preservation. No matter what, keeping your life is the most important thing. Also, do not try to ascend while I am away. As long as I am beside you, even if you fail and perish, I have the means to let you live another life in another form." The Blood Knight stepped back, shocked. "Live another life? Yes, though I believe you can succeed." With the Blood Knight's fame and achievements during the Doomsday era, he was bound to become a heroic spirit, but that would be akin to ghost cultivation in his previous life. It was a lower method with no better choices. How could it compare to being a knight of flesh and blood? The Blood Knight expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. I am off now." The Blood Knight stood as someone who could suppress the inherent nature of secondary blood clan members with a mere mortal body, without any cheating methods. His willpower, character, and talent were absolutely top level. It is just a pity that he was born in the wrong era, predating other knights by centuries. Besides the Blood Knight, the Ash Knight, Divine Light Knight, Black Knight, and Fire Dragon Knight, all level 6 peak and late-stage knights, also faced the choice between evolution or advancement. In this regard, Levi completely respected their choices and did not impose his will. As long as the Dusk Holy Temple developed healthily, and as long as he lived long enough, there would surely come a day when someone besides him became a second mythical knight. The Dusk Holy Temple was witnessing a fortunate era, driven by a self-hacked leader and the unprecedented multidimensional plane convergence, with heaven, earth, and humanity all in harmony. Even if not within 10,000 years, within 100,000 years, establishing a complete body mythical version of the 18 riders was not impossible. A group of knights stood ready, their faces resolute, clad in armor soaked with divine power. Chapter 2239. With every move, one can decide the era's trend in the multidimensional plane. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Levi considered the challenges knights face in evolution. He spoke to the Steel Dragon Knight. Relatively speaking, it is still more reliable for dual practitioners like Steel Dragon Knights to follow the evolution route. At least crossing the Dark Tribulation will be easier. Although Steel Dragon Knight has evolved once, it is still a legendary bloodline now, and the mythical path has a long way to go. The 60th birthday of Emperor Mu's son, Eddie, arrived without fanfare. Levi joined the festivities, feeling as if in the blink of an eye, a child had already become an old thing. Eddie did not disappoint Emperor Mu and Elsa, as he practiced diligently without wasting his talent as the Ice Element son, and had become a 3 rings perfect wizard. Additionally, he had not neglected the path of knights, and was now a level 2 knight as well. Elsa always talked about him with a smile, saying Eddie's knight realm was better than hers. In the words of Emperor Mu, Eddie was completely comparable to the top-level geniuses of the wizard organization, with the only shortcoming being that he did not inherit his holy ape bloodline. However, Elsa promised to have a second child, and even a third in the future. They cannot let Emperor Mu's holy ape bloodline break, especially since his mortal family had long become dust in the tide of the era. Golden Lion Knight Dinos shared the same troubles as Emperor Mu. Although he had 3 children, he was not fortunate enough to have a boy who inherited the Golden Lion bloodline. However, these 3 showed promise. The eldest, Lena, recently celebrated her 100th birthday, and was now a level 3 knight known as the Jade Lion Knight, with a bold and carefree personality like a mother lion. The second child, Rhea, was about the same age, also a level 3 knight known as the Peacock Knight, with a much more reserved and quiet personality, completely different from the eldest. The eldest sister and second sister were both talented figures from the Dusk Holy Temple, and they were attractive with many suitors. The third, Raid, was no different. Although he did not have the knight bloodline, his wizarding talent was quite good. Like Emperor Mu's child Eddie, he belonged to the Frost School, was a third circle wizard, and was a notable figure at school. Levi smiled, pleased by these young people full of vitality. These fresh blood are the hope for the future of the ancient dragon continent. Perhaps, in the distant future, they would be even more excellent than their predecessors, going further on the path of knights and wizards. Passed down through generations, the flame is never extinguished. Kidman advanced to level 6 late stage within the Wind Spirit Tower. The speed was fair and square. Level 7 remained hopeful, yet attaining greater achievements would be difficult. Nonetheless, he felt happy personally. If it were not for the Dharma transmission Venerable, he would not have even had the chance of reaching level 7. He saw that figure in his dream. Kidman's face brightened with delight. Heavenly Venerate, Levi spoke. Well done. After the next century, I will take you away. Kidman's face glowed with ecstasy. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate. He finally had the opportunity to go to the outside world. This excitement mimicked a practitioner suddenly being told by a celestial being that he did not need to cultivate anymore, and could follow them in ascension. Pollock and Jess, the two newly recruited Supreme Archmages, also managed to slightly improve their strength. Hearing Kidman had a chance to leave this cage, envy filled them. Levi turned to them. You two need to work hard on your cultivation, and do your best in teaching. If you can advance to level 6 late stage, I will take you away as well. Anyway, just a few Supreme Archmages needed to maintain the basic order on the 5th level, and not many needed to stay here. Moreover, most Supreme Archmages actually would not even reach level 6 late stage within their lifetime, so Levi's promise acted more or less like an empty check. The two Supreme Archmages quickly expressed their gratitude, then began to report this century's work. Ultimately, Levi gained 2 children of the elements and 7 special talented wizards. Both children of the elements already held 3rd circle wizard cultivation, and the others included official wizards and apprentice wizards. Before leaving, he placed 4 6th circle alchemical creatures here, and rewarded these Supreme Archmages with some 6th circle masterpiece wizard tools. Do not use these alchemical creatures normally, only deploy them if alien races, or strong black beast invaders, threaten humans. Kidman bowed. I understand. We will certainly protect the people of Kane Empire. Afterward, Levi quickly headed to the Million Mountains, gathering mushrooms before visiting places marked for potential truth oddity births, collecting several Earth-grade and Sky-grade oddities. These low-level oddities served to reward some gifted juniors within the organization as incentives for a policy encouraging growth. In fact, the ancient Banyan Fairyland had birthed a considerable number of Earth-grade oddities over the years, with potential for Sky-grade oddities in some. Levi kept these, and others went directly into the treasury as the organization's foundation. Based on his calculations from these years, Earth-grade oddities generally take several hundred years to nurture, while Sky-level oddities take about 1,000 years on average, and at least 7 or 800 years for shorter spans. As of now, only a few Sky-level oddities have autonomously birthed from the Fairyland. As for Morning Star-level oddities, it remained uncertain if they would even appear. Even the King's Sword within the Sword of Victory had not fully nurtured yet. Overall, oddities are similar to iron trees, things that predecessors planted for future generations to enjoy. Chapter 2240. 478. Legendary Profession. Time Tomb Keeper. 6th layer of the Ancient Tower. Levi did not linger. He glanced around at the places he had marked previously. Given his current realm, the resources of the 5th and 6th levels held little value. Levi was not the type to take everything in his path. He left the spoils for the lucky ones 9,300 years later. 7th layer. St. Roland Continent. Rune Land. West Forest City. Run. The Black Beast tide is coming. It is over. The Earth Armor Saint was smacked to death by the Black Beast King. Everyone, hold the city and activate the barriers. Do not panic. The saints from Water Dragon City will soon arrive to support us. Levi hid in the crowd, his brows knitting together. Has the giant beast restricted area stirred again? Another saint has fallen. On the distant horizon, the void split open, revealing a giant beast rising 1,000 meters into the air, resembling a ground sloth. It stood upright with enormously exaggerated arms. One slap killed the stone armor saint. Behind it, thousands of black beasts swarmed, blotting out the sky, including some level 6 black beast lords. In terms of overall strength, the giant beast restricted area far surpassed Rune Land. If not for the balance between the 3 realms and 4 lands, humans would have no opportunity. Levi furrowed his brow. Why were the other alien giants ignoring this incident? The giant beast roared, slamming a palm against the city's array. The array that withstood the combined attacks of several saints shattered. How audacious. A rune master in a blue robe descended. It was the Water Dragon Saint. He conjured a water screen to block the giant beast's attack. After a century, the Water Dragon Saint had advanced to level 7 midstage. Compared to the giant beast, he still lacked power. Among the humans, only the Flame Wolf Saint could put up a fight. The Water Dragon Saint held back the giant beast, anxiety flooding his heart. Decades ago, a divine mountain descended on St. Roland Continent. The divine mountain promised to be a new large intersection point with many resources. The 3 realms and 4 lands tore up the previous peace treaties to compete for ownership of the divine mountain, sparking a new large-scale war. Taking advantage of this, the giant beast restricted area invaded Rune Land again. The black beast tide surged wave after wave, bringing suffering to the humans. Many rune masters fell. Even saints died, including one level 7 saint. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The humans plunged back into distress. The Water Dragon Saint sank into despair. With great difficulty, they saw a chance for human revival, thanks to the help of the Heavenly Venerate. Yet fate was cruel. It threatened to end everything before it began. Fortunately, the century-long period had passed, and the day of the Heavenly Venerate's arrival had come. They fought desperately and managed to hold out until this day. They eagerly awaited the Heavenly Venerate's arrival to banish the ghosts and monsters, restoring peace to the humans for a moment of respite. The water dragon saint struggled, his movements growing sluggish. Roar. Suddenly, a giant beast like a crocodile flew out of the black beast crowd, covered in scale armor exuding a metallic feel. It moved with the clashing sound of metal, scattering sparks. Torrents of the power of the metal element arrived, spewing thousands of blades and iron swords. They were unstoppable. Another level 7 mid-stage? The water dragon saint's heart sank. Inside and outside the city, countless resisting rune masters stood fearful and trembling. In the face of such a cataclysm, they were too weak. Mortals cowered in their houses, not daring to look outside, awaiting the arrival of death. Their lives were as worthless as grass. They were accustomed to it, numbed by it. The rain of blades and swords descended, pressing down over the city. At this moment, a black-armored swordsman soared out. He extended his hand, emitting a rich golden light. Primordial magnetic field. Reverse. All the blades and iron swords entering the sky over the city arched gracefully. They spiraled upward, drifting sharply, and disappeared. What is happening? Why are we still alive? Who is that? Never seen him. Is he some rune saint? Probably not. He does not look like it. The people who narrowly escaped death looked up in shock at the black-armored swordsman above. He was surrounded by golden light. He lifted his hand, pointing skyward, and then gestured towards the plains ahead. The clouds were instantly riddled. Countless iron swords and blades rained down, shooting into the black beast horde. In an instant, a vast number of black beasts fell. Witnessing this scene, the water dragon saint felt joy seeing the imposing figure of the black-armored swordsman. Water dragon welcomes the heavenly venerate's arrival. With the heavenly venerate here, they were saved. With the heavenly venerate's power, even if challenged by a level 8, dealing with these level 7s was more than sufficient. Next, they could take on the restricted area's lord together. Levi waved a hand. Water dragon, step aside. The water dragon saint quickly retreated. The giant beast's claws did not give up, reaching through the void to grab once more. They met a golden light around Levi, trapped in a swamp, unable to move. Levi did not draw his sword. He matched his fist with the claw. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. The giant beast's claw exploded entirely into a blood mist. It was clean. The giant beast winced in pain, not expecting such a tiny human to possess such a formidable body. The beast refused to believe it. Another massive claw slapped over. Bang! Another eruption of blood mist sprayed. Its arms lost in the blink of an eye. The giant beast stood dumbfounded. This is impossible to fight. Its claws could shatter mountains and break through the defensive field of a level 7 saint, yet it could not even match a man's punch. Knowing it stood no chance, the beast tried to flee. In a low chant, Levi pointed a finger. Absolute ice point. The giant beast froze, unable to move. Even the surrounding spacetime seemed to pause for a moment. Levi landed heavily on the giant beast's head. With a light twist, the mountain-sized head rolled off with a gurgle. A pillar of blood shot skyward, raining down gore. With a thundering collapse, the 1,000-meter body fell. All of this happened in a flash. The rune masters and mortals within the city stood stunned, cold gasps filling the air. Is this a god? Or is this some royal rune master? Too powerful. A level 7 late-stage black beast gone in an instant. Truly terrifying. Even the water dragon saint stood in a daze. He recalled the heavenly venerate's actions 200 years ago. Even then, although he could crush him, he was definitely not to the extent of one-hit killing a level 7 late-stage enemy. It had only been 200 years, and the heavenly venerate's power had become utterly unfathomable. Maybe even a level 8 would not be his match anymore. Chapter 2241. Outside the cities of Runeland, the water dragon saint flew behind Levi, and a sense of security immediately followed. Another mid-level 7 giant iron crocodile found its companion instantly dead and turned to flee. With a thought, Levi summoned a water dragon that roared out, surrounding the creature. Though it was just an innate spell, it was more than enough to trap this level 7 black beast. A group of level 7 shadows swarmed from behind, severely injuring the giant iron crocodile. Finally, the giant beast lay with its dying breath, but Levi did not kill it. He set up an array on the spot to seal it, trapping the giant beast there. Levi turned toward his companion. Water dragon saint, have your people watch over this black beast. The water dragon saint looked at the immobilized giant crocodile, his heart shaken. He realized this was the power of the heavenly venerate. Understood, he replied. Years ago, Levi had obtained a first-rate, excellent-grade breathing technique called the iron crocodile breathing technique. Its blood tribulation master was a transcendent creature known as the giant iron crocodile. The giant iron crocodile was also a legendary creature, although it was one of the relatively lesser known and average among them. Its body was covered in armor, unmatched in defense. The giant crocodile before them seemed to possess a strong giant iron crocodile bloodline, with little issue for its future advancement to level 8. Levi could use it to quickly form a knight's battle group, named Iron Crocodile's Teeth to pair with the Song of the Sirens. In the future, once the Vortex Beast is acquired, another battle group called Vortex I will be established. With speed, defense, and physique as the 3 dimensions of Death Soldier battle group, they would all be complete. The remaining black beasts fled in panic before Levi's shadow army. In this battle, the Spider King lost 2 more level 7 generals. Levi wondered how many more pieces the Spider King had to call upon. His primary purpose of entering the ancient tower this time was to confront the Spider King. If he could defeat it, he would use Crimson Enslavement to capture it. Half a day later, the black beast tied from the giant beast restricted area dissipated entirely under Levi's intervention, clearing the war haze that had troubled Rune Land for decades. The Rune Masters and mortals in the city looked up in shock at the black-armored swordsman in the sky. In the history of Rune Land, few had appeared who could turn the tide in such a way, akin to the rare King's Right Saint. Unfortunately, those King's Right Saints, despite their short-lived glory, would soon be suppressed and disappear by the union of 3 realms and 4 lands. It is uncertain whether this black-armored swordsman can withstand the pressure from the 3 realms and 4 lands. Before Levi's majesty, people bowed in respect. They wondered when the human race had acquired such a formidable powerhouse. If he possessed such strength, why did he not emerge sooner? With Levi's authorization, the Water Dragon Saint turned to the crowd. This is the ultimate saint, the newly born level 8 powerhouse of our humans. From now on, he will lead Rune Land into renewed glory. The people did not know who the ultimate saint was. They only knew that the present Rune Land could only rely on the ultimate saint to resolve the crisis of the giant beast restricted area. Failure would mark the end of the human race. They called out the name Ultimate Saint, and as the cheers diminished, the crowd's emotions gradually calmed. The Water Dragon Saint continued with passion. Henceforth, we humans no longer need to defer to the whims of the 3 realms and 4 lands. Anyone with talent must cultivate the Wizard Holy Method, which is the fundamental method for Rune Masters, even more excellent and powerful. Those without talent will still have other transcendent paths. Everyone shall be self-reliant, everyone like dragons. In the past 200 years, our saints have established many academies and wizard towers in Rune Land, but the path to popularizing wizard law remains challenging and arduous. From today onwards, every city, big or small, will have talent testing facilities set up. We kindly ask all compatriots to spread the word. Anyone interested in learning extraordinary magic and embarking on the strong path, regardless of age, gender, race, can come to the Rune Sacred City for evaluation, studying, and apprenticing. Since ancient times, the cultivation in Rune Land has been limited to a small scope. Many mortals did not even know Rune Masters existed. They had only vaguely heard of supernatural humans who wielded control over storm, thunder, underground fire, and frost. Under the deliberate control of the 3 realms and 4 lands, the mortals here were much like those on the 7 Kingdoms continent during the era of Church God's authority. They only regarded wizards as distant mythological entities, elusive and ethereal. Now, Rune Land must break these barriers and obstacles, just as the Wizard Council reforms in the human realm. They must boldly advance with comprehensive talent testing nationwide, missing no one with the talent to embark on the path of a wizard and burying no genius. 200 years ago, Levi lacked sufficient power. This could only be conducted covertly. He had to worry about the mad retaliation from the 3 realms and 4 lands. But now he possesses absolute level 8 power. He has even slain 10 level 8 demons. To him, the 3 realms and 4 lands are insignificant. The current civil war within the 3 realms and 4 lands is indeed a rare and excellent opportunity. Upon hearing the words of the Water Dragon Saint, the mortals below showed shock on their faces. A massive storm was about to sweep across the St. Roland continent. This world, which from ancient times had revered alien races, while the human race remained weak, was about to change. During the Water Dragon Saint's speech, in other sacred cities, a dozen saints simultaneously conducted mobilization in their respective managed cities. This unexpected frenzy caused the humans in Rune Land to begin to boil with excitement. Chapter 2242. They began to learn the true name of a Rune Master, Wizard. A super civilization dominates countless worlds and commands respect across the multidimensional plane. The most formidable among them slay the lords of the 3 realms and 4 lands as effortlessly as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The supreme among them rival true gods. This group of people requires only one legendary forbidden spell to cause the lands of runes to fall apart. From then on, anyone who reaches level 8 or above in cultivation has the opportunity to leave this lower realm and ascend to the upper realm. The emissary from the wizard world guides them. Dharma Transmission Venerable, Ultimate Saint. The change began to sweep through the lands of runes like wildfire. 1 week later, the Saint Council, composed of 14 new and old rune saints, formed in the lands of runes. 2 weeks later, the garrisons and bases scattered across the 3 realms and 4 lands were uprooted. 3 weeks later, the list of puppets and lackeys arranged by alien races in the Rune lands arrived at the Saint Council. The Congress issued an ultimatum: either abandon the darkness for the light, or take a trip to the underworld. 4 weeks later, the Saint Council established the most prestigious academy in the lands of runes, the Grey-White Academy. The Flame Wolf Saint served as the Dean of Grey-White Academy. Dozens of branches spanned the lands of runes, each led by a saint. Candidates who pass the test and demonstrate the talent for wizard cultivation enter Grey-White Academy. Those with superior talent, or other extraordinary traits, even earn the opportunity to meet the ultimate saint directly. 1 month later, a powerful aura descended outside the Saint Council. A creature over 3 meters tall, with a bird head and human body, wings growing from its back, landed. It resembled an angel. It draped itself in golden robes, seemingly woven from transcendent silk. The robes floated like air, exuding waves of treasure light. It belonged to the feathered people. Its aura betrayed a level 7 late-stage intensity. How bold of the lands of runes to dare expel our emissary from Feather People Island. Flame Wolf Saint, come out and see me. In the Congress, dead silence reigned. Not long after, a man dressed in a red robe with fiery red hair descended from the sky. Flame Wolf Saint smiled. So it is Lord Raman, long time no see. Trouble gnawed at him. Raman served as the 7th prince of the Feather Palace. His father was a level 8 powerhouse, none other than the King of Feathers, Raphelman. The Flame Wolf Saint felt uneasy. He feared that the 3 realms and 4 lands would send powerhouses to retaliate. 1 month had passed before the feathered people sent someone. Flame Wolf Saint cleared his throat. Lord Raman, these rune lands have always been the dwelling place of humans from ancient times. Your emissaries from the feathered people have repeatedly acted with impunity on our territory. We merely expelled them without causing harm, which is already very lenient. Raman's face turned cold. What do you mean? It seems that under the bewitchment of that so-called ultimate saint, you think you can oppose us now. Have you grown wings? Immediately disband the Saint Council, and demolish those foolish academies, or else the feathered people will formally declare war on the lands of runes. Do not forget the 7 clans alliance of yesteryear. Flame Wolf Saint chuckled. You are joking, my lord. The 7 clans alliance was signed by the 3 realms and 4 lands among themselves. It has nothing to do with us in the lands of runes, nor can it interfere with our affairs. We only wish to protect ourselves, especially since the giant beast restricted area has persistently waged war against us for decades, leaving the people destitute, starving, and rivers of blood. Surely, you at Feather People Island have seen this. Raman snorted. The giant beast restricted area violated the alliance, and naturally, our clans will intervene. But that does not justify your rebellion. Hand over the ultimate saint, and the other elders of the Saint Council may save their skins, or else, when the Sky Island army arrives, the lands of runes will regret it. Flame Wolf Saint shook his head. Please, Lord Raman, return. Raman laughed with rage. He clapped his hands together. Fine, fine, fine. Since the lands of runes are dead set on opposing us, do not blame us for the ensuing massacre. Raman soared into the sky and vanished. Flame Wolf Saint looked troubled. Other saints stepped out, sighing. A full-scale war with the feathered people is inevitable now. Our meager strength is far from sufficient. Who knows what the Heavenly Venerate plans to do? Soon after, the Saint Council announced that the lands of runes were entering a full state of war preparation. Each city and organization must prepare to face the feathered people army. Central St. Roland, east of Heartsea. Decades ago, a celestial transformation caused a divine mountain from outside the world to fall here. The mountains towered and stretched boundlessly. They seemed endless. A new intersection point formed. The divine mountain brought many resources, materials, and opportunities unseen before on the St. Roland continent. A tide of black beasts followed. Beside the giant beast restricted area, the other 6 great alien clans sent their armies and land-clearing teams to explore and discover the divine mountain. Large-scale bloody conflicts erupted. The initial minor skirmishes escalated into a sprawling war spanning the 3 realms and 4 lands. Due to the 7 clans alliance, a balance among the 3 realms and 4 lands had sustained for some time. However, over such a long period, some major powers have grown vastly more potent than before. They grew dissatisfied with the former power dynamics and divisions. They are seizing the opportunity of this divine mountain war to expand their territories and gain more say. A Feather People Island garrison stood nearby. A hook-nosed feathered person stood with hands behind their back, listening to a subordinate's report. Chapter 2243. He is the Crown Prince of the Feathered People, currently possessing level 8 early stage power. However, this remains a secret, as he acts as the ace of the feathered people. It stays reserved for future use, designed to catch competitors off guard. Haha, this land of runes, taking advantage of the chaos within our 3 realms and 4 lands, wants to rebel. It represents just a desperate struggle. What extreme sage, even the king's right saint, so what? Every king's right saint who has tried to resist only brought severe damage to the land of runes, taking thousands of years to recover. These lower humans just love to act clever. Pass down the order. Let the 2nd prince and 3rd prince each lead an elite feathered people sky army to attack the land of runes. We, the feathered people, have remained dormant for a long time, and now we no longer need to share the St. Roland continent with other alien races. Take this opportunity to annex the land of runes, make all the rune masters slaves, brand them with the feather slave mark, and exile them to fight on this divine mountain. Feathered People Heavenly Island. A massive island floats in the sky. It stretches 30,000 li from east to west and 20,000 li from north to south, acclaimed as the first wonder of the St. Roland continent. Around the island, clouds and mist enshroud the stone, celestial birds circle, and waterfalls pour from the edges onto the continent below. From afar, it resembles a white ribbon flying across the sky. The feathered people possess 7 princes, each skillful and outstanding. The crown prince holds level 8 early stage power. The other 6 remain at level 7 mid stage, late stage, and even peak power. Above the Sky Island, 2 battle groups composed of over 10,000 elite feathered people line up, suspended in the air. They possess newly inspired spirits, exuding a confident aura. Feathered people always stand high and mighty, with immense power. Their wisdom and level of civilization rank above the average of St. Roland. Thus, they call all other tribes barbarians. All the feathered people master wind element affinity spell abilities. They call it the divine wind art, and they even consider themselves the heavenly god clan. Leading the army, the second prince and third prince stand at level 7 peak and level 7 late stage, respectively. Such an elite battle group rivals the ace battle groups of top wizard organizations. Embarking on this campaign to flatten the land of runes proves easy. The second prince wears golden silk treasure armor, steps in golden scale battle boots, and holds a golden spear. The second prince gripped his spear and gestured toward the horizon. The land of runes expelled our feathered people envoy, openly confronting us. The king has ordered an expedition to the land of runes to completely annex it into the feathered people's territory. The feathered people warriors raised their weapons. Morale soared to the sky. Heavenly God clan invincible. Flatten the barbarians. The second prince laughed. With such elite troops, the land of runes can fall within a month. The third prince looked toward the horizon with a furrowed brow. But still, remain wary of that suddenly emerged extreme sage. This person seems to possess level 8 power, capable of easily slaying black beasts at level 7 late stage. It matters not, the second prince countered. He tapped the pommel of his sword. I have already borrowed one of the clan's twin supreme treasures from father. The wind annihilates a realm. This treasure once killed a king's right saint, so how about one more? The third prince grinned. Then it should be secure. Whole army, attack, the second prince commanded. The feathered people heavenly soldiers stirred up a violent wind, whistling as they flew out. Just as they began to move, a black armored swordsman materialized ahead. He tread the air, walking step by step, exuding an intangible aura born from years of slaughter. This presence made the feathered people heavenly soldiers feel as if they faced thousands of troops and horses. They even harbored the illusion that the black armored swordsman had killed more lives than all of them combined. He had killed countless demons, black beasts, and nightmare creatures. Unknowingly, Levi stood enveloped in murderous aura. Together with his undying armor burning with black flames and crimson cloak, the man resembled an apocalyptic demon king, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. He had not even made a move, yet those two armies, along with the princes who had brimmed with confidence moments before, unconsciously halted. The second prince narrowed his eyes. Who are you? How dare you trespass the sacred land of the feathered people? The third prince gripped his own weapon tightly. Brother, he seems to be the extreme sage. The second prince's face changed dramatically. What? He dares to come at us alone. He scanned the space before him repeatedly. Only that black-armored swordsman stood there. Is he mad? Entering the 3 realms and 4 lands alone. Even a king's right saint would not dare to attempt this. He judged the opponent. Besides, viewing him now, this extreme sage does not even possess the aura of level 8. He remains only at level 7 late stage at best. Even if strong, he cannot match their army. Not to mention, deep in the feathered people's sacred land, their father, with level 8 power, rests in seclusion. He came alone. Either he acts highly skilled and bold, or he seeks his own death. The second prince felt reassured. With his limited perspective, he could never imagine the truth. The man before him could, by his own strength, kill 10 level 8 demons. He could single-handedly annihilate elite demon armies on the grand stage of bloody battles, one after another. A single man, causing the abyss, this super-civilization, to be at their wits' end. He went so far as to mobilize heavy forces, dividing troops into 2 fronts, to attack his summoned creatures. However, the murderous aura emanating from this person made the second prince tense up. For insurance, a black bead appeared in his palm, radiating an immense aura. This bead appeared semi-transparent, containing a small world within. Strands of black airflow roamed within the bead, like black snakes. This represented one of the feathered people's 2 supreme treasures. The wind annihilates a realm. Legend held that the first king of Feather found this rare treasure during his travels on the St. Roland continent, at a newly born intersection point. A treasure with a world of its own. Chapter 2244. The realm fills with a black exotic wind, known as the destructive black wind. This wind is formidable and sinister. Wherever it passes, everything is destroyed. Only a level 8 powerhouse can withstand it. A simple incantation traps enemies within. Even a level 8 powerhouse, if unable to escape in time, inevitably blows to pieces, with their soul scattered. Once this clan treasure emerged, the second prince immediately felt revitalized. Considering the opponent was extraordinary, he held his fire. He looked at the black-armored swordsman. Ultimate Saint, your strength is impressive. The King of Feather is a ruler who appreciates talent. If you are willing to submit to us, managing the Rune Land would certainly be possible. The second prince reasoned that since this person incited Rune Land to rebel, it was merely for benefits. If he could be directly recruited, it would be better than killing him. Once he is no longer needed in the future, Father could just bestow death upon him. The third prince watched the black-armored swordsman approach. He could not stop trembling. Second brother, this person is unusually fierce. Act quickly. The black-armored swordsman looked at them. You two are too weak. Go call the King of Feather. I have no interest in talking to you. Levi came here precisely to recruit the feathered people as well. He did not want to engage in unnecessary slaughter. There was no need. Alien races are not demons. If they were, Levi would have long since begun a massacre. The face of the second prince flushed with shame. He signaled his men with a sharp gesture. Such arrogance. Form the formation. At his command, the feathered people heavenly soldiers swiftly formed a military formation, surrounding Levi. Levi repeated his demand. Go call the King of Feather. The second prince shouted. Strike, third brother. In a flash, the wind howled across tens of miles as countless wind blades attacked Levi. The third brother wielded a longsword, and sword chi infused with the wind element shot straight out. Kill, kill. The feathered people heavenly soldiers swarmed from all directions. Levi stood calm. Looks like we will have to strike fear into them, or it will be hard to proceed. Levi snapped his fingers. 10,000 dragons birth. Shadow dragon group. Maya spirit. What was just one person a moment ago now stood at the head of an army. Instantly, countless troops appeared behind him. Each shadow exuded a deadly aura. The demons slain by them were beyond count. The most terrifying were the specters, towering 1,000 meters, exuding a level 7 aura. There were 9 in total, all with ferocious demon forms. Levi referred to them as the Mo Family 9 generals. These level 7 specters were meant to follow him for a long time, and would not be easily lost. He assigned simple names to each one. When their numbers increase, he could even rename them to 10 generals, 100 generals. As soon as these 9 monster generals made a move, the battlefield became a one-sided slaughter. The 4 level 7 mid-stage spiritual weapons, the Maya spirit, added to the devastation. What is this? The faces of the 2 princes went pale with shock. They understood summoning spells, but summoning so many was beyond their imagination. Levi moved. His form flickered, and he reached the second prince in a blink. That prince hurriedly summoned the wind destruction realm. Before he could even recite an incantation and subdue Levi, he suddenly found himself unable to move. The sky shattered, and a 9-colored emperor, towering 3,000 meters, descended with a crash. Levi used the absolute ice point. He calmly took the impressive-looking rare treasure. Thank you. You are quite nice. Levi struck with a palm, sending the second prince flying like a broken kite. The golden silk armor he wore was a level 7 treasure, which defended against the blow. However, the residual force still made his internal organs churn. The longsword of the third prince slashed down, but Levi caught it with his bare hands. With a sudden exertion, the third prince flew uncontrollably towards Levi. The prince quickly let go of the level 7 treasure longsword, and tried to escape. Levi marveled at the wealth of the feathered people, having obtained 3 rare treasures in such a short time. Silver Mountain Skyfall. The surrounding mountain ranges encircled the third prince. Levi threw a punch, sending the third prince crashing into the mountains, leaving him half dead. Level 7 late stage, too weak indeed. Levi looked at the terrified second prince. If you want the feathered people soldiers to survive, stop now. The second prince was scared out of his wits. He did not understand why everyone was level 7, yet the gap was so large. In terms of realm, he was slightly superior. He felt he could even contend against his father. Yet in front of this man, he had no power to fight back. Stop. Everyone stop. The second prince shouted. On the battlefield, in a short time, thousands of soldiers had already died. This was a one-sided battle. Levi toyed with the treasure in his hand. Now, go bring the king of feather. At this point, the second prince finally listened. All right. He turned into a beam of light, and disappeared into the sky. The prince thought to himself that this person was definitely not level 7, but level 8, only concealing his aura. The feathered people had 2 level 8 fighters, his father and his elder brother, but unfortunately, the elder brother was out fighting. Otherwise, if they joined forces, they could still defeat this person. Regardless, given the current situation, he could only go find his father. Levi sat high in the clouds, and the shadows disappeared into his back. He summoned the third prince. Tell me the names, functions, and uses of these 3 rare treasures. He could research it himself, but that would waste time. The third prince dared not disobey, so he used a delaying tactic, explaining everything one by one. Chapter 2245. Ultimate Saint, Grey-White Academy. This bead is the level 8 exotic treasure, Wind Destruction Realm. This longsword is the level 7 exotic treasure, Wind Killing Sword. This golden silk armor is the level 7 exotic treasure, Golden Silkworm Armor. Levi feels a surge of good mood. Any exotic treasure makes this trip worthwhile. The Wind Destruction Realm especially catches his attention. Like the previous Icy Pearl, it contains a broken plane. The will of the plane inside has dissipated. Levi plans to use it himself first. Once he becomes powerful enough, and no longer needs this treasure, he will refine the destructive black wind within it. With the destructive black wind gone, this exotic treasure will serve no purpose. Then he will give the shattered plane inside it to Mana for refining. Her strength should advance further. After storing away the exotic treasures, a level 8 aura aggressively approaches. The visitor is a feathered person wearing golden armor, standing 10 meters high with golden wings. This is the king of the feathered people, the king of feather. It has been at the early stage of level 8 for nearly 1,000 years. It is not far from the middle stage of level 8. The king of feather wears an unfriendly expression. You have killed so many of my people, and still dare to linger here as if nothing happened. You must be quite confident in your own strength. Levi grips his sword. The king of feather, without any provocation, deployed troops against our humans' rune land. What a mighty show of force. The king of feather laughs skyward. Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. It has always been this way. You are not from this world, are you? Do you intend to stand up for rune land? It is a level 8 powerhouse, and not foolish. It sees that Levi is not an ordinary rune saint. It recalls the foreigners that stirred the St. Roland continent 700 years ago. It already has an answer in its heart. Levi nods. I am here to demand the King of Feather withdraw his troops and promise never to invade Rune Land again. The King of Feather releases an overwhelming aura. Even if you are unique in your power, you and I at most can only fight to a draw. I am not afraid of you. Leave, I do not want to fight today. Levi rises and draws his shark tooth-shaped sword. Then let our skills be proven. The natives on this St. Roland continent have always been arrogant. Levi harbors no more illusions. The King of Feather flaps its golden wings, traversing infinite distances in an instant. Its wings transform into spinning blades. The dazzling golden light slices through everything. The nine-colored Emperor appears behind Levi. The Emperor's sword slashes out to counter the blade light. Sparks fly, the void trembles, and energy dissipates into the floating island below. The level 8 battle shockwave causes the island to tremble faintly. The King of Feather shows surprise, watching the opponent directly withstand the attack. You have got some tricks up your sleeve. Let us see how long you can last. Levi and the King of Feather fight freely between heaven and earth. The King of Feather moves with incredible speed, enveloped by a cyclone domain with a 100-mile radius. Inside, countless wind blades slice, obliterating everything. Levi's brilliant golden dragon armor is already at the late stage of level 7, with extremely formidable defense. The Emperor's protective force field is fully activated, protecting Levi as he directly fights the enemy within the domain. The undying body along with the undying divine domain makes Levi stand like a god or demon at the heart of the storm. Powerful innate spells and primordial soul spells leave the King of Feather overwhelmed. Fortunately, the King of Feather's golden armor is the clan treasure, Golden Wind Jade armor. It is also a level 8 exotic treasure. Its defensive power is extremely strong, allowing it to endure Levi's assault. With both fighters at level 8, everyone else dares not intervene. Both Levi and the King of Feather possess extraordinary strength. No sign of victory exists in the short term. The second prince immediately reports this matter to his elder brother on the distant Divine Mountain. What? The ultimate saint is fighting alone on the Sky Island? And fighting against father? Without caring about the frontline battle, he immediately gathers several powerhouses and hurries away. The figures of Levi and the King of Feather span across the islands within tens of thousands of miles. Everywhere they pass, the earth shatters, mountains are uprooted, and the Feather tribe flees in all directions. This is its own homeland. Although the King of Feather feels exhausted, it dares not flee alone. By dusk, the King of Feather feels exhausted. Levi observes its speed getting slower, and its strength diminishing. Boom! Accompanied by a punch capable of destroying heaven and earth, the King of Feather, along with its armor, is blasted into the island below. Crack! The island develops a rift hundreds of miles wide. The central pit is unfathomably deep. The King of Feather lies sprawled in the middle of the pit. The golden armor remains unscathed, but the wearer is too weak to hold on. In reality, if not for the strength of this armor, it would not have lasted this long. As the strongest clan treasure of the feathered people, it shielded the wearer from countless injuries. Unfortunately, the armor is not omnipotent. Some attack aftershocks cannot be offset. Gradually, the King of Feather suffers grave internal wounds. Its internal organs shatter, bones and blood vessels burst, and its essence damages. Further erosion by crimson toxin, black thunder, and blue flames prevents wounds from healing. It excels in speed and slaughter, but lacks in physique. The King of Feather stares dazed at the black armored swordsman before it, standing unscathed. Its own attacks have inflicted fatal blows on him multiple times. It has even blown up his head and stabbed through his heart once. Yet, he does not die. This is a person with not a single weakness. His body has surpassed conventional life forms. Those organs are meaningless to him. Monster, monster. The King of Feather murmurs, closes its eyes, and awaits death. Chapter 2246. Levi leveled his gaze at the group. Want to live. I have no desire to exterminate your feathered people. A formidable level 8 presence surged across the island as he spoke. Daring arrogant wretch. The great prince roared. He raised a golden greatsword and slashed fiercely toward Levi. The King of Feather's expression twisted. He shouted over the clash. Rad, stop. You are no match for him. The nine-colored emperor materialized, raising a golden giant shield to block the great prince's strike. The great prince skidded to a halt. He looked down at his barely breathing father and forced his mind to calm. Father. He had just advanced to level 8. He knew how strong his father was. If even his father could not match this person, he certainly could not either. The great prince lowered his blade. What do you want? Levi did not blink. I told you. I want you to withdraw your troops and stop invading the Rune Land. You must also follow my commands, or face extermination. He raised a hand. 10,000 members of the Shadow Dragon group manifested behind him. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. Believe me, I have the power to accomplish all of this. You want our feathered people to submit to you. That is impossible. The great prince spat the words. The King of Feather coughed, his body racking with pain. Shut up, Rad. Just be silent. He feared that the great prince would anger this malevolent star and lead to the extinction of the feathered people. Having fought Levi for a whole day, the King of Feather understood this person's terrifying nature. This was true immortality. He was an untiring demon king of slaughter. It was no wonder he could venture alone into the feathered people's holy land with a late-stage level 7 body. The great prince's heart chilled as he looked at his proud and domineering father. Just how strong was this ultimate saint to make his father so disheartened? The King of Feather let out a long, shuddering sigh. We can promise. Levi kept his voice level. You must immediately summon all level 6 and above experts of the feathered people to this place. The great prince looked at his father. The king of feather gestured weakly. Go ahead, call everyone here. Experts gathered around the large crater. One by one, level 6 experts arrived. Many remained confused about what had happened. They looked down to find the king of feather lying on the ground like a dead dog. Their hearts shocked at the sight. What happened to our king? Who did it? 37 level 6 experts and 9 level 7 experts stood gathered there. 7 of them were children of the king of feather. Levi observed the old man. He was not particularly strong, but he was certainly prolific. Raman, the 7th prince, stood among them. He had once made harsh statements at the Saint Council. The king of feather struggled to speak. From now on, the feathered people must no longer attack the Rune land, and must not disobey orders from the ultimate saint if received. Raman, the 7th prince, spoke with open dissatisfaction. Father, the humans of the Rune land expelled our emissary. The great prince slapped him away before he could finish the sentence. Do not interrupt when father is speaking. The feathered people experts fell silent. They understood that their king had lost to this black-armored swordsman, and accepted his humiliating conditions. The humiliation they once imposed on the Rune land now fell upon themselves. A towering blue greatsword appeared behind Levi. It was Excalibur. Levi gestured to the blade. To ensure everyone keeps their word, you all must swear an oath here, or face divine punishment. These alien races were coerced by him. If they regretted their decision during his 100-year absence, the Rune land would remain at risk. As long as he bound all current level 6 and above experts, the rest would be insignificant. Few new experts would arise over 100 years. The king of feather and the great prince took the oath as well. They were level 8 powerhouses. Although Excalibur's binding was not strong, the impact was sufficient given the day's battle. The alien experts felt anger, but they kept silent. They faced the need to swear before Excalibur. The king of feather led the oath. He turned to his people. Swear, as I said. It is a world of the survival of the fittest. It is better to be degraded than exterminated. The great prince looked displeased. He wanted to resist. He held back only when he looked at his father's miserable state. Everyone took their oath. Excalibur shot beams of light into their bodies. This was a 9-level treasure. The consequences of violation were severe. The reason Levi could manage such a large organization with minimal internal betrayal was greatly due to Excalibur. He had resolved one of the 3 realms and 4 lands. The feathered people's strength ranked among the best. Dealing with the others would be easier. Levi conjured the power of the Death Ember Dragon in his palm, and sent it into the King of Feather's body. The severe injuries to his internal organs healed with visible speed. Levi ceased his actions once he was half recovered. He spoke calmly. I can destroy you or achieve you. I hope you know your place. By the way, lend me this armor. The defense of this golden armor was so powerful that even Levi felt envy. The King of Feather reluctantly removed the armor and handed it to Levi. The feathered people had only 2 clan treasures, and now both were gone. Levi checked the storage items of the experts one by one. He reaped significant rewards from the King of Feather and some princes. He took what was useful without hesitation. The feathered people experts were faces of joy, though they were utterly humiliated. Consider these as compensation for what you did to the Rune land. Behave well in the future, and past grievances will be ignored. He left with those words. The King of Feather breathed a sigh of relief once Levi departed. The great prince approached him. Father, what do we do next? The King of Feather looked to the horizon. Continue to oversee the divine mountain as if nothing happened. Keep this matter confidential. This person's origins are extraordinary, and his strength is unfathomable. He is likely a powerhouse from the wizard civilization among the foreigners. Currently, on the St. Roland continent, across the 3 realms and 4 lands, he probably has no equal. Avoid direct confrontation. Remember, living ignobly is better than dying well. In the Rune land, a group of saints stood worried in front of the Saint Council round table. What should we do? According to spies, the feathered people are about to send troops to attack the Rune land. Why not ask the Flame country for aid? The Flame clan has been favorable in their policies towards us. Do not panic. If the Heavenly Venerate arranged this way, there must be a reason. A black-armored swordsman walked in while they were discussing. The feathered people have withdrawn their troops. Chapter 2247. 480. Across the 3 realms and 4 lands, none can rival me. Wizard, starting with the Knight's breathing method. The Saint Council gathered, all eyes fixed upon the Dharma transmission Venerable. He had been missing for some time. Someone broke the silence. The feathered people have retreated. Another voice chimed in. What? A third elder leaned forward. Venerable, is this true? Expressions of sheer disbelief painted the faces of every saint in the room. Levi met their gaze. It is true. The King of Feather told me himself. A collective gasp echoed around the great circular table. An elder stood up slowly. Venerable, did you journey to the feathered people heavenly island? Another saint widened his eyes. Alone? A woman nearby shook her head, and returned safely. Vivid images flooded the minds of the council members. They pictured the Venerable, armed with nothing but a single sword, storming the feathered people heavenly island. They envisioned him forcing the King of Feather to abandon the planned invasion of Rune land and compelling an alliance. The sheer power of the act overwhelmed them. It defied all belief. Levi nodded once. From now on, the feathered people stand allied with Rune land. If enemies attack us, they will provide assistance. You all can continue your teaching in Rune land without any lingering worries. The water dragon saint bowed deeply. Congratulations, Venerable. You are truly invincible in this realm. The flame wolf saint raised a fist in salute. Venerable above us all. If these saints had previously submitted out of fear of Levi's imposing might, they now stood completely convinced, and genuinely in awe. Since ancient times, Runeland had constantly sought peace while crumbling under the pressure of the 3 realms and 4 lands. Even whenever a king's right saint emerged, they could only navigate blindly through the brutal oppression of the alien race leaders. Historically, none of those king's right saints met a peaceful end. Many of them died abruptly and without explanation. And now, one of the 4 lands, the Feathered People Heavenly Island, had actually lowered its proud head. They had formed an alliance with Runeland. Forcing the lofty beings of the Heavenly God clan to submit was a monumental challenge. Yet the Dharma transmission Venerable had achieved the impossible. Every saint in the hall bowed deeply to Levi, their movements filled with absolute reverence. Voices rang out across the chamber. The Venerable's deeds are boundless. Runeland will surely rise. A golden age for humanity is about to commence. As the Venerable departed, profound emotion overwhelmed the remaining saints. An old saint wiped a tear from his eye. After countless years of suffering, we are finally on the right track. We no longer need to endure the scorn of those alien races. Another elder gripped the edge of the table. Without a bold figure like the Venerable, Runeland would never have broken free from the dark recurrence of its past history, even after millions of years. A younger saint crossed his arms, his gaze resolute. In this world, ultimately, strength is what matters. If someone possesses overwhelming and absolute ability, all challenges become entirely trivial. 1 month later, Flame Country. The black-armored swordsman tore a path straight through the void. Levi had recently obtained the Golden Wind Jade armor, but he chose not to wear it openly. He kept it concealed within his mind, ready to manifest the instant an attack occurred. The golden armor was far too flashy. It completely clashed with Levi's understated aesthetic. He greatly preferred the dark, sleek style of the indestructible armor. Soon after, several burning palaces rose into view across the sprawling crimson field ahead. This massive complex was the royal capital of Flame Country. Levi made no effort to conceal his presence this time. The upper echelons of Flame Country quickly learned about the arrival of the black-armored swordsman. They had been paying close attention to the unfolding situation in Runeland. They knew a powerful figure known as the Ultimate Saint had recently appeared. Through spies hidden away on the Feathered People Heavenly Island, reports reached them regarding the severe injuries sustained by the King of Feather. Immediately, more than a dozen massive auras, all belonging to warriors above level 7, erupted from the royal capital and took to the sky. Leading the charge was a brawny man covered in crimson scales. Flaming red hair soared wildly atop his head, and his massive hands gripped a gargantuan axe. He was the Flame Dragon Axe Master Uka. He was also Jabba's father, the reigning king of Flame Country. Uka halted his advance upon reaching Levi, holding his ground without making a hostile move. He raised his chin, his voice booming across the distance. What brings the Ultimate Saint here? Our Flame Country has not sent troops to Runeland. We will not set up embassies in Runeland in the future, either. As the king, I can promise that as long as Runeland does not invade us, we will never take military action first. Levi rested a hand on his hilt, his tone cold and unyielding. A mere promise is not enough. I need you to swear a binding oath. If you comply with my requirements, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, a bloody conflict is entirely inevitable. Uka's face hardened into a scowl. As the king, I have always kept my word. Is my promise truly not enough? I know the Ultimate Saint possesses significant means, but behaving so unreasonably forces my hand. Are you implying that our Flame Clan lacks capable warriors? Levi maintained his calm composure, his gaze piercing right through the king. Uka, what I am doing to you right now completely pales in comparison to the filthy and sordid atrocities your Flame Country has inflicted upon Runeland throughout history. Uka's expression shifted, betraying his deep indecision. Jabba stepped forward from the ranks behind his father. Father, why not first examine what his contract terms actually entail? From what I know, the King of Feather still has not managed to get out of bed. The elite forces of the Feathered People suffered thousands of brutal losses. Their vitality was seriously injured, and it will take them centuries to fully recover. Uka let out a heavy sigh, his grip on the axe relaxing just a fraction. Fine. Let us hear your terms first. Levi offered a thin, knowing smile. We have an old saying. A wise man submits to his circumstances. The treaty Levi presented was straightforward and brutally simple. First, from now on, all levels of the Flame Clan shall never intervene in any affairs regarding Runeland. Second, if Runeland faces an invasion by black beasts or any other alien races, the Flame Clan must unconditionally send troops to assist. Third, the Flame Clan must annually tribute exactly 1/3 of its yearly yield of level 7 red flame star gold, along with various other resources and materials, directly to Runeland. He provided a specific and comprehensive list of the required materials. Uka's face turned completely ashen as he reviewed the demands. The other level 7 experts of the Flame Clan reacted with similar outrage and horror. One warrior pointed a trembling finger at Levi. You are being far too outrageous. Another shouted from the back. Level 7 red flame star gold is already incredibly scarce. Our annual yield is barely enough for ourselves. A third expert drew his weapon. We can only agree to the first term. We absolutely cannot agree to the others. The advisors crowded around Uka. King, we cannot agree to such a humiliating treaty. Another roared. Exactly. Let us fight him. At worst, it will be a glorious fight to the bitter end. Chapter 2248. What do we have to fear with so many of us? The warriors shouted, their voices dripping with anger and dissatisfaction. Jabba stepped forward, raising his hands in a desperate plea. Everyone, at this moment, we must ensure the survival of our entire clan. Do you want to experience the feathered people's tragedy once again? The strongest members of the Flame clan spat on the ground, their eyes narrowing. Jabba, you're truly weak and incompetent. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Exactly. The situation with the feathered people isn't even confirmed as true or false yet. With a father as powerful as a top-tier powerhouse, what can they do? Levi stood unmoved, watching the Flame clan powerhouses argue endlessly. He cut through the noise with a cold question. Lord Uka, have you made your decision? Uka straightened his posture, his voice echoing with finality. I, Uka, would rather die in battle than accept your terms. Levi remained silent. Behind him, the nine-colored emperor silently appeared, towering at 3,000 meters. If battle was necessary, he would offer no quarter. The Red Emperor domain suddenly opened, spreading across a radius of 50 miles. He moved through the boundless hellfire, his sword held ready. I've heard the Flame clan excels in controlling flames. Today I'll have a taste of that. Uka roared as a huge axe of red flames materialized in his hand. The weapon radiated a precious glow, appearing quite extraordinary. This was the clan treasure of the Flame country, known as the Flame Dragon Battle Axe. Thus, every king earned the title of Flame Dragon Axe Master. A warrior murmured, his gaze filled with reverence. The king is a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Flame clan. He resonated with the artifact spirit of the Flame Dragon Battle Axe at the age of 10. He comprehends its strongest combat technique, the Flame Dragon Prison-Breaking Slash, defeating foes across the 3 realms and 4 lands with few opponents. How could this ultimate saint, who appeared out of nowhere, possibly match the king? Indeed, the King of Feather is already old, and aside from his speed, his strength is average. We of the Flame clan master flames, and are unrivaled in slaughter. We must believe in the king. Judging by the aura, this ultimate saint doesn't seem to be level 8. It's uncertain who is truly stronger, and Jabba, that coward, is truly bringing shame to our Flame country. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion resonated through the heavens and earth. Uka swung the huge axe, and the light carved a crack extending hundreds of miles across the ground. It looked like the creation of heaven and earth by Pandu. The spiritual weapons and Maya on the path of the axe light suffered heavy damage, blasted away and shattered. The 9-colored emperor parried with a longsword. Levi cast a primordial soul spell, Absolute Ice Point. After one strike, Uka's expression shifted. A spell of immobilization? Though it held him only briefly, the moment put him at a disadvantage. The 7 Suns Falling Domain and Thunder Beast technique detonated continuously. Terrifying energy flames and lightning engulfed Uka. The 9-colored emperor seized the advantage relentlessly, chaos sword energy assailing the king. Boom. Uka, along with his axe, was forced back 100 miles, plowing a deep trench into the ground. Flame Dragon Prison-Breaking Slash. His figure flickered like a fiery meteor, instantly falling beside Levi. The annihilating axe light descended. A set of golden armor shimmered into existence around Levi. Flame Dragon Battle Axe against Golden Wind Jade Armor. The 2 clan treasures clashed. Levi was blasted away, landing steadily. His physical defense was already strong. Coupled with this level 8 exotic treasure, he was nearly invincible. This attack, which could instantly shatter the protective force field of an 8-circle ordinary wizard, left him unharmed. This armor truly is a superb treasure. Levi steadied his mind and charged again. Uka's expression drastically changed. Golden Wind Jade Armor. Did you take the Feathered People's clan treasure? He now believed the King of Feather had indeed submitted to Rune Land. This armor held a higher status in that old thing's heart than his descendants. To yield it so freely could only mean he was subdued by the ultimate saint. Clang, clang. The Emperor's sword and the huge axe constantly collided, ringing with the sound of metal. In terms of quality, the level 8 exotic treasure naturally prevailed. Levi could feel the Emperor's sword trembling and unstable. In the future, most of my enemies will be of level 8. My divine weapons need to be entirely reforged with level 8 materials. Otherwise, the effect in battles with level 8 powerhouses will be inferior even to fighting barehanded. If the divine weapon is damaged, it would be a loss. Fortunately, Levi's combat technique level was a notch higher. Dragon Whale, Kunpeng, Pang Snake, Wuji. The 10 evil martial arts and 10 absolute extremes constantly transformed, displaying an abundance of techniques. This left the Flame Dragon King, who relied on the singular Flame Dragon Prison-Breaking Slash, overwhelmed. His heart filled with shock. I must finish this battle swiftly. If it drags on, I might be the one to lose. He opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of red flame blood, merging it into the axe before him. Come forth, Flame Dragon King. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a giant fire dragon with wings spanning 10,000 meters, enveloped in flames, emerged into the sky. It was the artifact spirit of the Flame Dragon Battle Axe. He actually forced the king to use the artifact spirit. In the past, when the king battled the Thunder Marsh clan's king, it wasn't this strenuous. No wonder the King of Feather was defeated. This person is indeed formidable, but once the artifact spirit is unsealed, everything ends. Yes, this artifact spirit can only be used once every 100 years, after a period of dormancy. Once unsealed, the king becomes invincible. First, kill this person, then deal with Jabba, that fence-sitter. The strong members of the Flame clan stood filled with confidence, but Jabba inwardly disagreed. Alas, why won't they listen? I just want to save them. He had personally witnessed the terror of Levi. In just 200 years, his growth speed had left him numb. Therefore, he knew that even if the king won this time, it would be futile. The king couldn't kill the master. If after another 100 years the master returns, the king will surely lose. Chapter 2249. Levi watched the roaring giant fire dragon, as a surge of level 8 dragons might poured down. It was actually a rare treasure with an artifact spirit. It must have been a level 8 fire dragon clan leader before its death. Among Levi's rare treasures, only those civilization treasures left by Sauron contained artifact spirits. The other rare treasures lacked such essence. Ancient wizards and antiquity wizards favored crafting them. Wizard tools and modern rare treasures rarely featured them because ordinary spirits offered little utility. High-level spirits were difficult to encounter. This huge axe, however, was worthy of being a clan treasure. Upon awakening the artifact spirit, the flames surrounding the flame dragon battle axe grew fiercer. The axe wielders or a sword to the heavens. Meet your end. Flame dragon void cutting slash. Terrifying axe beams shot toward the sky. They turned the sky within a radius of 100 miles into a crimson glow. A fire dragon-shaped axe beam, all fangs and claws, rushed forward. It sealed off the void and compressed forces from all directions, leaving Levi no space to escape. Flame dragon void cutting slash was Ukka's strongest attack. It had defeated many strong enemies previously, with no one capable of standing against it. All the protective force fields of the Emperor lit up. Levi donned the golden armor. His doomsday fist glowed bright. Heaven and earth destruction fist. 4 energy cores shattered. An invisible fist wind tore through the void within 100 miles. The sky shattered like a mirror. Boom. The fire dragon and the fist wind collided. The shockwave swept away everything within the explosion radius, crushing it instantly. The earth, sky, mountains, and rivers began to vanish. The Emperor stood among them as layers of force field shattered. His figure gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Levi remained unscathed. Ukka stood in place, unable to accept what had just happened. No one in the 3 realms and 4 lands can withstand this blow. What is going on? Who is this person truly? The Flame Clan's experts stared in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the awakening of the artifact spirit, the king is invincible. This must be an illusion. Levi, unharmed, flew forward. His assaults grew increasingly fierce. Ukka had lost the confidence and fighting spirit from moments ago. The battle lasted for most of the day. They made the Flame Country their battlefield, turning the sky and earth chaotic and obscuring the sun and moon. Under Levi's tempestuous and continuous assaults, Ukka's movements grew increasingly flawed. Its hardened crimson scales deformed under the spells, exposing flesh and bone. Ukka panted heavily, like an ox about to die from exhaustion. Finally, a heart-crushing punch landed. Ukka fell to the ground with eyes wide open. Breath ceased. I lost. The body lacked blood, lacking a bit of strength. It was powerful, but Levi wore it down until death. Retreat was impossible. Monks can run, but temples cannot, and the Flame Country lay behind it. A soul emerged. It was Ukka. Suffering, confusion, regret, unwillingness, and resentment filled the air. Leon appeared and claimed the soul. Levi picked up the Flame Dragon battle axe expressionlessly and handed it to Jabba. From now on, you will be the king of the Flame Country. With this axe, any who dare to disobey shall be executed. Jabba had a stunned expression, but he quickly emerged from the sadness of losing a father. His heart was ecstatic. He had been waiting for this day. The old thing was finally dead. Jabba was crowned king. Jabba gripped the battle axe. He trembled with excitement and declared loudly, "The great trend has passed. All brothers and major generals who are willing to stay and assist me in rebuilding a new Flame Country, step forward. Those who are not, end yourselves." A dozen level 7 experts remained. Except for 2 with courage, all took a step forward. Most were afraid of death. Especially after witnessing the king being killed by that demon king, their worldview had shattered. The 2 unwilling to surrender met their ends. One committed suicide with hatred, and one attempted to flee before Jabba cut him down with an axe. Jabba was already at the level 7 late stage. He even held the Flame Dragon battle axe. After killing to set an example, no other level 7 experts dared to disobey. The level 7 experts saw that Jabba had long since allied with the ultimate saint. Everyone was disheartened, abandoning their last bit of hope. Levi was quite satisfied. Jabba was on the right track. Jabba cast a cold gaze upon everyone. Then, he kneeled before Levi. "Lord, our Flame Country wishes to sign a contract. Summon all experts above level 6. Following the pattern used with the Feather Tribe, all level 6 and above Flame Clan experts swore under the Excalibur. Thus, the 2 major forces in the 3 realms and 4 lands, Flame Country, and the Feathered People Heavenly Island, both submitted. After Levi entrusted Jabba with some matters, he left with Ukka's corpse. Before leaving, he remembered to check those experts' storage items and confiscated their contents. For a long time, the 3 realms and 4 lands had gathered many resources, even truth oddities, on the 7th floor. Now, Levi took all these treasures. There were too many other items. He was in a hurry and could not count them all. He would leisurely enjoy them after returning to the ancient dragon continent. Next, he needed to deal with the Thunder Marsh clan and the giant beast restricted area. To smoothly subdue the Spider King, Levi considered his options and made choices within the Crimson enslavement quota. He terminated the Black Phoenix's contract and replaced it with the Excalibur. With his current strength, he completely suppressed the Black Phoenix, which posed no threat. Chapter 2250. Moreover, the Black Phoenix has already used its one and only chance of reincarnation. It is a life-loving and intelligent female parrot. It refuses to engage in foolish acts. A shocking piece of news spreads across the St. Roland continent. The rulers of the Flame Country and Feathered People Heavenly Island announce an everlasting alliance with Runeland. From now on, the Flame Clan and the Feathered People will no longer interfere with Runeland. They withdraw all military forces. Both parties declare that anyone opposing Runeland will be considered a challenger to the Flame Country and Feathered People Heavenly Island. Due to the blockade by the Flame Country, the news of the death of the old king has not yet been publicized. The Flame Clan and the Feathered People have always been among the strongest in the 3 realms and 4 lands. The Great Prince of the Feathered People recently showcased level 8 prowess in the Divine Mountain contest. He makes a decisive victory with unstoppable force, capturing most of the new intersection points. On the surface, with 2 level 8 entities and 2 clan treasures, Feathered People Heavenly Island holds the supreme power. Of course, they are unaware that the clan treasure was long taken away by Levi. The Feathered People, who not long ago clamored for the overthrow of Runeland, inexplicably lay down their arms and concede. A legendary figure who recently rose in Runeland this year causes this dramatic turn. The Ultimate Saint. Rumor has it that under his unparalleled might and reasoning, the Flame Clan and the Feathered People have bowed down. Neither the Flame Clan nor the Feathered People step forward to explain this. Subsequently, the Ice Realm, Golden Ruins, and Merfolk Palace seclude themselves, withdrawing from the war. They pull their troops from the Divine Mountain contest and retreat from Runeland, sensing a dangerous aura. The giant beast restricted area remains silent since the defeat in the siege campaign half a year ago. The lightning pool closes its secret realm doors with a guarded demeanor. The chain reaction caused by the appearance of the Ultimate Saint sweeps across the 3 realms and 4 lands. Runeland seizes the opportunity. It advances under the reforms of the Saint Council. The cultivation resources compensation from the Feathered People and Flame Clan follows. The Ultimate Saint disappears. The major powers that have not yet been visited stand on edge, fearing the arrival of an unexpected guest. Runeland suddenly becomes an alien race's restricted area. No one dares to set foot in it. A month later at the lightning pool, Levi descends once more. The last time, he snuck in discreetly. This time, he stands ostentatiously at the entrance. The 2 guards are the same level 6 sentries from 200 years ago. They shiver at the sight of the black armored swordsman. His portrait has spread among the upper echelons of the 3 realms and 4 lands. One guard trembles, his voice thin. "What is your purpose here, sir?" Levi keeps his gaze steady. "I have come to see the Thunder King. Please inform him." The guards send the message without delay. Before long, a purple giant striding 3,000 meters tall emerges. He wears colorful beast skin wrapped in purple lightning. He resembles the Thunder God. He holds the short-handled giant hammer. This is the Thunder Marsh clan's clan treasure, the Thunder Mountain Warhammer. The Thunder King's expression shifts several times at the sight of this ominous visitor. The Thunder King rumbles. "What brings the Ultimate Saint here?" Levi does not blink. "The Thunder King should already know my intentions. I want the Thunder Marsh clan to sign a treaty with Runeland." The Thunder King shakes his head. "Sir, our Thunder Marsh clan has decided to seclude ourselves for 1,000 years. During this time, no disciples will take a step out of the lightning pool, let alone invade Runeland. This represents the greatest concession he is willing to make." Levi says, "Sign the contract, or face extermination." His words carry an arrogant weight, supported by the reality of his strength. The Thunder King scoffs, gripping the hammer. "Do you really think you can defeat me?" This Thunder Mountain Warhammer has been stained with the blood of level 8 powers. Behind Levi, the 9 demon generals manifest. Counting the Lord of Flame, he has already slain 11 level 8 powerhouses. Levi calls out, "Great Prince, come out." In the void, countless golden feathers spin and descend. They transform into the golden apparition of the Feathered People. He exudes a level 8 aura. It is the Great Prince. The Thunder King recoils at the arrival of another level 8. The Thunder King shouts, "Are you Feathered People also choosing to oppose our Thunder Marsh clan?" The Great Prince speaks, his voice calm. "Thunder King, listen to my advice. Sign the treaty. The Thunder Marsh clan is already few in number. Do not let your stubbornness lead innocent tribesmen to destruction." The Thunder King realizes the rumors are true. The Ultimate Saint has subdued the Feathered People and the Flame Clan. Now he teams up with the Feathered People to pressure him. The Thunder King asks, "May I see the treaty terms?" Levi recites the prepared terms. They are the same as the others, with some additions. First, the Thunder Marsh clan must offer a piece of thunder pattern wood that has endured for 100,000 years, and 3 pieces that have withstood for 10,000 years. Second, the Thunder Marsh clan needs to open the Lightning Pool, secret realm, to facilitate exploration by the humans of Runeland. Opening it once every century will suffice. It does not need to be permanently accessible. The Thunder King's eyes twitch at the demand for a 100,000-year-old thunder pattern wood. They possess only one such treasure, a pillar in the priest ancestor temple. The Ultimate Saint has set his sights on this ancestral treasure long ago. He has come prepared. Opening the Lightning Pool secret realm to the humans feels like an insult to the Thunder Marsh clan, who rule this realm. He finds himself powerless against the situation. After several hesitations, the Thunder King starts to agree. Chapter 2251. When all the level 6 experts of the Thunder Marsh clan swore their allegiance before the Excalibur, the great prince grew emotional. The old era is over. From today, the glory of the 3 realms and 4 lands shall be no more. Humans rise from this point, and the St. Roland continent welcomes a new epoch. Levi arrived at the Thunder Marsh temple. The Thunder King reluctantly began ordering the demolition. A sense of satisfaction filled Levi. With the 10,000-year thunder pattern wood in hand, the wizard tower materials have been collected. This includes thunder pattern wood, nightmare wood, and rock transformation wood. When the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique reaches level 8, I will head to the Heartsea to retrieve the soaking water wood left by Sauron myself. Having these 4 strange woods, the main framework of the wizard tower can start being refined. The remaining oddities can be added slowly later. The 10,000-year divine wood, Levi plans to sell it when in urgent need of money, or perhaps keep it in the Tower of Dawn as an ancestral treasure. Following custom, Levi inspected the storage space of the clan experts and confiscated a portion. He has been quite merciful to these alien races. If he were a bit more ruthless, he could have exterminated them all or reduced them to slavery, seizing all resources. The reason he keeps these alien races is mainly for sustainable development. He wants them to gather resources within the ancient tower for him, generation after generation, and shelter the Runeland humans as they grow. Additionally, during the blood battle, these alien races serve as a good source of military reinforcement. Upon leaving, he plans to bring out a batch from each alien race to the ancient dragon continent to breed and expand. Whether it is the Thunder Marsh clan, the Feathered People, or the Flame clan, they are inherently powerful groups. Their drawback is the difficulty in reproduction, but they can all become soldiers. 10,000 Thunder Lake. The Thunderbolt Destroyer, Spaton, was sleeping. It inhaled and exhaled the endless elemental power of thunder with each breath. As the absolute overlord of this area, its days were dull and boring. The only blemish was being robbed of its accompanying oddity by a damn foreigner 200 years ago. This had made its growth slightly slower than before, but the impact was minimal. This Thunder Lake can only support one level 8 Thunder Elemental Spirit. Coupled with the level restrictions of this world, it does not expect to reach level 9 here. For the rest of its long lifespan, it can idly spend its days. Big guy, I am back again. A familiar voice echoed through the lake. The figure from its memory appeared once more before it. Despicable foreigner. The Thunderbolt Destroyer immediately turned over, stirring the Thunder Lake for hundreds of miles into turmoil. The black armored swordsman stood with arms crossed, flanked by 2 other level 8 presences. One was its old neighbor, the Thunder King. This guy had tried many times to subdue it, but every expedition to Thunder Lake ended in failure. Consequently, he dispatched Thunder Marsh clan experts to keep an eye on it. The other was a golden birdman it had not seen before. They followed the foreigner's lead, respectfully trailing behind. This left the Thunderbolt Destroyer somewhat shocked. Something was amiss. Could they shamelessly be teaming up to attack it? This would be highly unsporting of a night. The Thunder King gripped the warhammer and struck down abruptly, causing Thunder Lake to rise in 10,000-meter waves. Endless lightning liquid surged forward. The Great Prince drove a golden gale towards the Thunderbolt Destroyer. Levi leisurely released the 9-colored Emperor. 3 against 1, the battle held no suspense. The Thunderbolt Destroyer attempted to flee, but Levi easily detained it using the chaotic Sky Demon Mirror. What do you want? I have already forgiven you for stealing my things. Levi stepped forward, his eyes cold. Sign the elemental spirit contract. Acknowledge me as master, serve for 1,000 years, and you can regain freedom. Otherwise, be killed by me now. What? Acknowledge you as master? Levi released an overwhelming killing intent. The creature softened its tone, stammering. 1,000 years, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? I have many elemental lord friends. You can ask them when you return. He referred to the former Flame Avenger and Veda, now Fire Phoenix. The Thunderbolt Destroyer pondered. 1,000 years is nothing to me. With trees in place, I fear no lack of wood. As a level 8 fire element, it has a long lifespan. Even with another 1,000 years gone by, it would still have nearly 10,000 years of carefree days. It spoke. I will agree to sign the elemental spirit contract, hoping you will keep your word. I never deceive. Levi easily subdued the Thunderbolt Destroyer. The creature inwardly vowed that as the saying goes, there is sweet after bitterness. After several thousand years, after this foreigner dies of old age, I will have plenty of time. By then, I must avenge today's humiliation. It did not know that its small bit of hostility had long been sensed by Levi. Levi acted as if unaware, having grown accustomed to such scenarios. Phoenix thought similarly in the past. And now, even if he let Phoenix go, it would not want to leave the ancient dragon continent. 1,000 years later, he wanted this thunder element to weep and begged to stay by his side. Standing on the back of the Thunderbolt Destroyer, Levi felt elated. This big guy had amassed some good things over the years, and he confiscated them all. He continued to stroll around Thunder Lake, perhaps finding more gains. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chapter 2252. Thunder Lake is filled with lightning, with nothing else besides some thunder element Oregon. Then there are some thunder-related oddities, ranging from Earth to Morning Star level. Among them is a Morning Star level Thunder God's Eye, exactly what Levi needs. As for the bright moon, it has not been found. To be able to give birth to a Thunder God's heart is already not easy. After all, this is just the 7th floor. Levi held no high expectations to begin with. In any case, this time's harvest is greater than all his previous ancient tower explorations combined. He has taken quite a few good items from the 3 realms and 4 lands. The number of truth oddities alone has reached a terrifying number. Time flies. Soon, after the Flame Clan and the Feather Tribe, the Thunder Marsh Clan also made an announcement. The Thunder Marsh Clan withdrew indefinitely from Rune Land, promising not to interfere with its free development. Moreover, any person in Rune Land who believes they have enough strength can explore the Thunder Pool secret realm every 100 years. As long as they do not infringe on the Thunder Marsh Clan's settlements and members, the Thunder Marsh Clan will not attack explorers. Explorers are responsible for their own lives and deaths. The Thunder Marsh Clan is not responsible for any other crises encountered. If Rune Land were to be invaded by external enemies, the Thunder Marsh Clan would send troops to support. The Thunder Marsh Clan, Feathered People, and Flame Clan, the 3 major powers, all made their positions known, marking that nearly half of the alien forces had been taken down by the Ultimate Saint. The safety of Rune Land had been maximally guaranteed. The remaining forces, without waiting for the Ultimate Saint to visit, all voluntarily declared their submission. No longer interfering with Rune Land affairs, they all presented their compensatory gifts to Rune Land, expressing sincerity. Of course, there was one exception. That is the only power in the 3 realms and 4 lands without an organized structure, the Giant Beast Restricted Area. Other places have established civilized societies, which are still communicable. But here it is just a group of crazed black beasts. Only the Spider King hides behind the scenes, using puppets to secretly manipulate these black beasts for its own use. The Spider King is hidden deeply, and up till now, its true form has never appeared on the St. Roland continent. None know where the Spider King is hidden, nor does anyone know how strong the Spider King truly is. This is where the Spider King's confidence lies. But recently, someone inadvertently discovered that the Ultimate Saint ventured alone into the Giant Beast Restricted Area and was lost. The major powers secretly turned their eyes towards the restricted area. They want to know, could this legendary figure of the moment flatten the restricted area? Would he find the ever-elusive Spider King and conquer it? Although the Spider King is a loner, its strength is undeniable. To mistake it for just an ordinary 8th-level extraordinary creature invites disaster. The Ice Realm, Golden Ruins, and Merfolk Palace secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Ultimate Saint and the Spider King ended up defeating each other, or if the Ultimate Saint were killed by the Spider King, that would be the best outcome. Once the Ultimate Saint dies, the previously signed unequal treaties with various clans would automatically become null and void. The St. Roland continent could once again return to the state of the alien races dividing the world. Rune Land would suffer a terrifying counter-assault and be completely annihilated. The existence of humans could become history, reduced to a few lines in the annals of alien races. Simply put, a civilization that rises relying on individual power is unstable. Once this ceiling falls, it is hard to sustain. Rune Land wants to develop its strength to withstand the alien races, but that may take thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The human lifespan is short. Can the Ultimate Saint live that long? But if the Spider King failed, then these alien races would abandon their last fantasies. From then on, they would act humbly before the Ultimate Saint, until this deity-like figure grows old and dies. Rune Land. Saint Council. All the saints showed smiles they had not shown for a long time. The haze that once loomed over billions of human heads had thinned considerably. The news of the Ultimate Saint going to the Giant Beast Restricted Area had spread between the city-states. After seeing the major powers' drastic change of attitude, everyone believed that the Ultimate Saint would surely return crowned in triumph from this adventure. He possesses the strength that surpasses an entire era. The Water Dragon Saint gazed in the direction of the restricted area. He gestured to the crowd. Everyone, do you see? We are witnessing history. The Flame Wolf Saint exclaimed passionately. Our era, since the creation of the St. Roland continent, is the luckiest era for humanity. Our ancestors endured countless dark cycles, repeatedly thrown into the abyss. Sometimes, they could climb above the abyss only to find 7 great mountains, pushing them mercilessly back down. But now, the Ultimate Saint is attempting to change all this. Those exalted alien races have lowered their noble heads, willing to negotiate with us, willing to forego their interests. Because, the Ultimate Saint's fist is the biggest, and his reasoning the strongest. The Water Dragon Saint raised the flag of Grey-White Academy high. But as the Ultimate Saint has said, we cannot pin our hopes on just one hero. Heroes may change an era, but cannot ensure the continuity of a civilization. We must grow strong ourselves, so that in millennia, tens of thousands of years later, Grey-White Academy will produce more and more powerful individuals, who will be the pillars and backbone of the St. Roland human clan. These individuals will have the privilege to follow the Ultimate Saint, to battle in broader realms. This is called the multidimensional plane, an endlessly exciting stage. With passionate and sincere speeches, the atmosphere reached a climax. Grey-White Academy. Ultimate Saint. A transcendent seed had been planted in the hearts of mortals, and Rune Masters now had aspirations for broader horizons. This year would be forever remembered by the people of Rune Land. They named it the first year of apocalypse. From now on, more and more people would embark on the transcendent paths, pursuing ultimate transcendence. Levi's vision has been realized. Using the humans in the ancient tower, supporting the ancient dragon continent, thus channeling more blood into the wizard world, to pour out all strength to get through the present blood battle. Among them, some people will surely become one of the dazzling stars in the distant future, possibly even giving birth to grand wizards, legendary wizards, profoundly changing the historical process of the wizard world. The Law Enforcer's Manual, Article 1. Law enforcers must ensure that their actions contribute to the Nora clan and the wizard civilization. They must ensure to never stand on the opposing side of the Nora clan and the wizard civilization in civil wars. While satisfied with the aforementioned basic criteria, law enforcers may modulate clauses within reasonable bounds and empathy. Law enforcers are not gods and need not be the beacon of civilization, only to light the candle in hand. Dark Tower Master, Sauron. Chapter 2253. Dark Ancient Tower. The 7th floor. Giant Beast Restricted Area. The star-devouring Spider King watched the duplication process the intelligence from the front lines. How has he advanced so quickly? 200 years ago, he could only flee in panic before me. Now, 200 years later, he has made the Flame Clan, the Feathered People, and the Thunder Marsh Clan bow down. The growth of the black armored swordsman defied its understanding. It understood that human wizards advanced quickly because they were short-lived and possessed higher wisdom. But this speed remained inexplicable. I understand. The time flow of the outside world must differ from this realm. 200 years here equates to 2,000 years outside. That has to be the reason. In that light, living in this cage was not necessarily a bad thing. I have number 1 and number 2, two level 8 avatars. If the ultimate saint came to challenge me, he would be taking a one-way trip. Besides, I am hidden in the giant beast restricted area with spies everywhere. He might not find me at all. The Spider King had no plans to leave the giant beast restricted area. In the vast land of St. Roland, this was the only viable place for development. Days passed. Levi rampaged through the giant beast restricted area, plundering black beasts. The Spider King sent no level 7 avatars to die, seemingly content to play dead. Levi seized the opportunity to hunt for members of the Dragon Clan, specifically females. With his current strength, he did not need crimson enslavement. He simply suppressed the black beasts by force. He sealed them into the Black Soul Demon Tower, bringing them back to the ancient dragon continent for purification in the giant beast paradise. Free from interference, Levi harvested 6 species of mixed blood dragon in half a month. That totaled over 10, including 3 females. Today, the bottom-dwelling fish demon of the Mo family generals returned, clutching a struggling, earth-colored giant dragon. The creature possessed the prowess of a late-stage level 6, clearly an earthquake dragon, and it was female. It was no wonder the bottom-dwelling fish demon seemed so pleased. Levi's face lit with delight. Wonderful. The Gan and Kui brothers have wives now. The 3 brothers had reached their full physical maturity. As they entered adulthood, they would begin to age until natural death. With the lifespan of subdragons, they had at least 2,000 years of leisure. Now that they were adult dragons, Levi, as the head of the Dragon Palace, needed to arrange marriages. He never expected to find females of the same type, merely hoping for closely related breeds. Today's find was a pleasant surprise. He set up a restriction and sent the female earthquake dragon into the Black Soul Demon Tower. He turned to the demon. Not bad. Keep searching. No matter the level or quality of the dragon, do not kill them. Capture them alive. With the Shadow Dragon group at his disposal, Levi could accomplish anything with ease. He produced the Spider King's duplication. Leon had injected it with venom, and it remained unconscious. For others, finding this Spider King would be difficult. Unfortunately for you, encountering me means your end. Within the 3 realms and 4 lands, the giant beast restricted area posed the greatest threat to the Rune Land. Levi had to eradicate the Spider King and clear out the powerful black beasts. He summoned the vengeful spirit girl from the Black Soul Demon Tower. She was the only general under his command who had mastered the curse technique. He had specifically brought her along for this expedition. The girl possessed mid-stage level 6 strength, which was much weaker than the Spider King. Levi did not intend for her to curse the Spider King to death from afar. He only needed her to pinpoint the location of the original body through the duplication. The curse faction specialized in such tasks, and he hoped the girl possessed similar talents. Can you deduce the approximate location of the original body based on its aura? Levi asked. Master, let me try, she replied. There should be no problem unless the opponent is skilled at anti-divination or anti-curse measures. If the power gap is too great, the results might be inaccurate. No problem. The approximate location is enough. The vengeful spirit girl took out her doll puppet. Her sharp nails drew a strand of white air from the duplication as she chanted a complex incantation. The puppet doll came alive, staring with eerie eyes as it inhaled the white air into its belly. She began casting spells. The process proved laborious, as the target was level 8. After half a day, she exhaled heavily. Master, I have a rough idea of its location. In the boundless fog, a gigantic shadow cast over the earth. Long time no see. The greeting startled the Spider King, who had been busy refining duplications. A green lantern flickered ahead, revealing the leisurely figure of the black-armored swordsman. How did you know I was here? The Spider King demanded. You refused to tread the path to heaven, insisting on venturing into the doorless hell. Then die here. The Spider King reacted, hastily commanding number 1 and number 2 toward the swordsman. Levi had already been forewarned about puppet number 2, a centipede giant demon with early stage level 8 power. But number 1 caused Levi's eyes to narrow. It was a black chicken, standing 1,000 meters tall, with 2 white spots flowing toward the tail. 2 fluttering white tail feathers adorned the back, and the sharp beak emitted cluck 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 sounds. What a big black chicken, Levi remarked. Although Levi was an expert of the dragon's school of thought, he was not familiar with every transcendent creature. He had never encountered this black chicken before. He sensed the creature possessed level 8 power. It certainly contained an extraordinarily dense legendary bloodline factor, possibly at the mythical level. Chapter 2254, Bountiful Overprotect, the Phoenix perches on the parasol tree, 481. The Blood Tribulation Master of the Pheasant Night is a legendary creature known as the Red Pheasant. If captured and purified, this black chicken can not only guard the house, but also promote the knight's practice of pheasant breathing techniques. Once the Spider King is subdued, these black beasts will all belong to him, a sure prophet. Faced with 2 level 8 giant beasts attacking together, Levi cannot withstand them head-on. The black chicken is skilled at using sound wave attacks, singing loudly, and forming strange sounds in circles. Moreover, it is incredibly fast, like black lightning. Its sharp wings and black claws have left the 9-colored emperor severely injured. In the 3 realms and 4 lands, the Spider King is the most troublesome to face alone. After all, it has too many subordinates under its control. Levi unleashed the Red Emperor domain, pointed his longsword to the sky, and sent sword chi straight to the heavens. The Black Soul Demon Tower grew with the wind, and the death storm swept across hundreds of miles. Simultaneously, 3 level 8 auras surfaced from within the tower. The Thunder Crocodile, the Thunder King, and the Great Prince all charged out. With the ability to surround the enemy, Levi fought with allies. He had long contained these 3 level 8 warriors within the tower, waiting for the moment to gang up. He was determined to get the Spider King. He deliberately created the illusion of entering the restricted area alone to lull the Spider King into complacency. This kept the overly cautious Spider King from abandoning its nest and fleeing. Thunder King, what do you mean by this? Do you also want to be my enemy? The Spider King reeled from the surprise, for even its neighbor wanted to eradicate it completely. The Thunder King crossed his arms over his chest. Humph, Spider King, you previously sent your duplications to intrude into my lightning pool secret realm without reason, killing my people. This time, I am here to seek justice. The Spider King looked toward the gathering foes in despair. It had no will to fight left. It let number 1 and number 2 hold back Levi, as it transformed into black smoke, trying to escape. The Thunder King, the Great Prince, and the others made their moves, and their terrifying spell-like abilities stirred up hundreds of miles. Levi's chaotic sky demon mirror swept once, and the Spider King remained behind. Levi ordered the Thunder King and others to gang up on the Spider King, while he remotely cast spells. The 9-colored Emperor alone held off both level 8 black beasts, number 1 and number 2, for a moment. Before long, the Spider King suffered a crushing defeat. The fog shrouding the center of the restricted area disappeared, and the true form of the Spider King stood revealed. Shock rippled through everyone, Levi included. The true form of the Spider King was only the size of a palm. The shadow within the fog had been nothing but a disguised illusion. After becoming used to giant beasts spanning hundreds or thousands of meters, Levi found the small creature somewhat cute. The Thunder King scoffed. No wonder the Spider King is like a divine dragon, always hiding and never showing itself. Turns out it is a paper tiger. All its power is in puppets, and the true form is so weak it is unbearable. The Great Prince could not help but laugh. Who could have thought that the overlord of the giant beast restricted area is actually such a cute little spider? The Spider King's watery eyes glared at Levi. Despicable outsider. If we fought one-on-one, you would not be my opponent, master. The 9-colored Emperor's large hand easily grasped the Spider King, and Levi used crimson enslavement to control it. The Spider King submissively crouched at Levi's feet, having lost its former imposing manner. This Spider King was indeed extraordinary, possessing extremely powerful control abilities, yet its true form's combat prowess was utterly ordinary. Levi marveled at how it managed to control those level 8 black beasts. Gains and losses coexist, for the creator understands the balance of professions. In the multidimensional plane, aside from cheaters, there is no absolutely perfect profession or creature. Every life form has its shortcoming, and that is their weakness. Otherwise, the ecological balance of the land of darkness would undoubtedly be broken. The Thunder King and the Great Prince grew apprehensive at the sight of Levi using such bizarre means to control the rebellious Spider King. By comparison, having just sworn an oath felt like a good deal. At least they had not completely lost their personalities and autonomy. Levi waved them off. You all can go back now. The Thunder King and the Great Prince hurriedly left to guard their own lairs. Number 1 and number 2 remained motionless. Levi looked at the small spider in his palm. Do you have a name? Master, my name is Peter Pan, the spider replied. Levi demanded the Spider King reveal its experiences, abilities, and private stash. The encounter granted him a deep understanding of the mysterious star-devouring Spider King. At its peak, the Spider King had 2 level 8 puppets, 13 level 7 puppets, and 33 level 6 puppets. It also possessed countless low-level and middle-level puppets. These were all its duplications and eyes. Of course, after encountering Levi, this disaster star, it lost many level 7 and level 6 puppets. Now, its numbers were diminished. Such a huge number of duplication puppets had been accumulated slowly over a long time. Ordinary puppets could be replenished relatively easily. However, level 6 and above could not be restored in the short term, which greatly affected its strength. These puppets, consisting of humans, black beasts, and alien races, spread throughout the 3 realms and 4 lands. The Spider King established a powerful intelligence network through these puppets. By controlling those black beast lords, it indirectly controlled countless black beast armies. In some respects, its ability to accommodate an entire army by itself proved even stronger than Levi's. However, the downside involved sacrificing too much of its own body's power to rely entirely on external things. Thus, the Spider King's true form had to hide in places difficult to discover. Chapter 2255. Leaving the Spider King with this kind of ability in the dark ancient tower wastes talent. His stage is the vast and boundless land of darkness. Levi resolved to remove the Spider King from the tower. In the land of darkness, he would find a place for the creature to establish its own powerful force. Relying on the Spider King's unique ability, it could quickly assemble a large army of black beasts. This army could help him locate the dragon clan or other rare creatures. It could also search for resources and enemies in the land of darkness. When necessary, the army of black beasts could fight against demons. Black beasts are highly adaptable and have lived for generations in the dangerous land of darkness. They are inherently full of various pollutants and corrosive elements that even wizards found tricky to handle before the purification elixir appeared. Other civilizations hardly utilized them, and apart from themselves, they had no natural predators. Over time, without interference, black beasts have become like pests in the land of darkness. If demons are like termites living in nests, then the black beasts are like locusts scattered across the fields. With the Spider King's ability, Levi could quietly accumulate a black beast army. These black beasts do not need purification. They are merely cannon fodder in war. In the final moments within the ancient tower, Levi had the Spider King summon back the puppets it had deployed outside. These puppets needed to leave with the Spider King. This journey to the ancient tower successfully flattened the giant beast restricted area. Though many black beasts survived, they could not form a unified command. For Runeland, they were just sources of experience. Prior to this, Levi had already passed on the knowledge of the purification elixir and the saint fruit to them. These humans would soon be able to harness the black beasts on a large scale to develop weapon making, arrays, and pharmacy. Levi looked toward the St. Roland continent. Among the 3 realms and 4 lands, only the Golden Ruins, Ice Realm, and Merfolk Palace remained unconquered. Their influence was negligible. With the constraints of the Flame Clan, Feathered People, and the Thunder Marsh Clan, those 3 forces no longer posed a significant threat to Runeland. Moreover, Levi did not plan to inform these natives about his departure. Unaware of his leaving, they would not dare to cause trouble. With the solid foundation he laid, if the humans of Runeland failed to develop further, then there was no need to cultivate them. Helping them would be like aiding a hopeless fool. Compared to the oppression from the 3 realms and 4 lands, the oppression of super civilizations, like the Abyss and Astral World on Wizard civilization, is much more intense. Even with such hellish beginnings, Wizard civilization managed to grow strong. Runeland would undoubtedly be fine. A month later, on the ancient dragon continent, primordial soul wizards of the Tower of Dawn, along with teachers from various academies, gathered together. They looked at the young wizards behind Levi with expressions of shock. The oldest was over 200 years, and the youngest was still in swaddling clothes. Totaling over 100, their cultivation levels varied from 0 to the 4th circle. Most of them had a double affinity or higher grade talent. Among them were 5 children of the elements, and 23 special talent holders from various sections. This group of people had the potential to enter top wizard organizations for cultivation. Levi had somehow managed to find over 100 of them at once. It felt like a dream. Levi addressed the group. "You are the pillars of the Tower of Dawn. I entrust this group of young people to you. Cultivate more excellent talent like Miss Marlene. Spread outstanding wizards across the world. Engage in blood battles. Fight for the ancient dragon continent and the wizard civilization." The majority of these seedlings came from Runeland. Since it was an underdeveloped blue ocean, the initial harvest was substantial. Levi estimated the harvest might decrease in the future, but bringing back a few children of the elements and some special talent holders every century remained possible. Over time, in a millennium, the Tower of Dawn would surely produce more primordial soul wizards. Additionally, Levi brought out a small number of Feathered People, Flame Clan, and Thunder Marsh Clan members. They were all properly settled. On one hand, to propagate their clans, and on the other, for the Tower of Dawn to study. The Spider King and its puppet army were temporarily placed in the ancient Banyan fairyland by Levi. He had already thought of a future development site for the Spider King. It was located very far from the wizard world, in a highly desolate area. Apart from black beasts, there was nothing else. Even demons were unwilling to go there. Thus, the smoke of blood battles had not reached there yet. That place was the Burning Rock World. Nora year 518. Blood Battle year 304. In the past 6 months, Levi continued his cultivation, while taking stock of his gains. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi smiled widely. Marlene gazed at the mountain of treasures and resources in front of Levi. Her mouth dropped open. "Did you get all of these from the dark ancient tower?" she asked. "Yes," Levi replied. "Did you empty the tower?" she pressed. "How could that be? 10 of me could not empty the dark ancient tower. It is a sea so vast I have only taken a ladle. Levi picked up the wind destruction realm to show Marlene. There should be fragments of a medium-sized plane inside. If you refine it, what realm could you reach? Marlene shook her head. I am at level 7 now, and to advance further requires an immense amount of energy. After all, I am of the divine tree's body, not to be measured by common sense. I estimate at most level 7 middle stage. Levi appeared slightly helpless. All right, it seems it is still not enough. It truly is challenging to increase the realm of a divine tree. Chapter 2256. After Levi completed his inventory, his gains within the ancient tower could be described as excessive. The total haul fell into two distinct parts. One part consisted of what he collected on his own while wandering the ancient tower. This included 13 truth oddities, though they were limited to earth and sky levels. There were also several cultivation resources and materials that were barely worth mentioning. The real prize came from the 3 realms and 4 lands. The giants had already collected the resources for Levi. He only needed to claim them. From the feathered people, he obtained 2 clan treasures and 2 level 7 treasures. These included the level 8 golden wind jade armor and the wind destruction realm. He also secured a level 7 golden silkworm armor and a wind-killing sword. He had already handed the golden silkworm armor over to Lord Victor for use, and the wind-killing sword was placed in the organization's treasury. The clan treasures were naturally for Levi's own use. With these 2 exotic treasures, hunting down level 8 early-stage demons became even easier. In addition, Levi obtained a large amount of ore, medicinal herbs, and other resources from the feathered people. He sent all the ore to Fire Dragon Skywork, keeping only a piece of level 8 Gale Holy Gold. This item in the wizard world is only produced in the dojo of the Storm School of Thought in small quantities. They are controlled by top wizard organizations. Usually, releasing even a small piece could auction for billions at sky-high prices. Levi's piece was as large as a human head. The auction would start at least tens of billions, and it could make several conventional 8-ring wizarding devices. He kept it to remold the divine weapon Wind Thunder Wings. As for the feathered people's medicinal herbs, they were all sent to the Gandalf pharmacy. With the resources he provided, the business turnover of both industries should surge in the upcoming period. Levi, as the major shareholder behind the scenes, would naturally rake in hefty profits. As for the Flame Clan, Levi did not take the clan treasure. He left it for Jabba to rule the country. The Flame Dragon Battle Axe, also a rare top-quality item among the level 8 exotic treasures, had a powerful artifact spirit. Its quality was not inferior to Triss's Demon Dragon Whip. Levi did not really have any use for it. Leaving it in the Flame Clan was a blessing for Jabba. It could assist him in not perishing before level 8, stabilizing his reign. Levi also obtained at least enough 7th level or Red Flame Star Gold to refine 10 7-ring witch artifacts. He sent it to Ace, fulfilling Ace's weapon refinement desires. With these top-quality ores, Ace's entire arsenal of wizard tools could be finely reforged. Additionally, there was a piece of level 8 Blazing Heart Holy Iron, a treasured item of the king. Levi planned to use it to remold the divine weapon Crimson Dragon Slash. Other medicinal herbs and material resources, as well as 6th level treasures, need not be explained in detail as Levi had properly arranged everything. Lastly, from the king's side, he obtained a rare treasure called the Prison Star Ring. Its function is similar to the wizard tool Spirit Binding Ring, which was the treasure used by the ancestors of the Flame Country to control the giant dragons. After that dragon fell, they refined it into the Flame Dragon Battle Axe, turning it into an artifact spirit. This Prison Star Ring could make up for Levi's shortage in crimson enslavement quotas. Regarding the Thunder Marsh clan's spoils, the most important items were the 4 pieces of 10,000-year thunder pattern wood. They were invaluable. Levi also obtained 5 pieces of 6th level exotic treasure and 2 pieces of 7th level exotic treasure. He put them all in the organization's treasury, available for members to rent and exchange with war merit. As the head of the organization, while enjoying benefits, he had to consider those beneath him. If the organization's treasury did not have good things, it would not attract members. There had to be such treasures hanging in the treasury, making them envious, wanting to exchange but unable to do so. This way, he could motivate them to constantly cultivate, earn money, and hunt demons to accumulate war merits. Moreover, in the old nest of the Thunder Crocodile, Levi was delighted to gain a large piece of level 8 Thunder Saint copper. This is an 8th level material that money cannot buy. This resolved the remolding material issues of the divine weapons Wind Thunder Wings and Crimson Dragon Slash. The items listed above were regular gains. There were also some special gains, such as truth oddities. After Levi counted, including what he collected himself, this trip to the ancient tower resulted in a total of 90 truth oddities. Among them, there were 56 Earth grade oddities, 24 sky level oddities, 8 morning star oddities, and 2 bright moon oddities. He had collected nearly 100 oddities. The strong ones from the 3 clans had been dominant on the continent for a long time, collecting quite a few oddities. They did not understand the wizard's efficient path of refinement. They could only absorb them shallowly, or directly devour them. Some oddities, due to not matching their attributes, were kept in reserve. Levi also knew that the oddities in the hands of these alien races were only a portion of those on the St. Roland continent. There were many unexplored territories in deep forests, underground worlds, and the endless ocean. Starting from the 7th floor, the resources within the ancient tower became increasingly abundant. First, the worlds henceforth were more expansive, and second, fewer wizards could visit. Under such circumstances, the development and utilization efficiency was far less than the first 6 floors. Levi's current mindset was to go with the flow and take as much as he could. The rest was left for future generations. Levi, according to the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, selected one which could be categorized as a small top grade from the sky-level oddities. It is called the Greedy Snake, a Space Series oddity. This oddity's conventional function was not of much use to Levi, but there was a probability of birthing a kind of special spiritual creature named the Na Snake. As the name suggests, this spiritual creature had no combat power, but it could easily hide in the void. Inside its body, a realm was formed on its own, and its volume was related to the spiritual force realm of its master. Chapter 2257. Levi needed an assistant to share Leon's work and handle the scraps on the battlefield. With the Shadow Dragon group deployed, Leon had to gather souls and collect battle loot. The little creature stayed so busy that he still tended to lose things. Thus, the idea of creating companion spirit creatures seemed worth a try. Other oddities were either duplicates of what Levi had already refined or far too ordinary. Companion spirit creatures held little use for Levi now. He allowed 100 flowers and the 3 avatars to each choose a few to refine for fun based on their needs. They could try their luck at drawing companion spirit creatures. He sent the majority of the oddities to the organization's treasure vault. The members of the Tower of Dawn reacted with the intensity of those who had just taken a stimulant upon seeing the fresh stock. For the vast number of low-level and middle-level wizards, even Earth oddities could incite excitement for 100 years, let alone sky-level artifacts. Perhaps an Earth oddity that Levi dismissed helped a wizard, who stood only a hair away from advancing to the 6th circle, find new hope. This provided the greatest value for these oddities. Among the 8 Morning Star level oddities, Levi chose the Thunder God series artifact obtained from Thunder Lake to enhance the Thunder God body. He also possessed 2 sequence artifacts, namely Wind King's Word and Water God's Kylan. Levi had Gondaf and 100 flowers refine them. He kept the last 5 as the Tower of Dawn's treasures, available for exchange by those with outstanding war merits. He discovered 2 Bright Moon oddities. The first came from the King of the Flame clan. It resembled a butterfly, only palm-sized. It rested within a scroll, its antennae twitching slightly while its abdomen wriggled. Truth runes formed its entire body of scales and the beautiful patterns on its wings. Since the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items recorded no such entity, it remained undiscovered. The surrounding water elemental power hinted at it being an ocean faction oddity. Levi harbored great interest in this discovery, so he kept it to refine for himself. The other artifact came from the King of Feather. It appeared as a longsword radiating the golden legend of the Golden Emperor's sword from the metal faction. Levi naturally had Lord Victor refine it. Lord Victor now owned both the Golden Emperor's ring and the Golden Emperor's sword, the 2 major Bright Moon oddities. He had finally collected the most important artifacts of the Golden Emperor series. The rest consisted of Morning Star level oddities. Given Lord Victor's already outstanding talent, this acquisition enhanced his capabilities further. His subsequent speed of advancement would surely increase significantly. The final special gain came from the Spider King. Although it never intentionally collected resources, it had killed many primordial soul wizards during the opening of the ancient tower 700 years ago. Inside the storage rings of these wizards lay not only truth oddities, but also a large number of cultivation resources and spell knowledge. The storage ring of the Golden Prince offered the most valuable find. Levi peered inside to behold a shocking sight. An almost complete giant dragon corpse rested there. He recognized the legendary wind illusion dragon he had previously discovered in the Golden Prince's memory. It had remained dead for hundreds of years, yet a lingering, milky white flame cloud of wind still surrounded its body. Most dragons above the legendary level possessed such characteristics. Because their level of life reached such a high state, they retained wondrous features even after death. Only the passage of long years would cause these traits to dissipate. Levi discovered that the energy level of this corpse remained so high that the space of the Golden Prince's high-level storage ring seemed unstable. Levi quickly removed the wind illusion dragon corpse and placed it in the ancient Banyan fairyland. A low rumble shook the air. The corpse, acting like a bottomless pit, automatically drew in the power of the wind element from 1,000 miles around. A hurricane vortex with a diameter of 1,000 miles formed rapidly. This shocking scene startled the Dragon Palace members and Mana. They watched from afar, gazing at the pure white giant dragon corpse floating in the void with dazed minds. "This is a true giant dragon," one member whispered, pointing toward the void. "It is dead. It died. Such powerful majesty." The heavenly leisure dragon general sighed, his gaze fixed on the floating remains. "I encountered this during my travels in the land of darkness. It likely died of old age." Mana flew over, her beautiful eyes widening greatly. "Levi, is this a level 9 giant dragon's corpse?" Levi nodded, keeping his focus on the swirling energy. "Yes, I found it." Mana fell silent, her expression unreadable. Levi peered at the dragon's corpse with concern. The corpse was not completely intact as its blood had already dried up. A blood hole marred its eye area. This was the spot where the Golden Prince extracted blood to make a bloodline crystal. The entire body material was basically all 9th level material. At the current realm of the Holy Infant, using this to refine weapons remained too early. Since the corpse was so complete, he decided he might as well make it into a dragon corpse demon. Dragon corpse demons were a type of corpse demon, and they were extremely rare. Superior dragon corpses remained scarce, and such a massive body required a huge amount of materials and resources. But if he successfully transformed this level 9 giant dragon's corpse into one, Levi would essentially possess the strongest corpse demon, with at least level 8 peak power. Even a short confrontation with a level 9 expert might not prove difficult. After all, this was a level 9 giant dragon's corpse. Even if it was not a defense type, it remained sturdy enough. An 8th circle wizard's spell would feel like nothing. As Levi's status improved, the strength of his enemies grew accordingly. Facing the 8th circle, he already possessed absolute confidence in keeping himself alive. Chapter 2258. 481, Bountiful Overprotect. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree. The 9th circle loomed ahead, and confidence waned. It was a sky chasm between a high-level wizard and a grand wizard. Before advancing to the 9th circle himself, he needed to bolster his arsenal to survive against a level 9 foe. This dragon corpse demon offered a glimmer of hope. Such a powerful corpse required at least a level 8 peak undead to control. Once Levi became a grand wizard, the corpse demon would not go to waste. He could capture a level 9 undead from the 72 pillars to fully unleash the power of the dragon corpse demon. It could serve as level 9 combat power. If not needed later, it could serve as a sentry in the ancient dragon continent. Or it could be dismantled for weapon refinement. It was perfect. Action followed thought, and refining a legendary level dragon corpse demon required ample preparation. Levi retrieved every text on corpse demons from his knowledge library. The Book of Corpse Demons, the Corpse Refining Manual, and the Dragon Witch Demon Experiment Notebook filled his workspace. He arranged for the organization to seek insights from the School of Death. With mineral and material resources from the 3 realms and 4 lands, he felt confident. The refinement process would take quite a while. It was a major project, far beyond any previous attempt. The prospect of a quasi-level 9 corpse demon bodyguard provided endless motivation. 2 years later, the 520th year of Nora, the 306th year of the Blood Battle, ancient Banyan Fairyland, Thunderclap Mountain. Due to the arrival of the Thunder Crocodile, the elemental power of thunder grew denser. This made the environment suitable for lightning creatures and the Dragon Clan. After Levi brought back the Thunder Crocodile, he let it stay in the fairyland, specifically building a large energy-gathering array for it. At most, it would travel to the Nightmare World for exploration. He kept it away from the Wizard World, fearing it would trigger the greed of those with ill intentions. The top wizard organizations of the Lightning faction likely lacked a level 8 Thunder elemental spirit. The Spider King brimmed with excitement upon its release from the Dark Ancient Tower. After Levi finished his tasks, he assigned the Spider King to the Burning Rock World. Recently, a new occupant arrived in the Valley of the Earthquake Dragon Brothers. It was the Heavenly Yin Dragon General May. The purification technology and efficiency in the ancient dragon continent had improved significantly. The general arrived at the ancient Banyan Fairyland right after being purified. This level 6 late-stage mature female dragon was in her prime. The 3 brothers had just matured, and their desires burned bright. Due to their vigorous energy, the other transcendent creatures in the ancient Banyan Fairyland suffered damage previously. To ensure the purity of bloodlines, Levi had forbidden such chaotic actions. Now, the arrival of May ignited a fire. It was just like a male college student meeting a middle-aged lady. In the valley, the commotion proved endless, and the 3 brothers took turns, yet they remained no match for May. To this, Dragon Kingly remarked that they were too weak. Many mixed-blood dragon clans also found their destined goddesses. In the pool for refining dragon descendant giants, the corpse of the elephant demon Isynth also began its refinement. Time flew swiftly, and years passed by. Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Centuries spent around the tombstone of the dead turned the area into part of the rest soil domain. Soft whispers drifted from the black soil. Bemused, confused green ghost fires wandered aimlessly. These ghost fires were weak, even weaker than mortal rookies, but they held strong evolutionary potential, akin to the abyss worm. In the future, they might evolve into ghosts or undead. Some skeletons, tilting their heads like zombies, staggered around. Under Levi's command, the older undead refrained from attacking these newborns. They were the first inhabitants born in his ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, which held great commemorative significance. Mana stepped lightly on the soft rest soil. Like a curious child, she observed the ghost fires underground. It was her innate nature as the world tree to create, to witness the birth of life, a joyful affair indeed. She felt curious about how far the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion could grow in the future. God-forsaken continent. On a certain battlefield, the tower of summer flowers stretched tall in the wind. Endless green leaves and vines obscured the sky, trapping a level 7 late-stage flame demon within. A star ring composed of millions of petals descended from the sky, encircling this green world. Flames swept out, roaring continuously. In the void, Elena, clad in the blood source armor, or flower fairy armor, appeared. She held both the elegance of a flower fairy and the valiant demeanor of a valkyrie. She waved her hand and the amber dragon, in the form of a silver ribbon, flew across the sky. With an innate spell embodied by 9 kinds of flowers, it struck fiercely, throwing the flame demon away. Elena closed her eyes and reopened them. Twin Tree World. Suppress. The endless force of suppression thrust the flame demon underground. It raised its head, veins bulging, resembling a demon in agony. As the 2 giant tree shadows closed in, the flame demon was squeezed as if crushed between 2 cliffs. Fierce flames exploded, and demon blood spewed into a blood fog, blasting in all directions. A level 7 late-stage flame demon perished. Elena emerged on top of the wizard tower covered in flower fairy armor, and exhaled a fragrant breath. With the addition of millions of war merit points, Elena's rank advanced by one more position. With the 3 measures of the wizard tower, the flower witch, and the primordial spirit released collectively, a level 7 late-stage demon could only meet its end here. Even a level 7 peak demon stood no guarantee of victory. To be on the safe side, it remained better to stay cautious and retreat when encountered. Clearly, Mana had also mastered the essence of Dragon King Lee's tactical subtlety. 2 years ago, when Levi refined the precious water god's scale and gave it to her, she understood Levi's intentions. He worried she might not keep up with his pace and wanted to give her a helping hand. She hunted demons desperately, earning war merit and making herself a little more excellent every day. Chapter 2259. Gondifa's hearty laughter echoed in the research room. Ha ha ha, the purple crystal body refining method lower volume is complete. He extended his left arm. A faint purple glow covered the skin. Sparse purple body refining runes flickered within the flesh. A thin layer of purple crystal precipitated, covering his whole body. Gondif clenched his fist and swung it toward the testing apparatus. He watched the numbers on the display and sighed in relief. It worked. It really worked. Members of the research group, including Killing Whale Dominating Fist, the Supreme Fist Wizard, Sea Wolf, applauded. The sound filled the room. In the blink of an eye, 1 century has passed. Indeed, research makes one forget the passage of time. Yes, starting is always the hardest. Now that the lower volume is out, the middle and upper volumes will be easier. Thanks to Lord Gondifa's personal experiments, this body refining technique was completed so smoothly. Gondif smiled. It is the result of everyone's joint effort. They had worked together for 1 century. Gondif used his formidable strength and charisma to win over the group of strong men from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Initially, they saw Gondif as a rival and competed with him overtly and covertly. However, witnessing Gondifa's research and understanding of body refining techniques completely convinced them. The title of King of Body Refining gradually settled in their hearts. They felt that the Ocean Abyss Alliance had lacked competition for too long, so it became complacent. Yet unexpectedly, a new era ushered in such an extraordinary person. Ha ha ha, I heard the purple crystal body refinement technique has been developed. The white banker rushed over upon hearing the news. Gondif nodded. Thanks to you, senior, for providing us with higher level knowledge guidance, allowing such quick development. The white banker received the knowledge from the purple crystal body refining method lower volume and became immersed in it. Not bad. Practicing to the second circle perfect realm, paired with specially researched body techniques, can have 1/3 the strength of a second-level purple crystal clan. It is more than enough to deal with gargoyles, low-level demons with high magic resistance, and in the future, dealing with the Council of 10,000 Clans group will not be a problem. Next, arrange some experimental subjects for testing. Once confirmed, our Body Refining Academy can include it as a basic refining course, and then begin widespread promotion. Gondif agreed. No problem. In the evening, the white banker invited this research group to a high-level banquet. Gondifa's performance received continuous praise from the upper echelons. He recalled the century of research experience. It was Gondifa's first time creating a combat technique from scratch. Although it was low-level, the sense of accomplishment and the gains were indescribable. He formed ideas for the future integration and creation of body refining techniques. After completing the phase results, Gondif returned to Gondor City with the newly acquired body refining artifact, Great Sun Burning Dragon, Fire Dragon Skywork. Weapon Refinement Room. The Holy Infant refined a brand new secret sword. Inside the Flame King furnace, a flame hammer, without any control, struck the wizard tool within, hammering its shape. The Holy Infant regulated his breath, cultivated, and occasionally observed the refining progress inside the furnace. It is truly wonderful to have an intelligent semi-automated refining spiritual creature. The Holy Infant had previously refined the Flame King's arm. He acquired the rare associated special spiritual creature, the Flame King's mobile furnace. The Flame King furnace greatly enhanced his refinement efficiency and success rate. Not long ago, after refining the Flame King's hammer, the Flame King furnace underwent further metamorphosis, nurturing an illusory flame hammer within. The Holy Infant sensed this was the truly complete body of the Flame King furnace. In order to further enhance automation efficiency, the Holy Infant delved into countless books, consulted with alchemy masters from the Central Realm, and subsequently developed some auxiliary weapon refining arrays and wizard tools. Nowadays, simple steps in the wizard tool refining process can be completely automated by the furnace. The Holy Infant only needs to supervise slightly on the side, without hindering his cultivation or rest. Of course, unique and complex procedures requiring a refiner's creativity still have to be done personally by him, such as solidifying mysterious runes and miniature arrays. Even with this semi-automated refining procedure, it cannot achieve that. Nonetheless, it greatly frees the Holy Infant's hands, proving immensely beneficial. To date, he has refined all the main artifacts of the Flame King series, namely, the Flame King's arm, the Heart of Flame King, and the Flame King's hammer, all Morning Star level. The remaining oddities are of simple sky quality. Lacking them does not matter. Of course, to make the Flame King furnace even more perfect, the Holy Infant intends to find a way to collect them all. He believes that the forces nurturing this Flame King series must be akin to divine craftsmen from various great civilizations. Only thus could such a wondrous associated special spiritual creature as the furnace be born. During rest, the Holy Infant introspected his mind. Within his primordial soul, the momentum of ice and fire, under the principles of the ace balance law, remains stable like Mirror Lake, in yin and yang balance. With my current talent, wanting to advance further, ordinary morning star artifacts will not suffice. It must be higher level sequence artifacts to advance the ice and fire holy body further. According to the illustrated guide of strange items, the fire element oddity sequence, mainstream ones are 3 types, namely, Flame King, Red Dragon, and Fire God. Similar to them, there are the Frost factions Cold King, Winter Emperor, and Frost God. The Thunder God factions Thunder King, Thunder Rock, and Thunder God. The Elementalist School's sequence artifacts can generally be divided into 3 levels. Chapter 2260. Sequence artifacts of the highest level share similarities, and they all bear the name of a god. Take the Burning faction as an example. The Flame King series has an upper limit defined by the Morning Star artifact, which is composed of the Sky and Morning Star levels. The Red Dragon series includes the Morning Star and Bright Moon levels, while the Fire God series spans the Morning Star, Bright Moon, and Blazing Sun tiers. Sequence artifacts generally possess high quality. Furthermore, collectors can activate said effects by gathering the necessary accessories. Levi's Thunder God body, 100 Flowers Water God body, and the Ice and Fire Holy body fused by the Holy Infant serve as examples. These oddities bring life-altering effects. A wizard's elemental affinity talents are predestined. Aside from the very few heaven-defying potions crafted from rare materials, only oddities can significantly improve wizarding talents. The Holy Infant's original talent was not lacking. He operated at a genius level. After continuously refining oddities, he now compares to a child of the ice and fire elements. If he refines higher sequence oddities in the future, his talent will reach the level of a super elemental son. The wizard world simply lacks an accurate classification for such potential. Because so few such individuals exist, no separate listing exists. To most wizards, becoming a child of the elements represents an unreachable ceiling. For the Holy Infant, who mixes among geniuses, being a child of the elements serves merely as an entry point. He finds no reason to feel proud or complacent about it. The wizard world contains many people with average initial talents, who eventually achieved Grand Wizard, or even legendary wizard status. These people are just like him. Their initial talent evolved into something higher due to luck and effort. Many folk stories only highlight the children of chaos talent possessed by those individuals. People use those stories to propagate myths, even advocating a talent is useless theory. They fail to see the dense talent buffs behind the children of chaos, along with the other opportunities and efforts required. Effort and will determine the lower limit, while talent and fortune determine the upper limit. Only those who achieve perfection in all factors can climb to the supreme legendary realm. Wizards remain inherently materialistic and realistic. To return to the topic, sequence artifacts are mainstream. This does not mean non-sequence artifacts lack power. In fact, non-sequence artifacts often provide extraordinary top-grade functions. The Flame Emperor's Sword provides an example. The War Merit Store introduction considers it the foremost killing fire element sun refining artifact. Both kinds of artifacts have pros and cons. Higher level sequence artifacts are essential for the Holy Infant to further enhance his aptitude. With his current talent and foundation, advancing to Grand Wizard is not difficult. However, he desires to reach legendary status. That is not enough. He must become even stronger. He scanned the War Merit Store and searched for keywords. The store listed some Red Dragon and Fire God series artifacts limited to 7 Circle Wizards. However, all Bright Moon artifacts invariably required over 1 billion War Merits. Furthermore, top-ranked individuals on the leaderboard had already exchanged for some of them. I must quickly complete the Heavenly Star Sword formation, he thought, and then I will have Lord Victor take Gondif, and me flying. If they possess a complete Heavenly Star Sword formation, they feel confident that they can sprint into the top 10 of the leaderboard. 6 years later, Lord Victor took a deep breath. This Golden Emperor's Sword is amazing, increasing spiritual force by 180 points. At a thought, the Golden Emperor appeared. The lady wore golden divine attire and radiated a celestial aura. She held a golden sword. The sword measured 3 feet 2 inches in length and bore mysterious runes. The Golden Emperor has metamorphosed again, Victor mused. With this special spiritual creature paired with my Heavenly Star Sword formation, my combat tactics have almost reached perfection. I can use secret swords for long-range killing. With the Golden Emperor and sword formation in close combat, I can attack, defend, and control. With the Golden Emperor, Fleur can return to herself, he added. My gold element affinity talent, blessed by a bright moon artifact, and coupled with the mystic sky spirit embryo, has surpassed the children of the elements, by unknown margins. I aim to achieve 7 rings perfection within 200 years. Over time, Lord Victor has spent more than 200 years at 7 rings. His spiritual force approaches 9,500 points. He needs only 1,500 points to reach 7 rings perfection. With soulstone, heart-cleansing tea, heavenly materials from the ancient Banyan fairyland, and enough meditation supplementary potions, attaining 7 rings perfection within 200 years remains Lord Victor's conservative estimate. Time flew like an arrow, and the years slipped by. 6 years later, It was year 526 of Nora, and year 312 of the Blood Battle, in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi was 940 years old. He acted like a retired old man, temporarily forgetting about demon hunting. He spent his days cultivating and researching beside the small stone pond. On the level 8 demon slaughter list, he still topped the chart with 1,200,000,000 points. The second place contestant, Destruction Realm Thunder, had 700 million points. Light Divine Sword and Hand of Fire God followed closely with 620 million and 550 million respectively. Recently, accurate whispers circulated. The Fire God's hand, known as Gatling, went to the War Merit store. Allegedly, he already exchanged for a random sun refining artifact. This reduced the pressure on Levi. The Fire God's hand currently held the number 1 spot in the Burning School of Thought, and had done so for over 300 years without anyone surpassing him. He had now spent 500 million war merits. Even though many demons appeared and earning points was easy, it would still take about 100 years to accumulate that amount again. Would he risk his head to fight Levi for the Flame Emperor's sword? Levi speculated that Gatling originally wanted to exchange for the Flame Emperor's sword, and had constantly advised Levi to rest well and not overexert. After seeing Levi's over-the-top prowess, and realizing Levi would most likely choose the strongest Flame Emperor's sword, Gatling settled for the second best option, and chose a random oddity. As for the Shadow Emblem, the number 1 of the Shadow School of Thought, it had only just reached 1,200,000,000 points. Chapter 2261. Seizing the objective before Levi does remains impossible. To avoid long delays, Levi decides it is time to make a move. The Klein crystal ball displays his spiritual force manifested clearly. It shows 12,100 out of 13,200. His spell power hits 12.1 million. During these years of seclusion, his spiritual force surpassed the standard maximum realm. It sits only a little over 1,000 away from his own personal maximum. The greedy snake brought good fortune, birthing the accompanying spirit creature known as NA Snake. It serves as an additional automatic pickup robot for the battlefield. That unknown butterfly oddity increased his upper limit of spiritual force without directly enhancing it. Otherwise, he would be dangerously close to the 7-ring limit. It does not matter to him. This is simply preparation for the 8th circle, ensuring future promotions happen faster. A higher upper limit on spiritual force always provides an advantage for advancement. Beyond cultivation, Levi focuses his research on 3 major topics. First is the popularization of the Divine Talisman path. Second is the refining of Dragon Corpse demons. Third is the possibility of creating a shadow world within the ancient Banyan fairyland. Each project shows promising progress. For the Divine Talisman path, he recruits wizards covertly for confidential experiments. The original theoretical foundation remains unchanged. Levi acts as the power source for the Divine Talisman. He uses drawn rune diagrams and talismans as the medium. Triggering the talismans releases the power stored within the talisman paper. The Divine Talisman path is not yet mature. Therefore, for the first level, he plans to focus on internal organizational learning. In the future, he will be the founder of the Divine Talisman path, completely eliminating outdated spell scrolls. All practitioners of the Divine Talisman path in the wizard world will need to beseech Levi for power. In the past, priests praying for rain sought the Dragon King, Thunder God, or Electric Mother. Since Levi acts as the Dragon King and, in some sense, a god, the term Divine Talisman fits perfectly. Regarding Dragon Corpse demons, Levi understands the basic knowledge. Having refined many corpse demons previously, he possesses ample experience. The next step involves gathering the necessary materials and resources quickly. He must craft a giant soaking pool with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters and the matching array to embark on the refining journey. Addressing the housing issue for the Shadow Dragon group, Levi draws inspiration from the Black Soul Demon Tower. He researched a 7-ring formation and set it up at the tower. Like the Black Soul Demon Tower, this formation automatically gathers negative shadow energy from the world. It allows the shadow army to stay outside the shadow world for longer durations. Truly creating a self-circulating artificial shadow world like the ancient Banyan Mansion remains unachievable with his current realm, knowledge, and resources, even for a grand wizard. Nevertheless, housing them at the Black Soul Demon Tower significantly reduced the loss rate of the shadow army. The Black Soul Demon Tower, as a wizard tower, provides nearly half the effect of an undead cemetery, though it lacks the ability to spawn the undead automatically. The tower creates an inner heaven and earth, utilizing arrays that absorb wandering negative energy. This creates a safe haven for the undead outside of the realm of hell. Since the wizard world contains sparse negative energy, wizards must periodically venture into hell to absorb and store energy in bulk. Once Levi acquires his own wizard tower, he plans to give this one to Gondaf. Gondaf frequently ventures to hell to spar with his second brother, so the Black Soul Demon Tower presents no problem for him. During these years of seclusion, the brilliant Golden Dragon armor and Crimson Emperor Dragon advanced toward the level 7 peak. The Sky King Dragon and the Scarlet Dragon approach the level 7 late stage. The Death Ember Dragon and the Nightmare Dragon occupy the level 7 middle stage, progressing toward the late stage. He cultivated the Mixed World Demon Image 108 hammers to the 3rd level, and expects to perfect it within 100 years. Thereafter, he can initiate the Heavenly Phenomenon Dao within the Extreme Dao strategy. Combining this with the Sky Whale path, and the Sky Dragon path will yield an explosive effect. He opened the 10,000 blind boxes previously purchased in Hell. Luck proved favorable this time, granting a 7-ring spell called Night Demon's Eternal Darkness, of excellent grade. The spell gathers dark negative energy to form a dark barrier, with a diameter of about 5 kilometers around the target. Any enemy engulfed by the barrier loses their 5 senses, and even spiritual perception weakens significantly. This spell performs well even against enemies above 1 major realm. Overall, Levi prepared this spell for his escape. As his renown grows, he understands the necessity of facing level 9 experts. To the Council of 10,000 Clans, he resembles a walking Turtle King fruit. To demons, he is a walking abyss heart. Not all wizards possess benevolent intentions. Being in the spotlight invites trouble, while the chance of encountering purely evil wizards like Simon, Roman, or the Fiery Flame Servant decreases as one grows in power. Safety remains the primary principle of his cultivation. Levi has already imprinted 17 witch marks. Only 10 more remain to be fully accomplished. Promotion to the 8th circle draws near. The refining materials for the breakthrough potion, aside from the level 8 Shadow Demon, Sleep Demon, and Void Spirit Clan materials, are mostly gathered. He successfully found the spiritual dream grass in the Nightmare World a few years ago. Only the Demon Dragon grass remains unfound. Chapter 2262. All other supplementary ingredients have been gathered following the organization's efficient operations. In addition, the Crimson Dragon Slash and the Wind Thunder Wings have been reforged using level 8 materials. Everything is in place, and the organization's strength has reached an unprecedented peak. Levi decides it is time to reemerge and hunt demons. This time, he must capitalize on the momentum to exchange for the Shadow Emblem and strive to resolve the Shadow Dragon group issue. Of course, before that, he must make a trip to the Burning Rock world to settle the Spider King. Under the banyan tree, Long has grown through constant devouring and ascending. It is now over 2,000 meters in length. Its massive form coils lazily at Mana's feet as it takes a leisurely nap. On the lush canopy, an illusory blue butterfly, with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters flutters. As its wings move, the power of the water element forms sweet nectar around it, creating a light drizzle. Wherever this fine rain falls, the saplings of the banyan tree sprout rapidly. Mana stretches the branches comfortably and whispers to the creature, 80, take a rest, don't tire yourself out too much. 80, whose full name is Mitra, was the companion spirit born after Levi refined that butterfly oddity. 80 functions as an auxiliary spirit creature. It resembles the legendary flower fairy, capable of gathering the power of the water element to produce butterfly Immortal Dew. Immortal Dew can significantly accelerate and enhance the growth and quality of plants. Levi's tests show that the current stage of Immortal Dew can reduce the growth time of the saint fruit by 1/3. At the same time, it can increase the yield of the saint fruit by 1/5. The effects on other rare plants are similar. Thus, like Long, 80 acts as a spirit creature of the farming type. Levi recorded this oddity in the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, naming it the Immortal Dream Butterfly. Apart from regular Immortal Dew, 80 can occasionally produce the rarer top-grade Immortal Dew. This is an upgraded version of the regular Immortal Dew, several times more effective, though particularly scarce in quantity. Once mixed with Spring of Immortality and other rare medicinal herbs, it can be refined into a more exquisite potion, which Levi has named Immortal Flowing Liquid. Experiments demonstrate that Immortal Flowing Liquid not only works on plants, but can also be used on animals, allowing transcendent creatures to experience a significant growth boost. This is where it surpasses golden fertilizer. Transcendent creatures consuming Immortal Flowing Liquid long-term can experience a growth speed increase of 1/3. This benefits even the dragons in Levi's Dragon Palace, providing a new enhancement method besides the dragon scale fruit. Immortal Flowing Liquid can also strengthen the body, and has life-prolonging effects on mortals, and even apprentice wizards. Since Immortal Flowing Liquid has only appeared recently, the specific life-extending effects have yet to be determined. The specific data will be known once the experimental results are out. Levi knows that from now on, Immortal Flowing Liquid could profoundly impact wizard cultivation on the ancient dragon continent. Even if it only extends the lifespan of apprentice wizards, over time, it could give rise to more official wizards. This creates an unrivaled advantage. Of course, such a strategic material as Immortal Flowing Liquid remains temporarily confidential. Levi has not yet disclosed it publicly. This substance is too shocking, and if other organizations find out, they might not act righteously. The current production of Immortal Flowing Liquid is also difficult to increase. He estimates that even after mass production, it could at most support use on the ancient dragon continent. Additionally, whether regular or top-grade Immortal Dew, its effects improve as 80 ascends. Levi's predictions suggest that at the 7-ring stage, 80 should be able to affect apprentice wizards, which might indicate that later on, it could also affect official wizards. When Levi ascends to the legendary level, 80 might be able to benefit more low-level and middle-level wizard groups. Accumulated over time, the number of primordial souls in the wizard world should also increase significantly. Furthermore, he formed an Immortal Dew research group with Triss. Next, they plan to conduct a reverse analysis of the components and structure of Immortal Dew. If they can develop universally applicable life-prolonging potions for more people to take, it would be of epic-making significance for the wizard world. Ancient Dragon Continent. The Iron Crocodile, Centipede Sea Demon, and black chicken have also been continuously purified over the past years. After consulting numerous records, Levi learned that the scientific name of the black chicken is the white-feathered black-feathered pheasant. Research revealed that its body contains a legendary bloodline factor, specifically the red pheasant. This perfectly matches the blood tribulation master of the pheasant night. Since the Spider King needs to develop in a distant place next, Levi personally subdued this creature with force. To be cautious, he also placed the prison star ring on the head of the black-feathered pheasant to control it. After setting restrictions, the black-feathered pheasant was assigned to the Dusk Holy Temple as a guardian. With a level 8 creature presiding, the high-end combat power on the ancient dragon continent is not far behind the top wizard organizations. In the future years, the limited supply of high-level bloodline essence will benefit all knights practicing the pheasant-type breathing technique. The same goes for the centipede sea demon. The Dusk Holy Temple is currently utilizing its bloodline to research better secret medicines and potions, seeking to enable the Song of the Sirens to produce its own level 6 expert. It is confirmed that the training effect of the centipede sea demon secret medicine on the siren breathing technique far exceeds that of Paul. Paul achieved perfection. Levi arranged for him to retire and sent him to the ancient Banyan fairyland for a peaceful life. After the centipede sea demon was subdued, it became the second level 8 guardian. Chapter 2263. Levi arranged the setup in the strait between the ancient dragon continent and the giant beast paradise. No matter which location faced a demon attack, he could quickly step in to save the day. Preparation for the Iron Crocodile's Teeth Death Soldier battle group commenced in an orderly manner. Among the Spider King's puppet army, anything related to the dragon clan or rare creatures was liberated. These creatures were recruited into the giant beast paradise for purification. Levi left the other black beasts untouched. Once preparation work was complete, he silently departed from the wizard world with the Spider King and its puppet army. For years past, it was the Nora calendar year 530, the 316th year of the blood battle. After a long journey through the void, a streak of red appeared deep in space again. The burning rock world. The Spider King perched on Levi's shoulder. It felt a surge of excitement. After being confined in a cage for so long, the creature had grown restless, even if the cage was comfortable. Visions of forging a path in such an expansive world filled its mind. In a few years, it might become the underground overlord of this region. That would be far more thrilling than being the lord of a forbidden area in a small place like St. Roland. Levi glanced at the little spider in his palm. "You will develop here in the future," Levi said. "I will come to check your work from time to time. With your strength, you should have few rivals in this land of darkness. Act cautiously and develop steadily." The Spider King clicked its mandibles in a show of confidence. "Master, rest assured. It will not take 1,000 years before this place becomes your domain." Levi opened the ancient Banyan fairyland. A vast army of black beast puppets swarmed around the Spider King as it vanished into the land of darkness. He gazed at the burning rock world. "I have not visited in 100 years, he mused. "I wonder if any new dragon clan has come to rule here." The burning rock world. Even after the departure of the hateful Golden Dragon Emperor, the people of the Burning Rock had not gained freedom. 60 years ago, an evil red-robed wizard descended upon them. He claimed to be Red Sun Meng Dang, the messenger of God. With supreme evil power, Meng Dang quickly conquered this world. He established the Red Sun Brotherhood and supported a puppet regime. The people of the Burning Rock became enslaved, forced to scour the world for resources and mine for the red-robed wizard. No great hero came to save them. The once awe-inspiring divine bird no longer appeared. They tried to resist, but their efforts were in vain. All who defied the Red Sun were cruelly suppressed by the Brotherhood and executed by fire. For the Burning Rock people, the Red Sun era lacked even the dignity of life under the Golden Dragon Emperor. At the very least, that evil dragon only craved gold. But what the Red Sun wanted, many had never even heard of. How were they to find such things? In the sky, the figure of a black armored swordsman emerged. It was Levi. He searched everywhere but found no traces of the dragon clan. He descended to the surface, grabbed a person from the burning rock, and asked, "Is there any news of an evil dragon attack recently?" The local man trembled. Over 100 years ago, there was an evil dragon, called the Flame Executioner, that was eradicated by the divine bird. Recently, there was talk of an evil dragon, called the Red Queen, appearing in coastal cities. It was suppressed by the Red Sunday. That dragon became the Red Sun's mount. Red Sun. What is that? Levi had only heard of Black Sun Adam. Could this Red Sun be a duplicate of Adam? The man shook his head. "Lord, I do not know. The Red Sun wields powerful spells. He is capable of destroying our cities with a flick of his finger, and has killed our tribe's level 6 expert, but no one knows his origins." Levi fell into deep thought. From the description, it is possible he is a wizard from the burning school of thought, or a firecaster from another civilization. He had no interest in the Red Sunday. However, he had to take away that evil dragon. As the Dragon King, he could not allow his fellow Dragon Clan members to suffer here as someone's mount. "Where is the Red Sun?" Levi asked. "What is his strength? Are there any portraits?" The man looked distressed. "Lord, I do not know. I do not know anything. Only the core members of the Red Sun Brotherhood have seen the Red Sunday. We common folk know nothing." Levi recited a coma spell, erasing the man's memory, and placed him in a nearby shelter. In 3 days, the man would wake up on his own. Levi had wandered around the burning rock world previously, but found no sign of the red Sunday. The other party was hiding deeply, a very cautious individual. 7 days later, above the largest city in the burning rock world, the sky suddenly tore open. A flame giant dragon with a wingspan of 1 kilometer, exuding terrifying momentum, emerged from the rift. He, burning rock world, the king has returned once again, the dragon roared. Tremble. In the face of the great flame executioner, all shall be reduced to nothing. Countless burning rock people looked toward the sky, recalling the terror of being dominated by an evil dragon. Flame executioner Therese, they whispered. An old man remembered the legendary tale passed down by his ancestors. 600 years ago, this evil dragon invaded the burning rock world as a malevolent beast. Later, he was defeated by the emergent great hero, Dick, and fled to the land of darkness. He returned 100 years ago and established the Golden Dragon Empire. The suffering of the people of the burning rock moved the heavens, which sent a divine bird to defeat the evil dragon. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, the evil dragon returned once more. Will it ever end? Therese laughed wildly, his flame breath easily demolishing the indestructible city walls. Chapter 2264. The crossbows and weapons of the Burning Rock clan failed to penetrate the dragon defense. The dragon sneered. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. I declare the Golden Dragon Empire re-established. Below, a Burning Rock clan member in a red robe shouted, "Bold evil dragon, the Burning Rock world is the territory of Lord Red Sunday." Therese whirred back. "What Red Sun, Blue Sunday? Let him come out. Face me in a duel to the death." Members of the Brotherhood grew frightened and hurriedly used secret techniques to contact Red Sunday. Deep within the underground world of the Burning Rock realm, a wizard tower engulfed in flames stood tall. At its peak, a red-robed wizard opened his eyes. This was the fiery flame servant. A mere early-stage level 7 dragon clan dares to establish an empire. What a joke. I did not expect this Burning Rock world to be so favored by the Fire Dragon clan. Just tamed one red princess, and now comes a flame executor. It is a good thing for me. A rare sight in the wizard world, subdragons. Soon I will have 2 to guard my wizard tower. Not bad at all. He had been a senior 7 circle for hundreds of years. In 200 more years, he hoped to reach 7 rings perfection. With an ancestral wizard tower, even if a level 7 peak dragon clan arrived, he could hold his own. Against a level 8 dragon clan, he possessed the power to protect himself. He dismissed the flame executor. Having left the wizard world, and remained isolated for so long, he wondered how things were back home. Had that Dusk Palace master fallen, wizards withstand loneliness, but this disconnection from civilization felt uncomfortable. He lacked anyone to share spells with, possessed no new knowledge, and received no news from the wizard world. He could only isolate himself, read, meditate, and cycle through his studies. Put in more effort. Once I advance to the 8th circle, I will quietly make a trip back. This lifestyle is unsustainable. The fiery flame servant stood up, put away the wizard tower, and flew towards the sea. Therese hovered over the city. Dragon breath destroyed the buildings below. Many members of the Brotherhood died under the dragon flames. What red sun? Therese jeered. Does he not even dare to face me, the king? Suddenly, the void split open, and a wizard tower larger than a mountain descended from the sky. Red light burst forth, and the power of suppression spread out. Therese grimaced, the crushing weight of 100 mountains pressing down upon him. His body fell involuntarily, dust flying, the earth cracked. From the wizard tower, a red-robed figure appeared expressionlessly. Bold evil dragon, surrender at once. Therese flipped over and spat dragon flames towards the sky. The dragon breath that destroyed a city was blocked by the light of the wizard tower, making no progress whatsoever. The fiery flame servant raised his hand, and an innate spell knocked Therese to the ground. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life. As he spoke, another scarlet dragon, with a level 6 peak aura flew from the wizard tower. It was slender, with a proud chest, a narrow waist, long limbs, and wide wings flapping. Therese stared in shock. Is there really such a beautiful dragon in this world? The fiery flame servant chuckled. How about it? Would you consider my offer? My red princess just happens to lack a companion, and I do not want to go on a killing spree. Therese stared dumbfoundedly. Get lost. If I kill you, the red princess will be mine too. He spread his wings, soared high, ripped through the void, and fled. The fiery flame servant snorted coldly. Trying to escape? No way. He controlled the wizard tower to break through the void in pursuit. The wizard tower collided with an iron mountain. Long time no see, buddy. A slightly playful voice sounded. The fiery flame servant froze as he recognized a figure he could never forget. The black-armored swordsman caught the base of the wizard tower with one hand, holding it firmly. How is it possible? How did you know I was here? The fiery flame servant trembled, his spirit shattered. He had wandered deep in space, far from the wizard world, for hundreds of years. Never did he expect to meet the Dusk Palace master in this lifetime. I think it is because our connection is not over yet. Levi smiled, his mouth curling as he pulled, flinging the wizard tower to the ground. The fiery flame servant chanted a mantra, the wizard tower expanding a flame domain covering dozens of miles. The black-armored swordsman stood calmly in the sea of fire, unmoving like a mountain. The wizard tower failed to shake his opponent. The fiery flame servant knew he stood no chance. He had to escape to survive. The wizard tower rumbled, trying to take him, and break through the void to leave. Levi swept the chaotic sky demon mirror, and the fiery flame servant returned to his original spot. He panicked and stammered, "Dusk Palace Master, you cannot kill me. I am the son of the Lord of Neon. My grandfather is a grand wizard. Do you know that even the Grand Council Chairman Edmund hails from our Neon city?" Levi countered. "I know, so what?" His form flickered, a punch aimed at the fiery flame servant. The wizard deflected with his tower, but both man and machine slammed into the ground. Primordial soul wizard form, Sun Prince. A golden sun with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared across the sky. In the sun, a golden armored god general held a long spear, charging towards Levi. Levi threw out a plain punch. The golden armored god general was instantly annihilated, the golden sun dissipated. The fiery flame servant knew the Dusk Palace Master possessed strength, but he never imagined that after a few hundred years, his wizard form would be defeated so easily. "I can swear a truth oath. I will give you my spoils and wizard tower. I will never return to the wizard world or seek revenge. Killing me will only cause you trouble." Seeing his wizard tower flung away, the fiery flame servant pleaded. Levi grabbed the fiery flame servant's neck. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. The fiery flame servant's head suddenly exploded, blood fog spreading. A red flame soul flew out, dragged by Leon into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Inside the fairyland, in the flame mountain-blessed land, the fiery flame servant gazed at the unfamiliar world, his face ashen. Death was imminent, and he had nothing to say. He never imagined that just because of one action he considered insignificant, he would end up like this. Fire elemental power began to dissipate, the mark of truth vanished into the void. Leon collected the soul, the dragon devoured the body. Levi chanted an incantation, erecting a nameless tombstone here with a minor spell. Fire element oddity planting point number 9, morning star level. I hope you can find rebirth in another way. Chapter 2265. The fiery flame servant is dead. Who would have thought that this long journey of revenge started just because of a crow? If at first, the fiery flame servant had not foolishly tried to catch Ayak, none of this would have happened. After 400 years, this grievance has finally come to an end. The fiery flame servant no longer needs to eke out a miserable existence in the torturous land of darkness. Levi will not leave trivial yet unforgettable regrets like the wild-boar night either. Everything in the world has its trajectory and cause and effect relationship. At this moment, Levi understood something. He silently picked up the wizard tower from the ground and tossed it towards the Skyfire fortress. These were gifts from Norn City for him, and now, he would let the Holy Infant himself remodel the wizard tower. Turning it into a dual-class wizard tower more suited to his ice and fire holy body would be even more perfect. Besides, there were 800 million ether stones and 2 pieces of 7 ring witch artifacts in the storage ring of the fiery flame servant. 1 top quality and 1 top grade. He planned to have the Holy Infant handle and sell them to support the household finances. No wonder he is a rich second generation, even fleeing for his life with so much money. The remaining spell knowledge, cultivation resources, and more were quite abundant as well. He was much wealthier than a regular 7-circle wizard. Taking stock of the gains, Levi turned his attention to the flame giant dragon named Red Princess, who crouched on the ground with terrified eyes fixed upon him. What a pretty dragon, Levi thought. This was his first impression upon seeing this female dragon. She was a crimson fire dragon, a subdragon species of the legendary creature known as the Ancient Red Dragon. The Ancient Red Dragon is an extremely old fire dragon, greedy and evil by nature. In ancient times, it left a notorious reputation in the mythical stories of many civilizations. Even a certain sequence artifact bore its name, the Red Dragon series. A crimson fire dragon in its complete form could grow to level 7. Currently at level 6 peak, she remained in her youth. The vast illusion of 6 dragons appeared behind Levi, overshadowing the sky and looking down on everything. "What is your name?" Levi asked, his voice calm. "Red Princess Kemia," she replied. "Are you willing to come with me?" Before the Red Princess could reply, the fire-breathing dragon interjected. "What are you hesitating for? Agree, and you can join an organization with infinite light and future. From then on, through thousands of autumns, across the 4 seas and all nations, no one will dare to bully you again, and you will have gold and jewels, more than enough." His tone was quite fitting for being the Dragon Palace recruiter. The fire-breathing dragon could not hide its desire for the Red Princess. "Is there a more beautiful female dragon than gold in this world? Join now, immediately. I will soon have a big-breasted, cute new colleague. As a company veteran, it is time to showcase my charm." The Red Princess nodded and whispered that she would go with him. The scene shifted to the ancient Banyan fairyland. "Everyone, stop your work," the fire-breathing dragon announced as he brought the Red Princess to the other dragons. "I want to introduce a new member." A collective gasp rose into the air. All the dragon generals, even the Black Lotus beast, a steel-hearted dragon, widened their eyes. "What a beautiful female dragon," they murmured. Even the female fierce Kylan dragon could not suppress a gasp. The Red Princess had never witnessed such a scene before. "Hello everyone, I am the new member, and I hope we can take care of each other," she greeted. The fire-breathing dragon gently patted the Red Princess with its wings. "In the future, if you have any issues at work, you can come to me. These little guys are not adults yet." The Red Princess shyly bowed her head and thanked Lord Therese. The fire-breathing dragon could not hide its pleasure. At this moment, it even thought of the names for its future children. Levi smiled. "Welcome, new member. Everyone, please take care of her in the future." He could see that many members of the Dragon Palace showed interest in the Red Princess, including the newly wedded triplets. Whomever won her over would depend on their own capabilities. The scene shifted to Black Giant City. The invincible Red Sun had fallen. The Burning Rock clan stared with blank faces. They stood in shock, for the black armored swordsman's strength lay completely beyond their understanding. The Burning Rock clan stood again, but after the initial joy, worry crept in concerning the future of their tribe. Levi watched these poor creatures, then cast a spell to erase their recent memories. Before leaving, he took the Burning Rock clan and settled them in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The fairyland remained vast and sparsely populated, and many blessed lands lacked activity. He decided to let these people work inside, mining for minerals, planting herbs, and tending to transcendent creatures. Otherwise, once he departed, the Burning Rock clan might not withstand the next catastrophe. The scene shifted to the realm of Crimson, inside Norn City. Inside a secret room, a sharp crack echoed. A middle-aged wizard of 8-ring perfection stared at the shattered soul token with a calm face. "Gorwyn," he sighed. He was Gorwyn's father. Several centuries ago, relying on his connections, he erased Gorwyn's records and sent him to Flame Mountain World. He did this to evade the Rising Dusk Palace Master, and to let Gorwyn gain experience to temper his disposition. He never expected him to perish out there. It was adding insult to injury. Just recently, the Grand Wizard behind Norn City, and his father, the Flame Walker, suffered severe injuries during a blood battle against a level 9 demon. The elemental Holy Soul scattered, and his spiritual origin was seriously damaged. Although a legendary wizard later rescued him, recovery to his peak state seemed unlikely, and the hope of advancing to legendary status was severed. Chapter 2266. Now, father is still in seclusion recuperating in the central realm. Time and fate. There are no eternally flourishing families in this world. Unknowingly, my flame family too is on the decline. Change is fickle indeed. He had actually anticipated today's situation long ago. He just had not expected it to fulfill itself in his generation. The likelihood of Gorwyn dying in a blood battle was high. To be cautious, he decided to send someone to investigate the Flame Mountain world. For years past, it was Nora year 534 and blood battle year 320. After a long journey, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. The fiery flame servant died in the distant Burning Rock world. Levi's travel speed was dozens of times that of a conventional wizard. An ordinary 7th circle wizard would have required hundreds of years to travel to that place. This exceeded the influence scope of wizard civilization. Because its form and spirit were destroyed, it did not enter the underworld. No one could uncover the true cause of death. The only eyewitnesses were those of the Burning Rock clan. They had their memories erased and were detained by Levi in the ancient Banyan fairyland. There was no one left to testify to the death. The cause of the fiery flame servant's death would remain an unsolved mystery. He did not fear investigation from Norn City. Lord Emin hailed from Norn City, but that was no reason for the fiery flame servant to escape revenge. The Black Abyss Walker had assured Levi of this. Traveling in the land of darkness was perilous and unpredictable. Black beasts, demons, alien races, and the council of 10,000 clans meant no one could determine if it was a death due to a vendetta. Who would be so obsessed as to travel so far to kill someone? If Levi had not been lucky enough to encounter it in the Burning Rock world, he would not have gone there either. On this day, Levi received a bottle of potion named Nightmare Lady. Triss had recently developed the 6th Circle Primordial Soul Breakthrough Potion. It increased the success rate by 15%. The required materials were all sourced from the creatures and materials of the Nightmare world. The birth of each Primordial Soul Breakthrough Potion represented a minor progression for wizard civilization, especially during the blood battle period. Although 6th Circle experts in wizard civilization ranked among the best within the Panplane, they paled in comparison to the Abyss. The gap was vast. The rank and size of the Nora world were inferior to the Abyss, with a much smaller base of transcendence. There were also limitations of resources. Resources remained indispensable for every wizard's cultivation. Wizard cultivation was not idealistic. Unlike the energy sect, there was no such thing as breakthrough enlightenment. Every step on this transcendent path required sweat and resources. An important reason for the explosion in the number of experts in the near-ancient wizard civilization was the invention of various powerful potions, which formed a complete potion system. In ancient times, during the early stages of wizard civilization, pharmacy remained in a primitive state. Wizards relied on themselves for meditation, breakthroughs, and spell research. Knowing the low success rate of breakthroughs, they could only brace themselves to promote. Ultimately, the vast majority could only regretfully fail. After the Wizard Council was established, they continually optimized meditation arts, refined spells, and researched various secret skills. They established a potion system from apprentice wizard to legendary wizard. The success rate of wizard breakthroughs dramatically increased. This ushered in a flourishing era for wizard civilization. Since her promotion to the 7th Circle, Triss had researched breakthrough potions for over 500 years. She finally established the Nightmare sequence system from 1st Circle to 6th Circle. Happiness welled up in Levi for her. Before long, Triss brought good news. Her Nightmare Lady potion had passed the Council's certification and officially applied for a patent. The potion became the 1024th potion recorded by the Council's think tank for breaking through the 6th Circle. she received a reward of 200 million war merits. She redeemed it for an artifact called the Sea Emperor's Tour, a bright moon-level oddity. She could now continuously earn licensing fees from this potion's authorization. The path to wealth was getting closer. After the Heavenly King dragon breathing skill advanced to the 7th circle late stage, Levi immersed himself in the blood battle. He did not rest until he exchanged for the shadow emblem. 10 years passed. It was Nora year 544, and blood battle year 330. In the Gandalf pharmacy secret room, white robes billowed as the elemental power surged. The aura of a senior 7th circle emanated from Gandalf, and he laughed heartily. It had been 150 years since breaking through to the 7th circle, and he had finally advanced. After refining the great sun-burning dragon, Gandalf's dragon elephant mighty body advanced further. He renamed it Dragon Elephant Holy Body, to contest Holy Infant's Ice and Fire Holy Body. Gandalf's spiritual force also increased by 60 points. This helped him break through the final barrier, advancing to a senior 7th circle in one go. Besides the enhancement of cultivation, his greatest achievement during these years in seclusion was the birth of a new body tempering technique. He had integrated the 1,000-handed ancient god body refining technique with the 10-winged sky dragon body tempering technique. The new body tempering technique drew key elements from both breathing techniques, named the ancient dragon god body refining technique. The name might have been somewhat plain, but it remained concise and to the point. This tempering technique furthered the advantages of the original 1,000-handed ancient god. It possessed 7 major abilities: Dragon God Body, Dragon God Protection, Dragon God's Gaze, Dragon God Concealing, Dragon God True Body, Dragon Demon Venerable, and Dragon God Domain. Chapter 2267. The first 6 skills are enhancements based on the original version. They include physical defense, control, attack, and bonus damage to dark creatures. The Dragon God Domain, however, is a newly emerged super skill. The Dragon God possesses the ability to control the sea and storms, forming a dual domain with a diameter of 15 kilometers. Within the domain, the Dragon God reigns supreme, capable of sealing the void, reversing space, and slightly altering the flow of time in a small area. This restricts the actions of any enemy. Tests conducted by Gandalf reveal that this newly emerged skill is extraordinarily extreme. It can achieve the effect of absolute ice point, causing the enemy to enter a brief time stop state. However, this is not enough to call it extreme. The most outrageous thing is that within the domain, he can accelerate his own time without affecting his lifespan. By accelerating his own time, he gains super speed and the ability to perform multiple attacks in an instant. From the enemy's perspective, Gandalf only threw 1 punch. In reality, in the moment of acceleration, he had already thrown 10 punches. Through the combination of slowing down the enemy's time and accelerating his own time, Gandalf has already devised many powerful tactics to reverse the battle situation. Manipulating time for a 7-circle wizard only scratches the surface. Both the effect and the duration are limited. But for Gandalf, possessing the Dragon God Domain means he is already invincible in the 7-ring realm. Even when facing ordinary level 8 powerhouses, he can escape with relative ease. Gandalf mused on the plan. Once the Heavenly Star Sword formation is perfected, Victor will handle the fighting, the Holy Infant will assist, and I will ensure survival. With the 3 heroes united, we can be invincible on the godforsaken continent. Subsequently, earning war merit will be much easier. There will be no need to flee upon encountering level 8 demons. Engaging in battle with them will not be an issue. Years of seclusion had passed. Gandalf reviewed the apothecary's accounts and allowed a smile to tug at his lips. With the Nightmare Lady potion on the shelves, the apothecary's annual average sales increased by 18 percentage points compared to before. After deducting dividends for Madame Triss and payments to material suppliers, the apothecary still made a considerable profit. Of course, it cannot compare to the already renowned Fire Dragon Skywork. Master, I want to purchase a breakthrough potion. A young man with a full beard and slightly short stature approached, his 5th circle perfection aura radiating. He was the baby the Holy Infant brought back from the mortal continent, now almost 500 years old. After 500 years of cultivation, he had mastered both Burning and the Earth faction to 5th circle perfection. Not long ago, he achieved the 9 talents. Toby's talent was strong. As the child of the fire element with the Earth faction's special talent, and having sufficient resources, and one-on-one guidance from the Holy Infant, he could have advanced much faster. However, the Holy Infant often reminded him that haste makes waste. So, Toby advanced steadily, step by step. He further honed his resolve, willpower, and character through weapon refinement, avoiding the path of someone like Simon. Perhaps he inherited the weapon-making gene of the Fire God's hammer. He had been selected as the top of the Fire Dragon Sky Works top 10 5th circle refiners for 10 consecutive years. In the community, he was known as Little Fire Dragon, much like when Link was called Little Victor. Gandalf laughed. Originally, there was none in stock, but Ace specifically reserved one for you. Warmth flooded Toby's heart. From childhood to adulthood, Ace had always raised him. His feelings for Ace were deeply profound, akin to those of a parent. Nearly 500 years old, he suddenly found himself tearing up a bit. Quickly taking the potion, he vanished from Gandalf's presence. Inside the Fire Dragon Skywork crafting room, the Holy Infant and Victor were immersed in weapon making, unaware of time passing. In the place of seclusion, Alexandra and Elsie were exerting all effort to study spells, pondering day and night. As time passed, besides the 5 elders known as Gold, Silver, copper, iron, and tin. The Fire Dragon Skywork also recruited some 6th Circle refiners with good character and skills. Now it boasted 9 6th Circle, 36 5th Circle, and hundreds of middle and low-level refiners in the wizard organization. This comprehensive strength already made it a leader among high-level wizard organizations. In terms of influence, many School of Frost organizations were not as strong as Fire Dragon Skywork. In the wizard world, it was said the Endless Sea had a shipbuilding giant, the Seven Waters Steeple, and the Midland had a new giant in weapon-making, the Fire Dragon Skywork. During the Blood Battle, the Wizard Council's military contracts for weapon-making were overwhelming. Taking this opportunity, Fire Dragon Skywork won a military project bid with low prices and solid reliability. Opening up sales channels further, it even aimed to become Fire Dragon military work. 2 years later, the year 546 of Nora, God-forsaken continent. Nightmare Lady, prepare to meet your end swiftly. Gondaf brimmed with momentum. A deity-like phantom resembling a dragon floated behind him. It carried thousands of arms, featured 10 wings, and stood 2,000 meters tall. This was Gondafa's primordial soul wizard form, the Demon Suppression Ming King 2.0 version. After merging with the 10-winged sky dragon, the wizard form transformed, becoming stronger and more majestic. To his left, an imposing white elephant shook the earth as it moved. To his right, a kilometer-long blue dragon swirled up winds and clouds. Nightmare Lady sneered. "Oh, Gondaf, you dare seek revenge on your own? Fire Dragon Ace and Victor must be hiding nearby. Come out together." It was well known that the Gondar 3 heroes were inseparable. Chapter 2268. The Sleep Demon Lady, early in level 8, scoffed at the idea that a mere senior 7-ring body-refining wizard would dare cause her trouble. She ordered her subordinates to surround and attack Gondaf. Wind and water swirled around Gondaf, a divine light shield pulsating against the pressure. Under the cover of the white elephant and blue dragon, he charged through thousands of troops and arrived before the sleep demon. He merged with his wizard form, unleashing his most powerful punch ever. Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist, 18 dragon elephants. Overwhelming illusions of heavenly dragons and giant elephants stirred up boundless waves of energy. Everything in its path shattered under the power of the dragon elephant. Within a range of dozens of miles, the air grew heavy, as if trapped in the 18 layers of hell. The power of this punch broke the composure of the sleep demon lady. Her long black hair frantically extended, wrapping around herself, with demonic wings shielding her on the outside. Boom! The shockwave rendered her wings bloody and mutilated. Deep sleep curse, the lady shrieked, strange syllables echoing between heaven and earth. Dragon God Domain, Gondaf countered. A storm and ocean appeared from nowhere on the battlefield. The demon-suppressing Ming King stood tall between heaven and earth, appearing like a heavenly deity, solemn and sacred. Low-level demons vanished directly within the domain. Time to start speeding up, Gondaf whispered, moving within the domain with ghostly speed. The sleep demon lady struggled to capture him with her perception. Horrified, she found her body and thoughts stalling. A time-based spell, she screamed, the demonic aura swirling around her as her shriek pierced the clouds and split stone. She had to break free from this constraint. Boom! Gondaf appeared, delivering another punch of anger onto the sleep demon lady. The visions of 18 dragon elephants entirely entered her body. The level 8 demon suffered immense damage. Her demon body showed cracks, and her aura weakened considerably. How is this possible? She gasped. According to recent reports, the Gondar 3 heroes could jointly fight a level 8 opponent. Now, one Gondaf alone caused her harm. To a demon, several decades passed in the blink of an eye. She could not fathom how the enemy had grown so much in such a short time. Sleeping demon realm, she commanded. The sleep demon lady stopped her injuries, demonic aura covering a radius of hundreds of miles, forming a pitch-black barrier. The sky darkened, and Gondaf lost all perception. This level 8 demon is indeed tricky, Gondaf thought. The sleep demon lady sneered. You have fought enough. Now it is my turn. A drowsy sleepiness washed over Gondaf, making him long for sleep. From all directions, sharp demonic tentacles attacked wildly, aiming to pierce through him. Let my true form take action, Gondaf resolved. Boundless golden light spread, and the demonic tentacles melted away like snow. Red Emperor Domain, a new voice echoed. An endless sea of fire unfolded within the demon realm. The Gondaf from just moments before had disappeared. Before their eyes stood a black-armored swordsman. His gaze was filled with killing intent as he wielded the greatsword. With one step forward, a 9-colored Emperor illusion, thousands of meters high, appeared behind him. The Emperor opened his eyes, and the greatsword tore through the sky dome. A golden sword chi, thick as a mile and tens of miles long, tore apart the dome of the demon realm. Light invaded once more, and the sleeping demon realm collapsed with a roar. The sleep demon lady trembled with shock and terror. As a level 8 demon, she feared a level 7 human. His name was the Dusk Palace Master, the number 1 on the level 8 demon slaughter list, a supreme existence with 1,600,000,000 points. The sky turned into a giant black claw, slapping towards Levi. The sleep demon lady shed her beautiful humanoid form, revealing her true demon form. It was a black worm, thousands of meters long, with antennae on its head. The Emperor swung his sword, unleashing innate spells and primordial soul spells. The Thunder God illusion beat the thunder war drum, and lightning pillars descended endlessly. The thunder ocean spread across the earth, with the thunder crocodile rolling and biting the fat body of the worm. Billions of volts of lightning resounded, annihilating everything. The battle ended without suspense. The remaining demon soldiers had long been annihilated by Levi's shadow army. Leon busily collected the souls trapped on the web. Meanwhile, on the ground, a thick snake, hundreds of meters long, opened its mouth. It swallowed everything along its path, including corpses and spoils of war. This was the companion spirit, a snake, obtained by Levi after refining the greedy snake. Levi named it Ash. While not strong in combat, it excelled at picking up things. The Emperor's sword dissected the corpse of the worm, extracting a crystal clear, dreamlike 7-colored brain. Task of the sleep demon's brain completed, Levi noted, preserving it carefully. At the same time, 50 million war merits were credited. As support, Gondef also received 10 million war merits. He could not help but sigh inwardly. It is still up to my true form to act, Gondef thought. While I can hold my ground against level 8 for a while now, I still cannot win. It seems that once I achieve 7 rings perfection, there is hope. Levi instructed him. For now, avoid acting alone, and be wary of the council of 10,000 clans targeting you. Wait for Lord Victor and the Holy Infant to emerge. During this period, focus on studying the purple crystal body refining technique, improving your cultivation and medicine levels. Additionally, aim to acquire the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique from the Congress soon for study and research. As for the 1,000-eyed Titan body tempering technique, I will arrange for demons to investigate the information first. Chapter 2269. Gondef nodded. I understand. The two men parted ways. Levi made his way toward the central realm. Inside the mountain giant wizard group, an intelligence officer approached Soraya. Lady Soraya, we just received word that a great commander of the demon camp has died. It was the one who cursed you before, the sleeping lady. Soraya's expression shifted. Laplace, standing beside her, thought immediately of that man. Was it our official battle group that killed her? Soraya asked. No, the officer replied. The cause of death remains unknown. It is suspected that the Dusk Palace Master slew her. Soraya pondered the news. It looks like Gondef asked the Dusk Palace Master to take action to avenge me. Laplace spoke up. Gondef, although a bit careless, is loyal and righteous. Aside from having a good character, he is also highly talented. My father always praises him, calling him a rare body refinement genius. Perhaps he has a chance to open up a new path for the declining body refinement road. Soraya glanced at him. What do you want to say? Laplace looked elsewhere. Nothing, just objectively describing. In the central realm at the Blood Battle Temple, Levi stepped up to the counter. Hello, I would like to exchange for an oddity. The staff member was a young witch, an acquaintance of Levi. Upon seeing the Dusk Palace Master, she smiled. Congratulations, predecessor. You are the first 7-circle wizard to exchange for the sun refining artifact. Are you switching for the shadow emblem? Levi nodded. With the demon slaying list, the exchange of a sun refining artifact would not go unnoticed. A few days later, the entire wizard world would know that he exchanged for the shadow emblem. Therefore, he decided he would not leave the ancient dragon continent for a single step before refining the oddity. Otherwise, some people might harbor ill intentions with such interests at stake. Here is your oddity, the witch said. Levi sighed inwardly as he watched his war merits clear to 0. It was so expensive, yet behind this lay countless demon lives. For the Wizard Council, it was a guaranteed profit, saving an unknown amount of manpower and resources. The shadow emblem appeared as an unassuming black emblem. Light distorted around it like a black hole. Levi received the oddity and returned to the ancient dragon continent at the fastest speed. He finally breathed a relief once he hid within the imperial palace, sheltered by an array. Ha ha ha, sun refining artifact. Even though he was accustomed to countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and had refined numerous truth oddities, Levi could not help but feel excited. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force read 12,500 out of 13,200. I am 700 points short of the spiritual force limit. Let us see how much this sun refining artifact can increase the spiritual force in one go. It might even fill up completely. Of course, if it raised the spiritual force limit, that was another matter. Let us begin. Levi took out the emblem and began refining using a secret technique. At the very start, he fell into a peculiar state. The world appeared only in black and white, with shades of gray in between. Twisted shadow creatures ran rampant across the wilderness. The black wind raged, and on the distant horizon, towering shadow giants stood silently, imposing and intimidating. Has my consciousness entered the shadow world? Levi wondered. Levi's understanding of the shadow world remained limited to exploratory knowledge from predecessors. He had previously explored here on a small scale, but after learning demons were targeting him, he stayed away. He roamed like a lonely traveler, transforming into a shadow wind, moving across the world. Everything along the way etched itself deeply into his memory. One day, he intended to write a book about the shadow world. Time passed silently as Levi's consciousness traveled in the shadow world. In the midst of it all, a will seemed to guide his journey. In this state, no demons discovered him, because he functioned as an outside observer of the world. During his travels, he even encountered members of his shadow army. He saw the shadow demon army active across the world. Once, he even saw a gigantic shadow dragon blocking out the sky. It exuded the aura of a pure dragon clan. That was the Ender Dragon, the most famous shadow dragon, and the bloodline ancestor of the shadow-winged dragon Nightfang. Levi watched it covetously but remained helpless. He continued to move in the shadow world, tireless. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed since Levi started traveling in the shadow world. Refining the sun-refining artifact was an extremely long process, but every journey had an end. On this day, Levi saw a pitch-black spire standing in the shadow world. It was not tall, hidden in the shadow forest, and hard to find. The spire appeared ancient, exuding the aura of ages. It rose 9 floors, adorned with spell runes and magic array patterns. A small wooden plaque sat beside the path. It read, "The owner's personality is reclusive. Please do not disturb. Thank you, Lonely Shadow Wagner." Wizard Tower, Levi thought to himself. It was also his first time refining a sun-refining artifact. Many things were not even recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items. The shadow emblem led him to the shadow world and brought him near this wizard tower. Wagner. It seems 10,000 years ago. He was a perfect level grand wizard of the shadow school of thought. He almost became legendary and established his own legendary profession, then disappeared without a trace. I did not expect he perished here. It looks like this shadow emblem was probably formed by Victor's mark of truth. After a long and winding journey, it ended up with the Wizard Council. Chapter 2270. Right now, he is merely a consciousness descending, so there is no danger. When the seclusion ends, he will awaken. Thinking for a moment, he pushed into the first layer of the Wizard Tower. The space stood empty, save for broken furniture and a few weak shadow creatures hiding in the dark. Levi ascended step by step through the second layer, the third layer, and onward to the top. The 9th layer held the study and laboratory. Nothing remained but experimental notes and diaries recorded by Vikna. He reached for the books, but they offered no secrets to him. This represented precious knowledge from the shadow school of thought, yet it remained out of reach. A rustling sound broke the silence. A calf-sized shadow rat crawled out from under the bed. The rat gnawed on something. Levi leaned in. A vaguely human-shaped shadow lay there. The edges of the shadow appeared jagged, chewed upon by the shadow rat, but the gaps automatically healed. The shadow strained to lift an arm, opening a mouth like a black hole. A hoarse voice echoed in Levi's consciousness. "Please, save me. Ancient Banyan Fairyland." Levi opened his eyes, his forehead glistening with sweat. He looked at the shadow emblem in his palm. Unknowingly, it had reached full refinement. He had meditated for 10 years to achieve this, his consciousness wandering the shadow world the entire time. What exactly was that last shadow? Was it Vikna? Is he not dead? Levi had many questions, with no one to answer them. Vikna lived 100,000 years ago. Even legends cannot live until now. Perhaps he reincarnated. The answer lies only in venturing into the shadow world. Levi suppressed the matter as the changes from refining the oddity rippled through him. In his mind, his primordial soul appeared ethereal, within the 7-layer wizard tower. His spiritual force hit a ceiling, overflowing. This sun-refining artifact had pushed his spiritual force to its limit in 10 years. With such a large increase, he needed time to stabilize his realm. He had to avoid an unsteady foundation that might cause him to lose control when advancing to the 8th circle. He gazed at the talent spell model branded on the Divine Ring Tower, the Shadow Dragon Group. From the mouth of the pitch-black Divine Dragon, a black bead appeared, like a dragon ball. Indeed, the solidified talent spell has evolved and metamorphosed once again. Levi summoned the shadows, discovering they possessed more agility than before. The number of shadows has not changed. Levi commanded one of the shadows to kill a few prepared experimental black beasts. The strength of the shadows has generally improved somewhat since before. After the shadow killed the black beasts, a black shadow flew from the corpses and merged into it. The momentum of the shadow enhanced slightly. The change remained subtle, scarcely noticeable without close attention, but it was becoming stronger. His heart raced. These shadows can hunt living beings, take their shadows, and enhance their strength. This change carried heavy weight. Before this, the strength of Levi's shadows depended entirely on the strength of the target during life. For example, a level 7 mid-stage demon could only become a level 6 mid-stage shadow. The strength of this shadow remained fixed and unchangeable. Now, the shadow can evolve by devouring other shadows, possessing growth potential. Of course, doing so has a downside. The devoured shadow cannot transform into a new shadow creature for Levi's use in the shadow world. However, once the number of Shadow Dragon Group reaches the upper limit, Levi does not need that many shadow creatures. Overall, increasing quality matters more than blindly pursuing quantity. Of course, this growth is not infinite. The shadow's strength ultimately will not surpass its upper limit during life. But even so, this remains extremely formidable. After these years of demon hunting, Levi alone has 13 level 7 demon shadows. They are known as the MO family's 13 generals. Imagine if the 13 generals all restored their peak power during life. The enhancement to Levi's power would be tremendous. Using his talent, he can continuously convert level 8 powerhouses from enemies to his own, using demons to counter demons. Once the blood battle is successfully overcome, I might forge a shadow army numbering in the thousands, or even tens of thousands at the demon lord level. Just the thought is terrifying, easily sweeping across a large plain. Of course, all this relies on the most ideal theoretical scenario. Judging from the recent test, to elevate the army, an immense amount of shadows are needed for devouring. Restoring all the shadows to their strength during life remains unrealistic in the short term. If a portion can recover, it is enough for Levi to sweep over everything. Besides, on Levi's chest, an emblem shadow flickered in and out of sight. Its surface was profound, drawing in all light. Levi entered it consciously, finding no daylight inside. A dense force of dark shadow energy filled it. Within the emblem, there was inherently a small world. It is not large, but it can mysteriously draw shadow power from the shadow world. This way, Levi's shadow army can use the emblem as a base camp. They do not have to crowd in the Black Soul Demon Tower, competing with the undead for territory, nor need they return to the shadow world, where they are hunted by the shadow demons. Of course, this emblem does not have the ability to spontaneously generate shadow creatures. It is similar to the tombstone shadow Levi obtained after refining the tombstone oddity, only able to convert shadow power. Thus, newly born shadow creatures still arise on the shadow world side. But for Levi it is already satisfactory, solving his urgent need. He immediately summoned all the shadow dragon group back from the shadow world. From level 4 shadows to level 7 shadows, all transformed into black light, flooding into the emblem's interior. The space inside can automatically expand as Levi's realm advances. Moreover, the shadow emblem has also given birth to a special talent called Shadow Body. Its function is simple. On one hand, it enhances Levi's shadow talent. On the other, it grants Levi the ability to traverse the shadow world freely. Most importantly, in the shadow world, his abilities will not be severely weakened. It is equivalent to him becoming half a shadow creature. However, the shadow world is too dangerous, so he currently has no intention of going. The Grand Wizard Vikna, seemingly fallen in the shadow world, is an example. Chapter 2271. The Ancient Dragon Continent. The Northeast Coastline. The Fire Dragon Knight led the Apostle group to besiege a level 7 fish demon. A warrior suffered an injury, yet no one retreated. Relying on the combat array, the Fire Dragon Knight, who had advanced to the level 6 peak, skillfully pressured the demon in battle. The extreme battle armor roared, and hundreds of power-flying axes repeatedly slashed across the battlefield. Many demons lost their heads, others were entangled by the Oasis 1 seaweed planted beneath the sea surface. From within the forest, strange and peculiar attacks occasionally flew out. Ice peas, flame seeds, poisonous berries, and more, all stemmed from Oasis 1, reminiscent of a bizarre garden defense. Lady Rowling's optimized Oasis 1 had a short growth cycle, strong adaptability, and powerful effects. It had been planted in many places across the ancient dragon continent, producing numerous miraculous effects. The Fire Dragon Knight shouted, "Fire Dragon Sword." A flame sword energy connected heaven and earth, tearing the demon camp apart and slicing the level 7 demon in two. With the battle merits accounted for, the Fire Dragon Knight's expression shifted. Top 10 on the level 7 demon slaying list. Apart from the commander, I am the only other knight to reach the top 10. He recently exchanged his battle merits for a real fire giant heart. Using the organization's transplant technology, he installed a second heart for himself. With this, he could better utilize his Fire Giant King bloodline. The development of giant power advanced further. 1 giant heart and 1 giant dragon heart. The combination of both gave him the confidence to fiercely battle that level 7 demon, even without the aid of the battle group. This was the confidence and pride he held as a supernova. The enemy defeated, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, at the center of the ancient dragon continent, a brilliant blue light soared. Instantly, throughout the ancient dragon continent, the power of elemental magnetism began to boil. The Fire Dragon Knight's extreme battle armor buzzed against his skin. It was not just him. The armors of the others hummed in unison. All mechanisms resonate. Mechanical soul unity. Herman has advanced to level 7. The Tower of Dawn. After retreating for decades, Herman finally stepped into the level 7 realm of the mechanical Tao. Endless mechanical knowledge surged through his mind. Countless sparks of inspiration flashed, and many mechanical puzzles that had troubled him suddenly found answers. Mechanical soul unity. So that is it. He entered an incredibly mystical realm. He needed no instruments or a control center. By utilizing the elemental magnetic force in the world, he could manipulate the mechanisms on the ancient dragon continent with a single thought. In the southern part of the continent, there is a demon lord in gathering place number 9. A voice transmitted through his cranial communication device. Herman closed his eyes, and with a single thought, an invisible wave of elemental magnetism spread outward from his position. Contained within were various complex commands issued to all machinery. From the demon extermination shuttle base closest to the demon hazard, streams of silver light shot into the sky. They roared as if alive, shattering the void. Gathering place number 9. The earth yellow array barrier flickered. Several demon lords tore through the void to attack. Each rode a demon mountain, demonic aura filling the heavens and earth, the mountain crawling with a demon army. Shadow demons, flame demons, fish demons. A complete array of soldier species, clearly well prepared. The demon commander screamed, "Kill." He. Low-level demons fell like raindrops, attacking the barrier and depleting its energy. The Knight family guarding this place mobilized entirely, countering the demon army. The self-defense team gathered. The Knight families at each gathering place practiced different dimensions of the breathing technique. They were clearly organized and cooperated with each other. They had conducted many emergency drills for demon invasions. The scene was orderly. Some knights appeared old and gray-haired, yet they were still vigorous. Many of them belonged to the Dusk Holy Temple, their lifespans nearing the end, with no hope of advancement. The organization accorded special respect to these veterans. They could either remain with the Legion, or return to their families to retire in peace. Unfortunately, in such times, the joys of old age were hard to come by. These veterans held no complaints. Unleashing divine weapons, their blood chi surging, they charged into the fray. The demons were startled. They did not expect that this action, merely attacking a mortal gathering place would encounter so many obstacles. They had originally thought it would be a breeze, but now effort was required. Compared to many top wizard organizations, the protection of mortals on the ancient dragon continent was more thorough. In the wizard world, the rulers treated mortals as the consumable and fuel of the lower levels, like leeks harvested batch after batch. After all, a mortal's memory was short. Levi lived a lifetime as a mortal, and he also utilized these bottom layers. But at the very least, he still gave them a considerable amount of attention and dignity. His policy toward mortals in this world was the most compassionate. Boom. The earth cracked open. A black light burst from the ground. Two towering black giants, 100 meters tall, appeared. One wielded a shield and the other a sword, striking down. The surface of the giants possessed a sci-fi sheen. The obsidian-like shell glowed with dense mechanical runes and magic array patterns inside. Their eyes glowed red and a mechanical voice rang out, commencing execution of destruction commands. Electromagnetic storm. Buzz. Buzz. Two visible electromagnetic fields swept through, one red and one blue. Chapter 2272. Red and blue intersected. The magnetic force field within a 10-mile radius turned instantly volatile. Crack. Crack. Hundreds of low-level demons disintegrated immediately. Shields and demon claws clashed. Power swords pierced the body of a demon lord. SHH. A level 6 early-stage flame demon split in half. On the other side, a massive wave of demons charged forward. A black giant hurled a heavy shield. It traced a beautiful arc, swept away the demons, and returned to its wielder. Two giants emerged, clearing a large area near the gathering place with violent efficiency. This stood as the mechanical school's current version of the strongest protection-type mechanical creation, codenamed Black Armored Warrior. Its main materials came from black beasts, demons, and nightmare creatures, along with some relatively inexpensive elemental alloys. It proved exceptionally powerful. It took on demons from level 6 middle stage to late stage head-on, killing low-level demons like slaughtering dogs. The production cost sat at only 200 million ether stones, similar to a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. This served as the benefit of sustaining war with war and exploring new worlds. The new era stood as the time for biology and material science. Traditional elemental metal alchemy proved too costly. The vast majority of metals required extremely long birth cycles, almost like non-renewable resources. Biological materials on the ancient dragon continent remained inexhaustible. Not only could they see use in traditional weapon refinement, but they also functioned in manufacturing mechanical creatures. Before Herman went into seclusion, he and his colleagues refined a total of 12 black armored warriors. Currently, 6 major human gathering places on the ancient dragon continent stood equipped with 2 units guarding them around the clock. In addition, varying numbers of low-level and middle-level mechanical creatures provided assistance. The black armored warriors displayed epic power. The knights fought valiantly against the demons under the cover of the steel creations. "Get out of the way, you bunch of trash. I still have to step in," a commanding voice rumbled. Boom, boom. A 1,000-meter sky anger demon descended from the sky. The impact blasted the black armored warriors aside. A knight scrambled backward. Damn it. There is a level 7. Retreat, everyone back into the barrier. The knights withdrew quickly. Anger radiated from the sky anger demon, forming a huge axe. It swept across, splitting the sky dome. Crash. The barrier trembled with a rumble and showed cracks. What do we do? The sky anger demon excels at frontal combat among the main battle demons. This barrier may not hold for long. It is okay. The sky dome system responded. The 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-slaying divine shuttle is on the way. We just need to hold out a little longer. Sure enough, light appeared in the distant mountains as the words left his lips. The void split, and 1,000 silver flying shuttles blazing with thunderfire light appeared. Demon extinguishing 1,000 cranes. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the silver flying shuttles transformed into a majestic thunderfire crane. The crane's beak fired a laser, piercing through the chest of the sky anger demon. The demon's expression darkened. A huge axe blocked the front. The flying crane's form disintegrated, reverted to blades, and swirled around the demon like a tornado. After the clash of metal, only a skeleton remained of the sky anger demon. What is going on? The demon extermination shuttle seems much stronger than before. Defeating a level 7 demon used to require more effort. Could the gray-white mechanic Herman have broken through? It could be. It is so powerful. After slaying the disastrous sky anger demon, the demon extermination shuttle dispersed into 1,000 sword lights. They shuttled through the battlefield with terrifying accuracy. They moved as if they had eyes. Each divine shuttle subunit contained the most advanced demonic aura sensing devices. They tracked and guided the source of the demonic aura. Soon, other departments arrived to support. The demons sensed the situation turning dire and fled at the news. A professional rescue team consisting of the Life School of Thought and knights trained in the physique breathing technique arrived. They brought specialized medical mechanical creatures, a blend of magic and science that created an eerie scene. Demonic aura treatment, wounded care, comforting the deceased, and battlefield cleanup followed. Everything proceeded in a procedural manner. Inside the Tower of Dawn, Herman's consciousness returned to his body. The next step involves the realm of all machines are one. Killing a level 7 demon occurred commonly for him. He could manage it even at level 6. He only mobilized a part of the demon extermination shuttle earlier, forming the demon extinguishing 1,000 cranes shape. If he mobilized all demon extermination shuttles on the ancient dragon continent, he could form the most powerful demon extinguishing 10,000 swords shape. Harnessing the power of all machines would create an unimaginable force. With his current computing power, doing so would prove too extreme and risk overload. The Tower Master felt full of hope for the future of the mechanic's path. Congratulations poured in from all sides. The short promotion ceremony occurred the next day. The Wizard Council sent emissaries. As the strongest mechanic in the wizard world, Herman's promotion mattered significantly. It involved more than just the organization producing a level 7 expert. A person equivalent to an entire division appeared, a figure rarely found. Before leaving, the Tower of Dawn signed a new cooperation agreement with the military. During future blood battles, apart from self-use on the ancient dragon continent, the military would receive all other black-armored warriors. The military paid part of the funding for preliminary research and to expand the production line. This provided the reason the mechanical school could develop rapidly. Substantial official support stood behind it. The Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple stood in awe, seeing that the Tower of Dawn had birthed its own level 7 expert. Chapter 2273. Envy stirs within the ranks. Nowadays, among the 18 riders, apart from those who practice dual cultivation, most have gradually advanced to level 6 peak. The Blood Knight has already decided to take the evolution route. As an old partner of the Blood Knight, the Black Knight is not to be outdone. The blood battle is the best era for the Knights. War has brought new vitality to the stagnant layers of the peaceful era. Resources from the upper echelons have begun to flow down. Preparing evolution materials is easier than ever before, especially with the emergence of purification elixir. More bloodline crystals have entered circulation. The Ash Knight has also chosen the evolution route to test his limits. The Divine Light Knight, after carefully considering his current abilities, has decided to advance cautiously. Reaching level 9 and becoming a quasi-demigod is indeed quite remarkable. The Golden Lion Knight and the Saint Ape Knight have not made up their minds yet. Due to their dual cultivation, they still need some time to reach level 6 peak. Nevertheless, they have started preparing evolution materials in advance. It is best to be prepared and see then. The Goddess Knight, despite her efforts, remains at the level 6 middle stage realm. She has struggled on her journey. Reaching level 6 required the aid of rare treasures, and evolving is even more difficult than the previous level 6 advancement. So she has no expectations for herself. This is not something that can be resolved with just secret medicine or resources. One must admit that in any transcendent path, in every field, talent exists. Effort determines the lower limit, talent determines the upper limit. For the Goddess Knight, successfully reaching level 7 is already her ultimate pursuit. For the rest of her life, raising her husband and children, and cultivating Eddie into a versatile talent in the Witch Knight is also great. Regret and helplessness regarding her lagging progress weigh upon her. Neither Levi nor the other knights give her any cold shoulder, providing her comfort instead. With the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, for someone like the Goddess Knight, as long as she wishes, Levi would cultivate her into a heroic spirit. The Knights of the middle generation, though still far from level 7, have each made their own choices. Among the new generation, the Fire Dragon Knight has long since decided to continue evolving. As one of the 2 supernovas among the knights, apart from Levi, he holds himself to high standards. He has experienced evolution once and successfully passed through it. Relatively speaking, he has experience. Moreover, with a unique giant aptitude and top-notch talent, he is determined to obtain the mythical bloodline. The other knights are still at the early and middle stages of level 6 and dare not draw conclusions yet. After all, level 7 is still a long way off. This matter should still be approached based on one's capabilities. It is worth mentioning that during these decades of settlement on the ancient dragon continent, by the white-feathered black-feathered pheasant, the cultivation progress of the pheasant knight has indeed been remarkable, successfully reaching level 6 middle stage. And some low-level, mid-level knights practicing other pheasant or some bird-breathing techniques, their cultivation has skyrocketed, as if they had a packet of experience. In fact, the bloodline essence they used had already been a diluted and weakened version. After all, they could not withstand level 8 bloodlines. On the ancient dragon continent side, level 6 experts also have differing opinions on evolution. In just 1,000 years, this group of lizardmen has broken through from level 4 to level 6, achieving significant progress. The same is true for other knights battle groups. Overall, those who choose evolution and dare to evolve are a rarity of 1 in 10,000. This is the norm for the mortal world without shortcuts. Nora year 560, Blood Battle year 346. After years of preparation, the Penplane Biological Resources Management Department was officially established at the Wizard Council. Drawing lessons from previous unchecked growth, and to prevent the extinction of the black beast population in the Nora Penplane, the management of biological resources in the wizard world, and black beast resources, has begun a management trial. Critically endangered biological materials shall not circulate through official channels and major markets. Substitute materials are encouraged to be found through demons and black beasts. For endangered black beasts in the wizard world, listed in the protection list, they shall not be hunted. Encouraging their purification and artificial breeding. Effective breeding will earn awards and subsidies from official channels. Principally prohibited is the hunting of black beast younglings and mothers, unless they are a plague of a group. Appropriate closed hunting and protection periods are set to allow black beast populations sufficient time to breed. On the other hand, the support for the school of spiritualism is vigorously promoted, officially allocating 13 small continents and 2 medium continents to establish dedicated transcendent creature breeding bases, taking the spiritualism steeple as the main, with support from the life school of thought, recruiting dragon academics and biological experts from the public to carry out the work. The giant beast paradise joined as the technical supporter, exchanging and sharing resources. Following the body refining academy, the spirit summoning academy also announced its establishment this year. Endless Sea, Starfire Wizard Academy. The legendary figures of old, Black Pearl Boy Garcia, nearing the end of his life, miraculously advanced to 7th circle in his old age. As a wizard with ordinary talent, who blossomed late, a primordial soul wizard, he once again caused quite a stir in the Endless Sea's primordial soul circles. Soon after the ceremony, Wizard Newt and the Rose, which passed away peacefully in their sleep with smiles. The funeral was presided over by a 4th circle wizard, with faint freckles and glasses, exuding a scholarly aura. Chapter 2274. He is Newman, son of Newt, with double affinity, and possesses the special talent Heart of All Things. This is the top-level special talent of the School of Spiritualism, unparalleled. The Newt couple arranged for Newman to join the giant beast paradise early on, making him a reliable aid to Melina. The Newt couple were kind to others, had many friends, and people from various circles of the academy and society came to mourn. The black-armored swordsman walked slowly, bringing Elena along. One bystander whispered, "It is the Dusk Palace Master." A woman nearby gasped, "Oh my God, he is attending Newman's funeral too." An elderly wizard sighed, "Alas, if such a person could come to visit me after I die, it would be quite an honor." Amidst everyone's attention, Levi presented a bouquet of roses before the tombstone. He said gently, "May the two of you be as beautiful as roses in the next life." Newman's face was filled with emotion. "Thank you, Elder." Levi patted the young man's shoulder. "Stay strong, young Newman." Newt and Rose lived to a ripe old age among the 5th circle wizards, much like Miss Marlene. These people had peaceful temperaments, were optimistic and open-minded, and always interacted with plants, flowers, and magical creatures. As the saying goes, over-wisdom can lead to one's own downfall. He once asked the couple if they wanted to become undead. They both declined, saying they had no regrets in this life. Garcia approached with a full smile. "Long time no see, Sir Levi." Levi chuckled. "Congratulations on reaching the 7th circle. Breakthroughs occurring twice in a row, right before their time ran out. This Garcia is indeed an extraordinaire in the wizard world." Levi even began to suspect if he was the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, cultivating some secret technique that only allows breakthroughs at the end. Garcia sighed. "In times like these, passing away of old age is already fortunate." "Indeed," Levi agreed. After exchanging pleasantries, Levi left again. In the years after refining the shadow emblem, he traversed the Endless Sea and the godforsaken continent hunting demons, and his points began to soar again. Last year, he killed an 8th circle early-stage shadow demon that attempted to assassinate him, earning 50 million war merits. Shadow demons are top-level assassins among demons, and ever since the Shadow Demon Queen joined the blood battle, the visible increase in wizard losses has been significant. Thus, shadow demons' war merits come second only to the likes of mind flayers and formless demons. With the shadow demon claw in hand, only the void treasure pearl and demon dragon grasp remain in the breakthrough potion materials. His total points have now reached 1,800,000,000. In 2 years, he accumulated another 150 million war merits. Over the years, the level 8 demon slaughter list has changed a lot. Last year, Destruction Realm Thunder ascended to the 8th circle, with 900 million points. This means he lost the qualification to exchange for the glorious Sungrade oddity limited to the 7th circle. Levi became more convinced that this person is a reincarnated legendary wizard, because he stayed at the 7 Rings Perfect Realm, not for the sun refining artifact, but to brand more witch marks. Once finished, he promptly ascended. As a reincarnated legendary wizard, he must have prepared enough truth oddities for himself, so there was no need to waste time exchanging. In this way, the Sword of Light and Hand of Fire God, the perennial 3rd and 4th, each moved up a rank. They now hope that the Dusk Palace Master ascends to the 8th circle soon, and no longer competes with us mere mortals. Spring came and went, and as the seasons changed, time in reincarnation flew by for 24 years. In the Nora calendar year 584, the 370th year of the blood battle, the Dusk Palace Master reigns at the top of the demon-slaying list, never changing. His points increase every day. Now it has reached 3 billion. This is a speed that drives despair. Hand of Fire God discovered in dismay that even if Levi exchanged for the Shadow Emblem first, giving him a head start, he still cannot catch up with that freak. It is simply mind-numbing. The second place Sword of Light's points are less than a third of Levi's. Mind you, Levi is perpetually 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the nets. The wizard world has become numb, and is entirely unaware of where this man's maximum limit is. This year, Levi also turned 1,000 years old. He led the Shadow Army, slaughtering everywhere, becoming a thorn in the demon's heart. The number of MO family generals, not more nor less, is exactly 24, gathering all the major active demon soldier species in the wizard world today. Years of slaughter have resulted in the metamorphosis of the Black Shadow Army. Among the 10,000-strong Shadow Dragon group, some have begun to advance one after another. However, at this stage, only minor realm improvements are the main focus. Only some who were originally at the peak of level 4 shadow have advanced to level 5. As of now, the proportion of level 5 shadows has exceeded 90%. As for level 5 advancing to level 6, and level 6 to level 7, it clearly requires time to settle. These years, the Shadow Army resided within the Shadow Emblem. Apart from normal battlefield attrition, there are no other losses. The demon side seems to have sensed something wrong, probably planning a new action. Even plans against shadows failed. That Dusk Palace Master is indeed very difficult to deal with. Imagine a one-man army with exceptionally high mobility and survival abilities, capable of hunting down an 8-circle specter alone on the battlefield. It is practically an unsolvable problem. At this moment, aside from deploying a level 9, it seems there is no other way to eliminate him. Yet a level 9 demon must first get past Dragon Flame God. If the Dusk Palace Master escapes, it equates to losing a level 9 expert in vain. To the Abyss, this is no small loss either. Although the Abyss currently lacks the resolve to utilize a level 9 to kill Levi, Levi himself is always prepared to face a level 9. Chapter 2275. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, the Dragon Corpse Demon refining plan proceeds smoothly. The Dragon Corpse Demon devours Levi's wealth and resources like a bottomless pit. Levi's consumption is unimaginable for an ordinary 8-circle wizard. If it were not for the Fire Dragon Sky work and Gandalf Pharmacy acting as his money trees, such a plan would be impossible to sustain. On the other hand, Exile Light and Absolute Ice Point, these spatial and temporal spells, have also been cultivated to the maximum. Even when facing level 9, coupled with absolute luck and the luck-changing coin, the success rate remains high. The 17 7-ring spells he originally mastered have all been cultivated to the maximum over the years. Over the years, he has learned 6 additional 7-ring spells, covering various major schools. The Dripping Water Realm, from the Ocean School of Thought, also involves spatial knowledge. After casting, it can temporarily seal an enemy within any drop of water in the surrounding environment. This spell can also work on those of higher realms. After the spell fails, it does not cause any harm to the target. It remains a pure control spell. Sea as a boat, an Ocean School of Thought spell, or more colloquially, an advanced water escape technique. Like Fire Jump, it allows teleportation to any location within 10,000 miles. This elemental escape technique differs from void travel and remains unrestricted by void lockdown. Levi specifically learned it for efficient demon hunting in the Endless Sea. He was previously hunted down by a team led by a level 8 late-stage demon. The opponent came prepared with rare treasures for void lockdown and divination interference. Levi went through great effort to escape. After escaping, he immediately purchased this spell at the Blood Battle store. The Luosheng Illusion Realm, a School of Dreams spell. A pioneering team in the Nightmare world obtained this from a Nightmare Lord. That Nightmare Lord accidentally stumbled upon an inheritance from the Dreamland Steeple. After casting, the spell traps the target in a pre-woven illusion. Combined with Levi's Nightmare Dragon ability and the Nightmare Helmet, even wizards of relatively high realms fall for it. Dia's Bright Holy Sun, a Burning and Light School spell. An ancient legendary wizard named Dia created this spell. He served as a strong member of the Light School and once held the position of Grand Council Chairman. Levi found no other information. This spell condenses a giant sun of light made of holy flames with a diameter of 10 kilometers. It generally functions as a collective spell performed by a military battle group. Casting it alone is extremely difficult and consumes vast amounts of energy. Its power, however, is immense. An ordinary 7-ring perfect wizard can pose a significant threat to level 8 demons, let alone Levi. For some reason, seeing this spell reminded Levi of Eamon's Eternal Blazing Sunday. He wondered if the legendary wizard of the Bright faction and the current Grand Council chairman shared any connection. He could not help but suspect that Eamon was Dia's reincarnation. These are of course wild guesses, as many spells share this naming format. In fact, when many spells were initially created, they used the prefix of the creator's name. The creator's name comes first, followed by a brief description of the spell. But over time, people only remember the spell itself and gradually forget about the creator. The Void Prison Room, a Space Series spell. Casting this spell requires setting up a trap cage at a void node in advance. When the spell hits the target, the enemy is transported into the void trap. The damage is not high, and Levi prepared it for survival. The 5 spells mentioned above are all top grade. Whether dual faction or involving space, all are highly difficult. Training in them is time-consuming and laborious, so ordinary primordial soul wizards shy away from them. However, their effects are outstanding and generally effective against higher realms. But in terms of difficulty, the last one is the most heaven-defying. Unreachable, a spatial spell, also involves a bit of temporal knowledge. It is the most difficult because its full name is Sauron's Unreachable. After casting, a chaotic force field of time and space forms around the caster for a moment. This spell does not require casting on others, but on oneself, ensuring a 100% hit rate. The chaotic force field has a diameter of 5 kilometers, becoming more chaotic the closer one gets to the center. When an enemy enters it, they appear to fly forward but are actually moving backward. This is not an illusion or a mistaken perception, but a strange chaotic ripple in space that pushes the intruder back. Sometimes, an intruder is lucky and moves forward a step, but they should not rejoice too soon. When taking the second step, they find themselves further away than before by half the distance. And so on, endlessly. The enemy stands right in front, yet remains unreachable. Aside from the enemy's body, almost all types of attacks, whether spells or physical, encounter this when entering the chaotic force field. Some attacks remain unaffected, such as curse techniques. However, under normal circumstances, no one risks cursing face to face. That is why this spell is named unreachable. Levi can only marvel at how amazing Sauron is. Previous spells, whether Absolute Ice Point or Exile Light, could not be effective against level 10. But this spell works on level 10 as well, though if the realm difference is too great, its effect is minuscule, almost non-existent. For instance, if Levi, at level 7, faces off against level 10, it will undoubtedly be useless. Chapter 2276. But if he reaches level 9, it might come into effect, although the probability remains small. 6 years later, Nora year 590, Blood Battle year 376. The ancient Banyan fairyland stretches out. Red clouds fill the sky for 100 miles around. On the mountain peak, fire elemental power surges. The black phoenix spreads its wings, bathed in comfort. Mana emerges from the void. She offers a smile. Congratulations on the ascension to level 8. The black phoenix smiles. Thank you, sister. Lightning flashes. A handsome, semi-transparent purple figure descends from the sky. It is the thunder crocodile, cultivating in human form at Thunderclap Mountain. It senses the changes in heaven and earth and flies over immediately. Not bad. In this world, besides the master, someone finally compares to me, the Thunderbolt Destroyer. The thunder crocodile tosses its head, its gaze reflecting arrogance for all but Levi. The black phoenix and Mana ignore it, chatting while holding hands as they leave. The thunder crocodile stands awkwardly behind. Upon learning that the black phoenix ascended to level 8, Levi beams. He struggles to resist the urge to draw blood on the spot. Since you have just ascended, take time to recover and solidify yourself. The black phoenix nods. Thank you, master. It has witnessed the power of Levi. Even after Levi lifted the crimson enslavement, it feels no rebellion. It also knows that in the outside wizard world, countless people would love to be associated with the master. Being part of this, in hindsight, is a blessing in disguise. Levi continues. Mana, bring a bottle of 80-degree immortal flowing liquid for the black phoenix as a reward for the ascension to level 8. Due to the limited production of immortal flowing liquid, Dragon Palace members typically consume diluted versions. Ordinary mixed blood dragon clan members drink liquids with degrees similar to fruit beer. Subdragons drink liquids similar to beer. Those with great merit can drink spirits. This 80-degree liquid is a secret stash. Just hearing about the immortal flowing liquid makes the mouth of the black phoenix water. This miraculous potion is incredibly addictive for transcendent creatures like them. A sip rivals living like an earthly deity. After expressing gratitude multiple times, the black phoenix takes the immortal flowing liquid up to the banyan tree to enjoy it slowly. With the blessing of immortal flowing liquid, dragon scale fruit, spring of immortality, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, plus the rich elemental power of the ancient banyan fairyland, Dragon Palace members grow rapidly. Although their progress remains slower than that of wizards in the same realm, they far exceed the dragons in the wild. The disciplined Black Lotus beast has reached the level 6 peak, unmatched among the 6th level dragon clan. Every year at the Dragon Dao conference, it always ranks first in the same realm. A few years ago, the Snake King dragon ascended to level 7, reaching its complete body and stepping into the peak of its life. Just like the fire-breathing dragon, it started a life of leisure. Aside from laboring in the nightmare world, its dragon life goals seem to involve nothing but reproduction. Both the blood-sucking demon dragon and the faceless infant dragon ascended to the late stage of level 6 not long ago. The new dragon, who joined the Dragon Palace decades ago, the Red Princess, also sighs that the fire-breathing dragon did not deceive it. It was already at the level 6 peak, not far from level 7. With the help of the Dragon Palace, it smoothly ascended to level 7 last year and entered its complete body. It has many pursuers in the Dragon Palace and is currently looking for a suitable dragon match. The fire-breathing dragon is most attentive, often gifting gold, silver, and jewels to it. However, the Red Princess seems most interested in the strongest subdragon, the Black Lotus Beast. The Black Lotus Beast is among the few with a rather steel straight man personality, uninterested in the business of reproduction. Within the Dragon Palace, strange relationships are born. After several repeated rejections, the fire-breathing dragon lowers its standards and decisively gives up on the Red Princess. Moreover, it shamelessly reclaims the gold, silver, and jewels it had given the Red Princess. That is unprecedented indeed. It continues pursuing the fierce scale dragon and unexpectedly succeeds. Though the fierce scale dragon had a violent temperament before, it improves considerably after the arrival of the Red Princess. Perhaps competition among the same sex prompted it to change. The union of the two major fire dragons is a good thing for the Dragon Palace. Over time, other members of the Dragon Palace, whether dragons or other transcendent creatures, have also progressed. They have no worries about food or clothing, and they can hone their combat skills and satisfy their curiosity in the nightmare world. Compared to the dragons in the wild, they are immensely happier. With so many level 6 and 7 subdragons, plus the level 8 blood slaughter bat dragon, the Dragon Palace is quickly approaching the scale of top wizard organizations. Its history spans less than 1,000 years. Indeed, it has proven to be an organization with infinite prospects and a bright future. When the Ash Dragon and Lopez grow up, the Dragon Palace will become a major force in the multidimensional plane. For years later, Nora year 594, Gondo City. The surging power of earth and fire elements fills the air. The tribulation clouds slowly dissipate. A burly giant with a red beard, half naked and holding a sledgehammer, stands imposing between heaven and earth. Toby sits cross-legged in front. The wondrous changes of ascending to the primordial soul wash over him. This giant is his wizard form, called the red-bearded divine skill. After 520 years of cultivation, I have finally achieved the primordial soul, not letting down the expectations of teacher Ace. Toby withdraws the wizard form and soul artifact, disappearing amidst countless envious gazes. In the Nether capital, people cannot help but sigh. Fire Dragon Skywork has gained another top-level talented six-circle powerhouse. It is a dual faction, plus the weapon making is exceptional. It is unfair. How come all the geniuses gather there? Is there not a possibility that geniuses attract each other? Sensing the primordial soul of his disciple, the holy infant temporarily ends the crafting of the heavenly star sword formation. He approaches Toby and hands over a set of weapon-making inheritance. This is a weapon-making inheritance entrusted to me by one of your great ancestors. Learn it, and it will benefit you for a lifetime. His name is the Fire God Hammer. The expression of Toby changes, his eyes filled with shock. Teacher, what did you say? My ancestor was the Fire God Hammer, the seven-circle alchemy master from 600 years ago. He has naturally heard of the reputation of the Fire God Hammer in Gondo City. The face of the holy infant shows a look of reminiscence. Yes, never forget him, never. And when you have descendants, pass down his stories and inheritance forever. He turns and leaves. Having finally fulfilled the entrustment of his benefactor, he feels a sense of release as well as sentiment. The ascension of Toby to the primordial soul makes him famous worldwide. His talents surpass even those of the Fire God Hammer of old, with future achievements possibly beyond the seven circle. The benefactor may be gone, but his will of fire, like an eternal furnace, will never extinguish. The godforsaken continent. Within a shelter, Levi opens the proficiency panel. The Crimson Emperor Dragon and the Brilliant Golden Dragon have successively reached the level 7 peak. Long ago, he had foreseen this, directing the organization members to prepare materials. Plus the materials exchanged from the Blood Battle Temple, the preparations for the 2 breathing techniques to advance are complete. Once reaching the absolute maximum, they will ascend to level 8 in one go. Chapter 2277. In the blink of an eye, Levi was already 1010 years old. In 1000 years, both the paths of the wizard and the knight had reached the level 7 peak. Along the way, he met many people and saw many others off. Soon, he would be able to step into the level 8 realm, and level 9 would no longer be far away. Cultivation is akin to climbing a high peak. He had already surpassed most practitioners throughout history, and was about to witness the scenery from a high place. Especially at this moment, he could not afford to slack off. Dawn was close at hand, and he must not perish in the dark night. After reaching level 7 peak with the Crimson Emperor Dragon and Brilliant Golden Dragon armor, combined with the path of the wizard, Levi's attack and defense were no weaker than those of a level 8 middle stage powerhouse. But most of the time, when he encountered such a demon, he chose to retreat. It was not that he could not win, but there was no need. Being embroiled in prolonged battles carried risks. Before becoming the strongest in the world, he could not abandon the excellent tradition of caution and steadiness. Less than 20 years remained until the next opening of the ancient tower. After a brief rest, Levi began his final push in demon hunting. With another 10 billion in war merit, he could exchange it for the Flame Emperor's sword. Once he exchanged for this oddity, he could advance to the 8th circle, bidding farewell to the 7th level demon slaying list. He would head to the 9th level demon slaying list to contend with the strongest under the 9th circle in the wizard world. Miss Lucy was on that list, and she ranked number 1. A month later, the Black Dragon Wizard returned from a business trip in the Land of Darkness. He listened to his subordinate's intel on Gondef. The subordinate bowed low. Gondef has become a senior 7th circle wizard. The Black Dragon Wizard paced, his brow furrowed. We must resolve the matter of Gondef soon. In a few hundred years, when he reaches 7th circle perfection, even if I have a senior 8th ring cultivation, I may not be able to take him down. He recalled that Gondef had only advanced to the 7th circle less than 200 years ago. A small realm in 200 years. Such speed was explosive even among top-tier talents. The Gondor 3 heroes were not only extraordinarily gifted, but also had soul stones, oddities, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures to consume. Even top-tier talents did not have such resources. Soraya, of the Mountain Giant Wizard Group, is suspected to be Gondefa's lover. Since Gondef is holed up in the Body Refining Academy, afraid to come out, we will force him out. The Black Dragon Wizard gestured toward a map on the table. All these years, the Council of 10,000 Clans had lessened their interference with the wizard world significantly. It was not because they had a change of heart and turned over a new leaf. Recently, several planes under the Council's jurisdiction were also invaded by demons. The organization was in chaos, preoccupied with matters. Fortunately, the demon invasions on the Council's planes were small in scale. All were ultimately resolved, but they still caused considerable losses. The Black Dragon Wizard had been called away to hunt demons. With the issue resolved, he turned his thoughts back to Gondef. The bounty for this person's head was valued at the equivalent of 1 quasi 9th level treasure, the Netherworld King's armor. It could also be exchanged for 2 bright moon artifacts. It was quasi-9th level, because the Netherworld King's armor was originally 9th level, but was damaged due to an incident. Even so, it remained extremely powerful. Putting on this armor rendered one impervious to swords and spears. With his cultivation, as long as he did not act recklessly, he could stride freely beneath the 9th circle. For the Black Dragon Wizard's future tribulation crossing to become a Grand Wizard, it would also be of great assistance. With this thought, the Black Dragon Wizard immediately sprang into action. Half a year later, in the strait between the ancient Dragon Continent and Giant Beast Paradise, a black spire pierced into the clouds on an uninhabited small island. On the sea surface, massive shadows flitted by intermittently. That was the centipede sea demon, nicknamed 8-legged sea demon. Since it took up guard here, no demons had been spotted in this maritime region. Several level 7 demons had been strangled by its tentacles. Many wizards knew that an 8th level giant demon was entrenched here and steered clear. It even had not just one level 8 guardian. The depth of the ancient dragon continent surprised even those ancient top-level organizations. Once the centipede giant demon was stationed, the Snow Mountain Dragon King, who previously protected Giant Beast Paradise, retired. It returned to the ancient Banyan Fairyland and, with a group of dragon generals, invaded the Nightmare World. Giant Beast Paradise itself had several 6th-level creatures and battle groups stationed. A large demon extermination shuttle base was also newly established in recent years, and safety was not an issue. Suddenly, waves surged on the sea, with powerful water elemental forces pouring into the small island from all directions. The 8-legged sea demon surfaced. Madame Triss has broken through. As a guardian, it had to protect not only the organization, but also the master's interest in safeguarding Triss. A black-robed sorceress form with a majestic visage and dignified demeanor spanned heaven and earth. Behind the girl coiled the shadow of a massive black serpent. On either side stood 2 apparitions. One was a knight in blue heavy armor, wielding a shield and a greatsword. The other was a king in a golden royal robe, crowned, holding a trident. Triss stared at the water, considering the many changes. To reach 7 rings perfection, at over 1,600 years of age, there is hope to advance to the 8th circle before 2000. The Sea Emperor's Tour truly lives up to being a bright moon level artifact, directly increasing my spiritual force by nearly 200 points. And the blessing of the Sea Emperor, this special talent, is also quite good. She was innately a water elemental child. In recent years, she had also refined several morning stars and a bright moon artifact. Her talent surpassed most top-tier geniuses. Furthermore, after the projection of the Black Queen and the accompanying spirit Blue Knight, she birthed another new accompanying spirit named the Sea King. The Black Queen excelled in using the virulently noxious exotic species water known as the Black Queen's water. Chapter 2278. Triss's innate spell and primordial soul spell set her apart from ordinary people. The Blue Knight excels in defense, providing a sense of security. This Sea King, however, is a purely aggressive companion spirit. It possesses a strong desire to attack and a violent temperament, like a tyrant, though only towards outsiders. Triss murmured to herself, a queen, a knight, a king, my companion spirits can play chess now. Although she lacked a wizard tower, these companion spirits ensured she could defend herself against anything beneath the 8th circle level. Buzz buzz buzz. The space began to tremble. Triss entered a battle stance, expecting a demon invasion. She scanned the surroundings. No demons appeared. The 8-legged sea demon glanced around, looking puzzled. Miss, did you feel the space tremor? Triss spoke. I felt it. It is an extremely powerful force, pulling at the space of this land. The 8-legged sea demon shuddered. Could it be a level 9 demon coming? Triss paused, then shook her head. No, this kind of power is not related to individual might. It comes from Nora itself. The subdimensional portal is returning. At this moment, whether on the ancient dragon continent or in the endless sea, the land of Fanerlaw, the supreme power shook this world. In the barracks, Lucy extended her palm. The space in front of her shimmered like a pane of glass. Behind the invisible barrier lay a magical dimension. The subdimensional portal. It has begun. The true Nora is back. In the central realm, within the Supreme Council, Edmund's gaze pierced through the subdimensional portal, toward the human realm. No barrier remained between the wizard world and the human realm. From now on, the great era predicted by Sauron officially begins. In the endless sea, on a battlefield choked with demon corpses, Levi stood still. This vast sea is trembling. This is an immense power beyond ordinary imagination, coming from Nora's will itself. It is filled with ambition, wanting to be bigger, stronger. It, like all beings in the multidimensional plane, also wants eternity. It seeks to transcend the multidimensional plane and exist, untouchable by calamity. The next day, the announcement from the Supreme Council spread quickly throughout the wizard world. The subdimensional portal will gradually integrate with the human realm over the next century. Endless sea, Midland continent, realm of crimson, the dojo of all schools, none can be exempted. By then, the terms wizard world and human world will become history. From now on, whether a wizard, a mortal, or member of an alien race, they are all part of the Nora world. The term Nora signifies abundance and prosperity. During the integration, all beings of Nora need not worry. Everything remains as usual. With the return of the subdimensional portal, most wizard settlements will appear in the form of a new world. And once the giant of the subdimensional portal, the endless sea, merges, Nora's scale will be dozens of times larger than the current human realm. In fact, This is Nora's original size, only folded by the subdimensional space. After experiencing major events, such as the Dark Wave Revival, the Five Realms Expedition, Plane Convergence, the invasion of all clans, and the Abyss Blood Battle, Nora's wizards and mortals have built a high capacity of endurance. Therefore, with this subdimensional return, the public remains mostly calm. They live in a rapidly changing era. Even if the Heavenly Father descends tomorrow, it would be no surprise. Seeing the announcement from the Supreme Council, Levi felt a wave of emotion. I really came at the right time, encountering each and every update of the Wizard World's versions. Nora Year 600, Blood Battle Year 386, Body Refining Academy. Gondalf paused his research on the body tempering technique. He stared at the message from Soraya, his brow furrowing in confusion. Soraya invited him, stating she wanted to meet, without mentioning why. Soraya has been busy with demon hunting. She has not contacted me for a long time. Why suddenly invite me to meet? Could it be a surprise? Or is someone trying to harm me, targeting Soraya to use her against me? Gondalf pondered. No matter the situation, he needed to go. In the Endless Sea, Levi checked his total of 3.3 billion points, still short by 700 million war merits. On the battlefield, the Shadow Army slaughtered everywhere, while Levi stood idling. Level 4 shadows had become increasingly scarce, with less than 1/6 of them remaining. A legion capable of sweeping a medium-sized civilization is indeed formidable. He temporarily halted demon hunting and headed towards the God-forsaken continent. He harbored thoughts similar to Gondalf's, suspecting Soraya faced issues. After a period of silence, it seems like the Council of 10,000 Clans is stirring again. In the God-forsaken continent, at the Mountain Giant Wizard Group. Laplace, I need to return to Midland Continent. Could you hold things here for a while? Soraya addressed her cousin. All right, you go. Be careful. Laplace replied. He watched his cousin's departing figure, sighing repeatedly. Recently, after Soraya's trip to Midland Continent, she had seemed different. She had become taciturn, always looking gloomy. He estimated it was probably due to a small conflict with Gondalf. He paid it little mind. In such matters, as an outsider, he could not say much. He knew Gondalf's character, a good person, just a bit careless. Soraya had a delicate mind. Occasional friction was normal. Love is too complex. That is why Laplace has yet to settle down. The 7th circle is not his limit. He still aspires to the 8th circle. Chapter 2279. As his father was a grand wizard and managed a large wizard family, he was not the only offspring. Therefore, there were not many expectations placed upon him. Somewhere on the God-forsaken continent. Are you sure Gondalf will come? One shadow whispered to the other. Not sure. Do you have a good plan? No. Then that is settled. Is my void god crystal ready? It is ready. Just help me kill this person, and it is yours. I have a question. Why do you humans talk about emotions? Isn't that a weakness for enemies? We, from the Void Spirit clan, all procreate under the guidance of the Supreme Void Emperor, entering the Void Hall. Don't ask me. I don't understand either. Only foolish mortals talk about love. Two figures hid in the shadows, whispering. One wore a black robe, had an ugly face, and a sturdy build. It was the Black Dragon Wizard. The other had a blurred form, with multicolored lights swirling, and the surrounding space twisted like waves. It was Void Abyss, a level 8 powerhouse of the Void Spirit clan, and a venerable of the Council of 10,000 Clans. On the mountain peak ahead, Soraya stood alone. Someone had clearly controlled her using special means. This was indeed a trap set for Gondalf. Earlier, when Soraya went out alone, he and Void Abyss collaborated to capture her. As an early-stage level 8 Void Spirit, Void Abyss was skilled in void techniques, making it impossible for a 7th-circle wizard to escape. Combined with the Black Dragon Wizard, an 8th-circle senior wizard, the plan went smoothly. The price for the help of Void Abyss was the Void God Crystal, the energy core for the Wizard Virtualization Ceremony, which was a supreme treasure for the Void Spirit clan for cultivation. Looking at the back of Soraya, the Black Dragon Wizard shifted, his uncertainty mounting. Will Gondalf come? Several days later, a figure in a white robe appeared. The arrival confirmed his gamble. Void Abyss, remember to seal the void to prevent these two from escaping with rare treasures. No problem. On the mountaintop, Gondalf studied Soraya, his eyes scanning the perimeter for movement. Soraya, is there anything you need? Soraya shook her head. No, I just wanted to see you. Bang. Suddenly, a sharp stone spike formed and shot toward the fort of Gondalf. Gondalf sighed. Soraya was clearly under control, and the Council of 10,000 Clans had acted against those around him. Crack. The stone spike struck the fort of Gondalf, as if piercing into asphalt. Countless dragon god runes flickered, and divine light spread out, shattering the stone spike. Soraya, seeing that the sneak attack could not break the prepared defense of Gondalf, without hesitation, chanted an incantation. Her face was unusually flushed. Her primordial soul emerged, exuding a dangerous aura. She was about to self-destruct. Bang! Gondalf decisively shattered the protective force field with one palm, reaching into the left chest of Soraya. He grasped the scorching heart, where numerous creepy worms squirmed in and out. Her heart had completely become a worm nest. This is. Gondalf crushed the heart of Soraya. Divine light eradicated the worms. The body of Soraya went limp. Her self-destruction was interrupted, and she collapsed into his arms, her aura quickly weakening. The control over her body was resolved, but the primordial soul of Soraya was still under control. The worms were directly controlling her soul, extremely vicious. With no other choice, Gandalf grasped the primordial soul of Soraya, setting down a spell restriction. The body is easy to handle. For a wizard, it is just a vessel. The original can heal it with the power of the Death Ember Dragon. But the primordial soul seemed somewhat troublesome. Gandalf reached out to tear the void, finding it already locked. His expression remained calm, as he had clearly anticipated this. Roar. A fierce dragon roar erupted into this world. The ferocious, terrifying, and sinister 10-winged giant dragon carried with it an endless wind disaster, emerging in the sky. Destruction domain. The black dragon wizard raised a hand, and within a radius of 150 miles, black streams of energy destroying heaven and earth prevailed. The demon-suppressing Ming King protected Gandalf, divine light reflecting upon the world, holding up a safe space. Black dragon wizard, so it was you. Ming King dragon elephant fist. The violent fist wind swept out, a total of 20 dragon elephant phantoms charging out. The destruction domain was torn apart, the black dragon wizard watching this scene in surprise. This is just a 7th-circle senior, yet with such power, if he advances to the 8th circle, how formidable could he be? This child must not be left alive, or he will be the next Dusk Palace master. He rode the 10-winged heavenly dragon, roaring forward. Black energy enveloped his entire body, forming armor. A hurricane raged around his right arm, an intense black shockwave swept out. Though he was a cave wizard, he cultivated the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, practicing both magic and physical cultivation together. His true power was definitely not inferior to a regular 8th circle senior wizard. This strike, a 7th-circle senior wizard would not survive without serious wounds. The fist wind tore apart the earth, unstoppable. Gandalf activated the dragon god domain, overlapping storms and oceans. His figure moved like a phantom, dodging the lethal strike. Simultaneously, the black dragon wizard found the time around him still, affecting even himself. Boom. The 20 dragon elephants roared again, influenced by the dragon god domain. The black dragon wizard could not dodge. The protective force field cracked, body refining runes flickered around him, blocking the aftershock. Clearly, with his methods, Gandalf was unable to inflict substantial damage. This Gandalf actually mastered the means of the path of time. Chapter 2280. The black dragon wizard wavered in suspicion. He had anticipated that Gandalf would be difficult to deal with, and he had invited experts to assist. Void Abyss made a move. A dignified black dragon venerable, yet reduced to such a sorry state by a senior 7th-circle wizard. Let me handle this. Gandalf's dragon god domain could not last for long. Once it ended, he would not be able to contend with the black dragon wizard no matter what. Gandalf remained unflustered. The constrained void seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer. Invisible cracks spread. Space shattered like a mirrored surface. What? Another expert. Was it not said that Ace and Lord Victor were both in seclusion? The black dragon wizard focused his gaze. He startled at the sight before him. Dusk Palace Master. The black armored swordsman appeared in the void. The red emperor domain unfolded. Golden gravity transformed into lightning dancing from sky to earth. Generally speaking, Levi would not actively hunt level 8 middle stage powerhouses. Since the other party dared to scheme against Gandalf, he had to deal with it. Void Abyss cried out. Dusk Palace Master. The plan has changed. Collaboration is cancelled. Void Abyss transformed into a beam of light. It attempted to flee into the void. A dark light brushed it down. Rumble. Lightning filled the area within 100 miles. It enveloped Void Abyss. A thunderous man stood in the void. His robes fluttered. It was the Thunder Crocodile. It has been a long time since I exercised. Let us use you to test my moves. Behind the Thunder Crocodile stood several imposing figures. One stood on a wizard tower blooming with flowers. It was Elena. One silhouette showed a black snake, a knight, and a king's shadow. Triss had also arrived. A woman clad in a black robe stood nearby. She had a pretty face. Black feathers swirled around her like secret swords. The Black Phoenix was eager to try. After advancing to level 8, she had not had the chance to showcase her skills. A level 8 thunder element entity, and a level 8 black-robed woman. 2 women renowned in the wizard world. That was not all. A stream of water flowed from the void and transformed into a towering, giant ape. It was Lopez. After 200 years of drinking immortal flowing liquid every day, he had also advanced to level 7 peak. He was just a step away from level 8. Seeing such a luxurious lineup descend like divine arms from the heavens, the black dragon wizard decisively abandoned the plan and fled in panic. A magnificent golden greatsword slashed down. It was unstoppable. Demon dragon roar. The black dragon wizard struck with a palm. The black shockwave clashed with the greatsword. It dispersed clouds within 100 miles. Levi gestured to his allies. Kill them all. Leave none. Levi planned to personally deal with the black dragon wizard, while the others surrounded the Void Spirit clan. He suspected the enemy might not be simple. He brought Triss and Elena along. 2 level 8 entities appeared as expected. One was an 8-ring senior, the famous black dragon wizard. He needed the Void Treasure Pearl for alchemy. This Void Spirit clan was indeed timely. To prevent their escape, he even let Elena control the chaotic Sky Demon mirror. The black dragon wizard pleaded. Dusk Palace Master, you and I have no enmity. I do not wish to oppose you. There is no need for a life or death struggle. Levi countered. You have defected to the Council of 10,000 Clans and dared come to the wizard world. I ran into you. You might as well kill yourself. The black dragon wizard cursed. This is so obviously premeditated. How could it be just running into him? What is the relationship between Gandalf and the Dusk Palace Master? They actually invited him. Boom. Another collision occurred. The greatsword knocked the Black Dragon Wizard flying. The Emperor charged aggressively. The Black Dragon Wizard was horrified. He was an 8-ring senior body refining wizard after all. He practiced one of the ancient 4, the body tempering technique. Among wizards of the same realm, there were few opponents. Had he not defected from the wizard civilization, the title king of body refining should have been his. As powerful as he was, he actually lost in strength to this Dusk Palace Master. Is the night breathing technique really that formidable? Normal breathing techniques would not be so absurd as to fight beyond their realm. The problem was Levi was the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He possessed mastery and extreme power. With the Red Emperor domain open, in terms of strength, under level 9, he truly feared no one. The Hell Strength King, the level 8 Demon Elephant, was suppressed by him. Nevertheless, although at a disadvantage, the Black Dragon Wizard had a significant realm advantage. For the time being, Levi could not subdue him. He simply waited. He waited for the moment when his opponent exhausted his strength. After ascending to level 7 late stage, with the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill, his endurance was extraordinary. Rumble. Black gaseous energy transformed into a fist. It broke through Levi's protective force field. The golden armor on his body surface blocked the blow. Damn. A level 8 exotic treasure. The Black Dragon Wizard cursed inwardly. The Golden Wind Jade armor, as the clan treasure, showcased its might. Even 8-ring senior attacks could be withstood for a period. The Black Soul Demon Tower descended. The entire battlefield was engulfed in the sinister Deathstorm domain. 2 level 7 peak dark evil souls emerged. Their death's eyes slashed toward the Black Dragon Wizard. Wizard Tower. The Black Dragon Wizard realized for the first time his impoverishment. Aside from an 8-ring soul artifact known as Wind Dragon Burial Armor and a level 8 exotic treasure, he had nothing to boast about. In contrast, the damn rich folks on the opposite side, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wind Rock. With a thought, accompanied by a clear cry, a white giant eagle with a wingspan of 3 kilometers emerged. This was his companion spiritual creature. He obtained it from refining the Bright Moon artifact years ago. It possessed great strength. Levi remained calm, competing with companion spiritual creatures. As I lay, come out. Rumble. The sky cracked open with a vortex. Terrifying thunderbolts struck down from above. The Black Dragon Wizard did not dare to resist head-on. He dodged frantically. On the cloud summit, a group of companion spiritual creatures appeared. They gathered before the human-headed, serpent-bodied thunder god. Chapter 2281. Levi remained confident in his lineup of special spiritual creatures. As the battle raged, the Black Dragon Wizard stood surrounded by the enemy's summoned creatures. There were 4 level 7 late-stage spiritual weapons formed from mountain peaks, along with a level 7 late-stage wind Maya. These were not considered much. 24 specters, each exuding a level 7 aura, had already formed into a combat array surrounding the Black Dragon Wizard. Most were level 7 early stage, but there were also level 7 middle stage ones. Is this what it means to be at the top of the demon-slaying list, with 3.3 billion points of weight? Surrounded by a sea of enemies, the Black Dragon Wizard had no way to escape. Desperation clawed at him, fueling his need to fight his way out. Absolute Ice Point. Levi finished the chant, and a ray of light struck the Black Dragon Wizard. The mage stood frozen for a moment before the violent attack shattered his defense. Countless body-refining runes flashed, and then dimmed one by one. His powerful body had already reached its limit. With a sharp hiss, the Emperor's sword pierced the Black Dragon Wizard's chest. A flick of the wrist split him in half. A primordial soul encased in armor burst out, only to be submerged by a torrent of attacks. Before the primordial soul disintegrated, Leon dragged it into the ancient Banyan fairyland with a web. Become my food. The creature was already level 7 late stage, boasting a greatly increased appetite. As the primordial soul faded, the mark of truth vanished into the void. A new tombstone stood on the earth, marking the end that signaled rebirth. After dealing with the Black Dragon Wizard, Levi collected the corpse. The Congress would pay a Bright Moon artifact and 1 billion ether stones for this kill. Seeing their teammate dead, the Void Abyss creature panicked. It tried to escape several times, but was beaten back by the surrounding barrage. Once Levi joined the fray, the end came quickly. The body of the Void Spirit clan disintegrated, returning to the void, while Leon packaged the true soul. A round and colorful bead hovered in space. Level 8 Void Treasure Pearl, acquired. Only the demon dragon grass is left. Triss sighed with relief and let out a laugh. The first time in my life fighting at level 8, truly thrilling. Elena nodded. Indeed, this battle was rewarding, providing a first-hand understanding of level 8 power. Levi turned to his companions. Thanks to everyone. I will take you out of here. Upon returning to the ancient dragon continent, Triss resumed her studies. The most exciting moments of her life involved Levi. After celebrating with Elena, Levi continued his demon hunting journey. She was not far from the 1 billion mark in points now. A little more effort and she could exchange for more Bright Moon artifacts. Black Phoenix, Thunder Crocodile, and Lopez received their rewards. Levi checked the Black Dragon Wizard's storage bags and cursed his poverty. The old man barely possessed any ether stones. The remaining resources were mediocre, failing to impress Levi after he had witnessed the wealth of the 3 realms and the 4 lands. The 8-ring soul artifact armor was decent. Levi handed it to the Holy Infant, intending for it to be reforged with other materials to integrate into Gondafa's Radiant King armor later. He also found an 8-level exotic treasure called the Destruction Badge. It contained powerful wind disaster energy capable of creating a level 8 black wind disaster domain. Known as the Destruction Domain, Levi dismissed it. He possessed a superior wind destruction realm bead, so he gave this one to Gondaf for protection. The most valuable item recovered was a void god crystal. This priceless treasure carried a value starting at tens of billions. It contained enough energy for one person to promote to the 8th circle. Levi possessed one already, so this could go to one of the Gondar 3 heroes or Elena. The remaining loot consisted of regular cultivation resources, spell knowledge, and miscellaneous materials. He healed Soraya's injuries, but her soul remained parasitized by a worm. Even Levi lacked the power to remove it. Fortunately, Laplace's father was a grand wizard. After an examination, he determined that Soraya was controlled by a worm born from a level 10 strongman within the Council of 10,000 Clans. It was called the Worm Lord, a creature adept at duplication and notoriously difficult to kill. This specific parasite was merely a trace of energy, however, and did not require the intervention of a legendary wizard. The Grand Wizard eradicated it easily. Soraya had been notably unlucky, though this particular disaster was beyond her control. Levi reviewed the Black Dragon Wizard's data disk to understand the sequence of events. Gondaf was a sought-after figure among the Council of 10,000 Clans, valued at a broken 9-level treasure. That was nothing compared to his Turtle King fruit. The Black Dragon Wizard had noticed Gondaf remaining inside the Body Refining Academy and Gondar City. He devised a plan, never expecting that Gondaf was merely a duplication of the Dusk Palace Master. Following the incident, the Congress allowed Soraya to recuperate, relieving her of command duties. They had already arranged for a new 7-circle perfect wizard to hold the fort. The Black Dragon Wizard had also plotted against Levi in the past. He had even learned of Lo's actions against him. Perhaps fearing Levi's power, he made a tactical retreat and settled for Gondaf instead, all to no avail. Levi recalled a period when a strong malicious intent had lingered persistently. That malice vanished only after he hunted Lo. It must have been the Black Dragon Wizard. Furthermore, the Void Spirit Clan member was part of the Council of 10,000 Clans. The council had not issued a bounty, likely because that species had never appeared in the wizard world before. Chapter 2282. This time, joining the Black Dragon Wizard to hunt Gandalf was its debut, and then it met an untimely end. The Void Spirit Clan constitutes a significant force within the Council of 10,000 Clans, specializing in assassination. Their status parallels the shadow demons, found among other demonic entities. Levi sifted through the memories of this void spirit creature to gain a deeper understanding of the race. A powerful civilization had arisen among these beings who live in the void. Their supreme and unmatched masters bear the title of Void Emperor. The Void Emperor possesses ambition and craves a share of the benefits during this plane convergence. The seat of the Ancient Ones in the Council of 10,000 Clans likely includes one for them. Levi identified 3 Ancient Ones. They are the Amethyst Saint, the Worm Lord, and the Void Emperor. He suspects that wizards also hold seats among the Ancient Ones. Memory fragments from the Black Dragon Wizard contained vague information about the Black Sun and the Dark Sun Sovereign. The Black Sun remains better known as the Hidden One and the direct superior of the Black Dragon Wizard. Information exists, though it remains insignificant. However, the Dark Sun Sovereign remains shrouded in fog. The Black Sun moved through the boundless deep space. A dark demon dragon spanned the sky, with a wingspan of tens of thousands of meters, exuding a level 9 aura. Its entire body wore demonic armor, emanating an overwhelming demonic aura. In my name, I grant you rebirth. The Black Sun chanted incantations, injecting a defiant dragon soul into the beast. Damn, you dare to refine my corpse into a dragon corpse demon? Who are you? The dragon soul cursed, its voice fading. The Black Sun thoroughly erased the consciousness. Only a bewildered soul remained, injected into the dragon corpse like an artifact spirit. Moments later, the colossal dark demon dragon body stood upright with a rumble. Vast wings covered the sky. Eerie green dragon eyes gazed toward Nora, and a terrifying void storm spread. I can finally put this demon dragon body to use, the one I picked up in the abyss years ago. The Black Sun finished this task, and looked at the shattered soul token. The Black Dragon Wizard is dead. Was he not supposed to be dealing with Gandalf? Never mind. Relying on these subordinates is ultimately unreliable. I have to take action myself. It is a pity. I have entered and exited the wizard world multiple times, and the updated heart of Skynet specifically monitors me. If I were to rashly step in now, the Dragon Flame God Wizard would certainly target me and hit me with dragon flames. That is no joke. My headache stems from the task on my other self being too difficult. I must wait for the full invasion of the abyss into Nora. At that time, using demons as cover will be much more convenient. Intelligence suggests that forces on the abyss side are continuously increasing. Even if you, the Dusk Palace Master, are unrivaled in power, and the most powerful in the same realm, in 300,000 years, you are still just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of a great civilization tide. The bounty department staff stared wide-eyed at the ugly head. This is really the Black Dragon Wizard. Sir, did you kill him? Levi set the head on the desk. I was demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent and happened to come across him bullying compatriots. I casually killed him. The ferocity of the Black Dragon Wizard was well known to everyone. For many years, several battle groups of wizards had been dispatched to capture him, yet he always managed to escape. The Dusk Palace Master truly deserves the #1 spot on the demon-slaying list. He ranks among the supernovas simply because he remains supreme. A grand wizard approached the scene. "Hello, I am Sandwalker Sanders, Bounty Minister. Senior, is there anything else?" Sanders smiled. "I heard the news of the Black Dragon Wizard's subjugation, and I came to meet this hero. Seeing it is you, my doubts have been laid to rest. Senior is too kind. I was just lucky." Levi added the Bounty Minister as a friend. Establishing a connection now would prove useful for future interactions. The other wizards felt impressed. The Bounty Minister usually remained elusive. Now, upon the arrival of the Dusk Palace Master, he made a personal appearance. Such regard from a grand wizard is a rare delight. The staff gave Levi a list featuring 4 oddities. They belonged to the 4 major factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. All were bright moon level. Levi chose a blue oddity in the shape of a brooch. It was surrounded by a dreamy mist and clearly came from the ocean faction. This was the Water God's Lament, something Levi had fancied for a long time. It is a gift for 100 Flowers' future 1300th birthday, arranged in advance. They are old husband and wife now. After being with Levi for so long, 100 Flowers is not overly concerned with these things, but the necessary sense of ritual should remain. Previously, 100 Flowers refined the Water God's Ode, also a bright moon artifact. Now, with the combination of 2 bright moon artifacts, the Water God body can advance further. In the future, after refining the Sun refining artifact, the tier of the Water God body will be nearly complete. The remaining Morning Star level oddities are insignificant, though if they can be collected, all the better. Besides the bright moon artifact, the bounty also included a cash reward of 1 billion Thai stone units. However, due to the ongoing war, Thai stone units served as fuel for many means and were in short supply. Sanders repeatedly apologized, explaining the situation and letting Levi choose alternatives. Levi understood naturally, as he was not short of money. Thus, after some selections, he took a large piece of level 8 Black Dragon Holy Gold. Its value was about 1 billion units, just right to reforge his divine weapon, the indestructible armor. Levi could not wait for her birthday to give it to her, as that would delay her refining. He called 100 Flowers, who was demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent. "What is the matter? So urgent and hasty? I found you a very beautiful brooch. Let us consider it a future birthday gift." A brooch. The Water God's Lament. "This brooch is a bit extravagant." Laughter resonated throughout the Imperial Palace. Chapter 2283. 4 years later, Nora calendar year 604. The 390th year of the Blood Battle. Tower of Summer Flowers. Having refined the Water God's Lament, the spiritual force fluctuations within by increased significantly. 10,000 points of spiritual force. The effect of the Water God body is indeed powerful. It has been 400 years since she rose to the 7-circle rank. She was originally a child of the elements, her journey smooth sailing. After reaching the primordial soul, every step became extremely difficult. Although she has refined many Morning Star, and even Bright Moon artifacts, the distance to 7 rings perfection remains far away. Advancing to the 8th circle will take over 500 years. Completing the major realm leap of the 7th circle, within 1,000 years is the mark of a top-level genius. Upon advancing to the 8th circle, at over 2,000 years old, she will still have 2,000 years of lifespan remaining. Looking at it now, the 9th circle is still hopeful. A sun-refining artifact can be exchanged in the future. This blood battle is a cruel survival of the fittest for the wizard group. Those with enough strength and luck progress further through oddities. A phantom of a blue-robed woman appeared behind by. Her face was blurred, yet she seemed extremely beautiful. On her chest, a sapphire blue brooch shimmered. On the left ring finger, a similarly styled ring rested. Her white, unblemished neck was empty. It should have held a necklace, the tear of the Water God, a sun-refining artifact of the Water God series. Life forms above level 9, or places with extremely dense elements, may produce sequence artifacts under serendipitous circumstances. Only legendary artifacts possess absolute uniqueness. Academia has no conclusions as to why sequence artifacts share the same appearance. The blue-robed woman behind by is an energy projection, the Water God. Simon's Fire God and Levi's Thunder God operate on similar principles. Over hundreds of years of demon hunting, Bai has undergone multiple metamorphoses. Her path as a knight has reached level 6 mid-stage. The path of the energy sect matches that progress. Combining the abilities of the three has become the primary direction of her study. She opened the demon-slaying list. Levi already has 3.5 billion points. Looks like within 10 years he can exchange for the Flame Emperor's sword. He needs a good rest. He has almost become a demon hunting machine. It is too exhausting going on like this. On the demon hunting battlefield, Levi brewed a cup of heart-cleansing tea. He took a delightful sip. Refreshment washed over him, clearing his head. The fatigue from demon hunting diminished significantly. On the battlefield, the Shadow Army battled demons. The feeling of being away from the keyboard is really nice. Levi experienced the joy of certain idle games from his past life. He opened the 9th level demon slaying list. The Destruction Realm Thunder has begun exerting power, rushing into the top 50. This speed catches up with some established 8th circle wizards. This guy is really something. Levi sighed. In some sense, legendary reincarnation acts like a cheat. To date, the blood battle has reached 400 years. Only over 300 8th Circle wizards have participated. Although the number exceeds the initial stage, it remains a despairing gap compared to the abyss. Many 8th Circle wizards did not participate for various reasons. The total number of 8th Circle wizards cannot be just over 300, otherwise, they could not support the current Congress, with over 100 Grand Wizards. The scale of this blood battle far exceeds the past. The disparity in forces between both sides is too great. For the wizards, their greatest support is the geographical advantage of the Nora world. Additionally, 12 legendary wizards stand ready. It is still not enough. Those reincarnated legendary wizards should also be returning soon. Levi hoped these giants could hold up the sky. However, he needed to prepare a second plan. If the wizard civilization falls, he cannot accompany it in burial. With the ancient Banyan fairyland, he can lead a batch of the civilization's seeds to find new worlds at any time. Those legendary wizards with demiplanes certainly harbor the same thought. 10 years later, Nora calendar year 610, the 396th year of the blood battle, a level 6 demon lord collapsed. Levi let out a long breath of relief. First place, Dusk Palace Master, 4 billion points. Second place, Light Divine Sword, 1.1 billion points. Third place, Hand of Fire God, 1 billion points. Finally released. No need for demon hunting temporarily. His current war merit allows for the exchange of a Flame Emperor's sword, with enough left over for some materials. Apart from Levi, the total points of the top 9 on the list barely match Levi's own. This is the gold content of being number 1 on the list, a clear first. Gatling sent a message. 40 billion. Pal, when will you be 8th Circle? Your points could break into the top 10 of the 9th level demon slaying list. Light Divine Sword responded with a thumbs up. Amazing. Elena added. Have a good rest for a while. Lucy kept it brief. Congratulations. The 40 billion milestone achieved. Congratulations from the outside world poured in. This Gatling wishes I could ascend to the 8th Circle sooner. Miss Lucy always simply says congratulations, sparing words like gold. After exchanging the oddity, I need a good rest for a while. It is a pity the number of times one can exchange oddities is limited. With a little more effort, I could probably exchange a few more sun-refining artifacts. Bright moon artifacts could be 1 or 2 a year. Central Realm, Blood Battle Temple. The Dusk Palace Master is here again. Chapter 2284. The 7 rings have currently exchanged 2 non-random sun-refining artifacts, and he exchanged both of them. 1 Shadow Emblem, 1 Flame Emperor's Sword. Just give me any of them, and I have confidence in promoting to the 8th Circle. The blood battle is a grave for the weak, a paradise for the strong. The weaker the weak, the stronger the strong. I cannot even imagine what kind of realm the Dusk Palace Master will reach if he can hold on until the end of the blood battle. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the first among the current 7 Circle wizards to be promoted to a Grand Wizard, or even to a Legendary Wizard. In the future Supreme Council, there will surely be a seat for him. Luckily, the Dusk Palace Master is on our side. If he were on the demon's side, the consequences would be unimaginable. Behind the Holy Temple, after verification, the Grand Wizard Rock King personally came to Levi. Congratulations, sir. This Flame Emperor's sword is now yours. The Rock King spoke with polite respect. Levi smiled. Thank you, senior. He reached out to take an object similar to a sword box. He gently opened it, and a scorching aura spread out. A long sword lay quietly inside. Levi gently touched it, and his hand sizzled, turning red from the burn. The Rock King warned, be careful. Although this oddity seems to have no offensive qualities, the high temperature on its surface cannot be withstood by the defensive field of even a 7 Circle wizard for long. On the back of the sword box, there was a line of writing. Flame Emperor's sword, deposited by the Blazing Sun God Wizard Edmund. Levi asked, Senior, this sun-refining artifact was deposited by the Grand Council Chairman. The Rock King nodded. Yes, and only a legendary wizard like him could bear to deposit a sun-refining artifact. The sun-refining artifact is extremely precious to both Grand Wizards and Legendary Wizards. Well, I will take my leave here. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. You are welcome to visit the ancient dragon continent anytime for some tea. The Rock King smiled. Certainly. Levi's figure disappeared into the distance. The Rock King sighed with emotion. Too fast. He is growing too fast. Reminiscent of the Frost Witch of the past. I hope he can persist until the end of the blood battle. With his multi-faction path, if he proves his legend, his strength will surpass most of the current Supreme Council. Given time, he might even touch the level of level 11 realm, and become a figure like Sauron, who dominates an era. The blood battle would be nothing to fear then. Supreme Council, Grand Council Chairman's office. Edmund gazed out the window with his hands behind his back. Chairman, the Flame Emperor's sword has been exchanged. Was it the Dusk Palace Master? Yes, I see. 1,000 years ago, during his travels in the Land of Darkness, Edmund acquired this oddity. To someone of his realm, this sun-refining artifact was of little use, so he stored it in the council treasury. In addition, Sauron's letter to him also mentioned this oddity. It said that those who refine the Flame Emperor's sword would have unexpected opportunities in the future, related to promoting to legendary. It was advised to be left for those in need during the great tribulation of the blood battle. The specific opportunities were not elaborated by Sauron. Now that this oddity was obtained by the Dusk Palace Master, Edmund was not surprised. Though it seemed like fair competition, others were not even on the same starting line as the Dusk Palace Master. After all, This person might be the so-called non-rational person in Sauron's letter. And this person might be the key figure to lead Nora to the New World. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi temporarily put away the Flame Emperor's sword. He had always refined the oddities he obtained immediately. He planned to wait until after advancing to the 8th circle, because his spiritual force had reached its limit. If this oddity did not increase the upper limit of spiritual force, but only added more spiritual force, he would lose out. The one-time spiritual force enhancement from a sun-refining artifact was worth decades of cultivation. He opened the proficiency panel. The Scarlet Dragon breathing technique was at the late stage of level 7. Only the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon were still in the middle stage of level 7. The Brilliant Golden Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon were not far from their maximum limits either. Among spells like Sea is a Boat, Dripping Water Realm, and Luosheng Illusion Realm, even the worst ones were at level 15. Some simpler ones were already level 16. In recent years, Levi had learned 4 more spells. Hagen's Thunderhound, Thunder Realm Descent, Flowing Wind Without Determination, and Shrinking Land. The first 2 were attack spells, with Thunder Realm Descent doubling as control. The latter 2 were escape spells, with effects similar to Fire Jump and Sea as a Boat. In simple terms, they were advanced wind, earth, fire, and water escape methods. This way, under all-terrain conditions, Levi could come and go freely. After the 8th circle, he could learn 3 more advanced escape methods from the Thunder, Metal, and Frost factions. Among the current 27 witch marks, most mainstream wizard factions were covered. Some less common ones were included too, such as Dream, Space, Time, and Divination. Combining attack, control, defense, and survival made for a perfect spell array. Throughout these years of demon hunting, his ease on the battlefield owed much to these. Once everything was prepared, Levi began his final push to advance to the 8th circle. A year later, Gondo City, Fire Dragon Shop. Heavenly Star Sword formation completed. Victor waved his hand, and 13 secret swords emitting starlight flew into his mind. The Holy Infant spoke. To hone a sword over 100 years, its frost edge yet untested, first try the sword in the nightmare world to see its practical effect. The next day, after testing, Victor woke up satisfied. Chapter 2285. Gondif watched the process with astonishment. The power of this heavenly star sword formation is too strong. It was worth nearly 200 years of refining. Ace nodded in agreement. Of course, with 13 secret swords, all at the top grade 7th circle level, made from 8th level blood scales, level 7 amethyst, 8th level blazing gold holy iron, and various other rare materials, the cost of this sword formation is enough to acquire a high-level wizard organization with considerable foundation. Refining the sword formation proved to be an enjoyable process for the Holy Infant. He remained immersed in it, completely oblivious to the passage of time. His weapon-making skills had grown much stronger than when he made the Fire God's hammer. Ordinary 8th circle weapon makers might not even measure up to him. This is the power of passion. Gondif raised his spirits, urging the group forward. Let us go, everyone. I need to lay low and strive for the 8 environments realm. For now, let us 3 brothers shine on the level 8 demon slaughter list. After a long retreat, the 3 of them had dropped out of the top 50 on the demon slaying list. The Holy Infant nodded. Indeed, I am still missing quite a few materials to refine the wizard tower, so I will need to earn more war merit. He had already acquired the Fiery Flame Wizard's wizard tower, but so far, he could not use it. It remained a treasure of Norn City, surely with corresponding restrictions on it. Thus, it had to be completely transformed. First, he needed to erase the restrictions and symbols within to prevent recognition by others. Second, he had to modify it to the ice and fire attribute to suit his dual cultivation school. Only then could its immense power be realized. Moreover, the Holy Infant held a grand vision in mind. He planned to integrate all his currently available common wizard tools and the wizard tower together. He would build the wizard tower into a multifunctional wizard tool complex. This would make fighting much more convenient. There would be no need to activate too many wizard tools, just the wizard tower. However, the materials needed to refine the wizard tower were no less than those for the heavenly star sword formation. He was especially lacking rare frost-type materials. Thankfully, he was an alchemy master and found some substitutes through demons, nightmare creatures, and black beasts. The rest were obtained through auctions and the blood battle store. Overall, the difficulty of refining the wizard tower had greatly reduced compared to the resource-rich wizard world before the blood battle. That is why the blood battle is an opportunity for the wizard world. As long as it could be overcome, the resource predicament of the wizard world could be significantly improved. Previously, Elena ran around collecting materials for the wizard tower, wasting years, and could only refine an embryonic form. In comparison, he had been much luckier. Lord Victor spoke with boundless energy. Let us go. Next, I will use demon blood to perform a blood sacrifice for my secret sword. The god-forsaken continent lay silent under a blood moon that hung high in the sky, eerily strange. On the plain, a blue-robed figure appeared quietly, with blue hair and green eyes. It was Miss Lucy. The blood rivers well is beginning to seep into Nora. This one seems impatient. In the central realm, the Supreme Council gathered. In front of the round table, there were 12 high-backed chairs. As the highest decision-making body of the Wizard Council, sitting here were all legendary wizards. One after another, projections descended into the room, exuding vast auras. The Blazing Sun God Wizard, Thousand Mountains Immortal, Lady of Thunder, Hand of Netherworld Prison, and Hand of Creation waited in silence. 12 legendary wizard projections rarely sat together, certainly to discuss major events. Edmund turned toward the group. The Blood Rivers will is invading Nora again. Does anyone possess a method to permanently erase it? Thousand Mountains Immortal spoke, his voice resonating through the chamber. The Blood River is one of the initial Nether Emperors born of the Underworld Source River. It utilizes the supreme nature of the Underworld Source River to disregard spatial distance and extend its power across most of the multidimensional plane. To erase it, we must first determine its hiding place. Frostwitch offered her assessment. The Blood River itself is not to be feared. If it dares to descend its true form into Nora, many among us possess the strength to suppress it. We cannot let it disrupt our pace against the abyss, losing our own rhythm. It might have secretly colluded with the abyss, for who can say for certain? Edmund looked at the Hand of Netherworld Prison. Lord Nyx, you are more familiar with the situation on the underworld side. What do you think? The Hand of Netherworld Prison adjusted his posture, his pale face calm. He had once been a prince of a mortal country, living a life of ease and abundance, only to embark on the path of a wizard by chance. I have asked some friends from the underworld, he began. They also do not know the location of the Blood River. The Blood River has long since defected from the underworld. If it dares to invade knowing it is not our match, it is likely reaching its lifespan limit, making a last-ditch effort. It was born in the ancient era, active throughout the Antiquity Age, and has now experienced 300,000 years of the near-ancient times. Even as a son of the Mother River, it stands on the brink of death. I speculate the purpose of the Blood River's actions is similar to the goal of those old individuals behind the Council of 10,000 Clans, attempting to merge with Nora to become the Lord of Nora, and ride the winds of Nora's upgrade to advance to level 11. This way, it can achieve nearly infinite lifespan without needing divine enthronement. The Lady of Thunder, fully entwined in lightning, laughed softly. No one can become the master of Nora. That is a rule set by Sauron. We, who were born of Nora as level 10 beings, have never thought of coveting Nora. This Blood River is deluding itself. Rolling nodded. I agree with the Frost Witch. The Blood River is not the primary conflict, and is not to be feared. However, we still need someone to keep an eye on the situation. Currently, all the legendary ones are occupied, and have no time for this. We can select some sufficiently powerful grand wizards to temporarily contend with the Blood River. Chapter 2286. The legendary wizards each expressed their own opinions. After listening to everyone, Edmund spoke. Let us go with Lady Rolling's suggestion, and next we still need to elect a few reliable grand wizards. Edmund was suddenly interrupted before finishing his sentence. He smiled and said, no need to elect grand wizards. Someone has reached legendary status. Let us go and congratulate the 13th seat of the Supreme Council. God-forsaken continent. Dragon God domain. A storm and the ocean overlapped, weaving a shattered world. The ancient dragon god's shadow, resembling both dragon and god, with 1,000 arms supporting the sky, stood with feet on the earth. Above its head, a level 7 peak sky anger demon raised a sword, slashing down. Rumble. A violent wave of intense chi swept through. The clouds dispersed, and 2 level 7 late-stage sky anger demons appeared in the void. Tisk tisk tisk, Gondaf, where are the other 2? Why are you alone? It is rumored that the Gondar 3 heroes together are unmatched by 10,000 men, so let us 3 brothers test that. These 3 sky anger demons have ravaged the god-forsaken continent for many years. The 3 joining forces have repeatedly escaped calmly from 8th Circle wizards. Once, they seriously injured an 8th Circle ordinary wizard. Gondaf, finding the situation unfavorable, immediately fled. The 3 brothers, leading their army, chased him, the demon mountain sweeping across the world, unstoppable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 13 dazzling beams of starlight shot up to the heavens. Heavenly Star Sword formation. Lord Victor appeared with a somewhat excited expression. Finally, a big game has arrived. Rumble. The splendid starlight sword realm enveloped all around, covering hundreds of miles. The pursuing demon army was trapped within. Gather. Lord Victor chanted the sword array incantation, changing his hand gestures. The starlight sword realm contracted continuously, and countless demons perished in their screams. Die. Behind Lord Victor, a strong and powerful demon claw targeted his chest. Yet the level 7 peak sky anger demon somehow escaped the sword realm's lock. Golden Emperor. Behind Lord Victor, the imposing and graceful golden-robed woman's shadow appeared. With a wave of her hand, countless gold element sword chi formed a vortex, blocking the demon claw. The demon claw shattered instantly, as if thrust into a blender. The sky anger demon, enduring the agony, blasted away the golden emperor, only to be bound by a red streamer the next moment. Above Ace's head, the splendid Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella appeared. Your opponent is me. The 9 Dragon umbrella whirled, pulling the sky anger demon away from Lord Victor. Snow King. A cute-headed, yet well-built snowman appeared. The Snow King's arm swelled, like a Kylan arm, seizing the moment, while the sky anger demon was controlled. A punch landed, the north wind howled, and snowflakes danced. The sky anger demon's robust body emitted a sound of bone cracking, with frost forming on its surface. This was the power of the Snow King after several evolutions. On the other side, the Starlight Sword realm cracked open. Gondaf emerged, holding the heads of 2 sky anger demons. Your sword array kills too quickly. If I do not grab some heads, I am afraid I will not earn any war merit. The three combined forces annihilated the Sky Anger Demon brothers, and along with other low-level demons, gained considerable war merit. Gondorf said, but compared to level 8 demons, there is still a big gap. Lord Victor said, yes, if you want to earn war merit quickly like me, you have to hunt level 8 demons. Ace said, contentment is happiness. At our current pace, we are already fast. Once we cooperate seamlessly, we can go to the endless sea battlefield to hunt level 8 bottom-dwelling fish demons, as these are relatively the weakest. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, from the high heavens came the sound of swords ringing, echoing throughout the universe. Crashing sound. The sky screen parted like a waterfall, with a black-robed silhouette standing at the center. Behind him were 7 towering greatswords, each exuding a different aura, refining 7 sins, attesting to legend. This is the Black Abyss Walker. The three murmured to themselves until the black-robed figure, wielding a sword, vanished on the legendary path leading who knows where. In the barracks, Lucy smiled. This day has finally arrived. Congratulations, Erin. She was very confident in this student of hers. 2 years later, the year 617 Nora, the 403rd year of the blood battle, the Supreme Council announced a thrilling piece of news. From the Ocean School of Thought, the Grand Wizard, the Black Abyss Walker, Alan Blavens successfully promoted to the legendary realm. He became the 13th legendary wizard of the current era, joining the Supreme Council. Alan's legendary title is the Black Abyss Sovereign. His legendary profession is Seven Sin Swordsman. His demiplane is the Land of Buried Demons. His legendary salutation is Walker of the Black Abyss, Traveler Beyond the Seven Sins. At the same time, the Council announced that the Black Abyss Sovereign would preside over the mortal continent. The Red Moon once again descends upon the human realm. New enemies have arrived. The Blood River will stirs restlessly, and the slumbering longevity species will awaken. In the Emperor's palace, Levi awoke from his retreat. The ancient tower was about to open, and he had to temporarily halt his cultivation. In recent years, many significant events occurred in the wizard world. What thrilled him the most, undoubtedly, was Senior Black Abyss's promotion to legend. This means that throughout the 400-year blood battle, at least 7 level 9 demons have perished at his hands. How powerful. Moreover, to be chosen by Senior Black Abyss to become part of a legendary artifact, it certainly must still be among the best of demons. At the top of the world beyond level 9, the battles are equally fierce. Chapter 2287. Triss and the others have truly soared to prominence this time. As disciples of a legendary wizard, people will flock to curry favor with them like a school of fish. Of course, the news is not all good. The resurgence of the Blood Clan has made the already intense blood battle even more uncertain. According to the Congress report, this is not just a minor scuffle like in the early stages of the Dark Wave revival. The true ancestors of the Blood Clan, along with high-level Blood Clan members like the Venerable, will surely seize this opportunity for a large-scale invasion. Levi stared into the distance. Will the Venerable Blood Scales come as well? Will the source of the Blood Beast breathing technique, the Blood Beast itself, also appear? Once, Levi could only look up in awe at these giants among the Blood Clan. Now, he possesses the confidence to face these entities. Central Realm. The Centennial Blood Battle Auction is underway. In such a grand event, Levi, Triss, and Elena are naturally present. With Gandalf Pharmacy and Fire Dragon Skywork as his money trees, Levi carries a wealth of 3 billion Thai stone cash. That is enough to buy a top-grade 8th Circle Wizard tool. Of course, his main purpose is to try his luck and see if he can buy some Demon Dragon Grass, or a Bloodline Crystal. Elena's main goal, needless to say, is the Truth Oddity. She still has a long way to go before advancing to the 8th Circle, and there is no rush for now. Similarly, Triss is here for the oddities too. She is also wealthy, not lacking in money. Sir Golden Dragon is also here. His presence feels vast, and he has already become a Grand Wizard. Sir Golden Dragon approached and nodded. Sir Levi, it has been a long time. Levi smiled. Congratulations on your further advancement, sir. Sir Golden Dragon laughed. Ha ha ha, I just recently advanced, and I am hosting this auction. By the way, Mr. Magma Dragon has awakened. If you have time, feel free to visit. The Elder would love to meet talented young figures like you. Levi bowed his head. Once the auction ends, I will accompany you, sir, to pay respects to Senior Magma Dragon. The auction proceeded smoothly. There were no twists and turns, no convolutions. Levi, relying on the power of cash, made significant gains at the auction. His danger perception indicated no ill-intentioned individuals marked him after this auction. The Dusk Palace Master's fame is widespread, rivaling that of any Grand Wizard. Those who could defeat Levi are not interested in what he has, and those who are interested cannot defeat him. After all, he is a freak capable of hunting a plethora of level 8 demons. With such accomplishments laid out, no one dares act improperly. Ultimately, he successfully bid 1.6 billion for a level 8 bloodline crystal of the Ghost Shadow Dragon. This is a shadow creature, the most powerful among the Shadowplane subdragons. It was obtained by an 8th Circle Wizard exploring ancient ruins. The source of the Ghost Shadow Dragon's bloodline is the Ender Dragon Levi once encountered in the Shadow World. A tremendously powerful legendary creature, ranked among the best even at level 9. Excitement surged through Levi. At present, collecting one more negative energy bloodline crystal should allow the Scarlet Dragon to evolve once more. The Blood River invasion has instilled a bit of urgency in Levi's heart. With his realm's advancement and an increase in knowledge, he has gained a deeper understanding of the Blood River's might. As for whether the legendary level breathing technique of the Scarlet Dragon can remain unaffected in the future, he is uncertain. Thus, advancing to the mythical level is imperative. This auction was definitely worth attending. Additionally, he acquired a level 8 Sea Wave Iron worth 700 million, together with a level 8 Earth Sacred Iron, previously obtained by the Holy Infant at the auction. The divine weapon Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield can be reforged. Only the Nightmare Helmet and the Scarlet Shadow Cloak remain to be reforged. The former requires a visit to the Nightmare World to hunt an 8th level Nightmare Lord at leisure. The latter requires waiting for the right opportunity, as he plans to visit Hell soon, where he might get lucky. Sleeping Dragon Realm. That day, it welcomed a group of special guests. "Welcome, Dusk Palace Master," the group cheered. "Welcome, welcome," they called out in unison. A group of charming dragon descendant witches gathered upon hearing that an important person had arrived. They were all stunning, with the grace of beauties and the imposing presence of the dragon clan. On their bodies, they bore more or less the traits of the dragon clan. Some had cute little dragon horns, some had long dragon tails, all exuding a myriad of charms. Holding Levi's arm, Elena gazed intently and laughed. "Oh my, the Dusk Palace Master is truly impressive," she said. Levi shook his head. "I did not know I was this famous. This setup is so grand that people might believe a central grand wizard is visiting for inspection." Triss also followed Levi, wanting to broaden her horizons in the Sleeping Dragon realm. The Rust Dragon Wizard, in charge of reception, looked at the crowd helplessly. "Everyone, please return. The Dusk Palace Master is already committed. Don't harbor any delusions," he stated. This white-haired elder, also of the thick and thin type, unknowingly neared the 6th circle maximum level. Levi estimated that if all went well, he could break through to the 7th circle before reaching his limit. But the 7th circle should be his limit. Aiming for the 8th circle would be challenging without great fortune. In a secret realm brimming with volcanoes and lakes of lava, Levi met the Magma Dragon. This was once just an ordinary secret realm, until the Magma Dragon slept here. Under the powerful energy it exuded, it transformed into the Fire World. Levi bowed. Levi met lordly odds. The Magma Dragon glared with its bronze bell-sized eyes. "The Dragon Clan bloodline in you is so peculiar. It seems both diverse and pure, confounding me. Is this the strength of the Path of Knights?" Chapter 2288. As a level 9 expert and a member of the pure-blooded Dragon Clan, he was naturally different from others in Levi's eyes. Levi looked up at the creature, uncertain of the proper decorum. Perhaps so. He did not know how to answer, so he played it coy. The lava dragon shifted his massive frame. "Rest assured, I have no ill intentions. Just a curiosity stemming from the Dragon Clan. I heard your organization is dedicated to the breeding and studying of dragon creatures." Levi nodded. "Yes. Besides the ancient Banyan fairyland, there was also a group of the Dragon Clan in the Giant Beast Paradise, mainly to facilitate the cultivation of the dragon-type breathing technique for knights." "That is a good thing." The lava dragon exhaled a puff of smoke. "I have a dragon descendant daughter working over at Fire Dragon Skywork. I heard you are good friends with Fire Dragon Ace. Hopefully, you can ask him to take care and look after Alexandra a bit." Levi agreed without hesitation. "No problem." Perhaps the dragon had slept too long, or perhaps he was simply not adept at conversation. The lava dragon and Levi talked wherever their thoughts led them. The giant dragon sir seemed to have something on his mind, but he appeared uncomfortable saying it outright. Levi decided to be proactive. "Sir, I heard that there might be demon dragon grass in the Sleeping Dragon realm, and I want to purchase some from here." The lava dragon rumbled. "There is indeed, but not a lot. I can only give you 7 plants at most." Levi brightened at the news. "Thank you, sir. What kind of price do I need to pay?" Refining an 8-ring breakthrough potion required a whole plant of demon dragon grass. If the success rate were 100%, that would mean 7 potions. He and Elena would each get 1, and each of his 3 avatars could also claim 1. If Madame Triss was not ready, she could also receive a dose. The last one could be sold. Of course, that was the ideal situation. Demon dragon grass was just one of the materials. Collecting the rest of the ingredients was a task as difficult as reaching the sky. Demon material was easy to find, but items like the Void Treasure Pearl were hit or miss. The avatars had a long time before reaching the 8th circle, so there was no urgency for now. Moreover, there was Lady Spring water from the Blood Battle store as insurance, which also provided a decent success rate for potion making. The lava dragon stared at him. "No cost needed, just a single request. Whether to do it or not depends on you. I have an enemy named Phineas, who is a dark dragon and the great lord of Abyss Layer 67. He is also involved in the blood battle, and I want you to kill him. Of course, with your current strength, you are obviously not his match, but I see potential in you. I believe not too far in the future you can easily kill Phineas. When your strength reaches that level, if you remember today's favor, kill this guy effortlessly, and that is all." Levi considered the request. It seemed reasonable. Even if the lava dragon did not make this request, once he was strong enough, he would have hunted down Phineas anyway. This dragon abomination was the father of the dragon descendant giant corpse demon. The two of them already shared a grudge. "No problem. If I truly become as strong as you say, killing a dragon abomination is also my duty as a member of wizard civilization." The lava dragon nodded. "Good. Such words are enough. This dragon abomination is naturally cunning. To my knowledge, he has already evaded several grand wizards' joint siege. With my strength, there is no hope for revenge. Besides, do you know how to cultivate the demon dragon grass you need? Levi shook his head. I only heard that only by the path of magic dragon burying can there be hope for nurturing. Yes. The lava dragon leaned in. Demon dragon grass is a heavenly material and earthly treasure. Generally speaking, it is impossible to cultivate it artificially. But I have been concerned about the dragon ruins mysterious realm for many years and have figured out some tricks. If you follow what I say to prepare, mass production may not be possible, but cultivating enough demon dragon grass for your alchemy should not be a problem. Levi bowed in gratitude. Thank you, sir. After hundreds of years of demon hunting, he had already stockpiled plenty of flame demon potion materials. Once he possessed the demon dragon grass, he would be able to refine potions for profit. This was a potion that helped practitioners break through the seventh circle. Selling just a few could satisfy Levi's consumption for many years. This trip to the sleeping dragon realm was worth it. Alexander's father was a dragon that could be trusted. Half a year later, in the 8th level of Hell, Levi waited idly in a nether capital for the netherworld market to open. He had already visited the 7th level. By Dragonfall Valley, that bright moon-grade death artifact should be ready to be harvested in 100 years. Next time he came to Hell, he would be able to pick it. The development of the demon fox tribe and the demon elephant tribe was progressing well. This time he acquired a few soul stones, which he would distribute to 100 flowers and the 3 avatars when he returned to the human realm. Under the careful care of the witch 3 sisters and the demon fox main mother, his second brother's cultivation was unprecedentedly smooth. He was also a man of great fortune. Some time ago, while conquering the 8th level, he obtained a bright moon level body refining artifact. Its name was the Wind Sea Captive Whale. After refining it, his second brother's strength grew significantly. Although it had been less than 100 years since he rose to the 7th circle, and he did not possess a wizard tower or very strong top-grade wizard tools, he could rely solely on his own power to suppress level 7 middle-stage enemies. Regarding his second brother's future, Levi had no worries. He had a good eye for people, and he knew his second brother's achievements would not be low. The netherworld market is opened. Clatter. Vast rivers flowed across the sky dome, like the yellow river suspended upside down. Masts and sails slowly descended. Levi's figure flickered as he entered, moving like a grocery shopping madam at a market opening. All treasures were good on the 8th level, so he dared not slack off. Inside the ship, the netherworld market merchant had changed. It was one Levi had not seen before. It possessed a dog head and a slim physique. From its bulging chest armor and other characteristics, it seemed to be female. Every time he saw a group of burly men in the underworld, Levi almost thought there were no females to be found. The dog's aura was very strong, far surpassing any previous netherworld market merchant. It was likely a level 9 expert. Feeling Levi's gaze, the merchant slowly turned around and glanced at him. Levi lowered his head and browsed the items on the plaza as quickly as possible. This time he brought 1.5 billion joss paper, though it was not much since both tribes also needed development. Levi recently did not want to start a killing spree in Hell to avoid stirring too much trouble and attracting attention from the 72 pillars. After a round, he did not find the dead soil he wanted. He selected a piece of level 8 ghost skin, worth 800 million joss paper, from the precious materials of level 8 undead. It was suitable for refriging the Scarlet Shadow, as it was all negative energy. The rest were just some materials and 6th level treasures. Levi picked some and spent 400 million, partly for personal use and partly for reselling in the wizard world. Finally, following the old rule, he bought 300,000 memory blind boxes. He did not buy them for any specific purpose, just to feel the joy of lottery draws. Chapter 2289. Dark Ancient Tower. 6th Layer. Wind Spirit Tower. Kidman studied the young faces behind him. They came from all over the world, full of longing for the outside. One child asked, Grandpa Kidman, is the wizard world vast? Another added, after we leave, can we come back? A third pressed, what exactly is a heavenly venerate? Is he a god? Kidman smiled, his expression softening as he answered, you will know once you go out with the heavenly venerate. He had lived in Io for over 1,000 years, traveled to many places, and encountered countless people and things. He wondered what marvels might exist in the multidimensional plane. The sky cracked open. A black armored swordsman riding a majestic white giant tiger descended. Heavenly venerate, you have arrived, Kidman called out. Levi looked down, saying, Kidman, this time you can come with me. Kidman hesitated for a moment. Heavenly venerate, I wish to stay in Io. Levi asked, do you not want to leave? Here, you cannot advance to level 7. Kidman replied bitterly, if I leave, relying solely on those few young supreme archmages, they might not be able to suppress the black beast tide. Levi reassured him, you do not need to worry about that. I will grant them a trump card. Kidman's face lit up with joy, and he gave a grand gesture of thanks. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate. Levi could see that Kidman still wished to leave Io. With his talent, there was hope to pursue the level 7 realm. Staying in this world clearly left him feeling unwilling. Through hundreds of years of tests, Kidman's character and attitude were clear to Levi. Watching the Heavenly Venerate's departing figure, Kidman felt a surge of excitement. To a broader world, here I come. As Levi's realm and vision improved, there was nothing left on the 5th level for him to linger on. He no longer visited the early fungal plantation base, leaving it for future destined persons as their fortune. On the 6th layer, he went to the oddity place he had marked before. From then on, until the next grand opening of the ancient tower 9,000 years later. The mountains, rivers, and resource-rich lands on the first 6 layers, most of which Levi had not yet set foot on, remained for future peoples. 7th floor, St. Roland Continent, Rune Land. Time passed swiftly. This was the 100th year of the Tiankai era. 100 years ago, the ultimate saint emerged suddenly, resolving the suffering of the Rune Land beings caught between fire and water. Since then, the 3 realms and 4 lands were shaken. Armies pressed at the borders, forcing the ultimate saint. The ultimate saint single-handedly invaded the 3 realms and 4 lands. With supreme power, he subdued those rebellious alien races, flattening the giant beast-restricted area. From then on, no alien race dared to harass Rune Land again. The Thunder Marsh clan, Flame clan, and Feathered people signed diplomatic treaties that they viewed as humiliating. Henceforth, they exerted the power of their 3 clans to win the favor of the humans, promoting the growth of Rune Land. After experiencing countless years of hardship, the humans finally had a chance to breathe. Under the guidance of the ultimate saint, they remained vigilant, daring not to slack, and striving hard. Everything now relied on the ultimate saint himself. The day would eventually come when the saint would leave them. Should the saint depart, they must rely on themselves. Within a century, the teachers of Grey-White Academy set out from Rune Land to more places, searching for traces of humans. More affordable talent test papers also began to spread. This was a technology the ultimate saint obtained from the upper realm. The test paper was a seemingly ordinary, disposable white paper card, embedded with complex and mysterious runes. It only required mortals to stick it on their forehead and focus their mind. If the paper emitted a glow, it signified talent, with an accuracy rate as high as 70%. To accurately test what kind of talent, one still needed to visit the nearby schools for verification. Overall, as long as the paper continued to spread, the chances of missing wizard seedlings would become less likely. Evidence proved that the humans of Rune Land only needed a chance to develop. 100 years on, according to incomplete statistics, the number of official wizards increased by 50% compared to before. During the early reform period, numbers increased at a terrifying speed annually. It had slowed down now, but high-speed growth was still guaranteed. This is the inherent talent of humans. They may have lived a history of unchanging cycles for hundreds of thousands of years, but once the opportunity arises, they enter a period of rapid development. Before Tiankai, Rune Land was like the antiquity age of wizard civilization, chaotic, primitive, and without order, developing slowly. After Sauron appeared, the Congress was established, ending the antiquity age. Since then, the changes in wizard civilization, over 300,000 years, were more than in the entire antiquity age combined. This is an excellent quality not possessed by many inherently strong alien civilizations. Besides the growth in the number of wizards, the Rune Master system is also continuously optimized. Although they stem from wizards, they faced isolation, lack of communication, and incomplete inheritance. Their average power was about equal to that of cave wizards. The saints in the Saint Council began to improve the existing meditation art, spells, weapon making, and pharmaceutical system. They might not reach the heights of wizards, but as long as they surpass their past selves, it is enough. The past century was referred to as the Golden Century by the humans of Rune Land. Everything is getting better, and many feel like they are dreaming. Because of the weakness of the humans in the past, everyone viewed the lands outside Rune Land as restricted areas. Only a few warriors dared to explore beyond. Chapter 2290. And now, more and more explorers and adventurers are delving into the mountains and rivers of this continent. With the spread of the purification elixir, specialized beast hunting wizard teams have also begun to form. In the eyes of the powerful, black beasts are no longer a disaster, but a resource. A century of change, so much has altered. For Symbol City serves as the location of the Saint Council, and also the campus of the Grey-White Academy. The young wizards undergo military training on campus. A piercing cry shatters the sky. A green giant eagle with a wingspan of 1,000 meters soars through the air, circling above the city. Tens of thousands of green wind blades shoot out, displaying an astonishing might. A guard shouts out toward the city, warning that a level 7 black beast, a green-winged sky eagle, circles above. The order rings out to notify all saints, as a level 7 black beast leads a beast horde to attack the main city. The security of the Rune Land has improved significantly in recent years. Occasionally, however, flying black beasts still invade the Nether capital. A guard shouts that there is no need to worry. This is the holy city of the Rune Land, and even if a level 7 black beast invades, they can block it. Another wizard points toward the horizon, stating the Flame Wolf Saint now possesses level 7 peak power, and taking down this monster will be effortless. A third wizard scoffs, remarking that these black beasts truly lack self-awareness, and if they accidentally disturb the ultimate saint meditating in Four Symbols City, they are in for a rude awakening. The Four Gods barrier lights up with a roar, the 7-ring formation. The wind blade strikes, creating ripples on the barrier. The barrier shakes slightly, though it remains firm. The green giant eagle refuses to give up, transforming into a green light. It crashes into the barrier, sparking golden stars, leaving it dizzy and dazed. The water dragon saint arrives, sneering at the eagle. He proclaims that this is a 7-ring formation personally left by the ultimate saint, and asks how a beast like it could ever hope to break through. Since the more advanced city protection formation barriers were widely adopted in Rune Land, the losses brought by the black beast tides have decreased. The water dragon saint thinks back to a century ago, when a similar black beast invasion caused heavy losses to the Rune land. This is the strength of the heavenly venerate, he notes, possessing not just unfathomably high strength, but also a heart that cares for the world. He flies out, leading several level 6 saints to form an array, enclosing the green giant eagle. At the same time, city guards swarm out to battle the avian black beasts. The corpses of the black beasts fall like rain, quickly cleaned up. A group of young wizards from the Grey-White Academy also surges out, full of youthful spirit. Dazzling spells intertwine between heaven and earth. The green-winged sky eagle screeches, shooting out countless feather blades to break through the defense circle. The water dragon saint watches the giant eagle fly away, helpless. Capturing it proves difficult, as it is a level 7 mid-stage black beast. In the Rune land, only the flame wolf saint could manage such a feat. Suddenly, a furry gigantic hand appears in the void, grabbing the neck of the sky eagle. The giant hand smashes the sky eagle to the ground, revealing its form. It is a giant ape 3,000 meters tall, reaching the clouds. Its gaze remains sharp, its might intimidating, as it holds the sky eagle. The water dragon saint stares in shock. Is this the fierce ape that wreaked havoc on the merfolk a century ago? His face pales. This fierce ape possesses such powerful strength and high talent that even the merfolk king could not take it down. If it were to invade the Rune land, all the saints combined might struggle against it. Just as he prepares to call for help, a vigorous voice rings out, ordering Lopez to bring the bird over. The familiar voice fills the water dragon saint's heart with joy. Heavenly venerate, he whispers. The figure of the black armored swordsman appears. It is Levi. Catching a level 7 extraordinary giant eagle is good luck, Levi thinks. He plans to take it back and tame it as a mount for the Blood Knight. As the vice commander of the Dusk Holy Temple, a level 6 mount lacks the necessary prestige. Lopez, at level 7 peak, utterly crushes the sky eagle. The realm difference plays a part, but mainly because Lopez, as a legendary level creature, possesses exceedingly high aptitude and potential. In the same realm, its combat power remains unbeatable. Many of the top 7 circle talents in the wizard world cannot compare to Lopez. Levi grows increasingly eager for Lopez to advance to level 8. At the Saint Council meeting, the saints report their respective responsibilities and tasks to Levi at the round table. The progress over this past century leaves Levi satisfied. He presents meditation, cultivation, medicine, and other cultivation resources as rewards. To him, these remain trivial things. Yet the saints treat them like supreme treasures, expressing their immense gratitude to Levi with wide smiles. Levi notes that the Flame Wolf Saint has reached level 7 peak. He estimates that in a few hundred years, the saint could advance to level 8, provided the advancement is successful. By then, the situation for humans will improve greatly. Even without Levi's protection, alien races will not dare invade lightly. The seats in the Saint Council have increased to 18. In the past century, several new saints have emerged. In a millennium, if luck permits, 1 or 2 more level 8 saints might be born, solidifying the ceiling of human power in Rune land. Later, if exceptionally talented individuals advance to level 8 late stage or peak, Levi can take them away. In this world, the level cap is level 8. To reach level 9, one must go outside. Such individuals capable of advancing to level 9 remain incredibly rare finds. Given the population base of Rune land, producing one in several thousand years would be fortunate. Within this century, the Grey-White Academy recruited nearly 100 wizard seedlings from across the region. Most possess triclass, dual-class affinity, or special talents. Chapter 2291. The Children of the Elements also number 3. There is one of earth, one of storm, and one of lightning. Levi devised a small trial to select the best among the good, and he chose some to take with him. The rest would remain in Rune land for development. Not being taken by Levi does not mean they lack talent. Levi also needed to leave some good seeds for Rune land. Moreover, some people might lack talent, but possess great fortune. Levi could not take such people with him. After all, tests can only measure talent, not fortune. The Ice Realm is one of the 3 realms. Have you heard? The Ultimate Saint has appeared again. What? It is a good thing we did not send out our troops. This Ultimate Saint is so cunning, pretending to disappear to lure us into a trap. Sigh, from now on, we can only keep a low profile. Our White Bear tribe has never been this humiliated before. A group of brawny White Bear tribesmen draped in frost armor stood in the council hall. The White Bear tribe possessed strong bodies, and could command the power of frost and snow. They had bare heads and human bodies, with fierce appearances that were not to be trifled with. They were a fierce people, and they did not have good relations with the feathered people. What are we afraid of? No matter how strong the Ultimate Saint is, he is only one person. Our White Bear tribe has roamed the St. Roland continent for so long. There were once stronger races than us, and in the end, were we not the ones who laughed last? At most, we could isolate ourselves for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, that Ultimate Saint might not even be around unless he advances to the 9th level realm. That makes sense. These White Bear tribe powerhouses debated fiercely. Big trouble. The Ultimate Saint is here. What? A White Bear tribe member, possessing an 8th level aura and towering 100 meters tall, widened his eyes. His name was Aud, and the tribe nicknamed him the White King. Where has he reached? The grand doors of the council hall collapsed with a crash. A black armored swordsman arrived with sword in hand, countless shadows like evil spirits trailing behind him. The menacing aura warped the void itself. Seems you all were discussing me. Levi smiled. In the council hall, the white bears stood silent as the grave. No, no. The ultimate saint has come from afar. Please, take a seat. The White King put on a smile. What brings the ultimate saint to our barren land? Levi stabbed Excalibur into the ground. Previously, what did you Ice Realm folks do in our rune land? Have you forgotten? Do not play dumb. Levi tossed a contract onto the table. Check the contents above, and if there is no issue, swear on my sword. The White King forcefully held back his anger and picked up the contract. After reading the text, his vitality surged, and he nearly lost his temper on the spot. Suddenly, a hand pulled him back. It was a mother white bear, with a child still in her arms. Fine, I will sign this treaty. Not long after, the Ice Realm also issued a statement. Its content did not differ much from that of the Lightning Pool earlier. Both required offering sufficient resources and allowing humans to venture into the Ice Realm once every 100 years for exploration and training. Besides that, in the event of a major crisis in Rune Land, they were obligated to offer aid. The fourth major power also declared submission. With the previously subdued giant beast restricted area, 5 of the 7 clans had been pacified. In the face of absolute power, everything is empty. Under the threat of death, nothing can be left uncompromised. In the heart of the Ice Realm, there is a cold cave. An unending chill wind emanated from here. Legend says a monster lived here. The monster was named Red King Typhon. He had once been the top genius of the White Bear tribe, and the White King's younger brother. The White Bear tribe always had white fur since ancient times. Only he was born with ominous red fur, red as blood. The tribe's elders all said this was a bad omen that would bring misfortune to the clan, and they suggested execution. But the Red King had extraordinary talent, and the White King did not want to kill his own brother. 2,000 years later, the Red King ascended rapidly to the 8th level realm. He stood among the White Bear tribe as an unparalleled genius of monstrous talent. He was equivalent in status to today's Levi. The White Bear tribe delighted in his success, and the White King felt pleased. The seer's prophecy of misfortune had not come to pass. The Red King grew up healthy and caused no calamity to the White Bear tribe. They even dreamed of the Red King leading the White Bear tribe to greatness again. But unexpectedly, not long after reaching the 8th level, one night, the Red King lost his mind and frantically attacked everything around him. That day, the Ice Realm flowed with rivers of blood. The entire tribe struggled greatly, and the White King's father, an 8th level powerhouse, sacrificed his life to suppress and imprison the Red King in this cold cave, sealed with extreme cold power. They initially wanted to kill the Red King, but the seer said it was too late to kill him now. It is better to spare the Red King's life. If in the future the White Bear tribe faces a great tribulation, he might be of use. Soon after, the seer passed away. Levi heard this story from the White King. After signing the treaty, he searched for opportunities in the Ice Realm. Jin led him to this place. This indicated that there should be a treasure inside. But Levi sensed a strange danger pulsing from below, and he inquired with the White King. The White King initially wanted to conceal the truth, luring the ultimate saint inside. Maybe he could use the sealed Red King to kill him. Chapter 2292. He struggled with the fear that the ultimate saint might escape and retaliate against the White Bear clan. After much deliberation, he decided to tell the truth. The cold intensified, marking the source of the danger. A giant beast lay dormant on the empty extreme cold square. The creature stood massive, rivaling Lopez in size, and appeared completely different from the rest of the White Bear clan. Its face resembled a bear and an ape, a strange sight, with long arms and sharp claws. Ice pillars pierced its limbs, pinning it in place. A ferocious aura radiated from the beast, marking it as no ordinary creature. Is this a white bear? How could the White King parents produce such a genetically mutated monster? The White King gestured toward the beast. When it was young, it looked similar to us white bears, except for the fur color, but as it grew, it became weirder. Levi pondered for a moment. He swung his sword, shattering the pillars pinning the Red King. The giant beast, dormant for a millennium, woke suddenly. It opened its violent red eyes. The White King gripped his weapon. My brother is incredibly strong. An ordinary level 8 is no match. Sir, be careful. If you get hurt, do not say I did not warn you. Levi sheathed his blade. Of course, I will not blame you. The last seal lifted. Rumble. The Red King stood upright and roared at Levi. A foul stench spread through the air. The temperature inside the cold cave rose significantly. The Red King raised its palm, swatting at the tiny human. Blazing flames swept forward. Levi stood still, his right arm muscles bulging as golden light shone brightly. Boom. With a punch, the fiery giant palm shattered. The Red King form became unstable, thrown sideways by the residual waves of the mighty force. Behind Levi, the 9-colored emperor appeared, wielding a sword to attack the Red King. Innate spells and primordial soul spells bombarded the creature in succession. Half a day later, the Red King lay on the ground, panting, unable to fight any longer. Sealed for 1,000 years, its essence was greatly depleted and unable to replenish itself. It was no match for Levi. The White King let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I did not act impulsively. Acting in bravado could have doomed the entire White Bear clan and harmed everyone. Levi had the Emperor break the Red King limbs and instructed Leon to inject venom. He used spell restrictions to completely seal the Red King powers. The Black Soul Demon Tower flew out and captured the Red King. Inside the tower, A terrifying grand array composed of countless undead powers waited. Under heavy restraints, the Red King would not escape for a long time. Levi could not identify the monster despite his extensive knowledge. However, he knew the current Red King did not belong to the White Bear clan. Regardless, Levi planned to take it back for thorough research. Seeing his brother being taken away, the White King spoke. "Sir, what do you plan to do with it?" Levi turned to the beast. "Rest assured, I do not intend to take its life. I am here to redeem it." The White King hesitated for a moment. "All right, if my brother can still be saved, I hope you save his life." After interacting for some time, he felt that this ultimate saint was not as vicious as the outside world rumored. He kept his promises. Those alien races who signed contracts, as long as they did not violate the terms, found that he truly did not cause more trouble. On the principle of equality, Levi took some treasures from the White Bear clan. He then hurried to the Golden Ruins realm. He still had places to visit. The Red King was just an unexpected gain. Golden Ruins realm. The Golden Emperor clan lived here. This powerful humanoid alien race naturally manipulated metals. The clan leader was a woman, slim and curvaceous. Her body shimmered with luxurious golden scales and a metallic texture. That day, she and numerous clansmen waited at the entrance of the Golden Ruins realm. According to information, the White Bear clan had recently submitted and formed an unequal treaty. One subdued, for captured. It highlighted the ultimate saint's formidable power. She remained mentally prepared, having readied gifts. Soon after, the black armored swordsman descended. "It seems everyone has been waiting for some time." Tefina bowed respectfully. "I am Tefina, the current master of the Golden Ruins realm. We are willing to forge an eternal alliance with Runeland, to look after each other from now on, for generations to come." Levi smiled. "Thank you, clan leader." Strength made everything easier. Avoiding force was naturally best. After finishing business matters, Tefina smiled lightly. "The ultimate saint has been traveling a lot. You must be tired. Why not come inside for a moment? Let us give you a warm welcome. The beauties of our Golden Emperor clan, in your human eyes, should also be of exceptional beauty." Levi adjusted his grip on his sword. "That will not be necessary. I still have things to attend to. I will not impose." He glanced at the gift Tefina prepared. It was sincere and contained exactly what he needed. The woman had done her homework in advance. She was meticulous. Heartsea, Merfolk Palace. "Aside from us, the other 5 have surrendered?" "Yes, your majesty. This group has no backbone. They usually act so proud, but when they encounter danger, they all surrender." "Exactly. Report. The ultimate saint has arrived." "What?" The Merfolk King jumped up from the throne. He adjusted his crown and grabbed the double trident embedded in the floor beside him. In the square, a figure gazed at the towering blue pillar. It was Levi. Behind him, a giant ape as tall as a mountain stood. It was Lopez. Chapter 2293. The Merfolk King's heart skipped a beat. The king gestured toward the captive. "Is that not the fierce ape?" The king had exhausted much effort to capture it, but failed. Now, the ultimate saint claimed the beast. The king turned his gaze to the saint. "Ultimate saint, explain your presence in our Merfolk Palace." Levi tapped the base of the pillar with his scabbard. "This pillar looks nice. What if I pull it out?" The Merfolk King stood stunned for a moment before a laugh erupted from his throat. "If you possess the confidence, proceed." The king shifted his weight. Nerves tightened in his chest. Could this man truly remove it? The pillar originated from the god of creation. Its removal might necessitate the relocation of the entire palace. "I am only teasing. Sign the treaty, and I shall depart immediately." Levi laughed. He lacked the strength to extract it presently. Patience remained the better option, until the Crimson Emperor Dragon reached level 8. To fail now would be humiliating before this gathering of alien races. "Very well, I shall sign." The Merfolk King sighed. The members of the Merfolk Palace stood frozen in shock. The king had previously dismissed the other 5 treaties as humiliating. How could he pivot so quickly to surrender? The black-armored swordsman's figure faded into the distance. The Merfolk King slumped, feeling the weight of the moment. The great fate of the 3 realms and 4 lands had reached its conclusion. These ancient beings, the pinnacle of the St. Roland continent, had prided themselves on their status. This human, however, shattered their illusion with a single longsword. "Does anyone know the name of the ultimate saint?" a guard whispered. "No idea. The information is missing." The Merfolk King realized the truth then. From start to finish, the ultimate saint remained a mystery. He appeared out of thin air, like a mechanical divinity descended. No build-up, no prelude. He simply swept everything away. 1 month passed. The Golden Ruins and Merfolk Palace released successive announcements, declaring an alliance with Runeland. In the 100th year of the Tiankai era, Runeland secured the advantage. The 3 realms and 4 lands became relics of the past. An era belonging to humans arrived. The man responsible for the upheaval vanished from sight. Countless years later, individuals born in the new era might struggle to believe the history. The nameless, faceless ultimate saint altered the trajectory of the age history book. With the 3 realms and 4 lands resolved, 6 months remained. Levi and Jin embarked on a treasure hunt. He rode a white tiger, galloping across the expanse of the St. Roland continent. 6 months passed. The ancient dragon continent sat beneath the sky. At the back mountain of the Dusk Holy Temple, wind elemental power surged, churning across dozens of miles. Dark clouds gathered in layers, concealing a massive entity. The Fire Dragon Knight and Black Knight, along with other level 6 knights, rushed forward to safeguard the Blood Knight during his tribulation. Even the Flower Knight, occupied with hunting demons on the godforsaken continent, initiated a projection live stream to allow everyone to watch the battle remotely. She lacked only a small margin to reach the late stage of level 6, making this an ideal opportunity for observation. Today held significant importance. Aside from the commander, who defied common sense, the second level 7 expert from the Dusk Holy Temple might emerge. He must succeed, the Fire Dragon Knight muttered. Trust the Blood Knight, the Black Knight added. He remains steady and avoids uncertain tasks. Is everything being recorded? Another voice asked. Watching the commander ascend previously left them dazed. His hexagonal attributes allowed him to prevail through sheer force alone. It offered little applicable guidance. Watching the Blood Knight provided a clearer perspective. This was how a standard tribulation unfolded. Within the dark clouds, a golden hast eagle phantom emerged. The Blood Knight wielded a cyan, shark-toothed sword as blood chi surged around him. His form mirrored the hast eagle, clashing against the mere giant eagle in the sky. He had cultivated the eagle divine scripture and other combat techniques to the transformation realm. This bloodline divine weapon, crafted from level 7 elemental metal, and nurtured for hundreds of years, achieved the state of man and sword as one. Every movement flowed with precision. The Fire Dragon Knight watched intently. The Blood Knight does not display his power for show, yet his true strength remains formidable. A full effort would place him in the top 30 of the 7th level demon slaying list. The Divine Light Knight nodded. Indeed, his sense of responsibility often overshadows his own brilliance. We share the same realm, yet standing before the Blood Knight feels like my first day as a knight, meeting this elder. The Black Knight reminisced. Before I achieved fame, the Blood Knight was already a quasi-knight ranger, admired by thousands in the mortal world. Legends of him exist everywhere. It remains difficult to imagine how a mortal rookie held on to his true heart under the erosion of Blood Clan power. As the second eldest of the Dusk Holy Temple, he shared the longest history with the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight defeated the Mia shortly thereafter. Having faced the Mia during his level 6 advancement, he possessed the necessary experience to bypass the first stage with minimal effort. Next, he faced beings of endurance, tests of stamina, resilience, and will. The Sky Messenger Swallow, Heavenly Horse, and Sky Patrol Hound manifested one by one. The Blood Knight, face set in determination, drew a ragged breath before charging into the fray again. The watching knights broke into a sweat, their emotions rising and falling with the battle. They sensed the Heavenly Horse posed the greatest threat. Chapter 2294. The Heavenly Horse is a proud creature, adorned with a silver horn on its forehead, and covered with pure white scales all over its body. Gods of the astral world love to capture heavenly horses as their mounts, to travel across the realms, symbolizing their unrivaled valor. At the beginning, the Heavenly Horse completely dominated the Blood Knight in battle. Its iron hooves struck down, sending the Blood Knight flying repeatedly, spitting blood, already significantly injured. The Blood Knight's eyes blurred, his whole body covered in blood, his momentum uncertain. The Blood Knight steeled himself. Victory is near. Hold on, Blood Knight. Go for it. The Sky Patrol Hound howled. A final sword swing shattered it. The blood tribulation passed completely. Everyone cheered. As long as the dark tribulation ended, the rest would fall into place. The Blood Knight stroked his slightly cracked divine weapon. He drank a potion that rapidly healed severe wounds and restored stamina. The Dusk Holy Temple and the Tower of Dawn jointly developed it. It cost a fortune. For a near level 7 expert, it allowed a quick recovery. Normally, one only takes it during a tribulation, or a life or death crisis. Suddenly, the Thousand Illusion Knight and the Fire Dragon Knight slashed their swords into the void. Who is sneaking around, hiding there? Sword chi swept across, tearing open the void. A slightly embarrassed figure stumbled out. There is actually a secondary Blood Clan aura in this place. A noble man stood there, wearing a tailcoat, his hands clasped behind his back, his face pale. The Blood River will had massively infiltrated Nora, awakening many slumbering Blood Clan powerhouses. Dracula went by that name. It descended upon Nora ages ago, once a level 7 Blood Clan powerhouse. As the leader of the Nora Blood Clan at that time, it fell to a saint of the Church of the Seven Nations. After the Blood Clan's defeat, it went into a deep slumber in the abyss of the outer sea, sealed its life force, and entered hibernation. Time passed, and when it woke, the sea and field had changed dramatically. Passing by, it sensed a trace of Blood Clan aura, and with ghostly curiosity, it came to check. Unexpectedly, it saw a secondary Blood Clan member with level 7 strength. It thought its eyes deceived it. It remembered that even a level 1 was not considered for a secondary Blood Clan member. And what was with all these people dressed as knights, several with level 6 strength? What year is it today? Dracula, upon being discovered, felt no panic. With its strength, it could leave whenever it wanted. It extended a hand, politely speaking. Sir, the Blood God has returned, and the Blood River will is about to sweep this land. Join us. The Fire Dragon Knight spoke coldly. Should we kill this Blood Clan? He did not fear a level 7 Blood Clan, but he worried about affecting the Blood Knight's tribulation. From the current situation, the Blood Knight's dark tribulation happened to be this passing Blood Clan. The Black Knight shook his head. He sighed. All things have their trajectory. This is the Blood Knight's own tribulation. Believe in him. He also needs to completely sever the last ties from now on. The Blood Knight laughed. Sir, you have mistaken me. I am human. He did not hurry to act, instead planning to take this opportunity to recover some strength. Dracula sneered. It drew a blood-red longsword, transformed into a bloodlight, and attacked the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight took a deep breath, his unyielding fighting spirit burning. After a fierce battle, Dracula sensed something wrong. This person stood strong. He had just advanced, his realm not yet stabilized, yet he steadily suppressed the attacks. This person possessed powerful level 7 treasures for protection. Dracula's speed advantage vanished. It planned to escape, yet it found the Blood Knight brandished another level 7 treasure, a golden rope resembling the binding immortal rope. Levi had collected this treasure across the 3 realms and 4 lands, leaving it for the knights during their tribulation. During the previous blood tribulation, the Blood Knight had not even used it for a perfect pass. The dark tribulation mattered little. Dracula, who came to watch, inexplicably became a stepping stone for the Blood Knight's tribulation, meeting his end. In its death, it could not understand why it had allowed itself to be drawn into this chaos. The Blood Knight opened his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. Is this the power of the mythical level breathing method? I can understand the commanders bit by bit now. No wonder there are 2 supernovas in this era. One is the commander, and the other is others, for he has several mythical breathing skills as well as wizard cultivation. The Blood Knight transformed. He became a giant beast with an eagle's head, a swan's neck, a horse's body, and the feet of a hound. Golden wings with a wingspan of 1,000 meters spread out, majestic and dignified, scales shimmering with luster, white as jade. The Thousand Illusion Knight stood stunned. Such a handsome mythical creature. The Fire Dragon Knight chimed in. I wonder what name the Blood Knight will give it. The Black Knight asked excitedly. Have you finished your tribulation? I want to go over to hug you. You are so strong. The Blood Knight laughed heartily. I have successfully ascended to level 7. This breathing method, let us name it the Jade Kylan breathing method. The Golden Lion Knight spoke thoughtfully. Kylan, is it the auspicious beast the commander dreamed of before and introduced to us? It does not look much like it, but its temperament and character suit you. Jade Kylan Anderson, haha. That is what we will call you from now on. Emperor Mew shouted. Whether Jade Kylan or Iron Kylan, if it can fight, that is all that matters. Let us go. Such a great event deserves a celebration. Soon after, Levi returned from the ancient tower, laden with rewards. He had already learned of this great event through the round table. Good, good, keep up the effort. Jade Kylan, huh. The name is okay too. The name gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, always making him dream back to the song Hero's Song from his past life. As the first one to ascend to level 7, rewards followed. Levi produced a piece of silver armor, a level 7 treasure from the Dragon King's treasury, the silver wind armor. Moreover, after the green-winged sky eagle and others were purified, they would serve as mounts for the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight bowed. Thank you, Commander, for the gift. Levi nodded. You have also reached level 7. I think you can consider finding a companion. The Blood Knight smiled. I will consider it. I have finally carved out a path of mythical bloodline. I must leave something behind for future generations, so that my descendants can start at a higher point in their cultivation years later. Since the moment he created this bloodline, Jade Kylan existed in the world. The descendants of the Blood Knight would not have to endure the grueling path he had, or undergo countless dark tribulations. He acted as the guide and pioneer of this path of the bloodline. Levi agreed. I think so too. Our generation has endured so much hardship. It would be a pity if we cannot pass it on. Only having the old with no newcomers, the Dusk Holy Temple would not last long either. Chapter 2295. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi released the Black Soul Demon Tower. The Red King remained asleep inside. Leon's venom was potent. During this period, he extracted some of the Red King's bloodline. Comparative analysis experiments revealed the bloodline relation between the Red King and the White Bear clan to be very distant. One could say they were 2 different species. The Red King originated from White Bear clan parents. There existed no signs of infidelity. The situation remained unexpected. Lopez returned from training in the nightmare world. He stood before the master, who remained focused on researching the Red King. Master, my imagination might be playing tricks, but I feel a sense of closeness to this creature. Levi nodded. Indeed. The body possesses a legendary giant ape bloodline factor in a considerable concentration. However, it does not match any discovered legendary giant apes in the wizard world. It is an offspring of 2 White Bear clan members. It should not possess giant ape bloodline. Lopez lowered his voice. I recall a legend of a giant ape of the fire element. Perhaps it is the Red King. Levi fixed his gaze on Lopez. Tell me about it. Lopez recounted a legend from his childhood. Within the giant apes, an extremely mysterious being known as the Calamity Fire Demon Ape exists. This demon ape remains extremely powerful even among legendary creatures. It controls the ominous fire of calamity. Those who come into contact with this flame become unfortunate. The Calamity Fire Demon Ape grows extremely fast, possessing abilities beyond comprehension. But it seems cursed, living at most for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, it will die. Legendary creatures, being extremely rare, are mostly longevity species. The lifespan of the giant ape clan cannot compare to the dragon clan, the turtle clan, or the shell clan. Living for 10,000 years is extremely short-lived. Level 9 experts of the short-lived human race can live approximately 6,000 years. Some grand wizards, if they master life extension methods, can live even longer. Thus, the demon ape appears quite anomalous. It lives for at most 10,000 years, and upon reaching the time limit, it inevitably dies. However, the demon ape does not truly die. It is reborn in another form. In a certain sense, it possesses immortality capabilities, similar to the ash dragon. However, it is born from within another living being. Levi thought for a moment. Based on your description, this seems possible. It brings calamity. I will test whether my fortune is stronger, or its calamity. Such vague legends cannot be fully trusted. Before meeting Lopez, many claimed the water disaster giant ape brought calamity. Levi remained completely unaffected. On the contrary, his fortune grew stronger over the years. This demon ape's rebirth appearing in the body of another species is fascinating. The White King once said the Red King in its youth appeared as a member of the normal white bear clan. As time progressed, it grew more peculiar, eventually resembling something between a bear and an ape. Levi estimated that once it grows to level 9, it will again change to the form of a demon ape. In the multidimensional plane, anything exists. Such peculiar means of reproduction occur. This Red King, unlike Lopez, cannot communicate normally. Levi planned to suppress it for now. He would use the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique to enslave it once he reached level 8. A pleasant surprise. I have abducted another legendary creature. Water Disaster Giant Ape, Calamity Fire Demon Ape, and Emperor Muse Holy Giant Ape. Among the 4 major factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, I have collected 3 types of legendary giant apes. It seems the land of darkness, which nurtures life, also prefers neatness. Wind apes, thunder apes, ice apes, and golden apes likely exist, but they are unfortunately rare and hard to come by. Not long after, Levi completed the inventory of this ancient tower expedition's gains. The basic ores, herbs, and materials, essential for cultivation, need not be mentioned. They are quite abundant. For the high-level items, he kept them for his own use. The relatively ordinary ones were stored in the various organizations' treasuries for members to exchange. For his current realm, there were not many treasures worth mentioning. From the White Bear clan, he obtained a considerable number of frost element ores. Level 6 frost iron, Level 7 frost iron, and Level 8 extreme cold holy gold. Everything was available. They conveniently saved a lot of costs as the Holy Infant was collecting frost heavenly materials and earthly treasures for refining the Wizard Tower. Once the Holy Infant's ice and fire tower is renovated, its combat power will not be inferior to that of Lord Victor, who possesses the Heavenly Star Sword formation. The alluring woman from the Golden Emperor clan gifted Levi with a level 8 exotic treasure. It was named Night Cloak and had 3 functions. First, the ability to travel through the void over long distances, capable of instant teleportation 20,000 miles away. Second, the ability to conceal the user's aura and form. Even level 8 peak perception would not notice it without a careful search. Third, when used at night, it slightly enhances the user's physical attributes in all aspects. Overall, this is an excellent treasure for escape and ambush. Levi already mastered various terrain escape methods. He owned a silver carriage, hermit runes, and other means. This cloak was not very useful to him. With the previous example of Soraya, Levi had some concerns about 100 Flowers. He planned to give this treasure to 100 Flowers. This way, 100 Flowers' life-preserving ability in demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent would be significantly enhanced. There were many good things at the Merfolk Palace, just like at the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Besides sending a level 7 exotic treasure for the Blood Knight, there were more than 10 level 6 exotic treasures. Chapter 2296. The Merfolk Palace collected these rare items from the Heart Sea and the St. Roland continent. The organizations used the treasures to enrich their treasure vaults. Levi added a special piece of metal to his collection. A fist-sized, irregular blue meteorite drifted in the air. Anomalies surrounded the rock. Space distorted vaguely around it, proof of its extraordinary nature. Like rest soil, this piece served as a 9th-level material. The world calls it Hyger's gold. A grand wizard named Hyger discovered the chunk. Despite its small size, it weighs 10,000 tons. It serves as an excellent material for refining a divine soul artifact. However, its level remains too high, and Levi cannot handle it with his current methods. In the sea near the ancient dragon continent, he also hid a 9th-level blood angel feather. On his person, he carried 2 pieces of 9th-level demon dragon scales, obtained from the key to the dragon ruins' mysterious realm. These were all 9th-level materials. Finally, from the 3 major alien races, he collectively acquired 126 truth oddities, encompassing most sections. Among these, 112 rank as Earth and Skygrade oddities. Additionally, 13 rank as Morning Star level oddities, with only 1 Bright Moon artifact. These 2 hauls by Levi caused the 3 realms and 4 lands to bleed extensively. Earth oddities need no mention, as they hold little utility for Levi or his 3 avatars. He simply had everyone pick a few that might birth a promising special spiritual creature, hoping for luck. All others went into the treasury. For a long period moving forward, the organization need not worry about lacking good items for exchange among its members. An organization without background cannot attract individuals. Among the Skygrade oddities, some appeared relatively special. These include the Cold King's Beard, the Cold King's Breath, the Flame King's Eyes, and the Wind King's Call. All belong to the King-level sequence artifacts that the Holy Infant and Gondef have already refined. According to the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, both the Cold King and Flame King series consist of 5 parts. Once refined, the Holy Infant's Flame King and Cold King sequences would each be complete with just 1 more sequence oddity. The Cold King series still lacks the Heart of Cold King, a Morning Star level oddity. The Flame King series still lacks the Flame King's ring, a sky-grade oddity. Similarly, Gondopha's Wind King series also misses one. For sequence oddities, once the main higher-level items are exchanged, their function nears completion. However, those with obsessive tendencies can deliberately collect them all. Regarding their realm, these do not count as advanced or expensive oddities. There exists little to say about the Morning Star level oddities. Levi chose the Water God's Song and gifted it to 100 Flowers. This Sapphire Truth oddity, shaped like earrings, came from the Merfolk Palace. Previously, the Water God's Ode served as a ring, and the Water God's Lament as a brooch. Upon refining, it can also enhance the Water God body of 100 Flowers. The Bright Moon artifact appears as a jet black bead. It exudes a thick, dark, and sinister aura of negative energy. The truth runes on its surface form clusters of twinkling, densely packed eyes. Like the previous Immortal Dream Butterfly, this oddity lies beyond the scope of the illustrated guide of strange items. Levi searched through all the documents in the wizard world, but failed to identify the object. He could only ascertain it is an extremely rare dark faction oddity. Levi previously refined negative energy oddities from the shadow or death factions. Oddities like darkness, blood, or nightmare, he had never encountered before. In the Wizard Council's War Merit store, such faction oddities remained unavailable. He suspected these oddities produce rarely. On the other hand, the Congress likely perceives these factions to harbor inherent issues. The Dark Faction, once a major producer of legendary wizards, declined along with historical developments, much like the Bright Faction. The most crucial reason traces back to the Asta Rebellion event long ago. Asta, the so-called Dark Wizard Emperor, who claimed himself the son of Chaos and Chaos City Lord, served as a legendary wizard of the Dark Faction. He betrayed the Wizard Council to pursue eternal life. He joined the Lord of Chaos camp, ignited the divine fire, reshaped his body, and became one of the evil gods under its banner. He took part in the previous 5-sector expedition. He did not defect alone. He led a large group of Dark Faction wizards to switch allegiance. Many wizards abandoned the pursuit of truth, which they had strived for over hundreds of years, in a moment. They chose to believe in the Lord of Chaos and entered the God realm. That incident brought direct and indirect influences. Therefore, upon Levi's arrival in this world, he found that the Bright and Dark factions, which he thought powerful, were actually third-rate. The currently prominent Black Sun Adam also dual-cultivates in the Burning and Dark factions. Levi hesitated about refining this oddity. He practiced Dark faction spells himself, and found no problems. Forget it. I will consider it after the 8th circle. Refining it now seems wasteful. The Bright Moon artifact can also greatly enhance spiritual force, but Levi reached his upper limit. In the final blind box session, Levi gained several 6th-circle spells and combat techniques, plus a 7th-level combat skill, named the Dawn Battle Manual. This skill serves as a legacy combat skill from the Golden Pheasant clan. Levi deemed it suitable for the Pheasant Knight, so he had him go study it. The result proved that his luck remained as dependable as ever. Chapter 2297. Time flew by. 3 years passed. It was the year 620 of the Nora era, and the 406th year of the Blood Battle. The talents Levi brought from the Dark Ancient Tower had gradually acclimated to the new world. Kidman joined the Tower of Dawn as a professor. Though he followed the Supreme Archmage path, he shared the same origin as the wizard. High above, guiding that group of children posed no issue. Recently, the Tower of Dawn birthed a primordial soul wizard named Heartmoon Spirit Witch Natasha. Levi did not recognize her. She was not one of the talents from the children of the elements he nurtured, nor did she possess any special talent. Natasha was merely ordinary with double affinity, relatively unremarkable. She was one of the original elder members of the Tower of Dawn still living. At the age of 800, she finally broke through to primordial soul. To Levi's surprise, Natasha cultivated the School of Dreams. Due to owning the Nightmare World and part of the Dreamland Steeple inheritance, Levi supported the development of the School of Dreams. But no primordial soul wizard had emerged from it. In fact, the entire wizard world lacked many primordial soul wizards from the School of Dreams. Many high-level members knew of the tragic plight of Dreamland Steeple. Regarding the Nightmare World, they maintained a respectful distance. Even the legendary wizards remained particularly cautious. The Nightmare World was too overpowering. It was a terrifying place that rivaled the Abyss. The Abyss sent only part of its forces during the Blood Battle, yet it made Nora suffer considerably. If the Nightmare World accidentally emerged, it would bring disaster upon the world. Levi, due to the proficiency panel, acquired the formidable abilities of the Nightmare Lord by chance. Otherwise, he would not dare to mingle in the Nightmare World. Now, the promotion of the Heartmoon Spirit Witch to Primordial Soul was good news. Levi called her alone for a conversation. The Heartmoon Spirit Witch was a mature, charismatic, middle-aged beauty. She placed her hands on her slender, beautiful legs, and her floral long skirt cascaded to the ground. Being so close to a legendary figure in the wizard world for the first time made her heart race. Lord, I believe that now the research in the School of Dreams mostly focuses on illusions, memory, and less on practical combat. Since the Shadow School of Thought can summon shadow creatures, and the School of Death can summon hell creatures, perhaps our School of Dreams can also pursue summoning. We can call forth those nightmare creatures to fight for us. Levi gestured for her to drink tea. The Heartmoon Spirit Witch took a sip of heart-cleansing tea. Thank you, Lord. Wow, what is this tea? After drinking, she felt refreshed. Her thoughts processed efficiently. She could not resist contemplating a meditation. Her whole being turned translucent. It was incredible. Levi replied calmly. What you said, I have also considered. It is indeed a direction. But the nightmare world is different from the shadow world and hell. It is deeper and filled with the unknown. This aspect of research worries me. It is like the dreamland steeple inadvertently opening a magic box, bringing danger to the wizard world. The Heart Moon Spirit Witch said. Indeed. I am also hesitating about this. Levi replied. Of course, if you can find a way to make the summoning range more precise, for example, summoning our own nightmare creatures from the Black Dragon territory, then this issue would not exist. Levi could bring some nightmare creatures into reality, but he could not do this all day. Therefore, if it were possible for ordinary wizards of the School of Dreams to summon creatures from the Black Dragon territory, it would be worthwhile for the ancient dragon continent. Currently, the Black Dragon territory was a dominant power in the Blood Rain realm. So far, there had been no warfare. Those nightmare creatures remained idle. Moreover, with the production of nightmare mother trees, there was no fear of these wizards exterminating the nightmare creatures. Natasha's eyes shone with delight and excitement. Yes, I understand. I now have a direction for my research. Natasha stood up, finished the tea, bid farewell to Levi, and hurriedly left. She is quite a talent. I can focus on and invest in her next. It is best to find a way to set her up with one of the bachelors among the 18 riders. Maybe it could result in more excellent offspring. That Blood Knight cannot be alone forever. In the future, when conditions allow, I will hold some networking gatherings. After finishing the tea, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique approached the maximum. Those witch marks which had not reached perfection were continually being polished. The last spells he learned, especially the unreachable, were extremely difficult. To achieve complete perfection of 27 witch marks, he estimated it would require another 60 years. Thus, in recent years, he started focusing on the Crimson Emperor Dragon. First, he would advance this most important breathing technique to level 8. Of course, he must also start preparing the breakthrough potion. This time, he could not rely on Triss. The Black Abyss Walker was a legendary wizard. Bothering such a significant figure for a small fry like Kara was not right. After much consideration, he could only go to Miss Lucy. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, a valley lay entirely surrounded by arrays. Below lay 3 level 6 demon dragon skeletons and a plethora of bizarre materials. Levi had also started attempting the demon dragon grass cultivation method provided by the lava dragon earlier. Chapter 2298. For this, he auctioned off some demon dragon skeletons at a high price on the black market. These bones were already stripped of flesh, likely having had their bloodline crystals extracted. However, for cultivating demon dragon grass, having the demon dragon bones is sufficient. Although these bones are also decent material for weapons refinement, compared to the value of demon dragon grass, they are negligible. According to the lava dragon's statement, such items as demon dragon grass can be relatively easily found in the abyss. To avoid being choked by the scarcity of demon dragon grass, I will independently cultivate some, while also having the succubus help me find it in the abyss. Over the years, under Levi's relentless nurturing, the growth of the mind flayers and succubus has been rapid. They have both reached level 6 peak power, not far from level 7. Actually, he could directly enslave more advanced demons, but those two have been with him for so long, there is a bit of nostalgia. Anyway, they do not need to execute any arduous tasks, and their cultivation requirements are not high. Nurturing them himself is also a kind of joy. Next, he wandered through other cave heaven-blessed lands, with 80 and long, both flourishing remarkably well. Even the slowest growing iron tree has unknowingly reached 40 jong high. Under normal circumstances, an iron tree grows a jong every 100 years, which takes 4,000 years of growth. It has been less than 1,000 years following Levi. When the iron tree blooms and bears fruit, the body refining sect of the Tower of Dawn will usher in a takeoff. Rumble. Before leaving the fairyland, a fluctuation of elemental power surged in the direction of the quicksand sea. Bo Gang. Levi's heart lifted and he flashed over. There, an earth-toned giant several hundred meters tall held a great sword rare treasure, fighting against a nameless god's shadow hidden behind the calamity clouds. It was indeed Bo Gang. He had been following Levi for nearly 1,000 years, finally reaching level 6. As a genuine mountain giant, his journey was smooth, only the timeline was a bit long. Still, it is much faster than something like the dragon turtle. Purebred giants, although unlike purebred dragons that surely reach level 9 in maturity, the average standard is above level 6. Giants are gregarious creatures, they are more numerous than dragons. Some dragons never meet their kind in a lifetime. Bo Gang himself is also a rare giant wizard, with a pretty good elemental affinity talent. However, this time he is going through the giant's tribulation. In such a cave heaven-blessed land, his growth speed is already much better than his wild kin. Bo Gang easily crossed the tribulation and advanced to a level 6 giant. Accompanied by the dense elemental power reshaping his body swelled visibly, reaching a kilometer in height. In his giant true form, he possessed the power of 10,000 June, moving mountains and shifting peaks with ease. Congratulations, Bo Gang. Levi laughed. Bo Gang responded clumsily. Thank you, master. Finally living up to expectations, reaching level 6. Not bad. After getting through the soul calamity, it will be much easier. Go to Mana Supervisor to get some immortal flowing liquid. Levi sent a message to Lucy, asking if Miss Lucy could help him refine potions. Certainly, Come to the godforsaken continent to find me. So easy? The reply was hard to believe. Meeting these benefactors truly was an extreme fortune. The godforsaken continent, Wizard Tower. Lucy put away the crystal ball for meditation, laughing. Looks like you are about to advance to the 9th circle, huh? Congratulations in advance. Then I also congratulate the lady in advance for advancing to the 9th circle. Thank you, but I do not have any plans to advance to the 9th circle for now. Take out all your materials, just wait here for a few days. I have refined this potion many times, it should not be a problem. Judging by Miss Lucy's tone, advancing to the 9th circle appeared easily manageable. Such confidence. Very well, probably another legendary reincarnation. Who is it? Deep Blue Sage? Probably not. Deep Blue Sage is male, reincarnating as female. The thought was strange. Anyway, in his thinking, reincarnation should also be as a male. Madam, what price do I need to pay? Let me think. I do not seem to lack anything, so let us waive it. Oh yes, in the northwest of the continent, the 9th battle zone has a demon army. The great commander, there is a level 8 early stage steelbone demon. If you have time, you can go support that battle group. Consider it helping me out. Alright. Getting something for nothing felt unsettling for Levi. Hearing this, relief replaced his unease, and he promptly rushed over. The steelbone demon is a type of demon newly added to the battlefield these years. The body, especially the bones, is extremely tough. When he arrived on the battlefield, a battle group was engaged in a fierce fight. Levi said nothing, directly ordered the commander to form a siege outside. He transformed into a ferocious beast, activated the Red Emperor domain, and started fighting with the steelbone demon. Now with the Crimson Emperor dragon approaching its limit, Levi tested his own strength. Red flames, golden light, storm, thunder, and other anomalies surrounded Levi. Without deploying the 9-colored Emperor and spells, simply relying on his body and combat techniques, he suppressed the arrogant steelbone demon. Seeing it was no match, the steelbone demon tried to retreat with its troops. Levi went all out, quickly finishing the battle. The essence of the steelbone demon is all in its bones, top-grade material for weapon refinement. After collecting the spoils, he left on his own accord, leaving the wizard group members in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Chapter 2299. So effortlessly traversing through thousands of troops, and taking the enemy's head, this is the true strength of the Dusk Palace Master. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. I have truly gained insight today. Lucy held a colorless and odorless potion, as clear as pure water. Levi knew that this was the top-grade breakthrough potion he had refined at great cost. He smiled at her. Thank you, madam. The steelbone demon has been dealt with, and the remnants are being cleaned up by the battle group over there. Lucy set the vial down on the counter, her expression unreadable. She spoke with a calm tone. Very efficient. Go back now, and do not delay your cultivation. I also have matters to handle here. After thanking her repeatedly, Levi left contentedly. Miss Lucy is quite easy to deal with. Along the way, he met all sorts of people. The higher the realm of the wizard, the less they put on airs. In contrast, those wizards with mediocre cultivation like to consider themselves highly. Perhaps this is the difference between the big shots and rookies. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, he continued his seclusion. All preparations are complete, and only the advancement remains. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The year 630 of Nora, the 416th year of the blood battle, after Black Abyss Sovereign Alan became the 13th seat of the Supreme Council, chain reactions gradually commenced. The Ocean school of thought had been lacking in morale due to the fall of the Deep Blue Sage, suffering from low confidence. Now, the Ocean has regained its spirit. At the same time, the Blood Clan also began more frequent activities in the wizard world. And this time, they were all Blood Clan elites. After the Blood Moon descended, it never faded away. Some aberrant creatures began to emerge in regions of Nora. Fortunately, after countless disaster version updates, even mortals have become used to it. Many people embraced the mindset of letting it destroy, because they were simply tired. The Black Abyss Sovereign had just ascended to legendary status, and was entrusted with heavy responsibilities to confront an ancient monster like Blood River that has been alive for unknown ages. Of course, he did not have to battle the true form of Blood River. The current Blood River will did not dare to manifest its true form in Nora. It only incited panic and chaos by awakening hidden Blood Clan members and descending incarnations of evil gods. It can be said that the Abyss Blood battle gave it an opportunity. This made the already chaotic situation in Nora even more turbulent. There was also good news. The undead army wreaking havoc in the human realm was entirely annihilated. They were either recruited as summoned creatures by the School of Death, or transformed into resources for cultivation. Hell's invasion of the wizard world did not even spark a flicker. As the underworld merchant said, Hell did not genuinely seek invasion. They merely needed to balance their overpopulation. Now, the attitude of the 4 superworlds towards the wizard world is also intriguing. The astral world is lofty and disdainful of wizards. It once attempted to restrict wizard development, but it was repelled by Sauron. They are currently troubled by the insect disaster, and have entered the Dusk of the Gods version. The Abyss is indiscriminately hostile to all worlds, considering everyone inferior. Based on the information Levi currently possesses, the Abyss even invaded the astral world, the Nightmare, and the Underworld, causing considerable chaos. The Nightmare is another version of the astral world, with little interaction with the wizard world presently. It also enjoys invading other worlds, though less frenzied than the Abyss. It is very deep, but the outside world knows very little about it. The underworld is the true master of hell, and the controllers of life and death reincarnation. It is relatively neutral, and has a decent attitude towards the wizard world, possibly due to Sauron's past journey in the underworld, providing resources as support for the wizard civilization. Maybe it is hoping to weaken the madman abyss through wizards. Surviving among these four giants, the path of the wizard world is long. Godforsaken continent. After the Gondor 3 heroes re-emerged, they began crazily farming points by clinging to the strong support of Victor. In 10 years, their ranking skyrocketed, now already in the top 30, with points nearing 1 billion. Next, the plan for the 3 avatars is the same as Elena's. First, exchange for the designated Bright Moon artifact restricted by 7 circles. Once the attempts are used up, save up points to exchange for the 5 billion random sun refining artifact. Random artifacts offer only one chance for everyone. Any realm can exchange, so there is no hurry. As for the designated sun refining artifact restricted by 7 circles, they basically have no chance. Those in the top 10 of the rankings are quite monstrous, only overshadowed by the brilliance of the main body that surpasses the ages. If not for the bug level existence of the main body, anyone from the top 10 would dominate any era. Figures like Simon are not even worthy to carry their shoes. Though the Gondor 3 heroes are strong, they started late, and surpassing them in a short time is not realistic. After obtaining the Night Cloak, Elena thrived in the godforsaken continent. Her ranking has risen to 15th, beyond which are old monsters either at 7-circle perfection or maximum. Her current primary goal is to complete the Water God series artifact to obtain the complete Water God body. Based on the illustrated guide of strange items, she still needs 1 bright moon, 1 radiant sun, and several morning star levels to achieve her goal. Through countless battle trials, her Knight and Chi sect cultivation has been steadily improving. She has also gained many insights from using the combination of 3 extraordinary paths. Similarly dazzling is the Supernova Link. Not long ago, with 6th ring senior cultivation, he broke into the top 10 of the 7th level demon slaying list, creating a moderate myth. Dawn Divine Sword Victor commented, Chapter 2300, give Link enough time, and the wizard world will have another grand wizard, even a legendary wizard. The competition among 6th circle wizards on the demon slaying list is unimaginably fierce. Link perfectly combines the energy sect's shattered invisible sword chi and secret sword formation in real combat. He fights just like Lord Victor, unstoppable against any obstacle. He currently occupies a spot in the top 10 rankings, neck and neck with the Fire Dragon Knight, that absolute monster. He stands only steps away from 6th circle perfection. His charming aura and heroic appearance remain only slightly inferior to Lord Victor. Admirers of the Demon Tier's divine sword are as numerous as carp crossing the river. Link, however, remains enamored with the sword, adhering to the supreme realm where with no women in his heart, the sword draws naturally divine. For the time being, he holds no interest in gentle allure. He takes Lord Victor as his goal, chasing after the shadow of this first of the secret sword. Like the relentless Quafu chasing the sun, he never rests. In the waves of the blood battle, everyone struggles desperately to survive. Because of its strong security capacity, the ancient dragon continent has become a symbol of the safe zone to many mortals and low-level wizards. If a family has a child with high talent who goes to the ancient dragon continent, it is a matter of great pride and honor. Some even attempt to smuggle themselves into the ancient dragon continent. With more new continents appearing, the ancient dragon continent has smoothly acquired surrounding areas. On one hand, builders construct specialized military bases and arsenals for the mechanical school. On the other hand, the leadership expands the scale of the giant beast paradise and the mortal gathering area. For those mortal refugees who lost their shelter due to the downfall of wizard organizations, the ancient dragon continent accepts them. Not enough food. Then the leadership increases production through wizard knowledge. It is no issue for wizards. It is just a matter of whether they are willing to promote the transformation of mortal productivity. Now it is no longer the era of the 7 gods church rule. Traditional things are destined to be eliminated. The ancient dragon continent even has a specialized civilian school, led by the mechanical school, combined with other schools. It dedicates itself to enhancing mortal productivity from all aspects, then lets mortals repay the wizards. The blood battle is endless, and fresh blood must always be injected. Among these people, in the future, a child with the potential to be one of the children of the elements could be born. This is immensely valuable. This act of charity has elevated the reputation and influence of the ancient dragon continent in Nora to a higher level. It stands especially high among mortals and regular nomadic wizards. Public opinion is an immense invisible force, seemingly weak, but when gathered, it becomes an unstoppable torrent of steel. On this day, off the coast of the ancient dragon continent, on a small island, red clouds converged. Under the extreme heat, the earth instantly became scorched. The seawater turned into white mist, rising and covering a radius of hundreds of miles, like a volcanic eruption. Such apocalyptic scenery frightened countless marine creatures into fleeing. Upon sensing the commotion, a fully armed battle group swiftly arrived. They turned this area into a forbidden zone. The Fire Dragon Knight kept his eyes trained on the horizon. Keep an eye out, he commanded. Watch for demons trying to create chaos. Under normal circumstances, in the wizard world, nobody interferes with someone else's tribulation. That might bring trouble upon themselves, paying with their life on the spot. However, demons do not care about this. They are madmen. During the blood battle, incidents of wizards being ambushed by demons during their tribulations happen from time to time. This time, Levi advances in his level 8 tribulation, and the momentum will be huge. He did not dare to conduct it within the ancient Banyan fairyland, fearing it would impact the ecological environment. The four corners of the world hide 5 powerful auras, namely, the 8-legged sea demon, Black Phoenix, Thunder Crocodile, Elena, and Triss. This luxurious lineup protects Levi during his advancement. Rumble. The blood tribulation reappears in the sky. Powerful legendary and mythical creature shadows appear once again, awesomely. Bang. A swordsman figure appears. It is Levi. He stands bare-chested, holding the crimson dragon slash. His broad back displays dragon-like muscles. It is a perfect body full of strength, yet not exaggerated, like an epic hero statue dreamt by mortals. The overwhelming red flame sword energy sweeps out, mercilessly shredding these giants into pieces, turning them to nothing. With the disappearance of the strongest red lotus dragon phantom, the last blood tribulation master is extinguished. Yet, Levi does not relax. Roar. A domineering dragon roar echoes through the universe. The previously disappeared blood tribulation masters reappear once more. They converge into colorful lights coming together. A red giant dragon with a wingspan of over 6,000 meters, emitting endless majesty, emerges into the air. Even just the emitted might makes Elena grow heavy in her breathing. She shakes internally. The true level 8 early stage demon could not match half of this dragon phantom, she thinks. Levi, upon entering level 8, has to face such a formidable opponent. Is this the price of his repeated evolutions? Triss fails with emotion. It is her first time watching Levi undergo a tribulation, and it is a level 8 tribulation that others will not experience. She understands why Levi is such a monster. To confront these terrifying existences, how could one not be a monster? The 8-legged sea demon and Black Phoenix stand even more dumbfounded. In the face of such super mythical creature phantoms, although they are not Dragon Clan, they also feel a compelling majesty they cannot resist. This is a supreme power above all living things. A sense of insignificance arises spontaneously in their minds. Abandon resistance. Levi feels an intense fighting spirit rising. The enemy before him demands his full attention. His path of knights having such strength, the super mythical Crimson Emperor Dragon, plays a significant role. The Crimson Emperor Dragon wings stir, gathering fire elemental power from 200 miles around like rivers returning to the sea. Flames. Endless flames form a tide, sweeping over the sea. Where they pass, even a 1,000-foot deep sea dries completely, forming a scorched path without water. Boom. Levi fearlessly rushes into the tide, his longsword slicing toward the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Even a steel-hearted man like the Fire Dragon Knight cannot help but shake internally. When I advanced to the legendary level breathing technique, compared to this, it was nothing more than an insignificant infant, he thinks. Mythical level. I must become a mythical level existence. His resolve strengthens. Having seen the vastness of the sky, he no longer cares for the still beauty within a well. One man and one dragon battle amidst the vast heavens and earth. The island where Levi secluded himself has long turned to nothingness. Every time he advances, he destroys an island. The strength of the Crimson Emperor Dragon Phantom proves harder for Levi to fight than facing a true level 8 demon. One of his greatest supports, the opponent also has. But he remains absolutely confident that he can defeat the opponent. Because what the opponent lacks, he still possesses. This is the meaning of being a 6-dimensional warrior. Any difficulty in the knight's tribulation, he will crush with his absolute attributes. Failure is not an option. After hundreds of rounds, the Crimson Emperor Dragon Phantom is riddled with wounds, sword chi leaving countless ghastly scars upon it. In contrast, Levi remains relatively unscathed. Sorry, I admit you are strong, Levi says, but I am stronger. He takes a deep breath, activating the Dragon Whale Path, unleashing his strongest sword strike. The sword chi splits the Crimson Emperor Dragon in two, continues its momentum, flattens islands, parts seas, and extends thousands of miles beyond. The Crimson Emperor Dragon, defeated. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.